Upon opening her eyes, Lin Yun found herself immersed in a world teeming with colossal flora, utterly dissimilar to anything she had previously encountered. The grapes of her past, plump and sweet, now seemed to taunt her. Desire to taste me? You shall not escape unscathed. Moreover, a myriad of mutated creatures scurried about this immense botanical realm. Once, cats were the epitome of cuteness. Now, they seemed to beckon. Human, lean upon my broad chest. Lin Yun compelled herself to swiftly acclimate to her new surroundings, transforming into a hoarding rodent, darting through various worlds to stockpile resources. Mutated flora and fauna, torrential zombie storms, polar nights, and an array of extraordinary realms unfolded one after another, each presenting its own survival challenges. While others were still embroiled in a fierce struggle for scant resources, Lin Yun had already embraced a life of leisure as a hoarding rodent. Chapter 1: A Shelter? Bring it forth. As Lin Yun opened her eyes anew, she sensed an unsettling discrepancy in her surroundings. Before she could fully comprehend her situation, a chilling, unfamiliar mechanical voice resonated within her mind. Welcome to the infinite survival game. The following novice tasks will be issued. Please take heed, host. Novice Task 1. Locate a suitable shelter within 1 hour and successfully bind it using the mark in your palm. Failure to complete this task will result in death. Novice Task 2. Escape the ghost vine area at all costs. Do not doubt your current predicament. The realm you inhabit is the real world. Strive to survive within this domain. With that barrage of information, the mechanical voice faded, leaving her momentarily dazed by the magnitude of its content. Where on earth was she? Regaining her composure, she struggled to sit upright and surveyed her surroundings, soon confirming she was indeed in a forest, enveloped in a sea of verdant foliage, with trees as far as the eye could see. Lin Yun was taken aback. Had someone abducted her from the city into this dense wilderness? Nevertheless, she had no time for contemplation. Such an environment brimmed with peril, she had to devise a means of self-preservation. Quickly, she shifted her stance, crouching low to observe her surroundings. A swift glance revealed that they seemed to have entered a primeval forest, though the vegetation appeared as if it had been enhanced by hormones, exceedingly large and grotesque. Surrounding her were several individuals like herself, some seated while others reclined, seemingly unaware or still processing the system's recent announcement, all maintaining a remarkable silence. Not far ahead, a robust black vine loomed, its main tendril coiling around a dead tree, with its twisted appendages cascading down like a wall of vine flowers. Numerous tendrils sprawled across the ground, scattered with the bones of unknown creatures. If all remain consistent, this should be the notorious ghost vine mentioned in the task. To her left lay a creature, recently dragged back by the black vine, its corpse a gruesome sight, as the vine feasted upon it. However, the black vine soon detected these uninvited guests encroaching upon its territory. No longer leisurely feeding, it swiftly extended a tendril, lashing out at one of the individuals. Fortunately, the person reacted swiftly, rolling aside just in time to evade the vine's assault. With one failed strike, the black vine momentarily ceased its aggression, pondering the sudden appearance of these prey in its domain. Although they appeared weak, it chose to exercise caution. The man who had narrowly escaped kept his gaze fixed on the menacing black vine, struggling to grasp the unfolding situation. Yet, he knew any sign of fear could provoke an instant retaliation from the vine. The other survivors were equally startled by the presence of the black vine, but having witnessed the recent events, they quickly readied themselves. They needed to remain vigilant, wary of the vine's movements, lest they unwittingly become its next meal. Yet, the black vine had now set its sights on all nearby survivors. Having long dominated this area, it had established itself as a small tyrant. With so many unsuspecting prey suddenly presenting themselves, it could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. Abundant sustenance was at its disposal, ample for future reserves. Although uncertain of how these intruders had arrived, it possessed the patience to wait. It doubted these prey could outlast its endurance. Lin Yun carefully observed the vine, noting its subtle movements, realizing it would not relent. This creature seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Recalling the mechanical voice from earlier, she glanced at her palm, where a complex mark was imprinted. She surveyed the surroundings, but with only plants in sight, where could she find a suitable location to bind her shelter? Wait, the system had not specified the nature of the shelter, only that it needed to be appropriate, and all that surrounded her were indeed plants. A spark of insight ignited within Lin Yun's mind, as an ingenious idea began to take shape. Meanwhile, the black vine encircled the survivors, its gaze fixated upon them, eagerly awaiting any sign of weakness to seize them all in a single, gluttonous feast. The survivors, witnessing this, felt a sense of dread. How could they possibly escape? With the area engulfed in vines and devoid of weapons, they had no opportunity for resistance. They forced themselves to remain calm, pondering how they might safely extricate themselves. Time elapsed agonizingly slowly. A few survivors, overwhelmed by anxiety, succumbed to despair and wept openly. The black vine, sensing their fear, grew even more exhilarated, interpreting their terror as a sign of their helplessness, which only served to heighten its fervor. Nevertheless, it continued to seek an opportunity. It intended to capture each and every one of them. Thus it would bide its time. Lin Yun, paying no heed to the others, remained fixated on the black vine, her eyes glinting with an unusual light as she awaited the perfect moment. Suddenly, one individual made a move. The man, perhaps overconfident, reasoned that with so many present, the black vine would be unable to seize them all at once. If he fled now, others would surely follow. Yet, the others had not anticipated such reckless action. Should they not confront the black vine together? Acting independently was tantamount to exposing one's vulnerability. The vine momentarily halted, surprised, before swiftly reacting and lashing out with its tendrils, having expected some hidden strategy from these prey, only to discover they were merely a pack of paper tigers. It had been overly cautious. Meanwhile, some survivors who had been closely monitoring the vine's movements seized the opportunity during its moment of confusion, rising to flee. Yet, there were still numerous imbeciles who failed to grasp the opportunity, only to be ensnared by the creeping vines in an instant. "Ah, no, please no, help, let go of me. I do not wish to perish." In that fleeting moment when everyone else sprang into action, Lin Yun also made her move. She rose and dashed towards the direction she had set her sights upon. While others fled away from the menacing vine, Lin Yun was decidedly different. She ran towards the descending primary tendril. The black tendrils were taken aback by the audacity of someone charging towards them without fear of death. Once they regained their composure, numerous vines lashed out towards Lin Yun. Even before she resolved to sprint towards the vines, she was acutely aware that injury awaited her. However, her fear of death overshadowed her concern for injury. She felt compelled to take a gamble. What if she succeeded? As she evaded several lashing vines, Lin Yun was suddenly struck by one, the force behind it considerable. Fortunately, due to the tremendous force and the fact that the tendril had struck from behind, Lin Yun propelled herself forward several paces. This surge fortuitously brought her closer to the descending vines. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yun raised her hand marked with the binding seal and pressed it against the thickest of the tendrils. Detecting host's choice, ghost vine. A mechanical voice in her mind stuttered, seemingly unable to comprehend the current situation. System. Yet, Lin Yun could not afford to wait any longer. She urgently whispered, "Do not concern yourself with that. Bind it. Bind it for me first." Congratulations, host successfully bound the ghost vine as a sanctuary. In the very next moment after the binding was completed, Lin Yun vanished from her spot. Ghost vine. Chapter 2. Completing the novice task, Lin Yun sat on the ground in disarray, her back still throbbing from the stings of the vine lashes, causing her to grimace in pain. After taking a moment to gather herself and grow accustomed to the discomfort, she finally lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. A cursory glance revealed that this shelter was approximately 6 square meters in size, quite diminutive, in the shape of a rectangle measuring 2 by 3. The interior was stark and empty, resembling a bare shell of a room. Directly opposite her was a window, and upon glancing back, she noticed the door was situated right behind her. The window was ajar, allowing light to filter into the room. Within this compact space, there was a bathroom to her left, albeit also quite small, measuring around 1 square meter, containing merely a squat toilet, nothing more. The presence of this space seemed to exist solely to indicate that it served as a bathroom. Indeed, it resembled more of a raw, unfinished room. The interior of the shelter was predominantly a deep green hue, with only the floor being a rich brown wooden surface. It was evident that this space had been constructed from vines. Both the walls and the door were composed of intertwined tendrils. It was no surprise, considering she had focused her attention on the ghostly vine, transforming it into a shelter. Thus, the verdant ambience of the small room felt only natural. Green was indeed pleasant for the eyes. Wait a moment, weren't those vines black? Lin Yun suddenly realized. It's all your fault. The ghostly vine, which had been lurking in the corner, approached her angrily, using 2 tendrils as makeshift legs, swinging the vines wildly as if to strike Lin Yun again. However, now that Lin Yun was its binding master, the ghostly vine was bound by the rules and could only brandish its tendrils, too apprehensive to take further action. A strange, childish voice echoed in her mind, coupled with the sight of the furious, ghostly vine before her. Lin Yun grasped the situation. Why have you shrunk so much? I'm still a baby. What's wrong with being smaller? It's all your fault. I could have caught more food to grow quickly, but now the ghostly vine seemed quite exasperated, leaving its sentence unfinished as it retreated to the corner, sulking. The heavens were unjust to have paired it with such a shameless human. Had it known, it would have spared these humans. Now, it found itself ensnared while trying to hunt. The ghostly vine whimpered in the corner. Just as Lin Yun was about to say something, the mechanical voice in her mind sounded again. System notification. Congratulations, host, for completing Novice Task 1. Rewards have been sent to your mail. Please check it yourself. System notification. Congratulations, host, for completing Novice Task 2. Rewards have been sent to your mail. Please check it yourself. System notification. The Novice gift package has been uniformly sent to your mail. Please check it yourself. For other specific details, please check your personal panel. Personal panel? System? Lin Yun tentatively called out. Considering her current situation, she should possess a dedicated system. Speak. How do I open the personal panel? Lin Yun pondered about the personal panel while speaking. In the next moment, the personal panel appeared before her. Simply recite it silently. Lin Yun extended her finger to touch it, and once assured of its responsiveness, she began to explore the personal panel. The panel was roughly the size of a tablet, but upon closer inspection, she noticed it could be enlarged. On the left side of the panel lay her personal information. Name, Lin Yun, ID number, 770-0616. Skills, none. Shelter level 1. Ghostly vine levels up with the shelter. Seeing the last piece of information, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. She pondered why the ghostly vine had been so furious earlier. On the right side of the personal panel were several boxes labeled with text. Task Center, Points Mall, Mail, Backpack. At the very top was a string of text indicating the world she was currently in, the present time, along with the weather and temperature. Mutated Animal and Plant World Day 1, 10:46 weather, clear temperature, 28°C. A small red dot appeared above the mail icon, recalling the previously issued task rewards. Lin Yun clicked into the mail to check. There were 3 messages in total. She retrieved the rewards from the mail, which were contained within a gift box. Its contents concealed from view. Lin Yun toyed with the box in her hands. It was very large, so she presumed it contained only a few items. Rest assured, there is no need to worry about the rewards being scarce. The initial rewards are based on the shelter you are bound to ensure you can last at least 3 days. Our system has its performance metrics as well. Lin Yun scratched her head, suddenly thrust into this world without any understanding of its rules. However, since the system had assured her, she felt a sense of relief. Upon opening one of the gift boxes, the items instantly materialized on the ground before her. Cards? Lin Yun discovered several small cards among the items scattered around her, which certainly weren't things she had brought from the outside. What could this mean? Lin Yun inquired of the system. The items are too large to fit here, so they've been condensed into cards. Items will automatically display relevant information after 2 seconds of observation. You'll understand once you look at them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun scrutinized the card in her hand. Show Reliad card. Select the desired placement location, and it can be installed with a single use. Setting this card aside, Lin Yun picked up another card from the ground. Lighting device card. Select the desired placement location, and it can be installed with a single use. The remaining items were not cards. Faucet 1, 4-piece set 1, sportswear set 1, and that was all there was. The gift box she had previously opened vanished without a trace, leaving Lin Yun no opportunity to retain it. Lin Yun ground her teeth, initially intending to keep it for storage, only to have it disappear. How infuriating. She proceeded to open the other 2 boxes. Towels 2, cups 1, backpack 1. Sports shoes 1, bottled water 2, steamed buns 2, instant noodles 2, sausages 2. The remaining 2 rewards yielded these items. Unbeknownst to her, the ghostly vine that had been crying in the corner had somehow crept up beside Lin Yun, curiously eyeing the items at her side. Lin Yun cast a glance at it, allowing its furtive actions to go unacknowledged. Next, she redirected her attention back to the personal panel, noting that she had yet to explore the task center and Points Mall. Clicking on the task center, another page swiftly appeared. Survival task. Please successfully survive for 30 days in the mutated animal and plant world. Task difficulty, C grade. Points reward, 100. Chapter 3. Task Center, Points Mall. The survival task is a mandatory challenge for every survivor, prominently featured at the top of the system's interface, constantly reminding survivors of their necessity. Below, the taskbar contained numerous daily tasks, which survivors could choose from at their discretion. The difficulty and points of daily tasks varied. Naturally, if daily tasks went uncompleted, they could be abandoned. However, doing so would result in the deduction of half the task as point reward. Lin Yun briefly scanned through the daily tasks, finding them relatively simple and manageable. After reviewing the task center, she proceeded to open the Points Mall. The items available for purchase in the Points Marketplace are quite limited. Currently, the selection consists solely of bottled water, steamed buns, and dumplings. The bottled water costs 2 points, the steamed buns 1 point, and the dumplings 2 points. 2 points for dumplings, you say? Dumplings could be a gamble. They might very well be meat dumplings, which justifies the extra point. Oh dear, your sudden interjection startled me, Lin Yun remarked, instinctively patting her chest. It's nothing to worry about. You'll encounter such instances often in the future, and you'll soon acclimatize. Won't you? Lin Yun's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps you can make some noise next time? That might be more helpful. Isn't that essentially the same? It seems so. After perusing the points marketplace, she opened her backpack, which contained a total of 12 compartments, each capable of holding up to 999 items. However, there are no further details provided. System, can living creatures be stored in this backpack? No, they cannot. Understood. Having examined her personal panel, Lin Yun leaned against the door, finally affording herself the time to contemplate her current predicament. She mused on her misfortune of being ensnared in this survival game. The infinite survival game had descended upon the Blue Star for over 4 years, selecting a random group of individuals each month to thrust into its depths. No one knew what transpired once they entered, nor could anyone ascertain the fate of those who had been chosen, whether they were alive or dead. Humanity was only aware that the infinite survival game had appeared abruptly on the Blue Star, and it was widely believed that those who entered faced an inevitable demise. No one wished to be selected by the game. After all, those chosen had never returned from the infinite survival, as if they had vanished from existence. Thus, when a family member was selected for the infinite survival, relatives would tacitly accept that the individual was lost. Over the years, a mutual understanding had developed among the people of the Blue Star. Yet, Lin Yun never anticipated her own unfortunate selection. She had narrowly escaped for 4 years, only to be chosen now, seemingly sealing her fate. Rubbing her temples, she sighed. Should she be grateful that her parents had passed away early, sparing them from this torment? Or should she be thankful that she was alone, free from the burden of worrying about her family's sorrow upon her disappearance? Her parents had perished in a car accident when she was very young, with her mother shielding her in an embrace, allowing her to survive. Yet, she often pondered why that tragic accident had spared her. Whatever the case, this world held little worth for her to cling to. Whether she lived or perished was inconsequential. The ghostly vine poked her again. Lin Yun snapped back to reality and glanced over. Is this food? Can I eat it? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting, I recall you capturing several humans before I entered. Was that not enough for you? The ghostly vine stiffened momentarily, retorting, humans are humans, and food is food. Besides, you're my master now. What harm is there in giving me a little snack? Surely you wouldn't be so stingy? I am indeed that stingy. With so little food at my disposal, if I give it to you, what shall I eat? Lin Yun coldly dismissed the ghostly vine's request. Heartless human, I detest you. The ghostly vine scurried to a corner, and Lin Yun could only shake her head in amusement, temporarily ignoring it as she had many tasks to attend to. She gathered the food scattered on the floor in her backpack and picked up the 2 cards, deciding to install them first. Entering the bathroom, Lin Yun held the cards up briefly before placing one on the left wall by the entrance. Once installed, a small water heater appeared on the wall. Exiting the bathroom, she pondered where to best position the lighting fixture in her room. After a careful survey, she decided to place the lighting fixture on the wall, separating the bathroom from the room. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the faucet among the pile of items and went over to retrieve it. Faucet, please place it in the bathroom for 1-click installation after use. Lin Yun stroked her chin, taking the faucet into the bathroom. Before she could even pose her question, the system interjected. There is no water. You must find a water source yourself. The shelter can store up to 2 tons of water, and once you upgrade the shelter, it can hold even more. All right, but how do I store it in the shelter? How does the water get stored there? Once you find a water source, just let me know, and I will handle it. The water storage has its own independent space and will not occupy the shelter space. Additionally, using electricity requires spending points. 1 point per unit of electricity, unless you can generate your own power. Is there anything else? Please tell me everything at once. Try not to let other survivors know the location of your shelter. Level 1 shelters have relatively easy-to-open doors, especially for those survivors who have traversed multiple worlds. Opening the doors of other shelters is a simple task for them. What does it mean that opening other survivors' doors is easy? Is there a saying about that? Survivors who have traversed various worlds may possess items that enable them to unlock shelter doors, but this also depends on the shelter's level and the item level. If the item level is equal to or surpasses the shelter's level, it can be unlocked. However, since you have bound with the ghostly vine, which possesses unique characteristics and a certain degree of attack and deception, this should not pose a significant problem for you, though it is prudent to issue this warning. It appears that this decision was indeed quite wise. The system fell silent for a moment before stating, Pardon my frankness, but I have never encountered a host like you, never seen a host bind a plant as their shelter. Oh well, now you have. By the way, I noticed the shelter has levels. How does one upgrade the shelter? Successfully completing survival tasks will grant rewards for upgrades after settlement. So you need not worry about finding ways to upgrade. Well, that's rather considerate of you. After exchanging a few more words with the system, Lin Yun approached the ghostly vine. Still sulking? Humph. Go away. I have no desire to converse with a cold-hearted woman like you. Oh dear, I apologize. Please don't be upset. Let's discuss something, shall we? This room is essentially your domain. So, could you kindly use your vines to create a bed for me right here, under the window, and also a table and chair? Lin Yun gently tugged at the tendrils, pleading with it. The ghostly vine gritted its teeth, but begrudgingly complied, crafting a bed at the specified location, which fits snugly into the remaining space beside the bathroom, leaving a 1-meter-wide walkway. Little vine, if possible. Please leave some space under the bed for storage. The ghostly vine, exasperated, obliged. Thank you, little vine. We'll be partners from now on, so let's support each other. Humph. After setting up the bed and the table and chairs, the space within the shelter felt considerably reduced, but it was not a hindrance. Lin Yun collected the remaining items from the floor, placing them on the table as she began to organize her small abode. She spread the bedsheet over the vine-crafted bed, later sportswear set near the window on the bedside, and used the pillowcase as a makeshift pillow for now. Chapter 4. Entrust safety to it. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yun added, Little vine, could you help me create some storage shelves on this wall? She gestured with her fingers and then patted the ghostly vine. The ghostly vine obliged, and soon, shelves appeared on the wall at the foot of the bed, and Lin Yun was thoroughly pleased. Indeed, the ghostly vine excelled at this. Though it had been briefly enslaved, the ghost vine still managed to rise stealthily, proving its formidable strength. After organizing the remaining items, Lin Yun began contemplating the necessity of venturing out to gather supplies. The meager rewards from the task would sustain her for merely 3 days, if rationed. And food was of utmost importance. System, where exactly am I located? In a primordial forest? Sort of, but a city lies not far from this forest. Plants and animals in this world have mutated, growing rapidly. Even a shrub of normal size could reach 2 or 3 stories high. Did you not just witness the sheer size of the ghost vine? The thickest tendril is as wide as your thigh. Lin Yun replied. You can observe the specifics for yourself. Her gaze shifted to the ghost vine, which was playfully entwined around a cup on the table. Can you leave the shelter? Indeed, and I owe you my gratitude for binding me. Otherwise, I would be rooted here for eternity, unable to journey elsewhere. This was precisely why the ghost vine remained obedient, although its growth could only keep pace with the shelter's upgrades. It was undeniable that binding with Lin Yun had conferred numerous benefits upon it. It could accompany her beyond the confines of this forest and into the outside world. Previously, it had relied solely on instinct as a predator within this forest, but now it possessed intelligence, rendering it far more cunning than before. Did you not notice how the other tendrils have turned green? It has undergone a transformation. From now on, it shall grow even stronger than before awakening its intelligence. Although the primary tendril has become Lin Yun's shelter, its main body can roam freely alongside her. Lin Yun scrutinized the ghost vine. In your current state, can you fight when we go out? Well, I am somewhat of a local tyrant, so of course I can fight. The primary tendril serves as the shelter. I myself, when you charged in, those people had already fled. The damned have all perished, and no one will know you were here. The survivors it had ensnared had long since been devoured. Lin Yun stood up. In that case, let us venture forth. The time is still early, and we must seek out some food. With all those people dead, it was fortuitous, aside from the possibility that they had witnessed her rushing towards the ghost vine. The others who had escaped would merely assume she had either perished or miraculously survived. No one would surmise that she had directly bound herself to the ghost vine, utilizing it as a shelter. After all, it was a notion that seemed utterly implausible. Okay, the tangled mass of the ghost vine swiftly extended 2 tendrils, climbing up Lin Yun's arm to rest upon her shoulder. Lacking a suitable weapon, she had no choice but to rely on the ghost vine for protection. My life is temporarily entrusted to you. If I perish, you shall perish too. Why did you not say so earlier? The ghost vine exclaimed in exasperation, feeling deceived. As Lin Yun opened the door to exit the shelter, she carefully surveyed her surroundings. For survivors lay dead, and the ghost vine was unrefined, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere. She frowned and said, We must find a way to clean this up. What if some wild beasts are attracted here? Rest assured, with me around, they will not dare approach. The ghost vine quivered its tendrils, exuding an air of invulnerability. Yet, the tendrils spread across the ground, discreetly began to move, burying what needed to be concealed. It was indeed a bit unsightly. The earth was covered in dark green tendrils, which had evolved from the ones Lin Yun had first encountered. She took a few steps forward and glanced back at the curtain of tendrils hanging from the trees. Who could have anticipated this would become a shelter? From now on, it would be your duty to protect the sanctuary. Lin Yun thought as she patted the ghost vine. Understood. The primary tendril was a part of it. Any approach towards this place would immediately alert it, enabling it to launch an attack on intruders. Safety was its responsibility. Before seeking supplies, Lin Yun accessed her personal panel and entered the task center to select a mission. She was currently a pauper, needing to earn some pocket money. Who knew if the point shop might one day offer items akin to those from an infinite flow novel? Daily task: submit 5 explosive grapes. Task difficulty: F. Task reward: 5 points explosive grapes? Is that correct? Do you think you are still on Blue Star? The tendrils have mutated and begun to consume flesh. It is entirely normal for grapes to explode. Lin Yun fell silent. It made sense. Daily task: submit 5 stinky durian eggs. Task difficulty: F. Reward points: 10. However, she refrained from hastily accepting the tasks, opting to first explore the vicinity and assess the situation. She glanced in a direction opposite to that taken by the fleeing survivors to search for supplies. She was not yet keen on encountering other survivors. The areas where the tendrils could extend were all under the ghost vine's dominion. Once out of the ghost vine's territory, Lin Yun became alert, cautiously advancing. The flora here was colossal, and she struggled to identify the original species. By the way, system, is it absolutely safe within the shelter? Yes, it is completely safe, as long as no one discovers the location of your shelter and attempts to breach its entrance. Lin Yun nodded. While traversing the forest, she maintained a straight path. Should any unusual circumstances arise, she could promptly return to the shelter. She walked while observing her surroundings. The ground was adorned with peculiar flowers and weeds, which Lin Yun carefully avoided, wary of stepping on them, fearing the potential consequences. If grapes could explode, it was not unreasonable to suspect that these bizarre flowers might do the same. After a brief walk, Lin Yun's keen eyes spotted what appeared to be a few familiar plants ahead. Approaching closer, she realized they were sunflowers, confirming that there were no dangers nearby. She stepped forward to examine them closely. Sunflower. Its seeds seem to be somewhat different. They are edible. This sunflower's large face must have been over a meter wide, and it grew tall, with a remarkably stout stem, nearly as thick as her calf, presenting a challenge for Lin Yun. Lacking any cutting tools, she found it genuinely difficult to detach the large seed head from the plant. Little tendril, for now I must rely on you. Do you see that large seed head atop? Can you get it down? Chapter 5. The Giant Python. I'll give it a try. The ghost vine gently sprang, climbing the sunflower stem. Upon reaching the top, it began to exert effort to dislodge the large seed head. Its tendrils were quite resilient. Ordinarily, no tool could sever them directly. As the ghost vine worked diligently, Lin Yun also kept busy, cautiously exploring nearby, unwilling to stray too far. After all, she had no reliable weapon at her disposal. After walking a short distance, Lin Yun discovered what seemed to be several mushrooms concealed beneath a large tree. She hurried over to investigate. Under the tree, several plump, red mushrooms stood tall, reaching her knee. If they were edible, they could provide sustenance for several days. Dizzy red mushroom. Consuming it results in a 3-hour dizziness negative effect, which can stack with a maximum duration of 12 hours. Oh, what a treasure. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled as she took a few steps forward, preparing to pluck the mushrooms and stash them in her backpack, only to suddenly remember that these should not be handled carelessly. System, can I touch this mushroom with my bare hands? When in doubt, she directly consulted the system. As a newcomer, it was prudent to ask rather than regret later over unforeseen circumstances. Yes, you can. I will alert you to anything that should not be touched. The system was reluctant to allow its novices to perish before even conquering the first world. After all, the systems themselves were evaluated based on their performance. A dismal record could lead to being reclaimed by the main system and reconstituted as a soulless, inferior entity. Having labored to achieve the status of a high-level system, it was unwilling to be relegated back to the starting point. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lin Yun extended her hand to pluck the stout, crimson mushroom that stood knee-high, carefully stowing it in her backpack. With 4 dizzy red mushrooms in her possession, Lin Yun retraced her steps to check on the progress of the ghost vine. As she approached the sunflower, she heard the ghost vine exclaim, "Don't come any closer. It's about to break." Promptly, Lin Yun halted and retreated. The large face of the sunflower soon plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground. Sensing that Lin Yun was unharmed, the ghost vine exhaled in relief and descended from its stem. Are there 2 more sunflowers to gather? Lin Yun nodded in affirmation, moving forward to drag the fallen sunflower face a little further out, for she had yet to examine the seeds. The ghost vine continued its labor on the other 2 sunflowers. After creating some distance, Lin Yun crouched down to extract a sunflower seed, which was impressively the length of her finger. Explosive sunflower seed. Spicy. Very spicy. Super spicy. Universally unstoppable spicy. Lin Yun pulled up several more seeds. Mint sunflower seed. All mint flavored sunflower seed. Quite delectable. Extremely bitter sunflower seed. Bitter. Very bitter. Super bitter. Universally unstoppable bitter. Explosive sunflower seed. Please remember not to drop it on the ground, as it may explode. It was no wonder that the seeds were peculiar. They were not merely different, but astonishingly so. Carefully placing the explosive sunflower seed in her pocket for potential use in case of danger. She stuffed the remaining seeds into another pocket and tucked the sunflower face into her backpack. The ghost vine was still preoccupied, so Lin Yun decided to continue exploring the vicinity. With the explosive sunflower seed in hand, her courage swelled, allowing her to venture further. Suddenly, Lin Yun paused. As she perceived an odd sound, the ghost vine, still laboring behind her, sensed the disturbance and promptly abandoned the sunflower, its massive form rushing toward Lin Yun. At that moment, she discerned the source of the noise, a gigantic python. In this world, both flora and fauna had been magnified, and the python before her was colossal. Its girth surely exceeding half a meter. Tension gripped Lin Yun as she observed the moving serpent, rendering her immobile, her hand clutching the explosive sunflower seed tightly within her pocket. She had previously failed to notice the python's presence. Had it not made a sound, she would have remained oblivious. The ghost vine extended its tendrils protectively around Lin Yun, keeping a vigilant eye on the serpent. Given the creature's immense size and formidable toughness, the ghost vine was uncertain of its ability to vanquish it. To her surprise, upon noticing the ghost vine, the python merely lifted its head for a cursory glance before turning away and continuing its slow crawl. It had already detected the diminutive figure of Lin Yun, who had harvested the mushroom it despised, and thus had no inclination to consume her. After all, she was too small and meager a meal, and there was the risk of her shoving the distasteful mushroom into its mouth should it provoke her. The last time it had been starved and consumed one, it had been incapacitated for a considerable duration, nearly becoming a meal itself for other beasts. It had no desire to court trouble. Once the python had leisurely slithered away, Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief, her body collapsing to the ground as she breathed heavily, drenched in cold sweat. It was my fault. I failed to notice it was here. The ghost vine poked Lin Yun gently, concern etched on its face. Lin Yun shook her head, assuring it, "It's not your fault. I wandered too far." Thankfully, that python bore no malice. After regaining her composure, Lin Yun propped herself on the vine and declared, "Let us return and gather the sunflowers before heading back." It was midday, and the sun was merciless. She planned to wait until it was less oppressive before venturing out again. Nighttime was not an option, as many creatures roamed freely, posing great danger. The ghost vine, still in its augmented state, rudely yanked the sunflower face down. As soon as she had secured the sunflower, Lin Yun noticed that the stem appeared quite sturdy, potentially serving as a makeshift weapon. "Little vine, please help me detach the stem as well." After some contemplation, the ghost vine uprooted it and tossed it to the ground. With the stem collected, Lin Yun and the ghost vine made their way back to the shelter. "There's a random task available. Will you accept it?" The system's voice suddenly inquired, seeking Lin Yun's decision. "What random task?" "Random task. Submit 5 diamond ants. Task difficulty, E. Task reward, shelter's external view. Task duration, 30 minutes. What does that reward mean? A peephole?" Lin Yun pondered whether to accept. In simple terms, it allows you to observe the outside world from within the shelter. The current windows are merely ornamental. Aren't they transparent enough to let light in? Lin Yun furrowed her brow, questioning, for she had not closely examined the outside world before. Transparency lets light in, but it does not equate to visibility of the outside. The shelter's door can be fitted with a peephole, and you may also open it to look outside. Ultimately, it is your choice whether to accept. By the way, a reminder, the rewards for random tasks are quite appealing, and they come with a time constraint. If not accepted within 3 minutes, the opportunity will be lost. Accept. Random task accepted. Please complete it within 30 minutes. The diamond ants are located beneath a giant tree to your right and behind you. They're currently transporting food. The system promptly disclosed the whereabouts of the diamond ants to Lin Yun, a small boon for a novice. It would not offer such assistance again in the future. Surprised that the system would reveal their location, Lin Yun wisely refrained from inquiring further. She turned her steps towards the indicated direction, and though the ghost vine was puzzled by her intentions, it followed closely behind. This time, Lin Yun moved cautiously. Lightening her footsteps, she wished to avoid a direct encounter as before. The The ghost vine mimicked her careful approach, inching closer. Lin Yun concealed herself behind a thicket of enormous weeds, cautiously parting the leaves to gaze at the diamond ants not far away. To her astonishment, the diamond ants stood taller than her knees, comparable to a large dog. Diamond ant. As the name suggests, its shell is exceedingly hard, making it a prime material for weapon forging. Lin Yun lowered the foliage and stealthily retreated. She whispered to the system, "Is it too late for me to abandon this task? Oh, I forgot to mention, if you forfeit the random task, you will randomly lose items from your inventory." The ghost vine nudged Lin Yun gently with a tendril. "Are you certain you want the diamond ants? Those are not easy to handle, especially alive." Lin Yun pondered for a moment, retreating further with the ghost vine. The diamond ant's tough exoskeleton posed a challenge, and without a suitable weapon, capturing them with the ghost vine would prove difficult. Moreover, the task required 5 of them. To succeed, she would need to employ her wits. Suddenly, she recalled the previously gathered dizzy red mushrooms, and the diamond ants were currently busy transporting food. A plan formulated in her mind. Lin Yun reluctantly retrieved a piece of sausage, pulling out one of the dizzy red mushrooms, breaking off a fragment, and intending to combine them. As the formidable ants were transporting their food, they suddenly halted their movements, seemingly having caught a whiff of an unfamiliar aroma. This scent, unlike anything they had encountered before, was somewhat fragrant. The leading ant carefully discerned the direction of the scent, and once assured, resolutely set off in that direction. New sustenance awaited them. Observing this, the remaining ants promptly abandoned the food they were carrying and followed their leader. Before long, the foremost ant discovered a morsel of food resting upon a leaf. Though it was disappointingly meager, the other ants soon gathered around this scant offering. Their curiosity piqued. It felt as if it had been deliberately placed there. After some deliberation among a few ants, they resolved to indulge in this solitary feast. After all, such a trifling amount of food would scarcely suffice to share amongst their colony. It would be more prudent for them to partake of it themselves. Once they returned, who would know of their secret indulgence? Remarkably, the food was quite delectable, albeit leaving them with a slightly dizzy sensation. This feeling felt eerily familiar, as if they had experienced it before. Wait a minute, was it that cursed mushroom? A few ants collapsed, rendered incapacitated. After a brief wait, confirming that the ants remained unresponsive, the ghostly vine gently lowered Lin Yun from the tree. She prodded the ants with a vine whip and remarked, "Can we submit the task now?" "Yes, but there are 8 ants here. Would you like to submit the remaining 3 to the system as well? I can convert them into points or food for you." "How many points or food can one ant yield?" "Each ant is worth 10 points. If converted to food, you would receive 3 portions." Lin Yun was taken aback by this valuation and quickly began to negotiate with the system. In the point shop, a bottle of water costs 2 points. Surely, such a large ant could fetch a higher price? 10 points seems rather paltry. How about this? I will think it over. Lin Yun glanced around, picked up a stone, and struck the ant's head repeatedly until it succumbed. The ghostly vine, unable to bear witness, struck the remaining 2 ants with its whip, ending their existence. Lin Yun paused momentarily before silently collecting them, submitting the remaining 5 for the task, and proceeded to the location where the ants had been foraging. The ants were transporting a round, red fruit, approximately the size of a basketball. Berry honey fruit. A berry fruit, sweet in taste and high in sugar content, edible. A splendid find. She collected the scattered fruits, numbering in the dozens, and swiftly made her way back to the shelter. Ants typically appear in swarms. Yet there were only 8 here, leaving the possibility of other ants lurking nearby. It was wise to leave promptly. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Having witnessed the immense creatures of the forest kept her nerves on edge. It was no wonder that none of the humans who entered this realm of infinite survival ever returned. Remembering the rewards from the random task, Lin Yun rose to inspect the door, where a small peephole had been added to the brown wooden door. Peering through, she confirmed she could indeed see outside and lost her curiosity. "How about this? 1 ant will earn you 13 points, and I will also provide you with an additional random food item. That's the best I can do. My authority is limited. I'd like to keep 1 and give you the other 2, if that is acceptable?" Lin Yun grinned. The detailed information on the ant indicated that its shell was quite sturdy and could be utilized for weapon forging. She wished to retain 1 for potential future use. Lin Yun opened her panel, intending to retrieve a sunflower plate to extract the seeds. "All right, deal. 2 ants would suffice. It was better than none." The system sighed. Lin Yun truly knew how to haggle. Swiftly, it collected the 2 ants from her backpack and transferred the points to her account. The task center in the upper right corner of the point shop panel displayed her new total, 26 points. A small red dot appeared in her mail section, indicating a food item sent by the system. Lin Yun retrieved it. A serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. She gazed at the meal, swallowing hard, but ultimately decided to save it. Such a fine item could not be purchased in the points shop at this moment. Chapter 7. Disassembling items. After securing the rice bowl, Lin Yun took out a bottle of water and a steamed bun, planning to make do with a simple lunch. The ghostly vine, noticing the white food, promptly poked her. Anxious for a taste. I can only spare you a little, Lin Yun replied, casting a sidelong glance at it, but eventually broke off a small piece to share. All right. The vine immediately pounced on the tiny morsel of bun, eager to sample the flavor, knowing Lin Yun would likely offer more delectable treats in the future. Lin Yun observed it curiously, intrigued by how such a small entity could consume food. The vine enveloped the bun piece, and before long, it vanished entirely. Lin Yun was left bewildered. Having resolved her hunger, Lin Yun retrieved a sunflower plate, propping it against the wall, and began to extract the seeds. The first few were explosively spicy, followed by a different kind of seed. Jelly sunflower seed. Have you ever tasted jelly? It's just like that. Soft and squishy. Little vine, could you help me make a few vine baskets about this size? Lin Yun gestured, looking expectantly at the ghostly vine. Grateful for the prior morsel of bun, the vine swiftly produced 7 or 8 small baskets and set them on the ground, even extending its vine to assist her in plucking sunflower seeds. Thank you, little vine. The seeds that the vine gathered were placed on the ground, awaiting Lin Yun's organization. Sour sunflower seed. Sour. Very sour. Incredibly sour. Universally unbeatable sour. Original flavor sunflower seed. Pure natural, no additives, edible. Ice sunflower seed. Please remember, do not drop them on the ground, as they can turn the surface into ice. Lin Yun also discovered a sunflower seed that could be used as a weapon. Blindness sunflower seed. Consuming it will cause loss of vision for 10 minutes. Effects are cumulative, with a maximum of 30 minutes. After more than half an hour of diligent work, Lin Yun finally sorted through the seeds from one sunflower plate. There were a total of 108 explosive sunflower seeds, 79 ice sunflower seeds, and a variety of other seeds, predominantly the original flavor. The system can recycle sunflower seeds. Will you sell them? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun immediately became alert. What price are you offering? If it's too low, I won't sell. The system hesitated to state the price, fearing she would be rated. Each sunflower seed is worth 1 points. Yet, it felt compelled to continue. Lin Yun chuckled softly. It was clear the system could have simply robbed her, but instead chose to offer her a fraction of points. There's nothing I can do. The main system sets the prices, which is beyond my control. At this, Lin Yun scoffed, but ultimately decided to sell a portion of the sunflower seeds. Some varieties looked peculiar and intriguing, so she sold those directly to the system, opting not to sample them. She kept all the explosive and ice sunflower seeds, refusing to sell them regardless of the system's offers. She sold half of the original flavor seeds, knowing they could serve as sustenance in critical moments, retaining about 20 of each usable type for their specific benefits. In total, she earned 51 points from the sunflower seeds, deciding to deal with the remaining 2 sunflower plates later. Having tidied up the chaotic surroundings, Lin Yun decided it was time to organize the compartments of her backpack. She extracted the instant noodles, bottled water, and ham sausages from her bag, placing them on the table, intending to leave these items in the shelter and not take them outside. She kept the half-consumed bottle of water in her backpack for hydration when needed. As for the berry honey fruit, she had inspected it earlier and noted that it had a protective film that needed to be peeled off before consumption. It wouldn't spoil anytime soon, so she opted to leave it in the shelter as well. After some contemplation, Lin Yun requested the Ghost Vine's assistance to procure several large baskets. The Ghost Vine remarked that the deceased soldier ant could be stored in her backpack for the time being. She planned to peel all the sunflower plates soon, discarding the remaining one when she ventured out in the afternoon, thereby freeing up space in her backpack. She also placed 4 dizziness mushrooms into a basket and tucked it beneath her bed. Upon retrieving the sunflower stalks, Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover detailed information about them. Sunflower stalk can be decomposed, yielding new items, potentially with varying effects. Intrigued by the prospect of decomposition, she promptly decomposed the stalk, resulting in a green staff appearing on the ground. Stalk staff, an item derived from the decomposition of the sunflower stalk. Noted for its exceptional hardness, its strength appears to have been enhanced post-decomposition. It may even be capable of shattering bones. In a flurry, Lin Yun decomposed the remaining 2 sunflower stalks. Stalk block, an item obtained from the decomposition of the sunflower stalk, suitable as firewood. One stalk transformed into a stalk block, while the other remained as a stalk staff. A total of 10 stalk blocks were casually collected into a large basket and shoved beneath the vine bed. At that moment, she recalled the soldier ant in her backpack, pondering whether it could also be decomposed. However, rather than extracting it, Lin Yun checked her backpack to see if she could decompose it within. To her delight, it was indeed possible. The soldier ant was divided into 4 components. Soldier ant flesh 5, soldier ant shell 3, soldier ant leg bone 2, soldier ant venom 2, narrowing her eyes. Lin Yun continued to examine the detailed information of these 4 items. Soldier ant flesh, non-toxic, edible with a fishy taste. The texture is not particularly pleasant, yet it is consumable. Soldier ant shell, the tough exterior of the soldier ant, exhibiting high hardness. It may serve as an excellent material for forging armor. Soldier ant leg bone, the most resilient part of the soldier ant. Perhaps it could be fashioned into a weapon? Soldier ant venom, a toxin found in the soldier ant's mandibles. Non-lethal, but capable of inducing a state of unconsciousness for up to 24 hours. Indeed, these are all valuable items. However, Lin Yun was hesitant about the soldier ant flesh. She could not fathom its taste, though she recalled that a certain type of black ant was sour. Give it to me. I want to eat it. The ghost vine, able to see Lin Yun's personal panel, noted her disinterest in the soldier ant flesh and quickly expressed its desire. Lin Yun glanced at it and agreed, saying she would provide it when it wished for some. She then retrieved the soldier ant leg bone, observing that it resembled the stock staff. Both were stick-like, though the soldier ant leg bone was shorter, about the length of a forearm, while the stock staff measured approximately 15 meters. She decided to keep it in her backpack as well. In Chapter 8, titled A Unique Existence, Lin Yun organized her backpack, which now contained a bottle of water, a stock staff, a soldier ant leg bone, explosive and icy sunflower seeds, 2 unpeeled sunflower plates, and 1 peeled sunflower plate. Remembering the double shoulder bag she had acquired as a task reward, Lin Yun transferred the water into it, planning to use the shoulder bag for smaller items to save space in her main backpack. The remaining items were sorted into the baskets provided by the ghost vine and stored beneath the bed. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yun took out the last 2 sunflower plates and stripped them of their seeds. The system purchased a majority of the sunflower seeds, granting her a total of 189 points. She retained the aggressive sunflower seeds, kept a substantial number of functional seeds, and only a few edible ones. Perhaps if I gather a couple more sunflower plants, wealth will be within my grasp. Calm down. The daily task reward limit for points in the novice world is 300, and the purchase limit is 500. I beg for medicine. Lin Yun sighed, closing her eyes in frustration at the system's limitations. The system remained indifferent, reminding her that survival in this realm could not be made too easy for the survivors. Naturally, such a notion was untenable. How can I expand the area of the shelter and the compartments in my backpack? Lin Yun lamented the cramped quarters of her shelter and the limited backpack space, feeling that if she wished to stockpile goods, there was insufficient room for storage. Expanding the shelter area by 1 square meter requires 50 points. Upgrading the shelter level grants an expansion of 3 square meters, and random tasks may yield shelter expansion rewards. 50 points can provide 2 additional backpack compartments. Upgrading the shelter level yields 5 compartments, and random tasks may also offer backpack compartment rewards. The multitude of issues overwhelmed her, leaving Lin Yun unsure of where to begin. She closed her eyes once again, pondering the plethora of points needed, all while grappling with the imposed limits. It would be better to just give up and cease all efforts. Take a step back. The rewards for random tasks vary greatly, and daily tasks offer more than just points. With that thought, doesn't your mood improve a little? Lin Yun chose to ignore the system, feeling a strong urge to eliminate it. After pushing the baskets beneath the bed, she tidied the floor briefly before grasping a stock staff and stepping outside. She first discarded the sunflower plates in a concealed thicket, then inquired of the system, which direction is the city. She recalled the system mentioning that her forest was near a city, and if possible, she wished to explore it and stock up on supplies. Proceed in the direction where the previous survivors fled. Straight ahead lies the city. Lin Yun walked towards the direction indicated by the system, only to find that the towering plants obscured her vision, rendering it impossible to gauge the distance to the city. However, she did not intend to head to the city just yet. Her immediate priority was to locate a water source to secure her daily water needs. As for electricity, she would check the city later to see if she could find a generator. Choosing a direction, Lin Yun began her search for water. The trees surrounding her retained their original forms, albeit magnified, seemingly possessing additional functions. A small portion of the trees remained unchanged, competing for sunlight with the colossal trees. There were also some unfamiliar trees, likely mutated, exhibiting bizarre shapes. Numerous tall shrubs cluttered the area, hiding her from view if she ventured inside. As she approached, relevant information about the shrubs emerged. Blackthorn bush, highly toxic. Please refrain from touching its thorns. After reading the description, Lin Yun quickly stepped back, surprised that such a vibrant plant could be poisonous. Avoiding the hazardous shrubs, she pressed onward. Lin Yun, I must remind you that the world of mutated flora and fauna is a unique existence. If possible, it would be wise to gather as many items from this world as you can. The probability of survivors entering this world is exceedingly low, approximately 10%, and they can only enter during the monthly selection of new survivors. Certainly, should any survivors utilize the items, it becomes an entirely different matter. Moreover, certain elements of this world are unparalleled in others. Once one traverses to a different realm, such encounters will be elusive. Lin Yun swiftly comprehended the system's implication. Halting her steps, why are you still restricting my acquisition limit? The items from this world must be quite scarce in others. Am I correct? You procure them at a low price here, only to sell them at a premium to survivors from other worlds, do you not? The system remained silent, for it indeed engaged in low-cost procurement and high-price sales, profiting from the margin. Given the lucrative nature of the items from this world, why not simply lift my acquisition cap? Noting the system's continued silence, Lin Yun was unperturbed, confident that it would acquiesce. After all, this was an exceptionally profitable venture. The system, however, was contemplating the matter, aware that the acquisition limits for each realm were dictated by the main system, which it lacked the authority to alter. Even if the main system were to consent, Lin Yun's willingness to sell at the established price was highly dubious. Ultimately, it decided to report the issue to the main system, accepting that it had been over 6 months since any newcomers had entered this world, and that new arrivals might not immediately discern the hidden rules. The system, being a higher-tier entity eager to earn points for aesthetic upgrades, discreetly hinted at this to the main system, claiming that it was merely a matter of Lin Yun's cleverness, absolving itself of any responsibility. As the system fell silent, it returned to report to the main system. Lin Yun continued onward, unexpectedly discovering a plant reminiscent of a tea tree standing nearly at her height. Star tea tree. The fruit is edible, high in moisture, and possesses a sweet flavor. The leaf can be steeped for a refreshing drink, alleviating itchiness, non-toxic. Observing the detailed information about this plant, Lin Yun conceived a notion. She wished to excavate this star tea tree, as it posed no threat and was of manageable size, with both leaves and fruit being consumable, a veritable botanical treasure. Although the shelter space was limited, investing some points for this star tea tree seemed worthwhile. While Lin Yun lacked tools, she considered employing a sturdy stick to attempt the extraction. Upon the system's return, it found Lin Yun engaged in digging alongside the ghost vine. What are you doing? It inquired. Excavating the tea tree. Lin Yun replied with conviction. Are you planning to cultivate it back home? The inquiry prompted Lin Yun to pause. Is that not permissible? Chapter 9. Discovering a water source. Your shelter lacks the space for cultivation, does it not? The system subtly reminded her. Lin Yun retorted, I can always spend points to expand. The system fell silent, accepting that as long as she was willing to expand, it was satisfactory. Lin Yun directed the ghost vine to assist in crafting a vine basket, meticulously placing the star tea tree along with the soil beneath it into the basket. She planned to check for pots or similar containers when she returned to the city. Concerned that placing the star tea tree in her panel backpack might jeopardize it, she opted to leave it aside for now, intending to carry it back on her return journey. Continuing her exploration, Lin Yun encountered no further noteworthy plants. Edible flora had become exceedingly rare, with the ground predominantly covered in unfamiliar wild grasses. She did, however, discover a type of wild grass with slender leaves, renowned for its resilience and suitability for weaving once dried. Nevertheless, Lin Yun had little need for it, as she had the ghost vine to fulfill her weaving requirements. As she ambled along, she diligently observed the surrounding vegetation, mindful of her paramount task for the day, locating a water source. The ghost vine, perched upon her shoulder, detected no anomalies in the vicinity and began to grow bored, audaciously attempting to climb atop Lin Yun's head. It stealthily grasped her hair, inching upwards to gauge her expression. Noting Lin Yun's focused search for water, the ghost vine's confidence swelled. Lin Yun, hidden from its view, let out a silent sigh. Indeed, it was a rather childlike vine. However, her attention soon shifted as she noticed the ground ahead appeared somewhat damp. She quickened her pace, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Typically, water sources in forests attract animals, and she needed to tread carefully as she was currently ill-equipped to confront any threats. Upon pressing down on the moist ground, she confirmed the proximity of a water source. Retrieving a handful of explosive sunflower seeds from her backpack, Lin Yun cautiously continued her search. At that moment, a colossal rabbit suddenly burst forth from a nearby thicket. It collided with Lin Yun, skidding to a halt, resulting in a momentary standoff where neither party dared to move. The ghost vine was the first to break the tension. Exclaiming, "A rabbit! My food!" Yet, the rabbit was quicker, swiftly turning on its heels and disappearing from sight in mere moments. Lin Yun wondered, what did that fleeting glimpse of information just reveal? The ghost vine grumbled about the meal that had slipped away, vexed at the lost opportunity. Lin Yun dismissed the minor incident, as she had just heard a faint sound of flowing water. Although subtle, it indicated that the water source was indeed nearby. After several stops and starts, Lin Yun finally located a small stream within the forest. While the water flow was modest, it was remarkably clean and clear, and fortunately, no animals were present to drink, allowing her a sense of safety. System, I have located a water source. Please assist me in storing it. Water storage system activated. Water accumulation in progress. Please be patient. Lin Yun wasted no time, crouching down to wash her soiled hands and removing her jacket, stowing her belongings in her backpack while washing the jacket as well. She also remembered to rinse the ghost vine, which had been so brazenly flaunting itself atop her head. In the water, to her dismay, a murky mixture of dirt emerged. Lin Yun's expression darkened instantaneously. The ghost vine froze, realizing it was in trouble. "Oh no, I'm in for it now. Just moments ago, you were covered in mud and still dared to climb onto my head?" Lin Yun shot it an exasperated glance, letting her hair down to wash. The ghost vine, chastened, refrained from further antics and dutifully remained at her side like a bodyguard. After rinsing her hair, Lin Yun was left with damp locks styled by her own hands. The system had yet to finish storing the water, so Lin Yun stood up to survey her surroundings, noting an abundance of plants nearby, eager to discover any useful finds. Sprout greens. Tender leaves are edible. Older leaves contain mild toxins. Grinding root grass. Non-toxic. Its roots can be ground in a powder for consumption. Leaves are bitter and unpalatable. Not recommended for eating. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Edibles at last. She quickly retrieved her sturdy ant leg bone to begin excavating the grinding root grass. Despite the tool being somewhat unwieldy, it was better than having no tool at all. This also reinforced her intention to stock up on supplies when she returned to the city, as she felt an overwhelming need for various cooking utensils and tools. She couldn't dwell on it. Contemplating her needs only led to an endless list. Before long, the roots of the grinding root grass began to emerge, prompting Lin Yun to set down the ant leg bone and use her hands to extract them. The roots were not particularly long, about the length of her palm, resembling yam, yet distinctly different. She plucked a large leaf nearby to wrap the roots and stowed them in her backpack. Lin Yun resolved to return for more of these roots after her city visit, as using the ant leg bone was proving to be slow and cumbersome. Water accumulation complete. The shelter's water storage equipment is now full. Would you like to purify this water? Purification costs 5 points each. Go ahead and deduct the points. Lin Yun was exasperated with the system's penchant for point deductions, though she acknowledged that the purification was indeed worthwhile. Points deducted. Initiating purification of stored water. Purification complete. The host, the 5 points are not merely deducted for nothing. The water has now reached a level fit for direct consumption. Moreover, as long as the water source is not moderately polluted, 5 points can purify it into potable water. Is there truly such a delightful benefit? Certainly, for we are the esteemed system, after all. Lin Yun glanced at the time again. It was already past 5, almost 6 o'clock. Searching for a water source had consumed some time, and storing the water took an hour or two. It was imperative to return swiftly. The towering trees cast deep shadows, and although the sky had yet to darken, the forest was already cloaked in twilight. Lingering any longer would necessitate navigating in darkness. Hastening back along the path, Lin Yun located the star tea tree she had previously unearthed and enlisted the help of the ghost vine to transport it back to the shelter. Upon entering the sanctuary, she noted that the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. The majestic trees obscured the last rays of the setting sun, and in areas shrouded by their thick branches, not a glimmer of light penetrated. As the sun vanished completely, creatures hidden within the forest began to emerge in search of sustenance. A colossal feline leapt through the underbrush, suddenly catching a whiff of an unfamiliar scent that did not belong to the forest. Squinting, it followed the intriguing aroma, arriving at the territory claimed by the ghost vine. How curious that this creature's domain is here. Why has its coloration changed? Was it not once pitch black? Lowering its head, it sniffed the ghost vine's scent, which remained unchanged, unmistakably that of the ghost vine. Chapter 10. flora exotic plants. Never mind that. From a distance, it spotted severed limbs strewn across the ground, confirming that it was indeed the source of the scent. However, it appeared that some prey had escaped. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes. This dead vine was not as formidable as it had presumed, allowing a considerable portion of its meal to elude capture. Licking its lips, it decided that since the dead vine had failed to secure all the food, it could not be blamed for seizing a share for itself. It recognized that the prey present was human, and at the moment its own transformation occurred, it had rushed into the human realm, devouring a long-coveted morsel. Humans, delectable indeed. Casting a disdainful glance at the seemingly lifeless vine on the ground, it huffed and dashed toward the direction from which the survivors had fled. These humans were isolated. It intended to devour them all before the other beasts took notice. Not long after it departed, the vine, which had been feigning death on the ground, began to stir. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yun placed the star tea tree at the entrance, securely barring the door. To the right of the wooden door, she expanded a square meter. Points deducted, shelter expansion in progress. Shelter expansion completed. Are you truly not considering expanding a bit more? You still have over 200 points. And look how cramped it is for the star tea tree here. The system coaxed. I will consider expanding once you remove the acquisition limit. Lin Yun huffed in response. This little rascal was intent on keeping her points in check. She fetched a cup and entered the bathroom, filling it with 2 cups of water to nourish the roots of the star tea tree. She could not afford to let this plant wither. It represented points. After consuming the remaining bun to satiate her hunger, she took an empty water bottle to the bathroom to fill it with water. As the system had assured her, it was safe to drink. The fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl was stowed away in her backpack for tomorrow. She packed a few edible sunflower seeds along with the water into her backpack and took a leg bone from King Ant, placing one in her bag and leaving the other in the shelter to save space. Having utilized 4 slots in her backpack, she had 8 remaining. Tomorrow, upon reaching the city, she would need to carefully consider what items to bring back. The sky outside had turned pitch black, and with no entertainment at hand, she decided to take a shower and wash her clothes. After changing into fresh attire, she peered through the peephole to survey the outside, ensuring no threats lurked before opening the wooden door. Little Vine, could you help me hang my clothes up there? The ghost vine looked perplexed at the few garments. Huh? Where should I hang them? On myself? Just hang them on the tree. They shouldn't be blown away. After contemplating, the ghost vine complied and followed Lin Yun back to the shelter. Before retiring for the night, she checked on the star tea tree, fearing it might succumb to the stress of its new environment. However, it appeared to thrive without issue despite the change. Just as she turned to head to bed, detailed information caught her eye. Star tea tree level, D-class plant function, edible fruit, high in moisture, sweet flavor. Leaves can be brewed for drinking, providing cooling relief and alleviating itchiness, non-toxic. Status, growing phase, not yet fruit-bearing, transferable, capable of branching cultivation upon maturity. No special planting requirements. To her astonishment, the detailed information had altered upon her bringing the star tea tree home. System speak. So, I can cultivate plants myself and grow some food? Indeed. As long as you are willing to spend points and the shelter S area is sufficient. Can the plant's level be elevated? Unknown. Lin Yun pouted, discontent with the lack of clarity. She removed the ghost vine that had inexplicably climbed onto her head. Ghost vine, special symbiotic exotic plant level. A-class exotic plant grows with the shelter S level. Function, this exotic plant exists in 2 states. The main vine serves the shelter and its symbiotic plants. The smaller entity can accompany the host outside. Essentially, they are one. It can also be regarded as 2 distinct entities, capable of engaging in offensive and defensive maneuvers. Status, juvenile phase, non-transferable, non-cultivable, special, symbiotic exotic plants. System, how do we differentiate between this exotic plant and a regular plant? Unknown. Lin Yun ground her teeth in frustration. This system, which had incessantly nagged her, now fell silent when she sought serious answers. This troublesome system would eventually meet its reckoning. I can hear you. Please refrain from eavesdropping on my thoughts and maintain appropriate boundaries as a system, will you? Such a lack of decorum. Lin Yun huffed again. The system, rendered speechless, closed its interface for eavesdropping, as it could discern Lin Yun's mood from her expressions. With nothing further to attend to, Lin Yun climbed into bed, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. The ghost vine, not requiring rest, grew bored watching Lin Yun drift off. It leapt about the shelter, rifling through this and that, but soon grew weary. Stealthily glancing at Lin Yun, it quietly crept to the door, extending its tendril to open it and stealthily slip outside. With the small wooden door unlatched, The ghost vine reveled in newfound freedom. Rushing through its domain, it recalled that its intake of food had been insufficient that day and dashed back into the forest in search of sustenance. Tremble, denizens of the forest. The ghost vine has arrived. A vine that once could only grow in one place was now free to roam. Was this not akin to a wild horse unbridled? Tonight, the creatures of the forest would endure a harrowing ordeal. A certain unnamed monkey beast, fortunate enough to escape the ghost vine's clutches, recounted. It charged at me in an instant, and, as I fell, I thought about what I had yet to taste in my life. A certain nameless spotted deer, having lost half a leg, lamented, curse it, wasn't the ghost vine supposed to be immobile? Which will claim it could only root itself and not move. The ghost vine let out a satisfied belch, having feasted to its heart's content. Never before had it gorged itself so thoroughly. Previously, it had subsisted on erratic meals. Never before enjoying a day as splendid as this. In times when it could not roam freely, it had to wait for animals to approach or cunningly lure them into traps from a distance. Those were the days of suffering. Casting a glance at the half-eaten rabbit resting beneath it, the ghost vine resolved to bring this morsel back to Lin Yun to express gratitude for the newfound freedom it now enjoyed. It yearned to sample that enticing red delicacy she had once held. What was it called again? Ah yes, sausage. Regardless, it desired to taste it. The ghost vine expanded its form, toiling mightily to drag the half-rabbit back home. By the time it returned from the forest, the clock had already struck 5 in the morning. To avoid disturbing Lin Yun, the ghost vine cautiously opened the door, stealthily pulling the rabbit inside and placing it at the threshold. Lin Yun awakened to a strong metallic scent of blood, bewildered by its sudden intensity, initially assuming it emanated from a nearby animal skirmish outside. Just as the ghost vine emerged from washing itself in the restroom, it sensed Lin Yun had stirred and promptly scampered onto the bed. You're awake. Come see what I brought you. The ghost vine exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager for Lin Yun's praise. Lin Yun yawned and sat up, the dawn still shrouded in darkness, rendering the ghost vine's actions a mystery. She climbed to the foot of the bed and flicked on the lamp, only to be astounded by the sight of the rabbit at the door. Where on earth did you get this? She inquired. I don't need sleep. It's too dull a home, so I went out to hunt for food. This is for you. Go ahead and eat. The ghost vine swiftly climbed onto Lin Yun's shoulder, urging her to indulge in the meat. As Lin Yun pinched the ghost vine, she noticed it was damp, clearly freshly washed. Oh my, which ghost vine is this clever? Off hunting and bringing me a meal too. She chuckled, affectionately ruffling its form. That's right, that's right. The ghost vine declared proudly, hands on its hips, reveling in its prowess. Un crimson mon rabbit meat, non toxic, edible, ordinary beast meat. Recognizing the rabbit meat was consumable, Lin Yun stowed it in her backpack. Leaving it at the door was impractical, and the blood scent was overwhelming. Glancing at the time, she realized it was past 5 o'clock, deeming she had rested enough. She decided to rise, tidy the entrance, and set off as soon as daylight broke. Little vine, in the future when you bring back food, leave it outside first and call me to collect it. The blood scent is too strong for indoors. Oh, all right. The ghost vine complied. Today it was an exception. Being a vine, it lacked a sense of smell and had not noticed the issue of the blood scent, only recalling its task of bringing food to Lin Yun. After tidying up, Lin Yun stepped outside to retrieve the clothes she had hung out to dry the previous night. As she donned them, she contemplated that she would need to acquire more clothing during her trip to the city. Her freshly washed garments had made sleeping uncomfortable. Upon seeing Lin Yun produce a familiar packet of ham sausage, the ghost vine eagerly extended its tendrils. Let me have a taste. Let me have a taste. After receiving a small piece, the ghost vine settled down contentedly. Ah, this is the flavor. Delicious. Before departing, Lin Yun checked the condition of the star tea trees, finding no issues, and finally slung her backpack over her shoulders, stepping out into the world. She made her way towards the direction the survivors had fled the previous day, her strides purposeful as she aimed to return to the shelter before nightfall, anxious about the dangers of spending another night outside. Along her journey, she remained oblivious to her surroundings, fixated solely on the path to the city. Only upon catching a glimpse of the urban skyline did Lin Yun exhale in relief, reassured that her course was correct. The flora near the city was less imposing than that of the forest, yet not to be underestimated. She noted signs of destruction among the plants, likely wrought by the individuals from yesterday. With this thought, Lin Yun became increasingly cautious. Entering a realm of unending survival would not mirror the tranquility of peacetime. The challenges she faced would be a matter of life and death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun stepped into the city's bounds. This area resembled a small town, with a larger city lying further within. Recalling the timing regarding the binding of the shelter, She speculated that most of the fleeing survivors were likely nearby, further motivating her to move towards the city. However, she recognized the impracticality of this idea. Her self-defense capabilities were limited, and recklessly venturing into a larger area could prove detrimental. Thus, she resolved to explore the small town first. Upon entering the small town, Lin Yun concealed herself in the shadows, scrutinizing the ground for tracks to ascertain the direction the survivors had taken and where they might currently be. Four distinct sets of footprints were evident, all leading in the same direction, while the fate of the others remained unclear. To her right lay a roadway, which Lin Yun surmised connected to other cities. Retracting her gaze, she surveyed the surrounding buildings. The town was relatively well-structured, featuring several multi-story homes. However, the area was densely populated with vegetation, with colossal plants encircling the structures, some vines completely enveloping entire houses, leaving only their shapes visible. Once a bustling and vibrant town, it had succumbed to the encroachment of verdant foliage, transforming it into an emerald sea. Streets, buildings, shops, and even vehicles lay ensnared and consumed by the rampant plant life, rendering the scene desolate and eerie. The vegetation flourished excessively, their branches intertwining to form a vast green net. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a hazy and mysterious aura over the entire town. Lin Yun cautiously approached a seemingly intact building with less vegetation. Just as she reached the entrance, a flurry of rustling sounds erupted from within. Her heart raced, and the ghost vine immediately brandished its tendrils. Should anything emerge from inside, it would swiftly meet its end. The creature within, sensing the slightest disturbance, reacted like a startled beast, bursting through the precariously swaying door and lunging toward Lin Yun. It was a rat, a rodent of extraordinary size, akin to that of a large dog. Lin Yun had no time to examine its details, barely managing to evade its attack. The ghost vine leaped down from her shoulder, its elongated tendrils striking fiercely at the colossal rat. The creature emitted a piercing scream, then viciously clamped down on one of the tendrils. Yet, for the ghost vine, this was akin to a mere insect trying to shake a tree. Even if the tendril were severed, it would feel no pain and remain unscathed. At this moment, Lin Yun brandished her staff and charged at the rat, seizing the opportunity while it gnawed at the tendril. As the first strike landed, the rat reacted as if jolted by electricity, its claws once tightly gripping the tendril. Released in shock and without hesitation, it turned to flee from this perilous encounter. The rat understood all too well that this human and the peculiar vine were not adversaries it could easily overcome. Though agile, its chances against such formidable foes were virtually non-existent. Thus, escape became its sole option. Chapter 12. The Rat Swarm. Without hesitation, it pivoted and fled at the fastest speed possible. Yet, the ghost vine was quicker. Its tendrils ensnared the rat's paw, and Lin Yun's staff followed closely behind. Striking the creature's side, the rat, in pain, thrashed wildly, its sharp claws attempting to shred the ghost vine's grip. However, the tendrils were remarkably resilient, tightening their hold rather than succumbing to the assault. The rat emitted a frantic and terrified squeal, but it was of no consequence. Under the relentless strikes of Lin Yun, the mouse gasped its last breath in reluctant defeat. It regretted not fleeing immediately, instead coveting the humans who sought to make it their meal. How much better it would have been had it not rushed out at that moment. As Lin Yun realized the mouse had finally succumbed, she instinctively retreated a few paces, her makeshift staff having reduced the creature's head to a gruesome pulp, a bloody mess beyond recognition. Were it not for Lin Yun's formidable mental fortitude, she might have screamed at the sight before her. She suppressed the wave of nausea rising within her and quickly beckoned the ghost vines, eager to depart. She was acutely aware that this world had transformed, the scent of blood thick in the air. Lingering too long could attract even more formidable predators or alert survivors to her presence. After locating a relatively intact building, she instructed the ghost vines to scout the area first, and once assured of its safety, she slipped inside. A sudden wave of foolishness washed over her as she realized she had forgotten to pluck a few leaves from the starty tree. How much better she would feel if she had just one leaf at this moment. After a brief respite, Lin Yun retrieved her water bottle from her backpack and took a few sips, finally managing to quell the queasiness. She was in no rush to leave this place. The three-story structure beckoned her to ascend to the upper floors to observe the town situation through a window. Yun, are you all right? The ghost vines had thoroughly inspected the building and returned to her side, noticing she remained seated. Concern etched in its voice, it inquired after her well-being. Lin Yun shook her head, assuring it she was fine, and asked about the conditions on the upper floors. Receiving an affirmative response, she rose and made her way upstairs. On the third floor, she found a window adorned with curtains and concealed herself behind them, revealing only her eyes. A figure emerged on the street below, shrouded in green, a survivor drawn by the mouse as agonizing cries. Upon hearing the shrieks, he quickly deduced there must be other survivors engaged with the mice, and he sought to capitalize on the chaos. Cautiously, he traversed the street, halting in a shadowy nook to survey his surroundings. The sound he had just heard seemed to dissipate upon his arrival. Just yesterday, a group of survivors had fled from the ghost vines, racing towards this direction in terror. They dared not approach the forest again, fearing the vines would pursue them stealthily and mercilessly in their lives. Aside from the eerie vines, no one knew what other creatures lurked in the mountains, perhaps ferocious beasts or other unknown threats. These survivors chose to settle in the town, now overtaken by nature, rather than risk venturing near the forest. They feared that once they crossed into the woodland-esque domain, they would become prey for the unknown entities residing in the mountains. Cruelly torn apart, within the town, they found a semblance of familiarity as humans, believing that with careful caution, they might survive longer in this perilous world. Thus, they tacitly agreed to avoid the houses bordering the forest. The man listened intently for any sounds, but silence enveloped him, as if the previous cries of the mouse were mere figments of his imagination. With no other survivors in proximity, he steeled himself and emerged from the shadows, inching forward. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from a nearby building. The mice had just heard their companion's cries. Their comrade was in danger. Nearby, the sound of scurrying went unnoticed by Lin Yun, yet the ghost vines sensed it. However, as the noises did not approach their location, it remained silent. Lin Yun lowered the curtain, seated herself by the window, and accessed her personal panel to enter the mission center. It was still early, and not wishing to encounter the man below, she decided to browse through the missions available. Daily mission: submit 10 mice. Mission difficulty: E. Reward points: 10 weight. Had she just missed an opportunity for 1 point? Lin Yun's eyes widened. She should have checked the mission center before leaving. Frustration coursed through her as she tugged at her hair. Was it too late to return and retrieve that dead mouse for submission? The ghost vines nudged Lin Yun, whispering, "What does it say?" "Illiterate. It says 10 mice for 10 points. Really? There are so many mice outside. Shall I catch them for you?" The ghost vines suddenly grew excited, having sensed numerous mice approaching their location. So many mice? Now, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yun. Yes. Just as the ghost vines finished speaking, a scream erupted from the man outside. "Ah!" Lin Yun exchanged a glance with the ghost vines before leaping to the window. Peering through the curtain's gap, a horde of oversized mice surged toward the man, who wielded a steel pipe, desperately swinging to fend them off. Yet, the sheer number of mice overwhelmed his defenses, leaving him with numerous bloody wounds. His cries grew increasingly anguished until, in a matter of moments, he was consumed by the swarm. Lin Yun's complexion drained of color. These mice were terrifying. However, the thought of the mission and the points stirred something within her. Yet, there were simply too many, and their size was daunting. There were easily a dozen of them. Lacking combat experience, the prospect of facing such a multitude filled her with trepidation. Nevertheless, recalling the explosive and icy sunflower seeds in her backpack, a plan began to form. Seizing the moment while the mice feasted on the man's corpse, Lin Yun produced several explosive sunflower seeds. "Ghost vines, you understand my intent, right?" The ghost vines extended a tendril to accept the explosive seeds. Although it could fight, the overwhelming number of mice made it wary of potential oversights. With a ready-made weapon at hand, it was only logical to utilize it. Quietly, it slithered out of the window, landing on the ground without a sound. Lin Yun gripped her staff tightly and stealthily descended the stairs, doing her utmost to avoid attracting the mice's attention. The ghost vines approached silently, while the rodents remained preoccupied with their grisly feast. Before they could react, the explosive seeds landed among them. Boom! At the sound of the explosion, Lin Yun sprang into action, seizing the opportunity to strike down the mice that had not been completely obliterated by the blast. Several mice, now aware of her presence, turned and lunged toward her and the ghost vines, enraged. That damned human! They were no longer the feeble mice of yore. Now they, too, could savor the taste of human flesh. Lin Yun's gaze sharpened as she deftly sidestepped one mouse's assault, bringing her staff down with force upon another's head, causing its brains to splatter. The ghost vines, not to be outdone, ensnared several mice, binding them tightly, while its tendrils plunged into their skulls, swiftly silencing them. In no time, the dozen or so mice had become their spoils. Lin Yun exhaled in relief, though the gruesome scene still unsettled her. She had accepted the prior mission and promptly submitted the 10 mice, earning herself 10 points. Counting the remaining mice, there were 7 left. System, what now? The mission can be submitted repeatedly. 1 mouse equals 1 point. You may submit directly, and the system will calculate the points automatically. Understood. Lin Yun submitted the remaining 7 mice as well, acquiring an additional 7 points. She still had her sights set on the first mouse she had dispatched and hurried to where it lay lifeless. As for the man's corpse on the ground, she paid it no mind. That body would inevitably attract other carnivores in due course. Returning to the initial spot where she encountered the mouse, Lin Yun was relieved to find it still lying there. Thank goodness it was unharmed. Losing it would have been unbearable, considering it was worth a point. Far more valuable than sunflower seeds. Are we still hunting mice? She pondered. After the ghastly vine had slain the mouse, it was smeared with blood, and lacking any paper, Lin Yun decided to hoist the creature onto her shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Let us refrain from further slaying for now. We have already amassed 18 points, and, given the commotion we caused, I suspect that the explosion has attracted other survivors. We should proceed towards the town." While pondering, she reminded herself that it was imperative to acquire some clothing to bring back. Not having any change of garments was rather inconvenient. However, after taking only a few steps, she halted to check the task center, hoping to avoid missing anything crucial. Daily task. Submit 10 bones task difficulty. F task reward. 2 points. How many? 2 points? That amounts to a measly 0. 2 points per bone. Lin Yun closed her eyes in frustration, dismissing this trivial task and proceeding to the next one. Daily task. Submit 5 wood crystals task difficulty. C task reward. Random skill 1. A random skill? Lin Yun recalled that her personal information indeed included skills. She and T realized they could be obtained in such a manner. System, what exactly are wood crystals? Plants like the ghastly vine, which possessed a modicum of intelligence prior to binding, may contain wood crystals within their bodies. Lin Yun seized upon the keyword, may contain. Indeed, it's a possibility, but not a certainty. Nonetheless, Lin Yun was genuinely interested in acquiring a skill, as it appeared to hold considerable potential. After accepting the task, she continued to explore further. Daily task. Kill and submit the Rat King task difficulty. C task reward. 10 points. Perfect. She was already aiming to earn points by dispatching mice, so she eagerly accepted this task as well. Avoiding the main street, Lin Yun slipped behind her makeshift dwelling and emerged onto another avenue. As she passed a small shop, she noticed its door had been pried open and decided to investigate. This was a grocery store, but most of its inventory had long been looted, leaving only a few scattered items. Lin Yun picked up a thermos left behind on a shelf, examined it, and found it intact, so she took it. The other shelves were devoid of useful items, merely housing empty boxes covered in dust, prompting her to frown and move on. Such items would be of no use once returned home. Venturing further inside, she casually collected a stack of plastic bags and placed them in her backpack. Grocery stores typically have small warehouses, and while Lin Yun was unsure if anything remained inside, she decided to explore and found the small storage area. Pushing open the door, a pungent mildew odor assaulted her senses. The dim interior revealed a chaotic assortment of items. Cautiously, she stepped inside, using her rod to poke at the clutter on the floor. However, the contents were merely cardboard boxes and packaging, nothing of worth. In the corner of the warehouse, she spotted some bricks intended for compressing paper. Sighing, she lamented the state of this world, wondering how long the apocalypse had persisted, as this grocery store had clearly been ransacked multiple times. What remained was either damaged or merely empty boxes. Regretfully departing the grocery store, Lin Yun resumed her quest for her next target, clothes, specifically garments suitable for change. The ghastly vine sensed Lin Yun's intent to scavenge, but was oblivious to what precisely she sought. It stealthily emerged from her pocket, scurrying about the street. Due to its illiteracy, the vine could not comprehend the signs adorning the storefronts. It could only sneak inside shops, seeking items, and if it found something plentiful, it would summon Lin Yun, perhaps leading her to what she desired. Catching a glimpse of the vine darting around, Lin Yun paid it no mind. Having been rooted on the mountain, it was only natural for it to explore now that it had the freedom to move. As long as it didn't cause any trouble at a critical moment, she was content to let it roam. This street boasted numerous shops, yet many were evidently stripped bare. Only those obscured by overgrown plants or damaged by them had managed to escape looting. Lin Yun seized her rod and forcefully jabbed it into a potted ivy at the entrance, twisting it savagely, eliciting a sharp cry from the plant that pierced her ears. How could this ivy scream? The ivy, upon being attacked, offered no resistance. Instead, it recoiled its tendrils. Having realized that this human bore a powerful essence of its kin, it was merely an ordinary ivy that had grown larger due to the world's influence, and it wished for survival. Thus, when a human entered its territory, it opted to feign death, hoping to remain undetected. To its dismay, the human had fixated on it. Chapter 14. The fearful ivy it truly wished to survive. Upon hearing the ivy's cry, Lin Yun realized this little creature possessed some degree of intelligence, and her eyes narrowed in thought. Sensing the intent to kill, the ivy grew frantic. Why couldn't it dart about like its kin on this human? It genuinely yearned to flee. With no means of escape, the ivy withdrew its tendrils from the shop entrance and curled its main vine into a ball. I'm in this state. It would be quite rude to kill me. Lin Yun. Fine, considering how timid this ivy is, I shall let it be. The ivy retracted its tendrils from the entrance, revealing the shop's door. Lin Yun glanced up at the sign above, and her eyes lit up. This was a courier station. To prevent the loss of parcels, this courier station employed a rolling shutter door, which posed a challenge for Lin Yun. Opening it was no easy feat, and forcing it could create too much noise, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Her gaze fell upon the ivy curled into a ball, and she prodded it with her foot, threatening, "Open the door, or I'll uproot you." Startled, the ivy swiftly retrieved a key from the base of its pod, and tossed it at Lin Yun's feet before resuming its feigned death. Lin Yun picked up the key and unlocked the rolling shutter door. Upon entering, she was greeted by a familiar musty odor. It seemed someone had purchased fruit or similar items, but due to the abrupt onset of the apocalypse, they had been unable to retrieve their parcels, leading to spoilage. She waved her hand in front of her nose, frowning as she stepped inside. The town's power had long been cut off, so she activated her personal panel, utilizing its faint glow to assess the situation. The shelves were laden with unclaimed parcels, while the corner housed several large bags of packages that had recently returned from the transit center, awaiting sorting. A courier station was indeed advantageous, as the parcels contained a myriad of items, potentially including what she needed, thus sparing her the arduous task of gathering supplies. Without hesitation, Lin Yun approached and began to collect parcels from the shelves, placing them into her backpack. She counted. The 2-meter-wide, 5-tier shelf contained a total of 14 sections, and the unsorted bags in the corner totaled 6. Due to the differing measurement units, they occupied 2 slots in her backpack. She still had 6 slots remaining, and after her lunch of rice bowls, she would have an additional slot available. After conducting a final sweep of the courier station and confirming that there was nothing further of interest, Lin Yun stepped outside. As she passed by the ivy, her pace faltered for a moment, and she cast a sidelong glance at it. The ivy trembled in fear, wondering why this terrifying human was staring at it yet again. Had it not obediently handed over the key? Just then, the mischievous ghost vine returned from its escapade, immediately noticing the ivy feigning death. "What's wrong? Are you going to finish off this vine?" it queried, mistaking Lin Yun's gaze at the ivy as intent to eliminate it. Lin Yun stroked her chin thoughtfully. Perhaps she would take the ivy back with her later. The ghost vine scratched its non-existent head. "Oh, that works too." This declaration sent the ivy into a panic. Why on earth would this human want to take it back? It was merely an ordinary ivy. Please spare it. Lin Yun, oblivious to the ivy's silent outcry, proceeded alongside the ghost vine. The latter mentioned that it had spotted the very clothes Lin Yun was wearing in a nearby shop and recalled her desire for garments. Following the ghost vine to the establishment it had referenced, they found it situated not far from the courier station, separated only by 4 or 5 other shops. The entrance of the clothing store had long been breached by the indigenous survivors of this world, and most of the apparel had already been taken, leaving only a few scattered items hanging on racks or strewn upon the ground. As the ghost vine stood watch, Lin Yun rummaged through a bag at the counter, sifting through the remaining clothes until she managed to find a few pieces in her size. With a sigh, she rose to search for the store's storage room. The small storage area was located adjacent to the fitting rooms, also concealed by a curtain. If one were not attentive, one might easily mistake it for another fitting room. Lin Yun extracted her stem rod and gently prodded the door, pushing it open. Excellent, there was no commotion within. The inventory inside the small storage was modest. She had initially intended to take only what fit her, but then decided to seize everything and stuffed it into her backpack. Among the shelves on one wall, which housed shoes, she simply lifted the entire rack into her bag, saving a compartment. Just as she was about to exit the clothing store, she remembered that she would need hangers for drying the clothes and promptly turned back to grab a handful of hangers to add to her backpack. 4 compartments remained. She needed to ponder carefully about what else to bring back, ensuring not to waste the remaining space. Are you ready? Look what I brought back for you. The ghost vine boasted, perched proudly atop a dead mouse, hands on its hips, awaiting Lin Yun's praise. That's wonderful. Where did you find it? She inquired. I caught it from the house next door. Are there more nearby? Should we catch some? Later. It's almost noon, and I don't want to ruin my appetite, Lin Yun replied, reluctant to challenge her stomach. The ghost vine had no objections. It was entirely at Lin Yun's command. All right, can I have a taste? Sure. Yay. Lin Yun presented the mouse, earning herself 1 point. She glanced at the upper right corner of the points shop interface. 34 points. Quite a nice sum. After departing from the clothing store, Lin Yun steered clear of conspicuous areas as she navigated the town. She only needed to locate one more generator to complete her stockpiling task for the day. As for food, she had already lost hope of finding anything edible in the town. Any food there was either moldy or rotten and utterly inedible. Halt! A voice called out, stopping Lin Yun in her tracks. She tightened her grip on her stem rod as the ghost vine silently slithered from her chest to the ground. The small green mass melded into the surrounding plant life, disappearing without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Wu Daong emerged from his hiding place, brandishing a rusty fruit knife and advancing swiftly toward Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun had already turned to face Wu Daong. Hand over everything in your backpack, he demanded, glaring menacingly at her. Lin Yun appraised him with a glance. It was evident that he, too, was a survivor who had entered the world just yesterday. What are you staring at? Hurry up and hand over your backpack, Wu Daong continued, his expression still fierce. Lin Yun noted that this woman before him wielded only a slender stick, which appeared fragile enough to snap with little effort, while he, a man, possessed far greater strength than any woman. Subduing her would be a trivial task. Wu Daong dismissed Lin Yun as a threat, already envisioning her as his prize. Lin Yun rolled her eyes and swung her stem rod directly at him. At that moment, the ghost vine also sprang into action, both it and Lin Yun striking at Wu Daong. Wu Daong nimbly dodged Lin Yun's blow, but was unable to evade the ghost vine's tendril that lashed out from behind him. Ah! He cried out in pain, stumbling forward, casting a frantic glance over his shoulder to see a towering vine brandishing its tendril, appearing like a specter, having seemingly materialized from nowhere. If Lin Yun were to learn of his thoughts, she would likely roll her eyes in exasperation. Why should she warn him of danger when he was already attempting to rob her? In a world like this, who was he to demand such courtesy? Fully aware of the chaotic nature of their world, Lin Yun had no intention of sparing those with ill intentions toward her. Little vine, go ahead and finish him off. He will be your lunch, she commanded. The ghost vine perked up at the suggestion. Having consumed its last meal the night before, it had been longing for a morsel, but had refrained from catching any mice, knowing they were necessary for Lin Yun's tasks. Now, however, there was a ready meal at hand. Wu Daong was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this vine was acquainted with this woman. How could a fellow survivor have such an advantage in such a short time? He gazed at Lin Yun in terror, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. Initially, he had thought her delicate and easy to overpower, but now, it was clear that she had summoned a formidable vine that obeyed her every command. The ghost vine's tendrils reached toward Wu Daong, who had just been knocked to the ground. Dinner time, it announced eagerly. Wu Daong, paralyzed with fear, dropped his fruit knife, scrambling backward with all his might. No, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the supplies I've gathered these past 2 days. Just spare my life. But the ghost vine showed no mercy, swiftly ensnaring his legs and yanking him back with force. Don't kill me. I truly made a mistake. Please let me go, he begged, his terrified screams echoing painfully through the silent street. Lin Yun observed the scene with a cold gaze, devoid of any sympathy. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps erupted nearby. It was the group of survivors who had fled the mountains with Wu Daong, drawn by his desperate cries. Upon witnessing Wu Daong's gruesome fate, they paused in shock before promptly brandishing their weapons, eyeing the ghost vine warily. They had initially assumed Wu Daong had clashed with another survivor, only to discover that the threat lay in the form of a mutated plant. They were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the mutated flora in this world and the vine before them, which was voraciously consuming Wu Daong's flesh and blood, was clearly one of the most ruthless of these aberrations. It had the capability to drain Wu Daong's life essence, and it could just as easily feast upon theirs. As long as this vine remained, they would have to endure its looming threat every single day. What puzzled them, however, was that after they established a shelter in the town yesterday and collected supplies in the vicinity, they had not encountered this vine during their earlier exploration. So, where on earth had it sprung from? Once a thought took root in their minds, a cascade of questions inevitably followed. Yesterday, the group had surveyed their surroundings, noting the presence of several mutated plants in the area. However, these plants were firmly rooted in their territories, and as long as they did not recklessly approach, the mutated flora would not pose a threat. Yet this vine was clearly not established here. It seemed to have traversed from elsewhere in search of prey. Such a mutated plant would undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult to contend with. The survivors longed to inquire about the specifics from Wu Deong, but the vine had already pierced his throat, rendering him speechless. They now regretted attempting to rescue him. Whether they could escape this place alive was uncertain. With their limited skills and weaponry, defeating this vine was an impossibility. It could easily overpower them all. Xiaodong, are you done eating? Let us go. Lin Yun could no longer bear the sight and couldn't help but exclaim. The group turned to see a young girl standing in the corner, holding a slender white stick. Her face obscured by a black mask, rendering her features indistinguishable. They had no idea how long she had been observing them, but she exuded an aura of formidable confidence. Had they not heard her calling out to the vine? The very notion that such a fierce vine belonged to that young girl was utterly terrifying. Seeing the expressions of fear etched on the survivors' faces, Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. Her impulsive outburst had evidently produced an unexpected effect, but this was fortuitous. Now that they were aware of the presence of such a ferocious vine at her side, they would think twice before scavenging in the town again. How delightful it was to wield such power. She was grateful for her earlier decision, grateful to Xiaodong. The ghost vine ensnared the desiccated body of Wu Deong, and Lin Yun, checking her task center, noted that bones also garnered points. This was a trophy she intended to carry for a while to exchange for points. It shrank with joy and scampered toward Lin Yun. This can be exchanged for points. When Lin Yun shot it a questioning look about why it was still dragging Wu Deong's corpse, the ghost vine hastily responded. Lin Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. How wonderful it was that this little vine was so attentive to her needs. She was thankful she and T overlooked the ghost vine earlier. It truly was a remarkable plant in this world. Chapter 16. Scavenging and Stockpiling. Witnessing the vine's ability to shrink further, the survivors were even more astonished and increasingly reluctant to confront them. They now understood that Lin Yun's sudden interjection was merely a warning, and Wu Deong had likely provoked the creature, resulting in his demise. Lin Yun ignored them, picked up Wu Deong's fruit knife, and departed with the ghost vine. She soon found a cleaner spot to sit and have lunch. After only consuming a sausage in the morning, her stomach was now protesting. As she opened the lid of her meal, she intended to scoop some out for the ghost vine, but suddenly realized she had no chopsticks. System, I suggest that when rewarding food as a task, it should come with utensils. Feedback received, system under improvement. Lin Yun felt content, yet she still lacked chopsticks. Surely, she couldn't eat with her hands? The ghost vine, noticing Lin Yun's lack of movement, grew anxious. Was she not going to share? That was unacceptable. They had made a pact. Are you not going to eat? Yun, it's time to eat. I don't have chopsticks, Xiaodong. Chopsticks? Were those? 2 slender sticks, Lin Yun gestured. Wait. The ghost vine extended 2 thin tendrils that stiffened, then snapped off and fell to the ground. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, somewhat at a loss. She picked up the tendrils, realizing they were indeed sturdy. Chopsticks. She placed some rice onto the lid, and the ghost vine was instantly satisfied. After their meal, the ghost vine proceeded to drain Wu Deong's corpse, leaving only a pile of bones. It dashed over to Lin Yun, eager to submit the bones. After accepting the task to submit the bones, Lin Yun glanced at the pile of bones in the corner, relieved to see that the ghost vine had done a thorough job. Had there been any remnants of strange substances, she might have felt nauseous after her meal. She recalled having read online that the human body consists of 206 bones. 10 bones equated to 2 points, meaning a complete skeleton would yield 412 points. After submitting the bones, Lin Yun left the area with the ghost vine, continuing her search for supplies. Food was out of the question. The few shelves of packages were enough for her to dismantle for a while. What she truly needed were medical supplies. Regardless of the calamity at hand, aside from food, life-saving medicine was undoubtedly of utmost importance. However, the likelihood of finding medical supplies in this small town was quite low. They had either been taken by the indigenous people or completely looted by survivors. Speaking of the indigenous people, Lin Yun couldn't help but wonder about them. In the wake of the world's sudden upheaval, had they constructed new bases suitable for human habitation, as described in novels? Shaking her head, she reminded herself that as someone who currently resided in the mountains, her interactions with the indigenous people would be limited. After walking a distance, Lin Yun stumbled upon a department store. However, the shelves were mostly barren. Nevertheless, driven by the thought that she was already there, she decided to step inside to see if there were any overlooked treasures. The ghost vine descended to the ground and swiftly entered, soon returning with the news. It's safe inside. The store's owner had kept a few potted plants, which had grown wildly after the upheaval, their leaves reaching the ceiling before sprawling horizontally. Lin Yun cast a glance at the resilient potted plants, bemused at how these greenery had survived without water. Casually scanning the shelves of the department store, she noted that it was significantly larger than the previous shop and still had a fair amount of items left. She approached to inspect the merchandise, hoping to find something useful. Xiaodong, help me clear this shelf. I want to see what's inside. Okay. The ghost vine, eager to assist, hurried over. The items on the indicated shelf were sparse, making it the perfect spot to clear for her to place her findings, thus conserving space in her backpack. While the ghost vine worked, Lin Yun began scavenging in the store. A kettle? I'll take 2. A hairdryer? I'll take 2 of those too. Power strips? Quite a few. I'll take 2. The remaining items in the department store were indeed plentiful, likely because it hadn't sold food. After realizing there was no food available, previous patrons had simply left. On the highest shelf of one section, Lin Yun discovered some plastic containers. She fetched a small stool from the side, stood on it, and began rummaging. She found that they were all disposable takeout boxes, which were perfect. Use one and toss it without a second thought, and no dishes to wash. She despised washing dishes. There were 3 styles of disposable takeout boxes, and Lin Yun collected them all, stuffing them onto the shelf that she had initially asked the ghost vine to clear. Just as she was about to turn around and pick up a few other items, a girl wielding a kitchen knife burst in from outside. The girl was startled. She had initially spotted a department store and thought to enter to see if there was anything useful, but she had not anticipated the presence of someone inside. Nervously, she stood at the entrance, caught in a moment of indecision, as there were still plenty of items within that she did not wish to abandon so easily. Lin Yun cast a quick glance up and down at her, choosing silence as she continued to gather her own necessities. With the ghost vine observing the shelf she was eyeing, she felt quite secure, noticing that the other did not reject her presence. Chun Anna breathed a sigh of relief and began selecting her desired items. However, as she approached the shelf Lin Yun was sorting through, a vine struck the ground before her, startling her once more and prompting her to retreat a few steps. The ghost vine stood atop the 4-tiered shelf, brandishing its tendril to warn her against getting too close. Chun Anna swallowed hard and glanced again at Lin Yun, who was still busy selecting items, and instantly understood. This vine was somehow related to the girl, and the items on that shelf had presumably already been chosen by her. Initially, she had thought to take from this well-stocked shelf, but now she realized it was already claimed. Lin Yun emerged with a stack of exquisite bowls and plates, placing them on the shelf. Although she commonly used disposable tableware, she recognized the necessity of having proper dishes. She also unearthed quite a few disposable chopsticks and spoons. Cramming them all in, one shelf proved insufficient. Little vine, clear this out as well, Lin Yun instructed, pointing to a neighboring shelf, which was filled to the brim and subsequently tucked into her backpack. The ghost vine swiftly placed the items on the ground, awaiting Lin Yun to deposit her supplies. After rummaging through the last row of shelves, Lin Yun found an abundance of tissues and decided to take an entire shelf with her. Though she left 2 packs on the ground, remembering the girl's earlier presence. Satisfied with the overflowing shelf, she packed it into her backpack and prepared to leave the department store. Had it not been for the limited space at her shelter, she would have loved to empty the entire store. Chapter 17, Camphor Tree. Remembering that she still needed a generator, Lin Yun contemplated searching for a hardware store nearby to see if they had one. Otherwise, she would have to venture into the city. She recalled that such items were not typically found in smaller department stores or hardware shops. Having already scrutinized the department store behind her, she knew it was a lost cause. Must you seek a generator? Our use of electricity is quite economical as it stands. What a stubborn host. Not a single point to be earned. As Chun Anna turned to the last row while still selecting items in the department store, she noticed a vacant space where a shelf had once stood. It was the shelf Lin Yun had taken that held the tissues. Upon seeing the 2 packs on the ground, she immediately connected the dots, realizing they had been left by the girl. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. A sudden, indescribable sense of grievance welled up within her. Perhaps it was akin to being in a foreign land, enduring hardships when unexpectedly someone extends a helping hand, stirring deep emotions. Chun Anna, accustomed to being pampered since childhood, now found herself thrust into this world of survival. Surrounded by the unfamiliar and feeling quite anxious. Wiping away a tear, She hastily stuffed her needed items into her backpack, having discovered a nearby location still stocked with food. She contemplated asking the girl if she would like to join her. However, after searching the department store, she could no longer find Lin Yun. The girl had already departed. Chin Anna felt a pang of disappointment, regretting that she hadn't acted more swiftly. Nevertheless, she presumed that the girl was also a survivor like herself. As long as she remained alive in this town, they would surely cross paths again. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had already traversed to another street. Although this area was in close proximity to the mountains, it had thrived before the apocalypse, bustling with life. The streets she currently roamed seemed to boast an abundance of brand-name eateries, such as a certain snow-themed restaurant and a certain Swiss establishment. However, Lin Yun refrained from entering. Even if there were still edible items inside, they would likely have long spoiled and served no purpose. Yo-yo, come quickly. The ghost vine excitedly called out twice. Lin Yun turned in the direction of the voice, spotting the vine animatedly waving its tendril in front of a towering camphor tree. The plants in this street were sparse, with only a few scattered camphor trees dotting the area. As she approached the camphor tree, she felt a powerful aura emanating from it. The tree, sensing her presence and recognizing the aura of the vine from earlier, chose to turn a blind eye to her approach. Having existed in this location for decades, it had grown quite apathetic and harbored no fondness for conflict. Yo-yo, take it down and obtain the wood crystal. It possesses one, the ghost vine eagerly pointed out, informing Lin Yun of the tree's treasure. Camphor tree. I didn't even mind this little brat disturbing my sunbathing, and yet you dare to demand I relinquish my wood crystal? How audacious! Lin Yun couldn't help but smirk. This camphor tree was clearly akin to the ghost vine. However, since it posed no threat to them, she decided to let it be. She was not a ruthless killer, willing to resort to any means for her objectives. Forget it. Forget it. It means us no harm. She scooped up the ghost vine from the ground and prepared to leave. Oh, well then. The ghost vine cast a wistful glance at the camphor tree inside, but it would not contradict Lin Yun's decision. Wait. An elderly voice suddenly called out. Lin Yun froze, swiftly turning to face the camphor tree, her eyes wide with astonishment. Could a mutated plant truly communicate with humans? Of course, direct communication with humans is impossible. You can hear me because of that little one beside you, the camphor tree clarified, having sensed Lin Yun's good nature, hence its willingness to engage. Unlike the impolite rascals from the previous day, it had promptly struck them with its branches. Is there something you need? You seek something, do you not? What might it be? As long as I know, I can direct you to it. Though she was puzzled by why the camphor tree would offer such assistance, Lin Yun did not hesitate to express her needs. I am looking for a generator, seeds, and medicine. The ghost vine, seizing the opportunity to speak with the camphor tree, slipped out of Lin Yun's pocket and swiftly climbed onto its branches. The camphor tree, recognizing the ghost vine's youth, allowed it to do as it pleased. Proceed forward. There's a hardware store over there that may have a generator, though I cannot guarantee it hasn't been taken by others. Then, take a right further ahead. There's a flower market that was quite renowned in our area. You might find the seeds you need there. As for medicine, I suspect there is none left. The townsfolk scavenged everything before departing. However, if you wish to look, you can check in the flower market area. All right, thank you. I did see bring enough water today. I shall bring some next time. Lin Yun earnestly expressed her gratitude, then called the ghost vine back and departed from the area. Following the directions provided by the camphor tree, she soon located the hardware store. The door stood wide open, revealing a chaotic scene within, with items strewn about haphazardly and a thin layer of dust covering several objects. It was uncertain how long it had been since anyone had visited. Just as she entered, before she could even search for the generator, Lin Yun spotted two skeletal remains behind a shelf. The surrounding floor bore dark stains of blood, splattered across the shelves as well. Wow, points. As Guei Tong swiftly rushed forward to gather the bones, Lin Yun let out a sigh, her mind already racing towards the grim tale behind the two corpses. The scenario was all too clear. They had likely set their sights on some weapon from the hardware store, only to engage in a deadly scramble over a meager selection, resulting in their untimely demise. As for the weapons they had fought over, Lin Yun could only surmise they had been claimed by others who came after. The hardware store boasted axes and hammers, which could be deemed commendable weapons in their own right. The two bodies yielded a total of 824 points, bringing Lin Yun's score to an impressive 766 points. After taking a leisurely stroll around the hardware store, Lin Yun retrieved a woven bag she had pilfered from a department store, filling it with items she deemed potentially useful. Unfortunately, the axes and saws were long gone, and she could find no sign of a generator. Pondering her next move, she sought out a small storage area. reasoning that essential items like generators might not be displayed prominently in a small establishment. Chapter 18. Fate in Encounter. The storage room of the hardware store was modest, approximately 30 square meters. It bore the marks of prior visits from the locals, with all readily accessible weapons having been stripped away, leaving not a trace behind. However, Lin Yun's primary objective was the generator. As she scanned the shelves, her eyes lit up upon discovering a solar-powered generator nestled in a corner. Upon closer inspection, she noted it was a solar lithium hybrid unit, equipped with 3 solar panels. Having secured her vital find for the day, Lin Yun promptly exited the hardware store. Just as she intended to head towards the flower market, a cacophony of noise erupted from the alley adjacent to the hardware store. Yo, it's the rats. They're chasing 2 humans. Upon spotting the rats, Gui Tang's excitement surged. She remembered quite well that each rat was worth 1 point, far more valuable than bones. As the footsteps grew clearer, Lin Yun swiftly concealed herself behind an abandoned car, soon witnessing 2 girls emerge in a state of panic. One of them appeared somewhat familiar. Wasn't she the girl wielding a kitchen knife from the department store? How had she found herself in a predicament with a horde of rats? Chun Anna dragged another girl along, her face etched with terror as they fled from an overwhelming swarm of rats. The unsettling sound of their incessant squeaking echoing in the air. Gui Tang urged Lin Yun within her thoughts. Yo, let us spring into action. So many rats mean so many points. Lin Yun hesitated momentarily, recalling her brief encounter with Chun Anna. Just then, a rat leapt towards Chun Anna's feet, baring its teeth as it lunged for her leg, prompting a terrified scream from her. Lin Yun clicked her tongue, stowing her backpack and brandishing a stick as she dashed forward, swinging at the nearest rat to the ponytail girl. Gui Tang descended to the ground, unleashing her vines to ensnare several rats, the pointed tendrils driving into their heads with force. The rats struggled briefly before succumbing to silence. Observing this, Chun Anna and her companion regained their composure, seizing their weapons to join the fray against the rats. United in their efforts, the rat horde was gradually dispatched. Panting heavily, Chun Anna turned to Lin Yun with gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Yao Ainen and I would have surely met our end at the mouths of those rats. Lin Yun nodded, urging them to leave quickly. We need to get out of here. There are more rats in this town than just those. After submitting her spoils to the system, Lin Yun counted a total of 21 rats, earning herself 21 points. As she prepared to depart, Chun Anna called out to her. You submitted all the rats, right? You saved us. The points should belong to you. Yao Ainen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that points paled in comparison to their lives. Moreover, Lin Yun exuded strength. Accompanied by a mutated vine, forming an alliance with her could prove beneficial. Lin Yun glanced back at them, not refusing their offer. She submitted all the rats, amassing a total of 26 points when combined with her previous 18. By the way, I discovered some corn nearby. Would you like to join me in gathering it? Chun Anna extended the invitation, seizing the moment. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Chun Anna's intentions. They were mere acquaintances, and now she was being invited to explore a cornfield? Noticing Lin Yun's silence, Chun Anna quickly clarified. I mean no offense. I just think that in this world, it's tough for us girls. Since we've crossed paths, it feels like fate. If we could support each other, that would be wonderful. Yao Ainen had come to this realization after her own encounter with Chun Anna, who had helped her during a rat attack. Unfortunately, the situation had escalated, forcing them to flee until they encountered Lin Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun checked the time and replied, Not today. I have other matters to attend to. How about tomorrow? We can meet at the department store. Chun Anna pressed eagerly. Sure, Lin Yun acquiesced. After all, corn was a precious commodity. It would be foolish to decline sustenance. Once they parted ways, Yao Ainen quietly asked, Do you know her? Not really, but we've met once, Lin Yun replied. Yao Ainen refrained from probing further, respecting Lin Yun's privacy. Lin Yun hurried towards the flower market. Time was of the essence, and she needed to return to the mountain before dusk fell for safety's sake. The small clinic mentioned by the camphor tree was situated right in front of the flower market. Upon entering, she found the shelves stripped bare, remnants of chaos littering the floor. As was her routine, she searched for any overlooked items. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered several bottles of allergy medication amidst the shattered cabinets, though she was uncertain if they were still viable in this world. Nevertheless, she decided to keep them, intending to inquire with the system later. It would merely cost a few points. The clinic also housed a traditional Chinese medicine room, which Lin Yun explored. Perhaps due to the complexities of procuring such remedies in a post-apocalyptic world, many were deterred by the sight of traditional medicine. Leaving the room surprisingly intact, she opened a few drawers, finding some herbs still in good condition, although a number were moldy and unusable. However, her knowledge of Chinese medicine was limited. She only recognized names and their general effects, lacking the expertise to combine them effectively. After browsing the other departments of the small clinic, Lin Yun exited with a sense of disappointment. The sky was darkening, and if she were to enter the flower market now, she might not return to the mountain in time. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately abandoned the idea of exploring the flower market, knowing that other mutated plants awaited her inside. Lingering too long would jeopardize her safety. Glancing towards her destination, Lin Yun hurried towards the shelter. Along the way, she encountered no further incidents, quickly reaching the vicinity of Gue Tang's territory. Once inside, she let out a sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally easing. Yo-yo, you head back. I'm off to hunt, Gue Tang announced, leaping from Lin Yun's shoulder. Having gone all day without a meal, she had yet to encounter any prey near her territory. All right, but remember to return early and stay safe, Lin Yun replied. I know, Gue Tang retorted before swiftly disappearing from sight, while Lin Yun made her way back into the shelter. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, she casually washed her dirty garments, hanging them on the nearby vines to dry. Chapter 19, The Basement. After examining the condition of the star tea tree, Lin Yun found it to be rather satisfactory. She applied some moisture to its roots and decided to leave it be for the time being. The general store lacked flower pots, so she resolved to procure some from the flower market the following day to provide the star tea tree with a new home. Just a little patience, she assured it. Tomorrow she would secure a flower pot for you. With a gentle pat on the trunk of the star tea tree, Lin Yun settled onto her bed and called out, System, have you given any thought to my request? The system suspected that Lin Yun had anticipated the feedback from the main system, having refrained from inquiring during the day, instead choosing to wait for its response. The maximum acquisition limit can only be raised to 1,000. It cannot be removed entirely, as that would be unfair to other survivors. This is the utmost authority the system can grant you. Moreover, if you can guarantee that you will continue to prioritize system acquisitions in the next world, the system can offer you a 20 square meter basement. Of course, the basement, like the shelter, can be expanded and will accompany the shelter to the next world. However, there is a prerequisite. Your shelter must reach 10 square meters to unlock the basement. May I be so bold as to inquire if the basement will function as described in novels, preserving items and such? Lin Yun pressed further. Indeed, the time within the basement is stagnant. So will you expand? Suddenly, Lin Yun felt a twinge of discomfort in her teeth. Her current shelter measured 7 square meters, and expanding it by 3 square meters would cost her 150 points, a sum she was reluctant to part with. You have 3 minutes to deliver it. Otherwise, the privileges of the basement will be rescinded. The system issued a stern ultimatum. Lin Yun gritted her teeth, realizing the system had her firmly in its grasp. Fine. Expand by 3 square meters. Understood. Points have been deducted. The shelter is currently under expansion. A veil of white mist enveloped the vines before her. As the expansion took place, expansion completed, the shelter instantly grew larger, now measuring 33 square meters, with the additional square meter situated opposite the bathroom. The basement has been unlocked. Its entrance is located in the newly added space across from the bathroom. Wonderful. Lin Yun eagerly rose, carefully maneuvering around the star tea tree to open the basement door. The door was a plank entwined with vines, easily lifted with a gentle tug. Descending the stairs, she immediately noticed that the temperature in the basement was cooler than that of her shelter above. Could it be due to the time being suspended? As she surveyed the basement, she noted that it had a layout of approximately 45 square meters and a height of about 3 meters. The system was indeed generous, though she was aware it was merely to turn her into a laboring beast. Well, if work was to be done, she had her own means of exploiting the situation. The items in her backpack could be arranged as Lin Yun desired, and she placed 2 of them against the wall on the 5-meter side. From the general store, she retrieved 4 shelves, which she meticulously arranged. She wished to avoid overcrowding the basement, so she only took out 2 additional delivery shelves to place against the wall, mindful of the staircase that could make the space feel cramped. In the corners, she neatly arranged the clothes she had salvaged from the clothing store, taking a few pieces upstairs to use as pillows. It was then that she remembered her oversight regarding pillows. She must not forget to procure one when she ventured out tomorrow. Having slept flat on her back the previous night left her, a habitual pillow user, feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon returning to the shelter, the ghost vine had come back from foraging outside, aware of its dirty state, and promptly dashed to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, it cleaned itself before emerging to exclaim, I'm back for my meal. I brought backbones too, they're outside. Not only that, But the ghost vine also had its main vine excavate leftover bones from its territory, waiting for Lin Yun to submit them for points. All right, we shall submit them tomorrow. Hey, the space has expanded? The ghost vine marveled at the newly available area. Yes, and there is even a basement. But you must show me what you brought back before bringing it inside, all right? Lin Yun pointed to the additional space behind the star tea tree. The ghost vine understood, moving over to pull back the vine-covered board with its tendrils to inspect the contents that Lin Yun had placed within. Gulme, help me move this to the table. Lin Yun beckoned, and together they relocated the star tea tree to a spot beside the table, making the shelter feel significantly larger. Little vine, could you fetch a few woven bags from the basement for me? Lin Yun had taught the ghost vine a few things, and it was quick to remember. Laying the bags on the floor, she sat cross-legged, ready to indulge in her desire to unpack her deliveries. The ghost vine climbed onto a delivery box, intently watching Lin Yun's movements as she opened the packages. The knife she used for unwrapping was a fruit knife she had taken back from Wu Daong. Though rusty, it still sufficed for the task. She did not discard the delivery boxes, carefully setting them aside for future use. The first item she unwrapped was a bottle of body lotion, unsure of its expiration status. By the way, system, what is the current date in this world? Blue Star Calendar, August 28th, 2125. Upon receiving the response, Lin Yun promptly checked the production date on the body lotion. January 17th, 2125. Excellent. It hasn't expired. This date is still quite fresh. However, based on this date, it appeared that the mutations of plants and animals likely occurred after January or February. Shaking off her thoughts, Lin Yun continued to unwrap another package. Now that she was aware of the current date, certain items could be utilized to enhance her comfort. The second package contained a stack of N95 masks, a valuable find indeed. Just as she was about to reach for the third package, the ghost vine handed her an already open one. She glanced at the marks on it, realizing it had been punctured with the sharp tip of its tendril. Although the delivery box was slightly misshapen, the ghost vine had indeed exerted effort. Inside were 2 packs of wet wipes, a delightful bonus. Pulling out a wet wipe, Lin Yun carefully cleaned the item she had just unwrapped and instructed the ghost vine to retrieve a few small square baskets to hold the unpacked goods. Setting the baskets aside, the ghost vine seemed to have developed a penchant for unwrapping packages, stealthily taking the fruit knife to continue the task. Once finished, it placed the items beside Lin Yun's legs for her to inspect. Lin Yun mused, well, having assistance is fine. There are still plenty of packages in the basement. Chapter 20, Behemoths and the Teasing of Food. After unwrapping a substantial batch of deliveries, Lin Yun had amassed a considerable haul. Tissues, candies, laundry detergent, shower gel, shampoo, and an array of other items. Most importantly, she had secured the most essential item for women, sanitary pads. Though they were not her usual brand, in this situation, any availability was better than none. Using the vine baskets, she organized her daily necessities and placed any non-expired, intact snacks into another basket. Among the unpacked items were also some facial masks and cosmetics. While she did not currently wear makeup, she decided to keep them for potential future use. The system can recycle expired items. And how many points will that yield? For those items you just sorted, it's 2 points. Could you not increase that amount? They are expired, so it remains at 2 points. Very well. Lin Yun sighed, conceding that having someone to tidy up the refuse without her having to dispose of it was indeed a relief. She retrieved a broom from the basement, sweeping the floor to tidy up before contemplating what other tasks needed completing that day. Indeed, she needed to wash 2 or 3 sets of clothing, for she harbored no desire to remain in a state of discomfort. Fortuitously, she had laundry detergent at hand, and so Lin Yun promptly settled in the bathroom to wash everything that required cleansing. Even the ghost vine was not spared, as Lin Yun seized it and thoroughly washed it with shower gel. When the ghost vine emerged from the bathroom, it felt utterly fragrant, its spirits lifted, and it immediately scuttled over to the star tea tree to boast of its freshness. The star tea tree responded with a dismissive, neurotic. The vines outside had long been modified by the ghost vine, allowing it to hang clothes on makeshift drying racks. The necessary toiletries were neatly arranged in the bathroom. Yet, Lin Yun stood there, feeling as if something was amiss, though she could not quite recall what it was. Thus, she resolved to let it be and accepted the situation as it was. She filled a cup with water from the faucet, plucked 2 leaves from the star tea tree, and tossed them into the cup, intending to enjoy the brew come morning. Once she was certain that nothing had been overlooked, Lin Yun finally lay down to rest. The ghost vine, having played for a while, soon succumbed to boredom. Seeing Lin Yun fast asleep, it could no longer suppress its desire to venture into the wild. After stealthily slipping out of their shelter, the ghost vine made a beeline for the location of its new friend from the previous night. It sought to flaunt its newfound cleanliness to the bald dandelion, exclaiming, "My master has made me fragrant. I am no longer on the same level as you wild plants." The bald dandelion retorted, "Scram. I won't. Hee." The ghost vine joyfully bounced around the bald dandelion. Indeed, the bald dandelion had lost all its seeds to the wind, and the ghost vine had nearly failed to recognize it as a dandelion yesterday, hence the fitting nickname. "Oh, bald one, how many plants possess your level of intelligence?" The bald dandelion was the first friend the ghost vine had made aside from Lin Yun, so it refrained from being hostile. "What are you up to?" the dandelion asked warily. Although they had only known each other for 2 nights, it was evident that the ghost vine was not up to anything good. The ghost vine perked up, declaring, "I'm going hunting for my master." "But humans eat meat, right? When did they start eating grass?" Do not blame the dandelion for its ignorance. It had grown in the forest and had not encountered humans, knowing only what it had heard from other plants or animals. However, the dandelion was unaware that it could not roam freely like the ghost vine. Each time it saw the ghost vine scampering about with its tendrils, it felt a pang of envy. Alas, it could only envy, with no answers forthcoming. The ghost vine reluctantly returned to the shelter, lying flat like a vine pancake, and awaiting dawn. In the town, the colossal beast that had appeared the previous night resurfaced. It had sought out the town, but had only tracked down the survivor's shelter, where it scoured the vicinity, but found no one and had to depart. However, the beast did not venture far, convinced that humans lingered nearby. Aware of the humans' keen vigilance, it hid itself, biding its time. When it dawned, not long after it caught a whiff of a scent, a commotion arose. Chun Feng had just settled down for sleep when he heard noises outside his door. Having installed external visibility and soundproofing features using his points during the day, he was immediately roused by the disturbance. Cautiously, he leaned toward the peephole, alert for the source of the sound. In the darkness, he glimpsed a massive shadow. Chun Feng recognized it as a mutated creature, and a highly intelligent one at that. He acutely sensed that the shadow was searching for something, and given that he was the only survivor nearby, what it sought was quite evident. This realization terrified Chun Feng, prompting him to remain awake, vigilantly monitoring the outside activity. Once the noises subsided, he waited a while longer, confirming that the shadow had indeed departed before exhaling a sigh of relief. Fatigue soon followed, and after stifling 2 yawns, he could no longer resist the urge to collapse into bed and sleep. However, Chun Feng's routine was quite regimented, and he awoke promptly at the designated hour. After preparing himself, he approached the peephole once more to observe the situation outside, wary that the creature might return unexpectedly. After a lengthy period of waiting, he finally dared to open the door. "It's good that it's gone," Chun Feng reassured himself, as he lacked any formidable weapon, and the shadow appeared quite formidable, far beyond his capacity to confront. He cautiously descended the staircase, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, though a tinge of fear lingered that the colossal beast might return. He had no choice but to seek out supplies. In truth, it was nearly time. The moment he opened the door, the beast took notice, stealthily creeping forward, hiding in the shadows to watch the cautious and comical human, a smirk of derision curling its lips. These humans are truly amusing. How can their caution be of any use? Ultimately, they all end up in my belly. The beast deliberately made a noise, startling Chun Feng into raising his weapon. But upon scanning his surroundings and finding nothing, he tightened his grip on his weapon and uneasily exited the building. After toying with the human a few times, the beast relished the thrill of the hunt, finding great satisfaction in the act of taunting its prey. Once it had had its fill of amusement, the beast descended with merciful intent, ending Chun Feng's life and claiming him as today's meal. The beast licked its lips, savoring the delectable morsel it had just consumed. Knowing that there were still many humans within the town, it resolved to feast upon one each day henceforth. Moreover, it would delight in taunting them before each meal. What a splendid arrangement. The beast joyfully flicked its tail and retraced its steps back up the mountain, eagerly awaiting the onset of nightfall. And thus it returned. Chapter 21. Yaoanin is targeted. The beast inhaled deeply, discerning the scent of humans in the air. As it continued to sniff, it suddenly paused. Was there a human making their way up the mountain? What was happening? Never mind. It would investigate later, as it needed to return to the mountain after its meal anyway. After taking another careful whiff, the beast locked onto a direction. It had chosen its prey for the day, following the scent to the last location where the human had vanished. The beast refrained from startling its quarry as it had done the previous day, instead finding a suitable spot to lie in wait until dawn. Anticipating the arrival of its meal, Yaoanin awoke, hurriedly attending to her hygiene and preparing herself for she needed to seek out Chun Anna. They had arranged to visit the cornfield together. She wondered when that girl from yesterday would arrive, as they needed to get there early to wait. The moment she stepped outside the shelter, Yao Enin sensed a piercing gaze upon her. A chill ran down her spine, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Her sixth sense warned her that something was amiss in her surroundings. She quickly retreated back into the shelter, too frightened to venture out again. Although the gaze was not overtly apparent, she could still feel its presence. After being selected for entry, her drop-off point had been near the town, unlike Lin Yun and her companions. Their group of survivors had been placed not far from the town, with the city looming behind them. They had watched in dismay as mutated creatures passed by them, racing toward the city. Yao Enin was acutely aware that the town was home to numerous mutated creatures. For reasons unknown, these creatures seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, hastening toward the city. Although many of the creatures had gazed at them with ferocity akin to that of predators eyeing their prey, it was peculiar that they did not attack. Instead, they merely rushed past them toward the city. Yao Enin's memory of that scene remains particularly vivid. Those pairs of crimson eyes, fixed upon her like the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey, haunted her with nightmares throughout the previous night. Thus, when that familiar gaze re-emerged, she instantly took notice. A chill surging through her heart. A sense of panic enveloped her. She was uncertain if the mutated creatures that had fled towards the city had returned. If that were the case, their fate as survivors would be perilous. Those beasts possessed a far greater understanding of the town than they, the outsiders. Encountering mutated plants would be manageable since they were confined to their rooted territories, but mutated animals that could leap and run were infinitely more terrifying. At that moment, Yao Enin recalled Chun and Na, who had arranged to go corn picking with her and another girl. Yet now, with mutated animals lurking, she could not leave the shelter. Moreover, she had no idea whether more mutated creatures had returned from the city. This thought filled her with dread, causing her to pace anxiously within the confines of the shelter. Meanwhile, a lurking giant beast, observing its chosen prey retreating, felt a surge of frustration as it vanished from sight. It was irked by the apparent lack of awareness of the human's role as sustenance. No longer concealing itself, it emerged from the shadows, eager to discover where its selected food had scurried off to. However, after searching where the human had disappeared for some time, it found no trace of its meal. The giant beast fixated on the entrance where the human had vanished, retreating back into the darkness. It had time to spare and was willing to wait. Within the shelter, a wave of profound terror suddenly washed over Yao Enin, as if an invisible hand were tightening its grip around her heart. She realized it was the mutated creature outside that had set its sights on her. Had it discovered her presence? No, she was safe within the shelter. The system had assured her that she was entirely secure as long as she did not let panic drive her to open the door. Huddling in a corner, she trembled and wrapped her arms around herself, fully aware that the mutated creatures outside could not enter. Yet, her fear remained unquenchable. Simultaneously, she worried for Chun and Na and Lin Yun, who had saved her life. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yun and Chun and Na were completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding nearby. Lin Yun prepared herself, pouring the water brewed with star tea from yesterday into an outdoor cup, stowing it in her backpack. She also filled 2 large bowls, pilfered from the general store, with water, placing them in her bag as a promise to the camphor tree. After removing the unprocessed package from her bag and placing it in the shelter, she gathered the clothes drying outside before finally stepping out. However, she did not forget to retrieve the solar panel and ensure it was positioned properly for charging. As she made her way down the mountain towards the town, she spent 4 points at the points market to purchase 2 buns. Fortune smiled upon her today, as one bun was filled with meat and the other with seaweed. The ghost vine perched on Lin Yun's shoulder, upon seeing the food, eagerly prodded her with its tendrils. With a sigh, she broke off half to share with it. The ghost vine rejoiced, leaping with delight. Upon reaching the town, Lin Yun proceeded directly to the general store she had visited yesterday. From a distance, she spotted Chun and Na peeking out from the store, her head bobbing cautiously. Glancing at the time, she noted it was just past 7:30, indeed very early for her. Upon seeing Lin Yun emerge from the street corner, Chun and Na exhaled in relief and waved for her to hurry over. However, Lin Yun noticed a peculiar expression on Chun and Na's face, her brow furrowed, prompting her to quicken her pace. Once inside the store, before Lin Yun could utter a word, Chun and Na urgently declared, "Yao Enin is in trouble. I forgot to mention the time yesterday, and I didn't know when you would arrive. I arranged to meet Yao Enin here at 7 this morning, but half an hour has passed, and she hasn't shown up. She is not the type to be late, Something must have happened. Lin Yun furrowed her brow. Chun and Na's words indeed raised concerns about Yaonin's safety. After all, they were supposed to go corn picking today. In a town so scarce of food, no one would refuse corn. Noticing the ghost vine fidgeting on Lin Yun's shoulder, Chun and Na cautiously spoke. I know my request is unreasonable, but could you accompany me to search for Yaonin? I'm not certain if you will agree, but I have no other options. I found a patch of corn. I'll give you half. No, 2/3. Regardless of whether we find Yaonin or manage to save her, you'll receive 2/3. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow at the offer of 2/3. All right, let us go. With Lin Yun's agreement, Chun and Na sighed in relief. Although she understood that her actions might be deemed altruistic by others, she simply could not bear to watch a friend in distress. Hence, regardless of others' opinions, she felt compelled to seek a solution, for she owed it to her conscience. Yesterday, during a casual chat with Yaonin, they had exchanged rough directions to their respective shelters. Therefore, Chun and Na led Lin Yun towards the direction Yaonin had indicated. Lin Yun was somewhat surprised to discover how well acquainted Chun and Na was with Yaonin, to the point of knowing the locations of each other's shelters. However, this was of little concern to her. She would never disclose her shelter's location to anyone. Yet, as they approached Yaonin's shelter, Lin Yun soon realized that Chun and Na did not truly know where it was. She seemed to be following only a general direction. The closer they got to Yaonin's shelter, the more uneasy the ghost vine became, sensing a familiar aura. Why you? Retreat, don't advance. Lin Yun instantly halted in her tracks. Noticing Lin Yun's sudden stop, Chun and Na anxiously turned back, fearing Lin Yun had reconsidered, and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Let us step back and find a place to hide and assess the situation. The ghost vine senses something amiss nearby," Lin Yun urged, pulling Chun and Na into a shop with wide-open doors. Little vine? Lin Yun glanced at the ghost vine that had settled on the ground. The ghost vine turned back. Adopting a mature tone, "I'll scout ahead. You two must not approach." Seeing Lin Yun nod, the ghost vine ventured out to investigate. Why is it gone? What's wrong around here? Since Lin Yun sensed something was off, Chun and Na harbored no doubts. She trusted Lin Yun, who had assisted her twice. The establishment they entered was a quaint restaurant, where Lin Yun discreetly took a seat in a hidden spot, declaring, "While it investigates, we should wait here. If all goes well, Yaonin should be nearby." Upon hearing this, Chun and Na felt a wave of relief, as long as Yaonin was close. She truly feared not being able to locate her. The ghost vine wandered further ahead, cautiously investigating, only to discover that it was the ill-tempered gray wolf. It had encountered that mutated gray wolf before. During a previous encounter, the wolf had brazenly snatched its kill while it was feasting, catching the ghost vine off guard in its own territory. Enraged, it had lashed out with its tendrils, striking the wolf countless times. Yet the creature stubbornly clung to its prey, dragging it out of the ghost vine's domain, infuriating it further. Subsequently, the gray wolf would occasionally return to cause trouble, driving away any nearby food, as if fearing the ghost vine might satiate its hunger. Do not presume it is unaware. That wretched gray wolf seeks vengeance for the grievances of yore. However, it seems that in subsequent days, the gray wolf has found some new diversion, preying upon other creatures, and has seldom returned to trouble it. Gaitang seethed with indignation, pondering why this aura felt so familiar. It dawned on him that it was this old nemesis. This time, he must eradicate that gray wolf. It had been perpetually famished during that period, nearly succumbing to starvation. With a cold huff, he turned back to seek Lin Yun. He intended to lodge a complaint with her. Random quest. Eliminate and deliver the mutated gray wolf. 1 quest difficulty. C-level quest reward. Random food X5. Lin Yun was taken aback. How the quest suddenly materialized. Yet, the reward was undeniably enticing. 5 portions of random food. What say you? Will you accept the random quest? Lin Yun bit her lip, pondering the formidable nature of a gray wolf. Surely it would not be an easy foe. Wolves are notorious for their grudges. If she failed to vanquish it in one fell swoop, it would undoubtedly stalk her relentlessly in the days to come. I accept. Random quest accepted. Please complete the quest within the next 5 days. Failure to complete the quest incurs no penalties. A time constraint? However, since there were no penalties for failure, it was not a significant concern. At that moment, Gaitang also returned. He animatedly recounted the details of the mutated gray wolf and their long-standing enmity. Lin Yun finally understood why the system had presented her with a quest prompt. Chun Anna observed quietly, and as she saw Gaitang had finished relaying the situation to Lin Yun, she stepped forward to inquire, "What's the situation?" "There's a mutated gray wolf nearby. If all goes as expected, it has set its sights on Yaonin." Tang has already located its precise position. I need to check it out. Are you coming? Lin Yun was determined to go, having accepted the quest. Anna, curious about her choice, decided to join as well. After all, a mutated gray wolf was no trivial adversary. Let's go. I'm in, Anna declared resolutely. Lin Yun was genuinely astonished. She hadn't expected Anna to go to such lengths for someone she had just met. One might think they had known each other for ages. I am Lin Yun. Anna paused, suddenly realizing she did not know the other girl's name. I am Anna. Let us move. They followed Tang cautiously toward the location of the mutated gray wolf. The mutated gray wolf perked its ears, sensing the approach of three little mice. However, it was not interested in these insignificant intruders. Its intended prey was not them. Yet, should they dare to present themselves, its gaze fixated on the entrance, prepared to engage in a battle of endurance. Yao Nn's sanctuary was bound to a residential building on the first floor, while the mutated gray wolf lay concealed in the shadows cast by a massive plant nearby. After being bound to Lin Yun, Tang's growth level required it to align with the sanctuary, but its strength had indeed increased significantly. At this moment, it could conceal its form and stealthily approach the mutated gray wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Anna remained at a distance, observing without rashly advancing. Tang stealthily approached the mutated gray wolf, waiting for the opportune moment before striking with a vine. The mutated gray wolf reacted swiftly, evading the attack with a side leap, and then lunged ferociously at Tang. Tang immediately enlarged itself, deftly twisting its body as its vines lashed out against the mutated gray wolf, inflicting a series of bloody gashes upon it. The gray wolf roared in fury, its sharp claws leaving marks on Tang's vines, only to realize that this vine belonged to the infamous Tang from the mountain. Tang, you managed to come down from the mountain. Tang paid no heed to the gray wolf, continuing to whip its vines in the direction of the mutated beast. Chapter 23. The mutated gray wolf flees. Seeing Tang embroiled in a fierce struggle, Lin Yun made a swift decision, drawing out a staff to join the fray, occasionally tossing explosive sunflower seed from her backpack toward the mutated gray wolf. Anna, not to be outdone, brandished her kitchen knife, cautiously closing in. The gray wolf, besieged from all sides, was already in a precarious state. It was evident to it that these humans were the cause of its plight. It was this reckless Tang that dared to venture from the mountain. The human wielding the stick was inflicting considerable pain with those explosive devices, leaving numerous wounds on its body. It realized that if this continued, it would surely perish here. With this thought, the mutated gray wolf swiftly made a decision. Spotting an opening in Lin Yun's defense, it abruptly accelerated toward her. Lin Yun's heart sank, and she quickly sidestepped while swinging her weapon. Just then, the door to Yao Nn's sanctuary swung open, and she dashed out, weapon in hand, joining the fray. However, the gray wolf's charge toward Lin Yun was merely a ruse. Its true intention was to escape. As for these three humans, it took note of them. Once its wounds had healed, it would surely return to transform them into its next meal. Tang had anticipated that this creature would attempt to flee, enraged. It was ready to pursue and finish it off when Lin Yun intervened. We cannot catch that mutated gray wolf. Let us not pursue it for now. As long as it remains in town, there will always be an opportunity to slay it. The mutated gray wolf stood nearly 2 meters tall. Had she not possessed explosive sunflower seeds and the staff, she would have been reluctant to confront it directly. Preventing Tang from continuing the chase was somewhat concerning. She feared that the wolf might resort to a desperate fight, leading to a mutual demise, which would be a grave miscalculation. Though Tang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, it still heeded Lin Yun's words and refrained from pursuing. Are you all right? Yao Nnen asked anxiously, having been filled with surprise upon seeing them through the peephole of her sanctuary. Yet, she was equally worried. She feared that her presence might lead to their tragic demise, prompting her to dash out with her weapon at the ready. Anna, now reassured, replied, Don't worry, we're fine. If it hadn't been for Lin Yun's promise to come, I might have been carried off by that gray wolf as its meal. Anna was not one to take all the credit. She understood that Lin Yun was formidable, flanked by Tang and other weapons. The explosive devices she had just tossed spoke volumes of her capabilities. A hint of envy flickered within her, yet remained merely that. Yao Nnen, coming to her senses, hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Lin Yun, exclaiming, Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been trapped in the sanctuary. I was about to head out when I sensed something was amiss. It was not my intention to be late. She quickly recounted the events that had transpired since their arrival the previous day. Both Chen Anna and Lin Yun were survivors who had been dropped on the mountain. However, at that time, Chen Anna had been situated farther from Lin Yun, and they had not noticed each other. All the mutated creatures have fled toward the city? Lin Yun glanced in the direction Yao Anin indicated, surprised by the revelation. No wonder the town had been so eerily quiet. She had wandered the town for an entire day, encountering only rats and mutated plants, with no animals in sight. Indeed, Yao Anin cautiously continued. However, it seems the rats did not venture into the city. That gray wolf we just encountered. Oh, Gai Tang interjected. That wolf descended from the mountain. It must have noticed us when we were dropped there 2 days ago. Lin Yun explained casually. Both Chen Anna and Yao Anin were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the gray wolf had originated from the mountain. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The town was nestled near the forest. So it was only natural for animals to descend from the mountains. It's getting late. Shall we head to the cornfield? Seeing the sudden silence enveloping the atmosphere, Chen Anna hastily redirected the conversation. Lin Yun nodded in agreement, signaling Chen Anna to lead the way. Chen Anna guided the two towards the cornfield, which was actually a spacious yard belonging to a family living near the mountains. Due to certain influences, the corn had grown remarkably tall. The presence of nearby houses concealed it from view, and being on the outskirts of the town, it would be easy to overlook if one wasn't searching carefully. She had chanced upon it while hastily descending the mountain the day before. As they reached the vicinity of the yard, the sounds of squeaking mice filled the air. Before Lin Yun could utter a word, Gui Tung darted off to hunt. Mice. Points. Gui Tung quickly returned with 3 mice, eliciting exclamations of envy from Chen Anna and Yao Anin. How capable! If only they could have such a plant, they would wake from dreams with smiles. After submitting their findings, Lin Yun poked the gate that Chen Anna had indicated with a stick. The gate opened quietly with a gentle prod. The yard was eerily quiet, as the family had specifically cultivated a small garden for growing vegetables, which was now lush and green. And there were cabbages. Chen Anna recognized the towering plants on the left side of the yard as cabbages. Oh my, and tomatoes! Such large tomatoes! Yao Anin was utterly astonished. However, since these were vegetables, mice frequently visited the area. Lin Yun strode directly into the yard, while Gui Tung had already wandered off inside. She retrieved a large woven bag, preparing to begin harvesting. There were plenty of tomatoes, and although many had been ravaged by mice, a significant number remained. Lin Yun had pilfered all the woven bags from the general store, and Chen Anna looked at the large garbage bags she and Yao Anin had collected. Feeling envious once more, they longed to cling to Lin Yun's leg, feeling that she possessed everything and was immensely powerful. One tomato was the size of a basketball, with a few even exceeding that size. Lin Yun was delighted to behold such a large tomato. It could easily suffice for 2 or 3 meals. Upon seeing Lin Yun harvesting the red fruits, Gui Tung hurried over to assist, dragging a woven bag and swiftly picking them at a speed far superior to Lin Yun's. Unaware that there were other crops besides corn, they tacitly decided that slow hands would not reap rewards. However, Chen Anna and Yao Anin had no intention of competing with Lin Yun. Both had been saved and assisted by her in one way or another. In this world, where kindness was scarce, they would never be ungrateful or engage in foolish rivalries. Chapter 24. Mutated Plants. As Lin Yun continued to harvest, something suddenly flashed before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a detailed message had popped up. Typically, detailed information for ordinary plants does not appear. Only special or previously unseen plants trigger such notifications. Tomato. Mutated species, high yield, suitable for cultivation in all soil types. Consumption enhances speed for a short duration. The phrase suitable for cultivation in all soil types struck a chord deep within her. Knowing she would encounter such treasures today, Lin Yun had come prepared with a shovel, which she had procured from a delivery box, as the general store had none. This was a military shovel. Calling Gui Tung back, she fashioned a vine pot and cautiously began to excavate the tomato plant, which stood as tall as she. Gui Tung assisted by loosening the soil, enabling Lin Yun to unearth the tomato plant. However, this plant was quite large, and if she were to find other mutated species, carrying them all back would prove cumbersome. She had no desire to flaunt several plants in public. Such exposure would attract too much attention. With that thought in mind, Lin Yun quietly called to the system. Do you have a solution? 10 points will allow you to transport today's plants. All of them? All. Deal. Deduct the points. 10 points have been deducted. Temporary space has been initiated, and the mutated tomato has been placed within the temporary space. Lin Yun did not harvest all the tomatoes, knowing that with the mutated tomato, she would not lack for tomatoes in the future. She then shifted her focus to her next target, cucumbers. The original cucumber trellis had collapsed under the weight of the growing cucumber vines. Without a structure to climb, the vines sprawled wildly across the ground. Many cucumbers had also been ravaged by mice, but a few resilient ones remained. Lin Yun sent Gui Tong to fetch another woven bag, intent on searching through the cucumber vines for any mutated cucumbers, which would be the ideal find. However, after thoroughly sifting through the cucumber vines, she regrettably found no mutated varieties. Just then, Yao Ainen called out, "Lin Jie, come quickly." Lin Yun raised her head, freeing herself from the mass of cucumber vines. "What is it?" "This." Yao Ainen excitedly pointed to a mutated eggplant on the ground and exclaimed, "Lin Jie, this is for you." Lin Yun glanced over. The detailed information for the mutated eggplant had already appeared, similar to that of the mutated tomato she had just discovered. "Keep it for yourself. It's quite easy to care for." After saying this, she turned to collect the cabbages that Chun Anna and Yao Ainen had set aside for her. "Huh, Lin Ye, you don't want it?" Yao Ainen scratched her head, surprised by Lin Yun's refusal. But that was fine. She quickly added, "All right, I'll take it back. If you ever want eggplant, just let me know." Chun Anna looked up from the cabbage patch and smiled. "See, I told you Lin Jie wouldn't want it. You didn't believe me." "Lin Ye, what a curious title." Lin Yun shook her head, finishing up with the cabbages before grabbing another woven bag to harvest the eggplants. Gui Tong, having returned with a bag of cucumbers, noticed Lin Yun picking new vegetables and immediately dashed over, exclaiming, "Let me help. Let me help." Harvesting was such a joy for the vine. In the corner, there were a few okra plants, but Lin Yun had no fondness for them. She found the slimy texture, after cooking okra, quite repulsive and had never enjoyed it. Further ahead, a small patch of cilantro and scallions grew tall, rivaling the 2-meter scallions from certain online stores. As she approached, a potent aroma assaulted her senses. Lin Yun recoiled several steps. It was the dreaded scent of cilantro. She gagged twice, truly unable to tolerate this herb. She had vowed that once she had the means, she would uproot every cilantro plant in the world. Hearing the commotion, Chun Anna and the others hurried over, whispering, "What's wrong? What's wrong, Lin Jie?" Lin Yun waved her hand, resembling someone in distress. "It's nothing. The cilantro smell is just overpowering and nauseating." Chun Anna scratched her head. "Cilantro? But I think it smells wonderful." However, out of respect for Lin Yun, she dared not voice her opinion, seeing how much Lin Yun seemed to despise cilantro. "Lin Jie, as long as you're okay, we'll continue harvesting," Yao Ainen said, not particularly fond of cilantro either, as she could smell its pungent aroma from a distance. The scent was mingled with that of scallions. Lin Yun recalled the leaves of the star tea tree and quickly retrieved 2 leaves from her pocket, inhaling their fragrance. Finally, the cilantro odor faded. She looked up at the towering cilantro, scallions, and ginger, their intensity so strong that it was no wonder the mice did not dare approach. After gathering half of the scallions and ginger, Lin Yun quickly moved forward. However, she soon fell prey to another plant's magical attack. This time, the assailant was a chili pepper. Lin Yun felt as if the sky were falling. Did the enlarged vegetables possess such formidable offensive capabilities? Not only were they pungent, but they also stung her eyes. Would you like a little perk? 10 points will exempt you from the olfactory assault of plant aromas. Go ahead and seize it. 1 to you? Ahem. 10 points? I have to deal with 10 coughs? Just like a rat. Really don't want it? Once this village passes, the shop will be gone. Yes, 10 points have been deducted, and your sense of smell and taste are temporarily shielded from the pungent assault of chili peppers. Should you require further shielding, feel free to summon the system at any time. Hearing the system's voice laced with a certain teasing tone, Lin Yun felt an urge to punch it twice. What a clever way to accumulate points. Nonetheless, after the shielding, Lin Yun indeed felt a bit more at ease. There were no mutated varieties among the scallions and ginger, and she was curious to see if the same could be said for the chili peppers. This household boasted a variety of chili species, including Jingdiao, millet pepper, and Chow Tian chili. One of the peppers, once picked, was stuffed into a woven bag, and it had grown to the size of a forearm. Just as she was about to move forward, Lin Yun suddenly noticed what seemed to be a mutated plant lurking in the corner of the cornfield not far ahead. However, this mutated species was still quite small, appearing to be in its seedling stage. Had she not caught a glimpse of it, hidden behind the towering chili plants, it would have surely gone unnoticed. Transforming pepper, mutated species, high yield, capable of producing different varieties of peppers, suitable for cultivation in all types of soil, thrives in moist conditions. Please exercise caution when consuming unfamiliar peppers. The last cautionary note piqued Lin Yun's curiosity. What did it mean by unfamiliar peppers? Could they potentially bear the same aggressive characteristics as the sunflowers she had encountered earlier? Chapter 25, Physical Pest Control. Lin Yun chose not to venture in and dig out the mutated chili herself, but rather instructed the ghost vine to do so. The space within was too confined for her, leaving the laborious task to the ghost vine. The ghost vine had long since grasped the procedure, swiftly entering to excavate the mutated chili and placing it into its prepared vine basket. The system, ever aligned with point deductions, promptly acknowledged the ghost vine's arrangement, receiving it into the temporary space. Lin Yun continued onward, arriving at their initial target. Yet, before she could even reach for the corn, she spotted several caterpillars, each as thick as her fingers, writhing upon the towering corn stalks. Lin Yun shut her eyes. How was someone like her, who held a fear of insects, supposed to cope? Ignorance was bliss, but witnessing them was akin to the sky collapsing. Her instincts warned her that encounters with these creatures would become frequent. Oh, and she still resided in the mountains. Before, her thoughts on insects had been lighthearted, but now they were anything but. At that moment, Chun Anna and Yao Anan arrived, asking Sister Lin, "Why aren't you picking?" Lin Yun pointed towards the caterpillar-laden corn. Ugh, those must be cornworms, right? I remember reading online that sweet corn attracts them, but these are truly enormous. Yao Anan, unafraid of insects, stepped closer for a better look. But we didn't see any worms while picking the other vegetables. Just as Yao Anan finished her statement, the other two began to realize something was amiss. Indeed, the previous vegetables seemed devoid of pests. The aromatic scallions and peppers had naturally been spared. However, the tomatoes and cucumbers. Lin Yun shook her head, dismissing it. Once she returned to the mountains, she would definitely flip the place upside down searching for those pest-repelling exotic plants. Little Vine, today as corn depends on you. Tasked with a significant responsibility, the ghost vine prepared to avoid direct contact with the insects, much to Lin Yun's relief. The other two, noticing Lin Yun's unease around insects, offered Sister Lin, "Let's help you pick." Before she could decline, they'd already pulled out clothes from their backpacks, wrapping themselves from head to toe to prevent any creepy crawl eyes from infiltrating. Though unafraid of insects, the thought of them burrowing into clothing was still quite repulsive. Lin Yun shook her head, but let them proceed. She set down her woven bag and picked up a stick, intending to search the small courtyard for other vegetables. The ghost vine dashed into the cornfield like an untamed horse, every tendril working tirelessly. Two of its tendrils carried the woven bag, while the rest frantically picked corn. Chun Anna Yao Anan. It seems we might not even need to help. One ghost vine was more than enough to manage the task. The ghost vine, remembering Lin Yun's instructions, stealthily separated its own harvest from theirs, only harvesting its designated portion. As it continued to pick, the ghost vine suddenly discovered a corn plant concealed amidst the field, slightly taller than Lin Yun and shockingly free of pests. Thrilled, the ghost vine couldn't call out to Lin Yun as she could not perceive the detailed information about plants. However, recognizing the distinct nature of this corn, it understood it had stumbled upon something remarkable. Without alerting Lin Yun, the ghost vine began to dig excitedly. The system had already noted the ghost vine's activity, remaining silent until the corn was placed in the basket, promptly receiving it into the temporary space. Unbeknownst to Lin Yun, she continued to stroll through the small courtyard. However, the moment she became aware of the insects, they seemed to emerge in droves, causing her considerable discomfort. Reluctantly, she yanked a handful of scallions, keeping them on her person for physical pest control. Before long, the ghost vine emerged joyfully, dragging several woven bags filled with corn. Yay, yay, yay. I found a mutated corn plant in the cornfield. You should have the system bring it out for you to see. Mutated species. Lin Yun was astonished. She hadn't expected to find one among the corn. She quickly retrieved it for inspection and confirmed it was indeed a mutated variant. Corn, mutated species, high yield, adaptable to all soil types, consuming at double satiety, capable of satisfying hunger for 24 hours. You can even request your preferred flavor of corn. You can request your preferred flavor? Lin Yun found herself at a loss for words. Were mutated plants truly this extraordinary? After securing the mutated corn, her resolve to visit the flower market only strengthened. Mutated species were a treasure. She aimed to acquire more. After a brief wait, Chun Anna and Yao Anan exited the cornfield, brushing off the insects that had somehow crept onto them before approaching Lin Yun. We've nearly finished picking as well. Should we head back now? Lin Yun nodded. Let us go. She turned to leave, her steps somewhat disordered. Chun Anna and Yao Anan burst into laughter, realizing that Lin Yun had likely intended to escape early, given the sheer number of pests in the cornfield. Once outside the vegetable courtyard, Lin Yun finally exhaled, the goosebumps on her skin gradually dissipating. I'll take my leave first. I have other matters to attend to and one to be joining you. After exchanging farewells with Chun Anna and Yao Enan, Lin Yun prepared to depart. Although reluctant to leave, they understood they were merely companions along the way. With no grounds to insist she stay. All right, let us meet again next time. We must all take care to survive. Lin Yun nodded, waving goodbye as she set off in the direction of the camphor tree. Upon passing a certain intersection, she noticed a bicycle parked outside a small shop. Lin Yun approached to test it, finding it in working condition, and promptly claimed it. She had completely forgotten to acquire a vehicle yesterday. After leaving the flower market, she felt it would be prudent to find a means of transportation. Walking was rather exhausting. With the bicycle, Lin Yun quickly approached the territory of the camphor tree. Sensing her presence, the tree, recognizing her as the girl from yesterday, greeted her before she could come near. I promised to bring you some water. Lin Yun halted beneath the camphor tree, retrieving 2 pots of water from her backpack and pouring them at its roots. Thank you. It has been quite some time since it last rained, Lin Yun mused, casting her gaze toward the sky once more. Approaching midday, the sun was becoming increasingly oppressive. She sighed. The heat had been relentless these past few days, leaving her clothes thoroughly soaked. In this world, merely surviving was a feat in itself. Who was still concerned about the rain? Indeed, she replied. Well, I must be on my way. I had intended to visit the flower market yesterday, but did not have a chance. Take care, came the response. The flower market is filled with a plethora of plants, some of which may be quite aggressive. It's a considerable distance away, and I am not entirely familiar with the situation there, so do exercise caution. Chapter 26, The Flower Market. Lin Yun nodded in agreement and mounted her bicycle, heading toward the flower market. The camphor tree observed her departure with quiet detachment before resuming its slumber. Upon arriving at the entrance of the flower market, the ghost vine instantly became alert. Sensing the presence of other mutated plants within, Lin Yun gazed at the verdant growth spilling out, realizing that this flower market would present a formidable challenge. Yo-yo, she addressed the ghost vine, there are mutated plants inside. I will venture in to assess the situation. You stay here and do not wander off. I shall return shortly. The ghost vine gently patted her shoulder, providing careful admonitions. All right, Lin Yun acquiesced, suddenly feeling like the real child in this scenario. The ghost vine dropped from her shoulder, swiftly darting into the flower market. Lin Yun secured her bicycle and scrutinized the exterior of the market. However, the abundance of plants obscured her view, and the interior was a riot of blooming flowers and flourishing potted greenery. Yet her primary objective was to seek out seeds, and she was uncertain if any remained. She glanced up at the large characters above the market entrance, realizing it was labeled the agricultural trade market. Nevertheless, she would continue to refer to it as the flower market. To her left upon entering were several shops selling various potted plants. Many of these plants had undergone significant mutations, growing to sizes far beyond their original forms. Without human intervention, they thrived wildly, their twisted shapes seemingly demonstrating their robust vitality. The shop on her right was obscured, its door closed and its sign shrouded by the encroaching greenery from its neighboring store. There were no plants at its entrance. And after a moment's contemplation, Lin Yun cautiously approached, gripping her stick tightly in case of any untoward occurrences. As she reached the entrance, she lifted her stick to clear the greenery from a sign above. Through the gap she created, she discerned one of the characters, seeds. It seemed she had found the seed shop within the flower market. However, the plants that had crawled over the entrance belonged to the neighboring or opposite shop, leaving her uncertain about whom to call for entry. Wait a moment. I just realized, she suddenly recalled. I forgot to bring back that ivy before going to bed last night. Lin Yun squinted, pondering whether the ivy believed it had been forgotten. Indeed, her intuition was correct. In her haste to return to the shelter yesterday, she had inadvertently left the ivy behind, which anxiously awaited her return until darkness fell. When night enveloped the world and the dreaded human had not come back for it, the ivy breathed a sigh of relief, thinking perhaps the human had merely been jesting and had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Lin Yun scoffed, vowing to retrieve it once her business at the flower market was concluded. With no one to open the door, she resolved to take a more forceful approach. After all, in this world of endless survival, what need was there for decorum? Retrieving a few explosive sunflower seeds from her backpack, she stepped back slightly and hurled one toward the lock at the center of the roll-up door. A tremendous explosion ensued, creating a large hole in the door. Upon hearing the commotion, the ghost vine swiftly severed the mutated plant beneath it, dragging the corpse of the mutated plant toward Lin Yun. What is happening? What's going on? It queried, perplexed. It had merely gone to deal with a mutated plant, and now Lin Yun seemed to be embroiled in a confrontation. Who was the audacious foe that dared to threaten its yo-yo? I'm coming. Hang in there. The ghost vine cried out. Lin Yun glanced at the hole, realizing it was not an easy entry point, and thus tossed another seed through. Yo-yo, don't be afraid. I'm coming. What? Lin Yun turned to see the ghost vine rushing back. Wait, weren't you just fighting? It questioned. Not at all. I found the seed shop, but the door wouldn't open, so I merely tossed a couple of sunflower seeds. Lin Yun replied innocently. Oh, all right then, the ghost vine brightened. Relieved that Yo-Yo had not engaged in combat, it hurriedly assisted Lin Yun in fully opening the roll-up door, which now bore 2 large holes. By the way, Yo-Yo, take a look at this mutated plant. I'm unsure if it contains any wood crystals, the ghost vine said, dragging the deceased, mutated plant over as if showcasing a trophy. This was a geranium, and judging by its former size, it had likely been quite substantial before succumbing to the ghost vine's onslaught, now withered and desiccated. You did remarkably well, Lin Yun exclaimed, then instructed the system to scan for any wood crystals. Found one. Would you like to submit it? Yes, please submit. Wood crystal submitted. 1. Task progress. 15. Please continue to strive. Lin Yun retrieved the ghost vine, placing it upon her shoulder. You truly are impressive. This geranium indeed contained a wood crystal. The ghost vine, satisfied, waved its tendrils in a display of joy. The seed shop was devoid of any extraneous plants, with no greenery encroaching from outside. The shop's facilities remained intact, and the seeds were neatly arranged on the display shelves. Lin Yun did not linger to examine them closely, instead shaking out her woven bag and filling it with seeds. This seed shop was indeed well stocked, and Lin Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After stowing several large bags of seeds in her backpack, she realized that she had accomplished the majority of her day's mission. The coming days would be dedicated to eliminating that mutated gray wolf. It didn't necessarily need to be killed, but she would leave it to fate. Emerging from the seed shop, Lin Yun glanced into the depths of the flower market. Since she was already there, she felt a twinge of curiosity to explore further. However, the overwhelming number of plants made her hesitant. Fear not, Yo-Yo. I shall protect you, the ghost vine declared, leaping to the ground and increasing its size, displaying its formidable prowess. The surrounding plants, sensing the intense aura, instinctively recoiled to preserve their lives. Very well. I shall rely on you, little vine. I'll treat you to a whole bun tonight. Excellent. The mention of buns sent the ghost vine into a frenzy of excitement as it shielded Lin Yun while they ventured deeper. Lin Yun scanned the area, pausing only when encountering mutated plants. Hydrangea, mutated species, long flowering period, prefers shade, neglect to water, and it may wither before your eyes. Staring at it seems to enhance one's mood. Pennywort, mutated species, loves to bloom, prefers sunlight. Compliment it, and it might explode with growth. Also, it seems to be pleading, water, water. Where's the water? Why is there no water? Lin Yun twitched the corner of her mouth at the peculiar, yet intriguing information, finding it rather amusing and worth further exploration. If she encountered any exceptional specimens, she might consider taking them back to nurture, despite her somewhat limited shelter. Chapter 27, Weeping Red Layers. Just as this thought flickered through her mind, the system chimed in again. Would you like to expand your shelter? A one-time expansion of 10 square meters is available at a discounted rate of 400 points. Do I look like someone with 400 points? Do not eavesdrop on my thoughts, you boundaryless system. Lin Yun cursed, irritated by the system's incessant attempts to persuade her into spending points for expansion. What fault does the system possess? It merely seeks to accumulate additional points to exchange for a system cloak. Upon hearing Lin Yun mention points again, Ghost Vine turned its head and remarked, Are we going to hunt mice soon? There happens to be a mouse den nearby. How do you know that? Lin Yun inquired, intrigued. I asked them. A vine gestured towards the surrounding plants. Lin Yun was taken aback by this method. Well, why not? All right, after we head out, let's go earn some points. Striped 12-roll succulent. A mutated species, drought-resistant, a perennial slacker, can thrive with or without water, and will either live or perish. The 12-roll states, survive? Fine. Perish? Also fine. Do not cultivate, as it may influence your laziness. One intriguing plant. It would be splendid if no one could see the last statement. Ebony succulent. A mutated species, loves sunlight. Without it, you'll see the consequences. Avoid prolonged gazing, as it may cause eye discomfort. Lin Yun stared at the mutated ebony plant for a few seconds and realized her eyes indeed felt a bit sore, as if scorched by flames. She quickly averted her gaze and resumed her path, only to be startled by a sudden cat's meow emanating from a corner. Soon, Lin Yun and Ghost Vine spotted a larger-than-life tabby cat. It was as tall as Lin Yun, if not more. Ghost Vine grew wary, brandishing its tendrils. ready to strike at the slightest movement. To their surprise, the tabby merely glanced at them before turning away nonchalantly. Lin Yun understood the cat's expression. It conveyed, humans? Mia Tiflis. After walking a bit further, Ghostvine halted her, declaring, "There's a mutated plant ahead, quite substantial in size. You must not approach." In truth, Lin Yun had already noticed it. In the distance stood a weeping red, thousand-layer bottlebrush tree, towering 3 or 4 stories high, impossible to overlook. All the other plants that had once surrounded it, placed there by humans, had long since withered away, leaving only the solitary bottlebrush tree. It was evident that the weeping red thousand-layer was responsible for this desolation. It had already broken free from the confines of its pot, its robust roots shattering the concrete beneath, delving deep into the soil. To prevent other plants from awakening and competing for nutrients, the weeping red thousand-layer acted first, extracting nearby plants, smothering them, and siphoning their nourishment to sustain its own growth. When it could no longer reach surrounding plants, it resorted to emitting a fragrant aroma to attract nearby animals for sustenance, which explained the accumulation of bones beneath its branches. Soon, detailed information about the weeping red thousand-layer materialized before Lin Yun. Mutated plant, weeping red thousand-layer, also known as the bottlebrush tree. Level, unknown. Function, expert at utilizing its innocuous appearance and the fragrant aroma of its fruits and leaves to lure animals, dragging them up to feast upon their flesh. Status, starving. Lin Yun squinted at the weeping red thousand-layer. She had seen such trees in her hometown, where, from afar, their blossoms resembled caterpillars. This particular one bore clusters that looked even more like caterpillars. At that moment, the fragrance emitted by the fruits and leaves wafted faintly toward Lin Yun. The weeping red thousand-layer had taken notice of her presence the moment she entered the flower market, directing its scent toward the entrance. The animals in the town were now well aware of it and would not approach the flower market, especially since they seemed to have vanished recently, leaving them without food. It was anxious, starving, and desperate. The weeping red thousand-layer could not let this human slip by, even if a human's flesh was less satisfying than that of the animals. It was still better than nothing. Lin Yun caught a whiff of the faint aroma and leisurely retrieved a mask from her pocket, putting it on. Thankfully, the system allowed her to view detailed information on mutated plants. Otherwise, she might have fallen into a trap. "Are you considering expanding the shelter?" Politely declining, she replied. "Understood." Lin Yun was exasperated. This system was relentless in its pursuit of her points. Upon seeing her don the mask, the weeping red thousand-layer paused its aromatic assault, realizing that humans were indeed the most troublesome. How could one possibly carry a mask? Nevertheless, it remained confident in its scent, believing it could penetrate Lin Yun's mask. "Little vine, it looks so ugly, resembling a caterpillar all over. Let us uproot it." "Yes, let us uproot it." Upon hearing Lin Yun's utterance, the weeping red thousand-layer seethed with rage. "Cursed human, how dare you humiliate me? Today I must devour you." However, Lin Yun stayed well outside the range of the weeping red thousand-layer's attacks. She had seen from the detailed information that it could drag prey to its branches. There was no way she would foolishly approach. Ghostvine surged forward, striking the weeping red thousand-layer with its tendrils. Although the plant possessed its own means of offense, it was rooted in place, making it an excellent target. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yun hurled explosive sunflower seeds at the weeping red thousand-layer, occasionally tossing in some ice sunflower seeds. The ice sunflower seeds swiftly encased its branches in ice, spreading further upward, prompting the weeping red thousand-layer to hastily extend another branch to break the frozen one. With this distraction, Ghostvine's strikes intensified. After several rounds, the weeping red thousand-layer could no longer contain its cries. "Leave? You may go. I will let you leave. Please stop hitting me. Spare me," it pleaded, genuinely terrified that this human and Ghostvine would end its existence. "Your tone of surrender is rather poor. I find it unappealing. Let us just uproot it." Lin Yun responded, impervious to its pleas. "What are you babbling about? Go tell that to my explosive seeds and ice seeds. I beg you. I acknowledge my lack of discernment. Please let me go. I have not had it easy growing this large. Grant me mercy. Please stop. Not a chance. Your fragrance nauseated me. It's better to uproot you," Lin Yun stated, her expression unwavering as she continued to toss explosive sunflower seeds toward the weeping red thousand-layer. Chapter 28. What are you babbling about? The weeping red thousand-layer was infuriated, yet at that moment, it was utterly powerless, for it was an easy target. It could neither flee nor mount a counterattack. Ghostvine's tendrils struck repeatedly against its branches, causing large swaths to fall to the ground. The weeping red thousand layer was heartbroken. It had worked hard to grow this large and had finally vanquished the surrounding plants to reign supreme, only to be reduced to a mere pawn now. I beg you. I'll give you beast crystals to spare my life. Beast crystals? Where are those? Show me. What treasures? I've never heard of them. Let me see. From deep within the weeping red thousand layer, it expelled some small beast crystals that fell to the ground. Ghost Vine, ever vigilant, swiftly collected the beast crystals with its tendrils, retreating beyond the plant's attack range before handing them to Lin Yun. Lin Yun glanced at them. There were only 6, each about the size of a fingernail. Beast crystal? System, what does this mean? Where's the detailed information? As Lin Yun took another glance, she noticed that the detailed information displayed only 3 question marks, leaving her utterly perplexed. I don't know. How about you sell it to me? Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Surely, the system must recognize the value of such an item. It cannot possibly allow her to sell it unless it held some significance. After securing the beast crystal, she turned her back, inadvertently revealing 2 types of sunflower seeds nestled within her backpack. The ghost vine instantly grasped Lin Yun's intention, grinning as it extended its tendril to seize a handful of the sunflower seeds. With a sigh, Lin Yun remarked, these sunflower seeds are truly scarce. There are hardly any left. If only I could cultivate sunflowers. As she spoke, she lifted her foot, poised to step outside. However, the weeping red thousand layer was taken aback. Damn it, I have relinquished the beast crystal. Why is this vine still attacking me? You took my beast crystal. Shouldn't you let me go? Why are you still striking me? What was this creature rambling about? Lin Yun was at a loss. You despicable human. You are a liar. Is this how your parents taught you? Deceitful and shameless. Lin Yun merely dug her fingers into her ears. So what? They had entered the infinite doomsday world. What decorum or morality could she possibly uphold? Lin Yun cast aside such pretenses, trampling on notions of civility and ethics, embracing her true self. Furthermore, what moral lessons could a mere plant impart? It was absurd. Detestable human. I shall curse you. This proclamation piqued Lin Yun's interest slightly, prompting her to inquire with the system. It wouldn't truly curse me, would it? Get a grip. It doesn't even know your name. That reassurance eased her mind considerably. Moments later, the weeping red thousand layer, reduced to a tattered heap by the explosive sunflower seeds, toppled with a deafening crash. Lin Yun sighed, realizing that further exploration of this floral market was ill-advised, for its depths remained uncharted. Perhaps another day. The branches and leaves of the weeping red thousand layer appeared to wither, as if life had been siphoned from them. The plants that had long suffered its tyranny seemed to sense its impending demise, instantly revitalized. As the weeping red thousand layer fell, it resembled a massive mountain, crushing numerous plants beneath its weight. Yet these plants exhibited remarkable resilience, eagerly attaching themselves to its fallen form, greedily absorbing its nutrients to sustain themselves. Having drawn upon the energy of the surrounding flora, the weeping red thousand layer, already brimming with vitality, now bestowed its remaining energy upon nearby plants, akin to a life-giving rain. Some distant plants, upon sensing this energy, miraculously began to grow towards the fallen creature, vying for a share of its bounty. Meanwhile, those that had already absorbed nutrients seemed discontented with the influx of competitors, quietly excluding neighboring plants to maximize their own gains. Lin Yun watched in astonishment as the plants clamored for sustenance. It was reminiscent of a whale fall, where the demise of one creature gives life to many others. She shook her head and advanced, using a stick to pry the plants away, eager to see if there were any wood crystals within. Wood crystal detected. Would you like to submit? Submit. Wood crystal 1 submitted. Task progress 25. Please continue your efforts. The plants, believing Lin Yun intended to compete for their nutrients, initially hesitated, but realizing the weeping red thousand layer was vanquished by her and the vine, they willingly cleared a space for her. Lin Yun quipped, "Thank you, but I shan't partake." She then glanced at the ghost vine, uncertain if it would consume any. The ghost vine, still engrossed in rummaging through bones, sensed her gaze and turned to Lin Yun. Although it was merely a tangle of vines, she somehow understood its unspoken intent. Lin Yun gestured gently, and the ghost vine, having already surreptitiously absorbed half of the nutrients, mischievously gathered the bones beneath the tree for her. After submission, Lin Yun received 434 points, leaving her pleasantly surprised. She hadn't anticipated such a substantial reward, surpassing the halfway mark for task points. She randomly selected another shop, extracting some undamaged flower pots, as she intended to cultivate her own vegetables. Who knew what the future would hold? With her tasks nearly complete, Lin Yun decided to depart swiftly before the other survivors from the town caught up with her. However, just as she took a few steps, she was halted. Before her stood a tabby cat, and she hesitated, uncertain whether this feline was friend or foe, or what it desired. The tabby glanced at the fallen, weeping, red thousand layer, silently dropped the object it had been carrying, and nudged it towards Lin Yun with its paw, as if to say, "Here for you." The tabby bore no malice. After observing her for a moment longer, it turned and walked away. Lin Yun was perplexed, unable to comprehend the tabby's intentions. "We are strangers. Why offer me something?" She approached to retrieve what the tabby had left behind. 2 beast crystals, larger than those previously relinquished by the weeping red thousand layer. With the tabby now gone, she had no way to return the favor, so she simply pocketed them. "Little Vine, we are heading home." The ghost vine zipped over, swiftly climbing onto her shoulder. Lin Yun retrieved her bicycle and pedaled towards the exit of the floral market, remembering to bring back the little ivy. With this temporary space at her disposal, forgetting it was out of the question, oblivious to her intentions, the ivy continued its happy exploration, winding through the shop, spreading its tendrils everywhere. The survivors who had discovered this was a general store hesitated to enter. The ivy radiated an aura of menace, prompting them to retreat. Chapter 29. The indigenous people sent by officials. The ivy, pleased by the humans' prudence, reveled in its superiority. Having been nurtured by humans, it would never harm them. Yet it resented any intruders on its territory. After Lin Yun departed, the plants that had made way for her were left bewildered. Why did that human leave? Is she not eating? It seems she truly had not returned. Then I shall feast. In an instant, the surrounding plants surged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle for nourishment. Time passed, and a rose, having absorbed a copious amount of nutrients, let out a satisfied burp, sensing something different within itself, though it could not articulate what. The fallen weeping red thousand layer had exhausted most of its nutrients, and the rose withdrew its branches, its blossoms becoming increasingly vibrant. A bellflower, swaying contentedly in the breeze, appeared smaller, but somehow distinct from the surrounding bellflowers. Such transformations proliferated around the fallen weeping red thousand layer. When Lin Yun returned to the floor market, she was astonished by the considerable changes that had transpired. However, that tale is for another time. As she rode past the camphor tree, Lin Yun greeted it, promising to water it during her next visit. The camphor tree did not respond, yet it had heard her voice. By the time it awakened, Lin Yun had vanished, leaving the tree to ponder whether it had imagined the encounter. Had someone truly spoken to it? Lin Yun hurried back to where the ivy resided. Before she could approach, the ivy detected an unusual presence. This aura. Oh no, that terrifying human has returned. She intends to take me away to devour me. Didn't we agree yesterday to let it go? Why is it back again? Lin Yun queried, perplexed. What did I ever say I would spare you? The ivy was taken aback, realizing it was cornered. Escape was not an option. Had it known it would encounter those humans today, it would have tempered its arrogance and chosen a more fortunate companion to follow. Accompanying any other human would surely be preferable to trailing behind this terrifying individual. Swiftly, the ivy retracted its tendrils that had sprawled across the shop, curling itself into a ball, attempting to conceal its presence. As Lin Yun rode her bicycle towards them, she spotted the ivy in its ball-like form. With a sardonic laugh, she remarked, "Ivy, still playing the fool, are we? You've merely forgotten. Did you truly think I would let you off the hook? Come along." She commanded the system to confine the ivy to a temporary space before pedaling away up the mountain. Not far along the path, the ghost vine suddenly spoke, pointing in a certain direction. You, someone is watching us." Lin Yun turned to see a man in camouflage approaching. Was he a local? As he drew nearer, she hastily instructed the ghost vine to hide. It was imperative to keep its existence concealed from outsiders. "Hello, are you a resident of this area?" the man inquired, maintaining a respectful distance. Lin Yun remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "I am a soldier with the official forces. My name is Lu Jingyan. A couple of days ago, we discovered that mutated animals have inexplicably gathered in the urban area. We are actively investigating the cause, while also attempting to bring any survivors still outside back to our base, as it is perilous out here. Those mutated creatures could attack at any moment. If you have nowhere to go, would you consider coming to the base with me?" Lu Jingyan observed Lin Yun with keen interest, worried that such a young girl could be left alone outdoors, fearing that the mutated animals might tear her apart. Furthermore, their base was in dire need of skilled individuals. If she possessed any particular talents, taking her back would be beneficial. Not to mention that she would be assured of sufficient sustenance, free from the uncertainties of foraging. However, Lin Yun declined. "No, I'm quite fine out here by myself." Lu Jingyan had not anticipated her refusal. After so long in the apocalypse, A young girl like her surviving alone suggested she possessed some exceptional abilities. It was plausible she would resist the constraints of the base. Yet, he thought, if she were truly gifted, she ought to be convinced to join them, for their base was in desperate need of talent. Hey, wait, you should think it over again. Although our base is smaller than other official ones, we are still recognized, ensuring your safety and a stable food supply. Moreover, mutual support among everyone is preferable to solitary survival. If you possess any special abilities, they could be of great service to the community at the base, Lu Jingyan earnestly urged. Lin Yun scrutinized him. He appeared to be in his late 30s. His demeanor earnest, yet his persuasive tactics seemed rehearsed. While she could not ascertain the legitimacy of his claims, she had no intention of joining the base. She was not a native of this land, concealing numerous secrets alongside the ghost vine. To enter the base would be to bind herself. Should her hidden truths be uncovered, she would undoubtedly become a target. She stated firmly, "You need to persuade me further. I'll 1T be going to the base. However, I would like to inquire about it." Upon hearing her second refusal, Lu Jingyan sighed inwardly, realizing that such a potential asset would likely remain outside their reach. A pity indeed. Nonetheless, he refrained from pressing her further. 1 or 2 attempts at persuasion were sufficient. To persist would be impolite. "Feel free to ask anything," he offered. Lin Yun pondered briefly before inquiring, "Is your base far from here? Have the nearby residents all relocated there? I was cutting bamboo up in the mountains before the incident, and became stranded. By the time I could descend, this place was deserted, and I had no knowledge of what transpired." Lu Jingyan, as heart ached for her. Such a frail girl had been isolated in the mountains for months. The wilderness was far more perilous than the city, teeming with mutated flora and fauna. She must have been terrified to survive such an ordeal alone, and yet she had managed to care for herself impressively. Without further ado, Lu Jingyan shared what he knew. "It's not too far. Our base is located in a newly constructed community in the city, still in its raw state, without landscaping, which fortuitously spared it from being overrun by vegetation. Although there were some stray cats and dogs initially, they were timid and remained unchanged by the mutations. After we occupied the area, we managed to frighten them away." He continued, "This is our official base in City S. While it may not rival the larger bases, it is still a considerable improvement over private ones. We have our own management system to ensure that survivors receive daily provisions, and our security is reliable. We also send teams out to gather resources and patrol the perimeter. If anyone possesses skills, they can register with us, and we will do our best to provide suitable work with access to more food than the average survivor." Lu Jingyan elaborated extensively, sharing basic information about their base, though he struggled to articulate it smoothly. When it came to the local residents, he sighed deeply. Since the mutations began nearly half a year ago, the mutated flora and fauna initially tested their boundaries with us. However, they soon realized that humans were not as formidable as they appeared, leading to widespread attacks. Many residents were reluctant to enter the base, believing that aside from the enlarging plants and animals, their lives remained largely unchanged. This resulted in numerous fatalities among the townspeople. Despite their ongoing precautions and efforts to persuade unwilling residents to relocate, the sudden onslaught proved overwhelming, especially in towns closer to the wilderness, where the mutated creatures were more prevalent. Listening attentively, Lin Yun suddenly recalled something and furrowed her brow, asking, "But I haven't seen any corpses around here?" Lu Jingyan waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "Those bodies were collected after we used force to deter the mutated creatures. The death toll was significant, and with the species either enlarged or mutated, biologists and virologists suggested that if the corpses weren't consumed by the animals, leaving them might provoke outbreaks of illness. Thus, we organized retrieval operations to incinerate them. However, due to the immense workload and the constant threat from the mutated creatures, there are likely still places where bodies have yet to be collected." Lin Yun nodded, understanding. It made sense now why some areas bore traces of blood without visible corpses, while others showed both blood and skeletal remains. "Thank you for sharing so much information." Lu Jingyan smiled. "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Recalling his earlier mention of the animals gathering in the city, she inquired, "What could be the reason for that?" "The specifics remain unclear. We are still investigating. However, the area where they have congregated resembles the direction of a zoo," he replied. "Upon discovering their congregation, we indeed contemplated the notion of eradicating them. However, the sheer multitude invoked trepidation regarding the potential for vehement retaliation. The uncertainties of what might ensue left us no choice but to seek the underlying cause. Ideally, if we could coax them to retreat voluntarily, that would be the most desirable outcome. Yet, if a resolution through force became inevitable, we would have no alternative. At this juncture, Lu Jingyin could not restrain himself from inquiring once more, "Are you truly not going to the base?" Lin Yun promptly shook her head in response. Lu Jingyan's heart shattered at that moment, sighing, "Very well then." Chapter 30. Expansion? A gracious decline. Just as Lu Jingyin was about to articulate further, two young men clad in camouflage approached, exclaiming, "Captain Lu." He acknowledged them with a brief reply and continued conversing with Lin Yun, advising, "You must exercise caution while alone outdoors. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me at the base." As he spoke, Lu Jingyin produced a map from his pocket, stating, "This is the safest route to our base. Please keep it safe." Lin Yun accepted it with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Captain Lu." The two young men had now reached Lu Jingyan's side, having spotted him conversing with a girl from a distance. Li Ping regarded Lin Yun with curiosity and asked, "Captain, who is she?" "Nothing to worry about. Let us proceed," Lu Jingyan replied, waving farewell to Lin Yun as he prepared to leave with his teammates. Several survivors remained in the vicinity, and he pondered the progress of others elsewhere. Li Ping scratched his head, perplexed. "Why are we leaving? Shouldn't Captain Lu persuade this girl to return to the base with us?" After watching the trio depart until they were out of sight, Lin Yun resumed her journey up the mountain. Once they were far enough away, Li Ping could no longer contain his thoughts. "Captain, why didn't you bring her with us? It's unsafe for a girl to be out here alone, especially with reports of a gang nearing S City." Beside him, Xiao Fei slapped Li Ping lightly, retorting, "Are you foolish? It's evident she prefers to remain alone. If Captain Lu could have persuaded her, he would have done so without your prompting. Besides, in these times, anyone who dares to survive alone must possess extraordinary capabilities. We cannot force her against her will." Rubbing the spot where Xiao Fei had struck him, Li Ping defended, "I was merely concerned for her well-being." Lu Jingyin sighed, acknowledging Xiao Fei's point, yet he felt reassured knowing she was likely nearby. He resolved to check on her later. The other two nodded in agreement, swiftly changing the topic. "By the way, have we identified the source of the explosion we heard earlier?" At this, Lu Jingyin felt a headache coming on. The gathering of mutated creatures in the city, the approaching gang, and now an explosion. Such turmoil was overwhelming. "We found it, Captain. It was at the flower market." Xiao Fei informed him. "Do you remember that weeping red layer tree? It has been destroyed. Moreover, we discovered that the seed shop at the entrance was violently broken into, and the seeds inside were taken." Lu Jingyan's heart raced at this news. The weeping red layer tree had been felled. An image of Lin Yun suddenly flashed through his mind. Could she have been responsible? No, that was impossible. She was merely a young girl. Furthermore, he had observed her carrying only a backpack. How could she have single-handedly taken down such a large tree? Lu Jingyin shook his head in resignation. Noticing his reaction, Li Ping cautiously inquired, "Captain, is something amiss?" "It's nothing. Let us proceed to investigate," he replied. Upon arriving at the flower market, several teammates were already surveying the site. "Captain, what is the situation?" "Captain, it appears the individual who brought down the weeping red layer tree is extraordinarily skilled. It's remarkable how such a large tree was felled so effortlessly." One teammate lamented, although they could not discern the nature of the explosion, certainly not a grenade, nor a landmine. They cautiously approached the fallen tree. Lu Jingyin scrutinized the scene for a while. It was evident that the tree had been destroyed by some explosive force. It appeared as if it had also been struck by something. However, the demise of the weeping red layer tree was a relief. It had always posed a challenge whenever they attempted to investigate the flower market. The true concern lay in identifying who had caused its destruction. Lu Jingyan's greatest fear was that this individual could be an adversary rather than an ally. Before concluding their reconnaissance, Lu Jingyin recalled Lin Yun's modest backpack, speculating that she had likely found no food. He had intended to send her provisions, but realized he only knew she resided nearby, without knowledge of her exact location. Frustration washed over him. How could he have overlooked such an important detail? Unbeknownst to Lu Jingyin, Lin Yun was entirely unaware of his intentions to provide her with sustenance. She had already returned to the mountain while there was still light. Upon entering the shelter, Lin Yun hurriedly stowed away several large packages of supplies into her backpack. Survivor Lin Yun has returned to the shelter. Would you like to retrieve the temporarily stored plants? Storing for an additional day will require a payment of 5 points. Are you truly seizing every opportunity to demand points? She remarked in exasperation. Retrieve them, then. Lin Yun was thoroughly exasperated with the system. The 4 plants were extracted the moment her words fell, as every second of delay disrespected her points. Lin Yun glanced at the ivy, noting its unchanged state, still curled up in a ball as if feigning death. The ivy was nearly in a state of panic upon emerging from the white space. It instantly sensed a suffocating aura surrounding it. It's that vine. What on earth is happening? Are they seeking the lair of that vine? This human is truly terrifying. They are not of this world. The space felt cramped, with all but the versatile pepper plant being considerably large, transforming what had once been a spacious area into a crowded one. Expansion? Expansion? Lin Yun smiled, gracefully declining. She opted to place the 3 vegetables outside. Surrounded by the ghostly vines, she feared they might be consumed by other creatures. Once the task of surviving 30 days concluded, she could retrieve them easily. System. This is the most miserly host it has ever encountered. Before placing the 3 plants outside, Lin Yun once again examined their detailed information, curious if any changes had occurred similar to the star tea tree. Indeed, changes were present. Mutated tomato level, E-grade mutated plant function, edible fruit, high water content, sweet flavor, high yield, consumption temporarily boosts speed, non-toxic. Status, mature, fruit-bearing, transferable, cannot be propagated, no special planting requirements, suitable for all soil types. Note, remember to water it. Mutated corn level, D-grade mutated plant function, edible fruit, sweet flavor, high yield, consumption double satiety, sustaining hunger for 24 hours, non-toxic. Status, mature, fruit-bearing, transferable, cannot be propagated, no special planting requirements, suitable for all soil types. Note, you can request any flavor of corn you desire. It might just comply. Mutated versatile pepper level, D-grade mutated plant function, edible fruit, capable of yielding various types of peppers with differing levels of spiciness, high yield, non-toxic. Status, seedling, not yet fruit-bearing, transferable, cannot be propagated, suitable for all soil types, prefers water. Note, exercise caution when consuming unfamiliar peppers, as they may be deceptive. However, why does the grade of this mutated tomato differ slightly from the other 2? Aren't they all mutated varieties from the same garden? If you scrutinize the annotations for the corn and the versatile pepper, can they truly be compared to the tomato? It's only natural for the grades to differ. Oh, so can a grade be elevated? The system fell silent in an instant. Lin Yun pouted again, moving the 3 plants outside and placing them beneath a nearby tree. With the vine of the ghost vine keeping watch, they were quite secure. She had observed these 3 vegetables since bringing them back. They were pristine, devoid of any unsightly pests, which put Lin Yun at ease. After plucking 2 ears of corn, she recalled the detailed information in the final annotations, and tentatively spoke. I wish to taste cucumber-flavored corn. Can you produce an ear? Mutated corn. Cucumber flavor? Consider it done. However, at that moment, the corn exhibited no changes. But Lin Yun was not concerned. It was merely an experiment. She collected the solar panels that had been outside for a day, took the corn, and headed into the shelter, preparing to cook the corn for a meal. Descending into the basement, she retrieved an induction cooker and a pot, connected to solar power, fetched some water, and began cooking. In the corner, the ivy curled into a ball, overcome with fear. It had witnessed its previous caretaker cooking, and dreaded that this terrifying human might intend to boil it. That would be truly dreadful. It did not wish to be consumed. Ivy silently screamed in terror. Lin Yun instructed the ghost vine to keep an eye on the corn, and placed a watch that had been unwrapped from a package on the table, indicating where the needle pointed before switching it off. The ghost vine immediately understood and assured Lin Yun of its commitment to the task. Thus, Lin Yun felt at ease to take her change of clothes and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. After cleaning herself up and hanging her clothes outside the shelter, she discovered that the corn was now ready. The ghost vine had carefully fished it out and placed it in a bowl to cool. Lin Yun poked the corn, and indeed, the enticing aroma wafting from it was quite strong. I shall indulge now. The ghost vine excitedly lunged forward, embracing an ear of corn, and began munching away. Although flesh could provide it with greater energy, it had grown weary of that diet. How delightful it was to savor a food like corn that possessed a hint of sweetness. Previously, it had never been able to enjoy such a variety of flavors. Once the corn had cooled sufficiently, Lin Yun grabbed it with both hands and began to gnaw. She feasted heartily for quite some time, and after consuming half an ear, she felt full, patting her bulging belly while gazing at the remaining half, pondering how truly satiating this treat was, especially since there was still half left. Cough. Since you already possess mutated corn, why not sell me what you harvested from the cornfield? How many points for an ear? The system paused momentarily. 1 point per ear. 2 points. Not acceptable. The corn you pick from the field is ordinary corn and does not provide the same doubling effect of satiety as the mutated variety. If you sell me the mutated corn, I will offer you 3 points per ear. Chapter 31. Seeking Revenge, Inciting Discord. A minimum of 2 points. Otherwise, I shall not sell. A bun in the points shop costs 2 points, and this corn is much larger. Surely, it is not unreasonable to ask for 2 points? Is it? This person is bargaining over ordinary corn. One can only imagine the outrageous prices they would demand for mutated corn. Do you want it? If not, I shall keep it for myself. Lin Yun grinned widely, finally feeling it was her turn to retaliate. Yes, this cursed host. It intends to raise the prices in the point shop. Lin Yun felt exhilarated and, with a squint of her eyes, declared, sell you 50 ears of ordinary corn, and you will directly expand the shelter by 2 square meters. Agreed. Shelter expansion in progress. A thin mist reappeared on the walls, and the ivy, peeking in shock, was astounded. What manner of terrifying human is this? So frightening. My goodness, how did the space suddenly enlarge? Could this person possibly be one of those monsters from the television? Mommy, I see a monster. Shelter expansion complete. Admiring her newly expanded 12 square meter room, Lin Yun felt satisfied and proceeded to continue unpacking a large package. The ghost vine, seeing this, hastily snatched the fruit knife from Lin Yun's hand, exclaiming, let me do it. Lin Yun did not object, casually grabbing something to sit on the floor. This little vine still had not lost interest in unpacking packages. As she opened the large package, it nearly filled the floor. After instructing the ghost vine to assemble a shelf against the wall opposite the bed, she began to organize her belongings. The damaged items were still taken away by the system as garbage, earning her 1 point. After a busy day, Lin Yun felt tired and simply flopped onto the bed to sleep. Upon seeing Lin Yun fall asleep, the ghost vine immediately perked up, rushing to the corner to confront the ivy that had been feigning death, puffing itself up in a show of dominance. Speak you, Ivy big brother. I'm not tasty. Please don't eat me. Let me go. I beg you, you will. From now on, you will obey. Whatever I tell you to do, you shall do. Do you understand? As the eldest son of this household, the ghost vine felt it had the duty to educate the younger siblings. Ivy hesitated for a moment and cautiously replied, you want to eat me, right? Are you out of your mind? Shouldn't you consider whether you are even edible? With your meager energy, it wouldn't be enough for me to take a single bite. That hanging red 1,000 layers from the flower market is far superior to you. Did you see me eat it? The ghost vine reprimanded while flicking its tendril against the ground. Ivy shrank back, fearful of being struck by the tendril. So it's settled then? You want to eat me, right? I promise to behave, as long as you are obedient. The ghost vine left this remark and slipped out of the shelter to enjoy itself. It simply could not remain idle. Once it departed, Ivy sighed in relief, cautiously unfurling its curled-up form. If not for the pressures of life, it would not wish to remain curled up, having been in that state for too long. Its tendrils were weary. It carefully glanced at Lin Yun once more, then hung its tendrils on a nearby star tea tree, comfortably stretching out its leaves. Not long after the ghost vine exited its territory, it detected the presence of the mutated gray wolf from earlier in the day. The mutated gray wolf had appeared nearby, and upon seeing the ghost vine leave its territory, it immediately charged forward, pouncing at the ghost vine. The ghost vine swiftly dodged, causing the wolf to miss its target. Enraged, it opened its gaping maw and lunged again at the ghost vine. The ghost vine agilely maneuvered, waiting for the opportune moment, and then swiftly wrapped around one of the wolf's legs, forcefully tossing it to the ground. The wolf yelped in pain, scrambling to rise, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Ghost vine, do not presume that you and a human can remain safely atop the mountain. The human is within your territory, isn't she? Though I do not know exactly where you are hiding her, she must be nearby, right? Do you think if she cannot escape your territory, she will starve to death? The mutated gray wolf vividly recalled the humiliation it had suffered at the hands of the vines and the human. It would not let them go, and thus, it had come seeking revenge in the dead of night. Ha! You have the nerve to target a human? The ghost vine lashed out again with a tendril. Dodging the incoming tendril, the mutated gray wolf retorted mockingly. Do you not find your words rather amusing? As if you have never consumed a human before? The ghost vine froze. It had never eaten one. The previous incident had been an accident. Who could blame them for intruding upon its territory? Besides, Lin Yun had not said anything to it. What right did this mutated gray wolf have to judge it? Mind your own business. My family member has not said anything. Yet you presume to lecture me? I ought to give you a couple of whacks to teach you some respect. The ghastly wolf grinned wickedly. Is that so? I hope your master shares your sentiments. The mocking expression on the face of the mutated gray wolf seemed to deride Gai Feng's overestimation of his own abilities. This sparked a surge of indignation within Gai Feng, who brandished his vines and resumed the battle with the mutated wolf. After evading an attack, the wolf circled Gai Feng, seeking an opportunity to strike, and taunted, but really it's quite pathetic, isn't it? We, the mutated flora and fauna, have attained sentience. Yet you have foolishly chosen to recognize a mere human as your master? Isn't it better to roam freely? Must you chain yourself with a metaphorical leash? If the other mutated creatures were to learn of this, would they not mock you? And if the beast from the mountains discovered that a human resides here, do you think they wouldn't come up with every possible scheme to devour her? At that point, you might find yourself in dire straits as well. Gaifeng, initially incensed, suddenly regained his composure. Are you threatening me? Not at all, the wolf replied smoothly. I merely wish to propose a transaction. What do you say? Are you interested? The wolf's words were laced with temptation. Get lost. You think you are worthy of negotiating with me? Don't presume. I am unaware of your intentions. Gaifeng lashed out at the wolf with his vines. The mutated wolf's expression shifted, and it hastily dodged. How could Gaifeng be so impervious to reason? Despite the wolf's overtures, he remained unyielding. Yet, since an agreement was unattainable, the wolf decided it would be just as well to eliminate Gaifeng and the humans. Suddenly, the wolf accelerated, launching itself at Gaifeng from the side. Gaifeng hastily evaded, but still felt a sharp pain as the wolf's claws sliced through one of his vines. A surge of fury welled up within Gaifeng, and countless vines lashed out against the wolf, inflicting numerous wounds. The wolf staggered backward, blood seeping from its injuries. Just as Gaifeng thought he might prevail, a larger mutated wolf burst forth from the nearby thicket, an ally of the first. Together, the two wolves attacked, and Gaifeng found himself in a desperate struggle. As he began to falter, a sudden sound sliced through the air, followed by a tremendous explosion. Gaifeng turned to see it was Yu. She had come to his rescue. What was she babbling about with my little vine? Couldn't she be a bit more discreet while engaging in such antics? Yu had not left Gaifeng's territory, despite her fierce words. She felt a twinge of uncertainty facing the two mutated wolves. Yet, she could not abandon Gaifeng to fend for himself. He was not merely her guardian plant, but had become her companion. She focused on the two mutated wolves. One had been injured during their earlier skirmish, but the other appeared unscathed. A troublesome situation indeed. Howl! Curse the human! You shall die today. The wounded mutated gray wolf lunged at Yu. As it charged, she called out, Little Vine, leave the other one to me. Understood. When the mutated wolf charged, Yu did not flinch. Instead, a sturdy staff appeared in her hands, aimed directly at the wolf's neck. The wolf's pupils constricted as it swiftly dodged. However, it did not anticipate that Yu would conjure a shorter, robust bone from the golden ant, which she brought down mercilessly upon its front leg. The wolf yelped in pain, momentarily halting its advance. Yet it gritted its teeth and charged again, intent on killing this human. Yu retreated, preparing to strike at the opportune moment with her staff when a sudden sound interrupted her. Meow! A massive tabby cat barreled in from the left, colliding with the mutated wolf and sending it sprawling. The tabby positioned itself protectively in front of Yu, hissing at the gray wolf. Yu was taken aback. How did this tabby appear here? Why did it suddenly rush to her defense? Simultaneously, the vines within Gaifeng's territory swiftly ensnared the mutated gray wolf. As the tabby had struck the wolf, it landed perilously close to Gaifeng's vines. The wolf struggled fiercely, but the more it writhed, the tighter the vines constricted, rendering it helpless to call for aid from its companion. Desperate, the wolf cried out, fearing for its life. If it did not seek assistance, it would perish. Yet, the other mutated wolf was entangled by several robust vines, unable to assist its comrade. With great effort, the mutated wolf managed to tear away a few of Gaifeng's vines. Yu quickly retrieved several explosive sunflower seeds and icy sunflower seeds, hurling them at the mutated wolf. The explosions rang out, leaving the wolf battered and singed. Seeing no benefit in the fight, the mutated wolf turned tail and fled into the depths of the forest, cursing the gray wolf as it went. What trouble had this imbecile brought upon it? It had claimed that a mere human could be easily dispatched, and now look at the state it was in. Fleeing deeper into the woods, it swore never to heed the foolish words of others again. It had only followed that fool's advice, and now faced this dire consequence. Yu did not pursue. Instead, she sheathed her weapon and approached Gaifeng to assess his injuries. Little Vine, are you all right? Gaifeng gently swayed his vines. Yeah, Mifine, Yu. Just lost a few vines. How did you awaken? Yu smiled, patting his vines. I was asleep, but not dead to the world. Besides, did you forget that the IV is also in the sanctuary? At this, Gaifeng huffed in a haughty manner. At least that fellow knows how to be sensible. Chapter 32. It's time to eat. Yu lifted the now diminutive Gaifeng, placing him on her shoulder, and turned to the tabby cat. which still lingered near the fallen mutated gray wolf. Without hesitation, Yu approached and struck the wolf's head with her staff, shattering its skull. The wolf's eyes fixated on Yu, filled with disbelief as it succumbed. In its final moments, it pondered whether it would have escaped death had it chosen to flee instead of confronting this human. Had Yu known of its thoughts, she would have scoffed, for the system had already issued a random task. There was no chance for it to survive. A moment's hesitation was a grave disrespect to the unconditional upgrade of skill opportunities. System notification, random task completed. Reward had been issued, please check. After dispatching the mutated gray wolf, Yu had yet to turn around when she caught sight of the tabby cat attempting to sneak away. Stop right there, she called out. The tabby's paw, poised to flee, froze as it was caught by the human-esque gaze. It turned back, resigned, and looked at Yu. Why did you help me? Yu was intrigued by this question. Aside from a brief encounter in the flower market, she believed she had no connection with the tabby. As an outsider in this world, she could not comprehend why the tabby would assist her or offer her gifts. But the tabby did not wish to explain. It merely sat down, gazing calmly at Yu, as if to say, I cannot tell you, but if you insist on asking, I can only stare. Yu retorted, why not say something? Is there a possibility that if it spoke, you would not understand? Yu admitted that she truly could not comprehend, but Gaifeng could translate. That would suffice. The tabby cat remained silent, fixating its gaze on Lin Yun, as if to say, continue your inquiries, but I shall remain unresponsive. Lin Yun, feeling utterly at a loss, sighed and waved her hand, signaling for it to depart. It sufficed for her to know that the creature bore no ill intentions towards her. The tabby cat did not hesitate, promptly rising and vanishing in a flash, as though fearing Lin Yun might beckon it back. Yu, it's time for my meal. Gui Tong had been eyeing the carcass of the mutated gray wolf for quite some time. Initially, she assumed the tabby cat would linger, but upon its swift departure, she immediately addressed Lin Yun. Go ahead and eat. I'll head back now. Remember to return early and don't linger outside too long. As Gui Tong dismounted from Lin Yun's shoulder, she replied, got it. I'll be super quick. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yun collapsed into slumber, utterly exhausted. Ivy cast a glance at Lin Yun, reminiscing about her earlier promises, which filled it with joy. Soon, when Gui Tong returned, it could request a bit of watering. Much to its delight, as a plant, albeit a mutated one, it still required water. The wooden door of the shelter creaked open, and, as Gui Tong entered, she made a beeline for the bathroom, turning on the tap to wash herself. Ivy gazed on with envy, wondering when it might attain such a level of comfort. Once Gui Tong emerged, Ivy cautiously spoke up, extending a tendril towards Lin Yun. She said to ask you for some water, if you would. Upon hearing Lin Yun's name, Gui Tong harbored no doubts, grabbing a cup from the table to fetch some water, confident that Ivy wouldn't deceive her. All right, you do what you need to do. I'm off to sleep now. Ivy, somewhat puzzled, inquired, aren't we plants not supposed to sleep? Mind your own business. Ivy promptly sealed its mouth, refraining from uttering another word. The following day, Lin Yun awoke when the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Having vanquished the mutated gray wolf the previous day, she resolved to refrain from venturing into town for the next couple of days, opting instead for a period of relaxation. She remembered the half-rabbit that Gui Tong had brought back. After stowing it away, it slipped her mind, so she decided to slice some for her meal today. As for utensils, knives, pots, and pans, she had acquired plenty from the general store, alleviating any concerns about lacking tools. Oh, but wait, her seasonings were not complete. Without them, her dishes might not taste very appealing. Lin Yun frowned, temporarily suspending her meat-eating plans. For breakfast, she boiled some water and prepared a packet of instant noodles. Subsequently, she stuffed a dozen plastic bags into her backpack, ready to venture into the forest to explore. She still had 3 wood crystals that needed tending to. Before leaving, she watered a few plants, taking Ivy outside and providing it with several flower pots to dig in, as she planned to use the soil for vegetable planting later. Aware that Ivy might struggle to transfer the soil into the pots, Lin Yun thoughtfully provided it with a spatula. Ivy, not daring to resist, obediently dragged the pots, digging soil in Gui Tong's territory for Lin Yun's garden. Ivy mused, being a vine is no easy task. I have to serve humans like a beast of burden. My fate is truly unfortunate. Lin Yun did not stray in other directions, but headed towards the stream she had discovered previously, intending to collect some morning grass. If she could find the mutated variety, that would be even better. Before long, Lin Yun approached the vicinity of the stream, where she spotted animals drinking water along its banks. A few spotted deer were gathered, lowering their heads to drink. The largest among them raised its head upon hearing her footsteps, but upon realizing she was not advancing, it did not immediately flee with its companions. Lin Yun chose not to disturb the group of deer, waiting patiently for them to finish their drinking before making her move. The deer appeared quite docile, and there was no need to drive them away for the sake of time. Once the deer had departed, Lin Yun cautiously approached the stream. System, please replenish the water supply of the shelter. Water replenishment system operational. Kneeling down, Lin Yun began searching for Morgan grass nearby. She had fiddled with the one she had collected earlier before heading out, tasting it and finding it somewhat reminiscent of flour. Gui Tong, aware that Lin Yun was in search of the grass, eagerly began to assist. After digging up 3 plastic bags of the grass by the stream, Lin Yun decided to halt her efforts, satisfied that 1 bag was quite sufficient for now. She could always return to gather more later. The replenished water was ready, and Lin Yun contemplated wandering upstream along the stream to see if she could make any new discoveries. However, she treaded cautiously, being mindful of her proximity to the water. Along her journey, she encountered numerous animals, most of which had been timid even before mutation. Upon spotting her, many scurried away, while a few bolder ones remained stationary, cautiously observing her as they continued to drink. Lin Yun had ample time and felt no urgency, pausing each time to allow them to finish drinking before moving on. Only when she came across unfamiliar wild vegetables would she stop to dig up a single plastic bag, as she preferred to sample only a small quantity in case she did not enjoy the taste. As noon approached, she was preparing to find a spot by the stream to rest and munch on a cucumber to stave off hunger when several ferns growing at the water's edge suddenly launched an attack. The enormous fern leaves were a deep green with serrated edges. Their swift movement took Lin Yun by surprise. Had she not yet settled down, she might not have been able to evade them. Gui Tung instantly grew in size and swung a tendril, severing one of the fern's leaves in half. The ferns recoiled but were not prepared to relinquish their would-be meal, searching for another opportunity to strike. Quite audacious, aren't we? Attacking anyone who comes near. Lin Yun furrowed her brow, not anticipating that these ferns would strike so abruptly. Initially, she had perceived the surrounding flora as harmless, and since she had not been particularly close to the ferns, she had not scrutinized them closely. Who could have guessed such a threat lurked? Fixing her gaze on the ferns for a couple of seconds, detailed information promptly materialized. Mutated plant, devouring fern level, C-class mutant characteristics, although immobile. It possesses a degree of camouflage and rapid predatory capability. When a creature approaches, the devouring fern will spring into action, swiftly closing its leaves around the prey and releasing toxins to prevent resistance. Status: hungry. Lin Yun clicked her tongue. She would not be courteous to a mutated plant that dared to attack her. Gui Tung, let us take them down. But be careful not to get caught by their leaves. Lin Yun promptly instructed, though uncertain if the toxin would affect her companion as well. Caution was always prudent. Understood. Gui Tung swung its tendrils once more, striking fiercely at the devouring fern, while Lin Yun wielded a sturdy stick, timing her charge perfectly. Some of the devouring ferns, despite having one of their leaves severed, remained ferocious, rapidly waving their remaining leaves and creating a gust of wind. Lin Yun adeptly dodged, seizing an opening to strike at the root of a devouring fern with her stick, causing it to topple over. Gui Tung cooperated, ensnaring the remaining devouring ferns with its tendrils in an attempt to uproot them. At that moment, several more devouring ferns nearby sensed the commotion and launched their own attacks. Lin Yun's heart raced. She had not anticipated so many devouring ferns lurking in the area. She had likely stumbled into their territory. Given the abundance of devouring ferns, she decided against systematically exterminating them. Instead, she retrieved 2 ice sunflower seeds from her supplies and hurled them at the nearest devouring ferns. The seeds activated instantly, freezing several of the nearby ferns in place. Following that, Gui Tung's tendrils lashed out, and Lin Yun swung her stick. With those few devouring ferns dispatched, the area finally fell silent, and no other plants dared to approach. Lin Yun took a deep breath and advanced to inspect the area, only to be pleasantly surprised by the system's notification of a newly discovered wood crystal. Luck was indeed on her side. Lin Yun's face brightened with a hint of surprise as she submitted the wooden crystal. With the absence of threats around her, she finally had the opportunity to sit down and enjoy a moment of respite while nourishing herself with a bite to eat. After a brief interlude, she resolved to follow the stream further, hopeful for additional gains. You, take these devouring ferns back. The ivy also requires energy, and if it does not consume them, they can serve as fertilizer for the vegetables, she instructed. Lin Yun was taken aback. Such a fortunate prospect was unexpected. She promptly halted her steps, retrieved a large woven bag, and began to collect the scattered remains of the devouring ferns that had been left in disarray. "Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? Look at what I've done to them." "It's all right," came the reply. "In any case, they all need to be broken into smaller pieces. Otherwise, they won't fit in the pots." That was true enough. Chapter 33. The Hidden Rules. After returning yesterday, she had been fretting over forgetting to procure some fertilizer from the flower market. However, upon reflection, she concluded that any fertilizer would have long been claimed by the plants. Now, she was fortunate to have a ready supply. Still, she planned to revisit the flower market soon, as there were corners yet unexplored. It was a pity about the large weeping red thousand layers. Had she known of its potential use, she would have insisted on bringing it back regardless. If the ghost vine were aware of Lin Yun's thoughts, it would surely remark that the branches of that plant were not particularly suitable for fertilizing vegetables, which is likely why it had remained silent on the matter. After stowing the sack in her backpack, Lin Yun continued onward with the ghost vine. It wasn't long before she encountered the enormous python again. The python mused, "What is this human doing? Why is she roaming about the forest?" It had avoided that area and was puzzled to find her here. Evidently, it was seeking a new territory. The human's range of activity was indeed vast. The python slithered away at a leisurely pace, and Lin Yun finally exhaled in relief. Having ventured quite a distance, it was time to retrace her steps. Upon returning to the ghost vine's territory, she found that the ivy had completed the task she had assigned, sprawled out languidly across the pot, soaking up the sun. As soon as it saw Lin Yun return, the ivy became compliant, revealing its pot for her inspection. Lin Yun glanced over it, nodded in approval, and decided to provide it with some fertilizer. She extracted a portion of the devouring fern's remains and placed them near the ivy's pot for it to absorb nutrients at its leisure. She also set aside some for the 3 plants outside. The star tea tree in the shelter was entrusted to the ghost vine for care. "By the way, would you like a larger pot?" Lin Yun turned to examine the pot that the ivy had revealed. It had evidently seen much use, and with the recent mutations, the ivy had grown significantly, its root system flourishing. This pot was nearing its capacity. However, the ivy was unable to change pots itself, as the concrete outside the delivery station prevented its roots from penetrating the ground. Yet, with its roots expanding, the pot was beginning to crack, and it likely would not endure for long. Is that possible? The ivy recognized that its pot would soon need to retire, but it felt unable to voice this concern, especially now that Lin Yun had returned, and it was too timid to broach the subject. Primarily, it lacked the courage, fearing Lin Yun might decide to smash its pot in irritation. There are plenty of pots, right? Just choose one to move into. You know how to transplant, don't you? Lin Yun pointed towards the pot she had instructed it to tend to earlier. The ivy's voice trembled as it replied, "I can't do that myself." "Very well," Lin Yun said, seeing its hesitation. She stepped forward and gently uprooted it, placing it into a new pot and inserting the unfinished remains of the devouring ferns within. "You are rather kind," the ivy murmured. "No, I am a wicked woman. You've taken one of my pots, so you shall work for me from now on," Lin Yun retorted with a straight face. The ivy was left in utter confusion. The sky had yet to darken, and Lin Yun continued to direct the ghost vine to arrange the pots around the large tree, preparing to plant some seeds. She loved consuming carrots and radishes, so she decided to plant some. She also sowed a few beans, cabbage, and cauliflower. "Wait, do vegetables even grow in season? Can they thrive?" The system interjected, "They can grow, just plant them." Lin Yun understood. With the mutations taking place, plants no longer followed seasonal constraints. As long as the seeds were sown, they would flourish if they were content and languish if they were not. Thus, Lin Yun cheerfully completed planting in 10 large pots, 1 variety per pot, with ample seed sown, curious to see if any would mutate. Mutated varieties would be transferred to separate pots, while the ordinary ones would have to make do, as they lacked the fortune. After fetching water from the shelter to water the plants, Lin Yun returned to tidy up her own space. She hung her clothes outside and then brought the ivy back in, simultaneously outlining its future tasks. "From now on, you will tend to the vegetables in those pots, watering them every morning, and if it's too sunny at noon, use your vines to provide shade so the seedlings don't wither under the sun. By the way, can you see the door of the shelter from outside?" The ivy honestly replied, "I cannot see it." Though it could perceive the shelter and hear the sounds outside while within, it was unable to see the shelter from outside. As a mutated plant, it did not share the same attributes as those ordinary and mutated plants that Lin Yun had brought back to the shelter. They would automatically label themselves with Lin Yun's mark. Mutated flora and fauna required binding before they could come and go freely from the shelter, unrestrained. However, Lin Yun and the ivy were unaware of this hidden rule. Yet, it was of little consequence. as Lin Yun would directly inquire. System, speak. How can I allow the ivy to see the shelter and come and go freely? 10 points. The system took advantage of the situation. Lin Yun expressed her disbelief. You require a point for this too? Who else would bring mutated plants home besides you? Most people avoid them, yet here you are, bringing them back without a second thought. You've existed in this infinite survival realm for so long, and no one has discovered how to bring mutated flora and fauna back. Lin Yun asked out of curiosity. No, as I mentioned before, this world is special, and few enter it, so it's quite normal they don't know. Even if they did discover it, unless they could conceive it, they would not be able to take mutated plants when leaving this world. Even if a few individuals conceived of this special rule, their survival time is uncertain. The system will not divulge everything, especially not to those below my level. Do you understand now? Lin Yun replied, all right. So this system is subtly boasting about itself. Is it? Deduct points then. Just tell me quickly. 10 points have been deducted. You can establish a temporary binding with the ivy, but it requires points for maintenance, 1 point per day. You cannot take it with you when leaving this world. In principle, survivors are not permitted to bind any mutated flora and fauna, as it contravenes the rules, but your ghost vine is an exception, and the specific reasons are understood by those who know. However, if you insist on binding, it is possible. Since infinite survival has existed for so long, some survivors must have discovered the loopholes, and a portion of them have utilized these loopholes to bind certain mutated flora and fauna for their own use. Although the main system has since patched these loopholes, those who have already bound them are beyond recovery. So the main system has taken to randomly placing binding contracts in each world according to the survivor distribution. If you can find such a binding contract, you can bind mutated flora and fauna without being subjected to the system's constraints. After the implementation of this rule, anyone who exploits the BUG binding will have their bound items immediately reclaimed by the main system, as the main system has already afforded them an opportunity. However, this rule is likely not known by everyone. Is it? If that is the case, wouldn't the other survivors who have not bound mutated plants or animals raise a ruckus? Lin Yun was once again filled with confusion and perplexity regarding these regulations, unable to comprehend why survivors could not directly be granted the qualification for binding. After all, this is an infinite survival world, the system replied. If everyone could bind mutated plants and animals, who would still strive for survival? You must understand that sometimes possessing mutated plants and animals is not necessarily a blessing. The current world is no longer the peaceful realm of your blue star. Human hearts are not all pure. Once a survivor perishes, the mutated plants or animals they have bound will perish alongside them. Lin Yun was taken aback. She understood the system's implication. Indeed, what good would it do to bind mutated plants and animals for one's own use if the survivor were to die? Would not those survivors who remain unbound, upon witnessing the possession of mutated plants and animals, feel envious? Would it not harbor murderous thoughts? Humanity has always been a complex species, yet she could not entirely agree with the main system's approach. They were merely survivors, after all, and had no right to intervene in the main system's regulations. With a sigh, Lin Yun found herself at a loss for words. Well, since we're on the subject, let me divulge everything to you, the system continued. The binding contracts placed in each world are not fixed in quantity. Every survivor, upon learning of this rule, will have 2 opportunities in 2 worlds. They may freely choose whether to utilize this opportunity upon entering a world. However, if they do not find a binding contract before their survival time expires, that opportunity will be forfeited. Should they fail to find a contract on both occasions, there will be no further opportunities. Survivors who have already obtained a binding contract are excluded from this chance. Furthermore, I can inform you that most survivors entering the infinite survival world do not possess one. Had it not been for your accidental binding with the ghost vine, and had you not inquired about this today, I would not have revealed a word, no matter how many points you were willing to spend. Is temporary binding also not permitted? No, temporary binding can only be utilized within the world where the opportunity is used, and it requires the payment of system points as well as provision of necessary sustenance for the bound entity. The reason you only needed to pay 1 point is solely due to your accidental binding with the ghost vine. Otherwise, the daily cost would be 10 points. All right, let me tell you one last thing. The world of mutated plants and animals only has 2 slots, and this number will not change. If you manage to find one in this world, that would indeed be impressive, and I could apply for a reward for you, but only if you were able to locate it. Lin Yun hastily inquired, what kind of reward? It's best not to concern yourself with that. Take whatever the main system offers you. Why ask so many questions? You still cannot establish a temporary binding with the ivy? Lin Yun pouted, but considered the wealth of information she had acquired to be quite worthwhile. The 10 points have been well spent. Yes, system. Please assist me with this. Temporary binding relationship with Ivy has been established. Survivor Lin Yun, please unlock the necessary permissions for Ivy. A panel appeared before Lin Yun, detailing various permissions, such as unlocking the basement door, the ability to use items within the shelter, and the freedom to enter and exit the shelter at will. Lin Yun chose the options to freely enter and exit the shelter and to utilize the items within it, deciding to forego the basement. Ivy permissions have been set. Chapter 34, Task Points Limit. After Lin Yun concluded her operations, Ivy also keenly sensed a change within itself, as if a connection had formed between it and Lin Yun, though it could not articulate the nature of that connection. All right, Ivy, from now on you may enter and exit the shelter at will. For the water you need, you can fetch it from the bathroom. I will place a cup or something similar in there for you to use. I will also periodically provide you with energy. Lin Yun instructed the ghost vine to place a small stool in the bathroom for convenience. Great. I will certainly work hard, Ivy exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. This was a form of acknowledgement from Lin Yun. After all, earlier, while overhearing her mutter to herself, Ivy had discerned that the points she mentioned were likely akin to currency in the human world. If it were to remain, it would also require points to retain. Thus, it must labor diligently, lest the points be squandered. Is the deduction of points a one-time charge or a daily automatic deduction of the required points? It's a one-time charge. Today marks the 3rd day since entering this world, so that would be 28 points. Please deduct it. 28 points have been deducted. Lin Yun sighed. Points certainly do not last long. She would need to venture into the forest again in the coming days to see if there were any plants she could harvest in abundance for the system to purchase. Remembering that she had yet to pick the fruits from the 2 plants outside, Lin Yun ventured out once more to gather them, busying herself until she had collected the fruits into her backpack. After tidying up, she finally lay down to rest. In the subsequent days, Lin Yun took the ghost vine with her daily to explore the nearby forests, refraining from spending points to expand the shelter or purchase food, diligently saving her points. Ivy was placed outside each day by the ghost vine, dutifully tending to the vegetables, watering them regularly, and shielding them from the scorching sun. Upon noticing that the devouring fern had been completely consumed, it would promptly replenish it, working happily. When they returned, Ivy would be brought back inside. Lin Yun was also actively searching for binding contracts. Now that she was aware of their existence, it was only natural she would seek them out. After 2 days of persistent inquiry, Lin Yun learned from the system that one binding contract had been placed within the forest, though its exact location remained unknown to the system, necessitating her own search. The other was located within a city, though which city was also to be discovered. What Lin Yun did not know was that during her explorations over the past few days, several individuals in the town had grown frantic. Lin Yun had not appeared in the town for 4 or 5 days, and both Chun Anna and Yao Anan had been unable to find her, worrying that something might have happened to her. They wished to locate her, but had no idea where her shelter was. Frustrated and helpless, the two were in a state of turmoil. Furthermore, Lu Jingyan, who had also been frequenting the town these past few days, had intended to take the opportunity of a task to deliver food to Lin Yun, but had been unable to encounter her. He inquired among his teammates who were executing tasks throughout the town, yet none had seen the girl he described. Alarmed, Lu Jingyan began to fear that something might have happened to her. Had he known he would be unable to find her, he would have insisted on taking her back to the base at all costs. Additionally, there were some survivors in the town who refused to leave. Despite their efforts to persuade them over the past few days, they remained obstinate, causing Lu Jingyan to feel as though he were losing his hair from stress. These reluctant survivors were, of course, those who had been introduced into this world. Their shelters were already bound. How could they abandon their cozy little nest to squeeze into a communal bunk? Thus, they consistently rejected Lu Jingyan and his team's entreaties. Some, irritated by their insistence, even resorted to physical confrontations and verbal abuse. This left Lu Jingyan and his companions seething with frustration. However, as military personnel, they were bound by duty and could only endure. After reporting back to the base, Lu Jingyan and his team finally ceased their attempts to persuade the survivors. In the meantime, some animals from the outskirts had returned to their original habitats, though many remained within the urban area. Lu Jingyan and his team observed and discovered that those animals that had retreated were mostly smaller, weaker creatures. This situation left him both anxious and relieved. The reassuring aspect was that these comparatively weaker creatures had returned to their original habitats, and even if they encountered survivors outside, they would be capable of handling them. However, the troubling thought lingered that only the frail animals had departed, while the robust ones remained in the city, raising suspicions of a potential conspiracy. If their objective were the base, it would spell disaster. Lu Jingyan trudged back to the base, reporting the findings of their reconnaissance to his superiors. They instructed him to observe further, and if the gathering persisted after 3 days, they would first resort to intimidation through force, should they still refuse to disperse. A more forceful resolution would be necessary. They could not allow such potential threats to exist in proximity to their base, as the safety of the survivors must be preserved. That day, after leaving the base, Lu Jingyan, accompanied by Xiao Fei and Li Ping, headed straight for the town. He remained unconvinced that Lin Yun had encountered any misfortune and resolved to wait a little longer. He and the other team members had agreed to gather at their designated meeting spot. Yet, unexpectedly, rain began to pour. The trio, taken by surprise, hastily sought shelter from the downpour. They found refuge in a very express station that had once housed the Ivy. Captain Lu, with this heavy rain, if that girl hadn't faced any trouble, she wouldn't be out in this weather, would she? Li Ping remarked, glancing at the heavy curtain of rain outside. Xiao Fei concurred. Indeed, Captain Lu, it's been 5 days since she last appeared, hasn't it? This town is not that large. If we intentionally search, it seems improbable that we would never encounter her. Lu Jingyan sighed. He harbored a similar premonition, yet he was reluctant to accept it. If he had married earlier, given Lin Yun's age, she could very well be his daughter, which accounted for his heightened concern for her. It was clear that waiting today was futile. He would return in a few days, once the situation in the city had been resolved. If she remained elusive then, he would relinquish any further pursuit of the matter. Lin Yun, who had initially intended to venture into town, found her plans thwarted by the sudden downpour. It seemed she would have to spend the day idly at the shelter. Fortunately, she had not yet sold the items she had gathered from the forest, so she decided to organize them diligently. The system, having overheard Lin Yun's thoughts, excitedly tapped its fingers. She had not mentioned selling anything in days, nearly driving it to despair. The rain had arrived just in time. Lin Yun opened her personal panel and glanced at the time displayed at the top. Day 9 of the mutated animal and plant world 0812 weather. Heavy rain temperature, 22. So it's already the 9th day, Lin Yun mused. She then accessed the mission center to check if any of the items she had recently collected were suitable for task submission. Oh, I found one. Daily task. Submit 10 bird eggs task difficulty. Level task reward. 5 points. She had gathered a considerable number of bird eggs from various places over the past few days. And thanks to the mutations, many of them had lost their fishy odor, making them quite delectable. Some special bird eggs displayed additional information, which she would sort and set aside upon viewing. After accepting this daily task, she promptly submitted it, completing the task and earning 5 points. Lin Yun continued to scroll down. Daily task. Submit 4 types of edible non-toxic crops, task difficulty. D-level task reward. 10 points. She now had an abundance of edible food, quickly selecting 4 types of wild vegetables to submit, thus earning 10 points. Following this, she accepted several more tasks, filling up a remaining task point limit before finally pausing. System, your point cap is rather inconvenient. I found several tasks I could submit, but I hit the limit, she complained. What has to worry? The task point limit in the novice world is only 300. It's not as if the next world will be the same, the system replied. Lin Yun inquired about the point limits for the next world and the acquisition tasks. Don't ask, it's all random, came the retort. Curse system, she exclaimed. Do you think the system would allow you to live comfortably? Dream on. The system huffed. It was an emotionless entity. She sighed, resigned to the rules. Fine. This wild vegetable isn't very palatable. I'll sell it to you for 2 points each. Dear survivor Lin Yun, selling a wild vegetable for 2 points is a bit steep. They taste poor and aren't filling. The maximum is 1 point. Will that suffice? Lin Yun was taken aback. Esteemed system, you show me the true meaning of a double standard. Dear survivor Lin Yun, you don't understand. The system can bend a little for points, but not too much. Fine, 1 point it is. The taste of these wild vegetables is indeed lackluster. Lin Yun had already counted. She had packed 25 wild vegetables into a plastic bag, and given their size, it was quite full. All right, dear survivor Lin Yun, how many bags are you selling? I'll sell 3 bags. 75 points have been credited. Please check your account. Can I sell more? You still have 455 points until you reach the acquisition point limit, you know? Hold on, let me take a look. Lin Yun had gathered quite a lot lately and needed to assess what items were suitable for sale. Anything that could be used for attack was off the table. She intended to keep those for her own safety. She could only sell food, but fortunately, she had plenty. Peaches, 2 points each, or forget it. These peaches are nearly the size of grapefruits. Selling them for less would be a loss. The system was indifferent, as Lin Yun was currently in a position of power. After the acquisition, it would deal with her. All right, 2 points each. How many do you want to sell? The peaches were something Lin Yun had learned about from a monkey while passing a tree, and she decided to take 2 mutated tomatoes from her backpack to inquire further. The monkey, sensing no malice, agreed to help them locate the peaches after sniffing the tomatoes and recognizing their value. Chapter 35. Acquisition Point Limit and Random Skills. Thus, Lin Yun followed the monkey, who soon led them to an abandoned small orchard. The orchard was filled with peach trees, though only a few survived in this neglected state. To her astonishment, she discovered a mutated peach tree among them. Upon spotting it, she was immediately tempted. However, the tree was far too large to transport, and she regrettably had to abandon the idea of taking it home. The monkey, who had brought them there, mentioned that they could freely pick peaches since there were so many. It wouldn't be able to eat them all. If left unpicked, the ripe peaches would fall and rot, becoming inedible. The monkey, being a creature that cherished food, would be heartbroken. Seeing the monkey's earnest expression, Lin Yun did not hesitate, gathering several woven bags full of peaches. After tasting one, she found it crisp, exactly to her liking. Once she finished picking the peaches, she also gave the monkey 2 mutated corns, which delighted it, prompting the monkey to offer to take them to another place where wild bananas grew, claiming they were quite large. Thus, Lin Yun gained several hefty wild bananas. However, due to the considerable distance between the 2 locations, Lin Yun harbored concerns that darkness would soon descend upon her return journey. Consequently, she gracefully declined the monkey's offer to escort them to the next destination, suggesting they reconvene in a couple of days. Understanding the human tendency to retreat homeward as night falls, the monkey acquiesced, assuring Lin Yun that it would await their next meeting at the tree where they had first encountered one another. With this, Lin Yun returned home, her arms laden with fruitful bounty. Now, returning to the present, a woven bag contained 60 peaches, and there were a total of 6 bags, of which 3 have been sold. 360 points have been credited. Please check your account. Only 95 points remain until the limit is reached. Would you like to clear it all at once? Yes, please wait a moment while I take another look. Lin Yun began rummaging through her belongings, pulling out some fruits and vegetables she seldom enjoyed. Can you confirm that I have 95 points? That will suffice. 95 points have been credited. Please check your account. The task points in this world have reached their limit, and the acquisition points have also reached their cap. System, please arrange more random tasks for me. With all points maxed out, idleness breeds stagnation. Random tasks appear spontaneously. I cannot orchestrate them. System notification. Due to the task and acquisition points reaching their limits, the points marketplace has unveiled additional items. Survivors are advised to check promptly. Lin Yun had initially intended to engage the system further when she heard this notification, but she promptly fell silent, eager to see what delightful items had surfaced in the points marketplace. Upon entering, she found 3 new products alongside the usual offerings: cola, instant noodles, and sausage. However, the point costs were somewhat disheartening. A bottle of cola cost 5 points, instant noodles 3 points, and sausage 5 points. Lin Yun instantly closed the panel. Foregoing consumption, she pondered whether it would be more advantageous to barter with Lu Jingyan instead of purchasing with points. Recalling that she still had the wooden crystal in her backpack, which had yet to be submitted, she swiftly retrieved it. System, submit the wooden crystal. Wooden crystal 2 submitted. Task progress at 55. Task completed. Rewards are being dispensed. Survivor Lin Yun, please click the lottery button at the center of the wheel to claim your skill. Was the random skill truly so capricious? Lin Yun sighed in resignation and pressed the lottery button on the oversized wheel that materialized before her. Isn't this preferable? No matter how inadequate the skill, it is still one you personally drew, and if my random selection disappoints, you might scold me. The system snorted, well aware of Lin Yun's character after accompanying her these past days. The pointer on the grand will gradually slowed, ultimately halting at a basic skill. System notification. Congratulations. Survivor Lin Yun has acquired the basic skill shield. The skill has been equipped. Please check your personal panel for further details. After claiming her skill, Lin Yun hastily opened her personal panel to examine the newly acquired ability. She had noticed on the wheel that there are distinct categories for special and basic skills, with special skills evidently superior. Yet special skills occupied only a small fraction of the wheel, approximately 15, while basic skills dominated at 70, with an additional 15 designated as thank you for participating. Although she had drawn a basic skill, it was certainly preferable to receiving the latter. Without further ado, Lin Yun scrutinized her skill details. Name, Lin Yun, ID number, 7700616. Special skill, none. Basic skill, shield shelter level, level 1. Ghost vine upgrades with shelter level temporary binding, IV. The personal information section had evidently undergone a transformation, with skills now delineated into special and basic categories. And a note regarding temporary bindings added at the bottom. A small question mark accompanied the shield skill, which Lin Yun clicked, revealing detailed information about the ability. Basic skill, shield skill effect. When activated, provides immunity to all attacks for 1 minute. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded and may be used once per day. Upon use, it enters a cooldown until the following day at dawn. Having absorbed the information regarding this skill, Lin Yun contemplated its significance. With a minute of invulnerability, this skill could prove life-saving in critical moments. Her luck appeared to be quite favorable. Yet, she couldn't help but wish for the ability to stack the usage of this skill, providing her with enhanced protection. Alas, the detailed description forbade such an enhancement, leaving her to muse about how blissfully secure she would feel if it were possible. Nevertheless, Lin Yun quickly regained her composure. It was not a significant issue, surely. More opportunities for random skills awaited her. Who knew? Perhaps her next draw would yield something even more advantageous. With this thought, she amiably flattered the system. I acknowledge that I may have been somewhat impolite previously. I shall champion your reign as the sovereign of the system realm. You criticize my duality, yet you exhibit the same. The system retorted with a huff. I learn from you. Lin Yun replied with a playful grin. What? You are insufferable. I shall find ways to make your journey more difficult. Lin Yun, I can't hear you without my glasses, hee. The system, thoroughly ignoring her, suddenly felt that Lin Yun was rather peculiar, perhaps even gravely so. Why had it bonded with such a host? Chapter 36. Re-entering the town. At this moment, there was little danger in the vicinity, and since this was the territory of the Ghost Vine, she could not yet test the skill she had just acquired. Rain had poured incessantly for 2 days, and Lin Yun had remained in the shelter, refraining from venturing outside. Had the rain truly persisted for so long? Peering through the window at the relentless downpour, she observed that it showed no signs of abating. I'm so bored. Are there any unwrapped packages left? I want to open them. Lin Yun's lips curled in a wry smile. Having spent the previous day in the shelter, she had already unwrapped the remaining 4 large parcels, filled with an eclectic assortment of items. Some of these items were of little use to her, and she contemplated discarding them, yet felt reluctant as she had nowhere to store them, leading to a sense of frustration. Among the parcels were toys, which she had directly offered to the Ghost Vine and Ivy. To her surprise, they took great pleasure in them, playing joyfully. Do you want to unwrap? There's still several shelves. I can bring them out for you to open. Having already indulged her urge to unwrap packages yesterday, Lin Yun was not particularly keen at this moment. Sure. I'll have Ivy help me tidy up. The Ghost Vine, brimming with energy like a spirited puppy, wasted no time leaping onto the shelf Lin Yun had just set out. Amused, Lin Yun shook her head and glanced out at the rain-soaked world, deciding it was best to take a nap. Rainy days were perfect for slumber. After a brief rest, she rose from her bed, only to find the rain still pouring outside. With a sigh, she retrieved her pots and pans to prepare a meal. She had already unpacked soy sauce and vinegar from the parcels, and upon inspection, they were neither expired nor damaged, ready for use. In the bathroom, she took out half a rabbit, slicing off a substantial piece and washing away the blood before setting about preparing her meal. She was proficient in the culinary arts and intended to make braised rabbit meat, 2 dishes from 1 rabbit. Initially, she had considered roasting it, but given her current location in the shelter, the odor would be too overpowering, and she wished to avoid filling the space with an unpleasant scent. I want to eat. As soon as the dish was ready, the Ghost Vine promptly clung to Lin Yun, eagerly vying for a taste. All right, just a little for you. Lin Yun, lacking rice, resorted to using flour ground from wild grass to prepare a few flatbreads as her staple food. Surprisingly, these flatbreads, made from the grass flour, turned out to be quite delectable, especially when paired with a savory braised rabbit. After satisfying her hunger, Lin Yun rose to open the wooden door of her shelter, intending to air out the space, only to discover that the rain outside had begun to lessen. She ventured out with an umbrella to inspect the seeds she had planted in her flower pots, and to her delight, many had sprouted tender shoots, growing rapidly. The ivy had taken good care of the pots, with some seedlings nearly an inch tall. She then checked on the 3 mutated plants. The very pepper had grown somewhat, yet remained in its developmental stage. The mutated corn had produced new ears, reminding Lin Yun of its earlier wish for cucumber-flavored corn. Curious if it had succeeded, she decided to harvest 1 ear, leaving the rest to collect after the rain ceased. Back at her shelter, she steamed the corn, planning to enjoy it as she walked the next day. Judging by the rain's current intensity, it seemed likely that it would cease by morning. As expected, upon waking, the sound of rain was absent. After tidying herself up and opening the door, the sun's rays had already begun to illuminate the ground. Eager to step outside, Lin Yun hesitated, knowing that some areas on the mountain would still be damp and the paths muddy from the prolonged rain, which could ruin her shoes. By 9 o'clock, the sun outside grew increasingly intense, as if the heavy rain of the previous day had been but an illusion. Frowning at the weather, Lin Yun donned her sun protection gear, wary of the sun's fierce rays. Once outside, she bit into the corn she had prepared the night before and was astonished to discover it truly tasted like cucumber. How remarkable! Was her conversation with the mutated corn truly realized? Yet, the notion of flavored corn seemed rather peculiar. Perhaps it could even yield corn that popped like popcorn? Lin Yun chuckled at her fanciful thoughts, wondering if the mutated corn would simply dismiss such requests. As she savored the cucumber-flavored corn, Lin Yun made her way down the mountain. She mounted her bicycle and pedaled toward the town, curious about what treasure she might uncover, hoping to find something she lacked. It seemed the survivors in this world were generally friendly. During her ride, she encountered several, who merely regarded her with caution before retreating without any intention of approaching. Upon entering a shop she had never visited, Lin Yun glanced around, only to find the shelves largely bare, save for some useless cardboard boxes. After rummaging through the store without finding anything of value, she casually pocketed a plastic bag from the counter before exiting. Stowing her bicycle, she began searching nearby shops. This scavenging felt increasingly akin to her original purpose in the town. When Lu Jingyan spotted Lin Yun again, he was undoubtedly surprised, especially upon witnessing a fair-skinned girl rummaging through refuse. Surely, she must be out of food, or why else would she be searching so diligently? Unable to resist, Lu Jingyan approached her. As he did, the ghostly vine alerted her to his presence, yet Lin Yun, engrossed in her scavenging, paid it no mind. "Miss," he called. Not knowing her name, Lin Yun turned to him. "My surname is Lin." "All right, Lin. There is hardly any food left around here. Even if there is, it's likely spoiled. I brought you some food. If I had run into you earlier, you wouldn't have gone hungry." He produced the food he had been carrying for her, feeling a pang of empathy as he saw her scavenging alone without sustenance. Lin Yun was at a loss for how to explain herself. Sensing the concern in Lu Jingyan's expression, she decided it was best not to clarify. He seemed already convinced she was scavenging for food. He offered her 2 cans and a peculiar item that resembled a steamed bun, but Lin Yun did not accept. "Take it. Eat a little. We can talk later. I truly am not hungry. Did you come to find me for something specific?" Lu Jingyan broached the topic of the base again, mentioning the animals in the city and the gangs near S City. Lin Yun frowned, sensing that these creatures seemed to be plotting something significant. However, residing on the mountain, these matters felt distant and inconsequential to her. Still, she thought of her friends Chun Anna and Yao Anan in town and resolved to remind them of the situation soon. "Lin, let us set aside the question of whether those animals will affect us here. The gangs have already infiltrated S City. Our primary focus is on those mutated animals, leaving us little energy to confront the gang. They are likely to come into this town, and I worry you might encounter them. Why not stay at the base for a few days? If you truly dislike staying there, you can return once we've dealt with them." Lu Jingyan genuinely hoped no further harm would befall the survivors. The population in S City had dwindled significantly due to various circumstances. Most concerning was that these criminal gangs often preyed on young girls like Lin Yun. In this lawless society, the darkness within some individuals had begun to magnify unchecked. Knowing that the authorities were unable to act against them, they grew increasingly brazen, committing heinous acts without remorse. They would always find loopholes, evading the authorities' attempts to bring them to justice, much like a cat playing with a mouse. "I'm fine. My living situation is quite safe, and no one will discover me." Lin Yun firmly declined Lu Jingyan's offer. He sighed, refraining from pressing the issue further. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yun asked, "What kind of food do you have at your base? Can I trade for some? We have canned meat, instant meals, and rice and flour. What would you like to exchange?" Lu Jingyan hadn't anticipated her inquiry. Taking advantage of her backpack as cover, Lin Yun retrieved a peach she had picked from the tree near her home. "I happen to have a peach tree at my place, and I'd like a trade for some other food." As she proposed the exchange, Lin Yun felt a twinge of apprehension. She wasn't entirely certain if she could trust Lu Jingyan, but based on their previous encounters, she chose to take the leap. Lu Jingyan was taken aback, surprised that Lin Yun possessed such a fine peach. Had he mistakenly assumed she was scavenging? "You misunderstood my intentions," she clarified. However, Lu Jingyan pondered the layout of the town but couldn't recall any peach trees. He remembered all the spots where such trees might grow, yet none bore fruit. Lin Yun was well aware this was a flaw in her story, but she shrugged it off, betting that Lu Jingyan wouldn't press further. Indeed, he didn't. believing in his judgment of character. If Lin Yun said so, he would trust her, as it was merely a peach in exchange for food. Their base was indeed in need of fresh produce. While survivors occasionally brought back edible fruits and vegetables, the quantity was limited, and they primarily subsisted on vacuum-sealed rice and packaged food. Fresh produce was a rare find, while meat was exceedingly scarce. After the animals underwent mutations, they became exceedingly cunning. The moment one approaches, they sense it immediately and flee at remarkable speeds, leaving pursuers in the dust. The surrounding poultry farms, be it chicken coops or duck pens, have long since been ravaged by larger beasts, or the animals have fled entirely. Even if there are a few stragglers left, they are scant in number. Capturing them again proves to be a daunting task, as these creatures are incredibly alert. Chapter 37. Scavenging for food if Lin Yun wished to exchange for some food. It was certainly feasible, especially since the peach in her possession was large and appeared delectable. At the very least, it was far superior to some of the bizarre edible plants that had emerged. Wow, what a colossal peach! A startled exclamation erupted from the side, nearly provoking Gui Tong to lash out. The speakers were Xiao Fei and Li Ping, who had come to check on the situation after noticing Lu Jingyan had not returned. To their astonishment, they found Lin Yun, whom they had presumed dead. Though surprised, they refrained from expressing it openly, as that would be quite impolite. Captain Lu. Li Ping chuckled nervously upon receiving Lu Jingyan's piercing gaze, and greeted Lin Yun with, "Long time no see, miss. My surname is Lin." "Oh right, Miss Lin." Xiao Fei shot Li Ping a disapproving glance, silently inquiring about the situation with Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan cast him a sidelong glance, signaling him to turn back. "Miss Lin, how many of these peaches do you have?" Lin Yun pondered for a moment. She could offer 2 woven bags of peaches for trade, though she was uncertain if the base would find them appealing, given their limited quantity. Approximately 120. Lu Jingyan was somewhat taken aback, as that was significantly more than other survivors typically managed to bring back. He contemplated, "I will inquire with the base when I return today, though it may take a few days to provide you with a response." Lin Yun understood his implication. If the animals in the city did not disperse by tomorrow, they would need to be driven away with force. "All right, could you give me one to take back for my superior to examine? However, I cannot guarantee what the base would be willing to trade for it." Lin Yun was indifferent. Collecting on her own in town was too slow and yielded little. She thought that trading with the base would be more expedient. Yet, if the base was unwilling to exchange, it was of no consequence. She had enough fruits and vegetables to sustain herself for the time being, and could simply resort to those if necessary. Proposing a trade was merely a means to improve her situation. She handed over a peach, saying, "I will give you one. Take it." "All right." Lu Jingyan accepted the plump peach, while Li Ping gazed at it enviously, having never seen a peach of such size before. Lu Jingyan then offered the food he had just retrieved to Lin Yun, stating, "Take this as part of our trade for the peach." This time, Lin Yun did not refuse and accepted the food from Lu Jingyan. Li Ping realized that bringing the peach back was likely impossible, and he was uncertain if the base would even engage in a trade with Lin Yun. Stealing a glance at Lu Jingyan, he noted that he did not object, prompting him to speak up. "Miss Lin, could I trade for 2 of these peaches? I wish to bring some back for my mother to taste." "I only have 1. Lin Yun replied. "No worries, we can trade next time we visit. I didn't bring much food today." Li Ping, seeing her lack of refusal, grinned sheepishly and scratched his head. Xiao Fei glanced at Li Ping and quickly raised his hand. "Ahem, Miss Lin, I would also like a trade." "All right." Lin Yun consented. Lu Jingyan and his companions had other matters to attend to and prepared to take their leave. Just before parting, Lu Jingyan seemed to recall something and paused, asking, "By the way, if the base agrees to the trade, what would you like in exchange?" "Anything will do, just not fruits or vegetables. I have plenty of those." Lu Jingyan acknowledged her request, recalling that young girls her age often enjoy snacks. As long as packaged snacks were not crushed, they remained edible. They had collected a considerable amount of such items during their previous foraging in the city and surrounding towns. "Would you like some snacks?" Lin Yun contemplated before politely declining, as she had already opened a fair number of snacks from her deliveries. Lu Jingyan nodded and added a couple more remarks before departing with Xiao Fei and Li Ping. "We will resolve the matters in the city as swiftly as possible and return to find you, bringing food along. Please do not resort to scavenging for garbage." The expressions on Xiao Fei and Li Ping's faces shifted instantly at her words. Lin Yun felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Scavenging was a dilemma she could neither embrace nor avoid. Angered, she shook her fists at their retreating figures before exiting the shop. In the time that followed, Lin Yun ventured into nearly every store, hoping to discover items she lacked or required. After a few hours, she managed to scavenge some small snacks. all of which had intact packaging and were still consumable. She also stumbled upon a store selling fruits and vegetables, but regrettably, the produce had rotted beyond recognition due to prolonged exposure. Nevertheless, Lin Yun was unconcerned. She still had a substantial supply of fruits and vegetables, and the half-rabbit that Gui Tung had brought back remained uneaten, primarily because it weighed over 50 pounds. Finding a safe spot, Lin Yun planned to address her lunch while browsing the daily tasks available in the mission center, seeking opportunities she could undertake. Upon opening her personal panel, she noticed the skill shield on the left side. However, as she had yet to encounter any danger recently, she had not utilized the skill and was uncertain of its efficacy or when it might be needed. Why not let Gui Tung give you a little smack to test it out? Since it's all the same, with the shield in place, you won't be harmed. What do you think? Care to try? You little eavesdropper. Lin Yun pouted like a disgruntled kitten. I did not. Your expression was quite evident. I merely aimed to clarify. The voice retorted. With the acquisition points now at their limit, the system no longer needed to heed Lin Yun's demeanor, liberating itself to speak freely. Closing her personal panel, Lin Yun grabbed a tomato to munch on. It was quite large and too much for a single sitting. The remaining half was consumed by Gui Tung, who eagerly accepted whatever was offered. Once sated, Lin Yun resolved to continue her scavenging in town, aiming to stockpile more supplies. For no one knew how long the world would remain as comfortable as it was now. Emerging from her hiding place, she heard a familiar meow. It was the tabby cat from earlier. Meow. The tabby cat appeared from an unknown location and approached Lin Yun, tugging at her clothes. What is it? The tabby emitted a soft, pleading sound, pulling on her clothing and indicating a direction. Summoning her courage, Lin Yun gently patted the cat, saying, all right, I'll follow you, but please don't tear my clothes. I don't want them ruined. Upon her reassurance, the tabby released her and gestured for her to follow. Lin Yun mounted her bicycle and trailed the tabby through the deserted town, turning left and right until she soon heard a commotion ahead. She glanced around at her surroundings, noting that this was at the very edge of the town. If something were to occur, those within the town might not hear a thing. She stopped to stow her bicycle in her backpack and quietly approached the tabby cat, who had paused nearby. The tabby led Lin Yun to a concealed spot where they could hear the activity ahead. Boss, it has been several days since we last feasted on meat. Shall we slaughter this little kitten for a meal? One of the underlings gazed adoringly at the man seated in the higher position, while a frail little kitten lay nearby. The man, with legs crossed and smoke curling from a cigarette, scoffed. What do you mean eat? This kitten is clearly accompanied by a mother cat. We can use it to lure her out for a greater catch. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes gleaming with determination towards the mother cat. Although it was rumored that cat meat was sour, what did that matter? As long as it was meat, it could be consumed. Who cared about the taste? Oh, boss. I was just thinking incorrectly. You are absolutely right. Luring out the mother cat would indeed yield us much more meat. The underling lightly tapped his mouth, grinning even more obsequiously. The others chimed in agreement. Lin Yun turned her gaze toward the tabby cat crouching beside her and quietly inquired, is this your offspring? The tabby shot Lin Yun an exasperated glance. Is your human eyesight so poor that you cannot even discern the gender of a cat? Or would it have given birth? How amusing, Lin Yun, it is mocking you. That must be its companion's kitten, not its own. It is still an innocent little tomcat. Realizing why the tabby had such a disdainful look, Lin Yun was surprised to learn that it was indeed a little male cat. She wanted to ask where its companion was, fearing that the mother cat, driven by the urge to rescue her young, might fall into the traps set by those men. However, due to the language barrier, she could only rely on Ghostvine to relay her message. It says its companion was sent away and is not here. The kitten's mother was also a tabby and was fiercely protective of her young. Upon discovering that her kitten had been captured by humans, she grew anxious. Yet, she was not a mutated creature, merely an ordinary tabby that had grown larger. Faced with humans wielding guns, she had no chance. Thus, she sought the assistance of a local feline leader, who happened to be the tabby cat beside Lin Yun. Realizing the group possessed firearms, the tabby had sent away the mother cat, fearing they might shoot her. Afterward, it discovered Lin Yun in the town and hurried to bring her along, knowing that rescuing the kitten would be difficult for a single cat. This led to the recent events. Lin Yun observed the group closely, counting a total of 13 individuals, 8 of whom were armed and all carried knives. Fortunately, the tabby and its companions had not recklessly charged in to save the kitten, or they would have become the main course themselves. At this moment, she could ascertain that this group was indeed the same gang that Lu Jingyan had mentioned. But were there only 13? Based on Lu Jingyan's tone, there were likely more, perhaps others lurking elsewhere. Chapter 38. The Rescue of the Kitten. Lin Yun could not be certain if these were the only individuals in the vicinity. If others were hidden nearby, A confrontation might summon reinforcements, jeopardizing not only the kitten's rescue, but their own safety as well. Are there any more of them around? The tabby shook its head. Having already dispatched its subordinates to scout the area, it confirmed that this group was all that remained. Lin Yun nodded, relieved that there were no other individuals nearby. But with 13 opponents, it was unwise to engage. There were simply too many, and they were armed. We should observe further. The 13 individuals were situated in a small courtyard of a self-built house, devoid of vegetation, which made it an ideal temporary stronghold. 2 stood guard at the back gate, 2 at the entrance of the house, while the rest loitered within the courtyard. As Lin Yun continued her scrutiny, suddenly, a subordinate of the tabby hastily approached and whispered something in its ear. The tabby's expression shifted alarmingly. Why has that tabby returned so unexpectedly? Ghost Vine conveyed the message relayed by the subordinate to Lin Yun, who furrowed her brows, swiftly formulating a plan. She noticed a storage room on one side of the courtyard, brimming with flammable materials. A bold idea began to take shape in her mind. Lin Yun instructed the tabby to lead its subordinates to create a distraction at the back gate while she donned a mask, seeking an opportunity to ignite the flammable contents. The flames spread rapidly, throwing the courtyard into chaos. What the hell? How did it suddenly catch fire? The man in charge shouted in anger. One of the underlings, startled by the boss's outburst, stammered, "Boss, do you think it could be that someone is coming to rescue the kitten? Have you lost your mind? Which fool would dare to help a stray cat rescue its kitten?" The man slapped the blabbering underling across the face. The underling cringed, covering his cheek in silence. "What are you still doing? Put out the fire." Seizing the opportunity amidst the confusion, Lin Yun slipped in and found the discarded, barely breathing kitten. Just then, an enemy spotted her and fired a shot. "Boss, someone is truly here to rescue the kitten," the man shouted, alerting everyone to Lin Yun's presence. Cursing under her breath, Lin Yun dodged to the side, quickly tossing an explosive sunflower seed in a man's direction. He, unaware of what she had thrown, assumed it was merely something she had picked up and carelessly tossed, and did not even attempt to evade. The explosive sunflower seed detonated upon impact. The man widened his eyes in disbelief, raising a hand to touch his shattered neck, collapsing to the ground. He wondered how this could have happened. How could there have been an explosion? The sudden blast startled everyone present. They hadn't anticipated that this audacious woman would carry explosives. "Damn it, capture that woman. I'll make sure you all have your turn with her later." Song Tianfu was enraged. This woman had dared to kill his subordinate in front of him. Once they captured her, he would have her violated before killing her. The others immediately grew excited. Women were valuable in the post-apocalyptic world, and as desperate rogues, they had a penchant for women. A flicker of disgust crossed Lin Yun's eyes. From Song Tianfu's words, it was clear that these men had committed numerous vile acts. Ghost Vine swiftly descended, its robust tendrils striking out at the assailants. The tabby, having drawn attention, returned alongside its subordinates, fiercely charging at the men with perilous yowls. Song Tianfu was taken aback. How had a mutated plant suddenly appeared? Even a mutated cat had joined the fray. "Shoot, everyone! Open fire! Kill those 2 cats and this mutated plant. Let none of them survive." With that command, his underlings, armed with firearms, began firing at the peculiar creatures. Meanwhile, Song Tianfu rushed into the self-built house, intrigued by how this woman had managed to ally herself with these mutated beings. Lin Yun, while commanding Ghost Vine to act, dashed into the house. The enemy had the upper hand, and she could not afford a direct confrontation. She needed to use the terrain to her advantage. Once inside, Lin Yun immediately contacted the system, spending 5 points to place the kitten into a temporary space, knowing she could not afford to be distracted while fighting. Just as she secured the kitten, the sounds of gunfire erupted outside. She quickly searched for advantageous positioning within the house, spotting an inconspicuous corner on the 2nd floor. She dashed over, removed her sunshade jacket, and deliberately left a corner exposed. Swiftly ascending to the 3rd floor, Lin Yun entered a room and seized the moment to glance out the window at the situation with Ghost Vine. Noticing that the tabby cat had already sustained injuries, she promptly hurled a few explosive sunflower seeds into the recently ignited area. Instantly, the courtyard was shrouded in smoke, obscuring the enemy's line of sight and causing chaos among their gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, Ghost Vine's tendrils became increasingly agile in their assault on the adversaries, while the tabby cat and its companions managed to inflict numerous wounds amidst the turmoil. Upon hearing the explosions outside, Song Tianfu cursed Lin Yun, referring to her disdainfully. He searched the 1st floor in vain and was about to ascend when he noticed a corner where a piece of clothing seemed to be peeking out. A sly smile crept across his lips. "Ah, the little cat I ascend, very good at hiding." Her tail is exposed. Song Tianfu's tone dripped with arrogance, filled with an unwavering confidence in his impending victory over Lin Yun. He believed that she merely possessed a stroke of luck, and against him, she stood no chance, destined to be at the mercy of their kind. Once he captured her, he would relentlessly interrogate this woman about her means of communicating with mutated flora and fauna. Acquiring such knowledge would undoubtedly allow him to seize the official base of City S. Raising his gun, he pulled the trigger, certain that this shot would not be fatal. However, with a thud, he realized he had missed entirely. Hastily, Song Tianfu crouched to inspect the area, just as Lin Yun launched an explosive sunflower seed from above the staircase. At the corner of the stairs, even as he reacted, there was no place for him to evade. He could either retreat downwards or flee upwards. Avoiding the explosive seed thrown by Lin Yun, he charged forward, only to be met with a tremendous explosion behind him that sent him tumbling down the staircase. Lin Yun deftly sidestepped, brandishing a sturdy stem rod, poised for his advance. Gritting his teeth, Song Tianfu rose, battered by debris from the explosion that had lacerated his skin. He ascended step by step, convinced that Lin Yun had no more explosives, for she merely carried a single backpack. Yet, as he emerged from the staircase, he was unprepared for Lin Yun's ambush behind the wall, where her stem rod came crashing down upon him. Hastily, he raised his arm to block the blow. Crack! The sound of his bones fracturing echoed painfully in his ears. His arm, meant to shield himself, had broken and now hung limply at his side. A surge of excruciating pain enveloped him, prompting a scream of anguish. Damn it! I will kill you. He raised his right hand to shoot Lin Yun, but her stem rod descended once more, shattering his other hand. The handgun clattered to the ground, and Lin Yun swiftly kicked it away. Enraged and humiliated, Song Tianfu found himself utterly helpless, with both arms incapacitated and unable to threaten Lin Yun. Wait, you're quite impressive. How about joining us? Our Qinglong gang is remarkably powerful. If you agree to join, you could become the branch leader of City S. He blurted out, desperately attempting to placate Lin Yun while seeking the opportunity to subdue her. Lin Yun rolled her eyes, recognizing his futile attempts at persuasion. And without further ado, she swung the stem rod at him. No, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Just let me go. He pleaded, you wretched woman. You'll meet a miserable end. Ah, you vile creature. Lin Yun refrained from delivering a swift demise, instead choosing to mercilessly batter him, shattering his bones one by one. She remained silent, relishing in the torment she inflicted upon him, her anger ignited by his filthy words. It was only when Song Tianfu could no longer utter a sound that she ceased her assault, having vented her frustration. She decided it was time to descend and check on Ghostvine and the others, with Lin Yun's earlier assistance disrupting the enemy's vision. Ghostvine and the tabby cat swiftly overcame the remaining foes. However, two guards stationed outside, sensing the shift in momentum, abandoned their comrades and fled in their vehicle. The tabby cat contemplated pursuing them, but their speed proved too great, and after a brief chase, they vanished from sight, leaving it no choice but to return to the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion from above, the tabby cat and its companions hesitated to ascend, choosing instead to wait patiently for Lin Yun's return. Little Vine, gather their firearms and collect anything valuable, Lin Yun instructed. Since we're here, we must certainly claim some interest. She tossed Song Tianfu's gun in her backpack. Although he carried few bullets, only 12 after accounting for what was in the gun, it was still a worthwhile haul. As Ghostvine collected the weapons and belongings the intruders brought, it reported back to Lin Yun. Two people just fled in a vehicle. We couldn't catch up. That's all right. They'll not return anytime soon, Lin Yun replied, stowing the spoils in her backpack. The two fugitives had been armed, yet aside from Song Tianfu's gun, 5 others remained in the courtyard. The group had also brought a substantial amount of food, including many canned meats and fruits, truly a bounty to behold. With such provisions at hand, resorting to capturing kittens for sustenance was utterly depraved. Seeing Lin Yun finish her tasks, the tabby cat rushed forward, meowing anxiously, inquiring about the missing kittens. Lin Yun gently patted the tabby cat's head, reassuring it, don't worry, they're safe now. How are you all doing? Let me see your injuries. The tabby cat shook its head, deeming its minor wounds inconsequential compared to the need to rescue the kittens. Lin Yun examined Ghostvine, finding only a few broken tendrils. Nothing severe, and it appeared to be in good spirits. Tenderly stroking the vine bundle, she placed it on her shoulder. I'll reward you once we return. Now, let us depart and discuss further upon reaching the mountain. Though the tabby cat felt a sense of urgency, it understood the necessity of leaving this place. Chapter 39. You can lean against me's broad chest. After ensuring the flames extinguished by their adversaries posed no further threat, they finally vacated the area. Lin Yun mounted her bicycle and pedaled vigorously towards the mountains. The chaos had released considerable smoke and gunfire sounds, necessitating a hasty retreat. The tabby cat and its companions followed closely behind Lin Yun, remaining vigilant for any sudden appearances of foes. The journey back was fraught with tension, but ultimately safe as they returned to Ghost Vine's territory. Seeing the tabby cat's anxious demeanor, Lin Yun quickly retrieved the kittens from her temporary space and set them on the ground. Meow. The tabby cat rushed over, lowering its head to lick the kitten. After being captured by Song Tianfu's group, the kitten had not been treated well. Although it had not been killed outright, it had suffered considerable torment. Now weakened, it could only emit faint sounds in response to the tabby cat's concern calls. Hearing the kitten's response, the tabby cat sighed in relief. As long as it was alive, it could later venture into the mountains to find some herbs to nourish the kitten back to health. The tabby cat raised its head and nudged Lin Yun affectionately. Caught off guard, Lin Yun found herself toppled to the ground by the tabby cat. Tabby cat. Awkward moment. Lin Yun. Comically bewildered. Are you repaying kindness with malice? Meow. It wasn't intentional. You're just too small, and I couldn't control myself. The tabby cat explained. Lin Yun, seeing the tabby cat preparing for another affectionate nudge, raised her hand to gently restrain it. All right, I appreciate your gratitude, but please be mindful of your size. I can't bear your weight. Meow. The tabby cat instantly assumed a dignified sitting posture, and the orange cat beside it mimicked its behavior. Lin Yun glanced over at Gui Tong, who was stealthily poking at the kittens. Gui Tong promptly retracted the little vine and eagerly translated the tabby cat's message. It says, "No worries, just sit beside the cat. You can always lean against its broad chest." After finishing the translation, the tabby cat puffed out its chest, signifying, "Human, you are always welcome to lean here." The orange cat also puffed out its own chest in agreement. Lin Yun took a deep breath. No one could refuse a cat. Absolutely no one. The tabby cat, perched in a squat, was already taller than her, making it entirely feasible for Lin Yun to embrace it. Such a well-behaved little feline. Meow. I'm a big cat now, not a kitten. Gui Tong conveyed this, but Lin Yun indicated that she could neither hear nor understand. Noticing the orange cat waiting nearby, Lin Yun approached it for a cuddle as well. The orange cat immediately brightened, meowing joyfully. However, it was swiftly chastised by the tabby cat with a playful paw. What a useless creature. The orange cat promptly settled down, staying close to the little kittens in a protective manner. After lingering in Gui Tang's territory for a while, the tabby cat finally took the orange cat and the kittens away, needing to return them to their mother. If they delayed any longer, the mother cat would surely become frantic. Watching them depart, Lin Yun exhaled with relief. Each day was quite an exhilarating experience. Ivy extended a vine to poke Lin Yun's foot. Do you know that tabby cat? Last time, it had been too dark for Ivy to recognize the tabby, but today, it was clear. What? You know it? Lin Yun walked over to inspect the vegetables in the pot beneath the tree. Of course, it's the leader of the cats in town. Many cats heed its command. Go on. Indeed, there are more than just one mutated cat in the town. But it is formidable. When it fights, it does so without a care for its own life, which is why other mutated cats are subdued by it, establishing its dominance as the town's cat leader. Those cats respect it and tend to follow its orders. However, I later heard from passing cats that many of their companions went missing while searching for food near the flower market. They inexplicably entered the market and never returned. The cat leader dispatched other cats to search for the lost companions, but they were unsuccessful. Eventually, it ventured into the flower market with a few mutated cats and discovered a red tree inside. That tree could lure animals. Realizing this, it promptly instructed its companions to leave, but it was too late. Several companions were already dragged away and devoured by the tree. The cat leader only managed to rescue 2 companions before escaping, and it surmised what had happened to the missing ones. They had been consumed by that tree. It refrained from allowing its companions to follow it again, fearing they would be entranced by the tree's fragrance and become its next meal. However, it is said that the tree is enormous, and even the cat leader found it challenging to deal with. It struggled for a long time without being able to destroy it. It remains uncertain if the cat leader has found a solution, as many of its companions have been devoured by that tree. After listening to Ivy, Lin Yun gasped. It sounded eerily similar to that weeping red tree. She recalled how she had encountered the tabby cat at the flower market, and how it had appeared after she and Gui Tong had vanquished the weeping red tree, gifting her several beast crystals. Was it because it believed that by slaying the weeping red tree, it had avenged its fallen companions? How amusing. Those little kittens are quite adorable. Rest assured, on the day I retrieve you, I, along with Gui Tung, will have dealt with that weeping red tree. Thus avenging the tabby cat, Lin Yun grinned at Ivy. Ivy was taken aback, then suddenly burst with excitement. Ah, really? Wow, Lin Yun, you and Gui Tung are incredible. To have defeated a tree that even the cat leader could not. Wow, will I be able to be that strong? Lin Yun chuckled, surprised at Ivy's reaction. All right, enough flattery. If you keep it up, little Ivy's tail will be soaring to the heavens. Indeed, Gui Tung was proud, happily waving its little vine, eager for everyone to know its elation. But it truly is impressive. Gui Tung, you are amazing. Ivy was genuinely envious. It was astonishing. After examining the seeds in the pot, Lin Yun and Gui Tung returned Ivy's pot to the shelter. While showering, Lin Yun couldn't help but reflect on how she had no fighting technique whatsoever. She merely swung a stick around wildly. If she encountered stronger foes in the future, such tactics would undoubtedly falter, necessitating further practice. Today had been fortunate, as the gang leader had been overly confident, dismissing her, which allowed her to prevail. Recalling her earlier reckless behavior, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She could not afford to act so carelessly again. Now in this world, her mindset had to shift. However, having had no prior experience in such matters, she pondered how to train herself. While she knew how to enhance her overall abilities, fighting techniques remained an enigma. Perhaps she could seek Lu Jingyan for guidance? That seemed plausible. If she traded vegetables with him, he would likely agree. As she emerged from a bathroom to hang her clothes, the system suddenly appeared. Lin Yun, I still prefer when you address me as the esteemed survivor, Lin Yun. Nonsense. Your point accumulation has hit its limit. Do you expect me to address you that way? You scoundrel. Look at your own face. What do you want from me? While Lin Yun was showering, the system had overheard her thoughts, but due to privacy protocols, it had not approached her immediately. Given your commendable performance today, how about I offer you a benefit? Interested? You go ahead. I'll decide whether to accept or not. Lin Yun was not easily swayed by the system's tricks, sensing that this benefit was likely not what it seemed. There are a total of 3 options. 1. 10 points to unlock 3 product slots in the point store. 2. 10 points to draw 3 blind boxes with random items inside. 3. 1 point to draw 3 blind boxes, which might contain penalties. You may choose only one. You offer me a benefit, yet I must spend points? Is that fair? So what? I already stated this is a benefit, not a reward. There's a significant difference, all right? Lin Yun found herself at a loss against the system. She swiftly dismissed the last option. 3 blind boxes for 1 point would surely yield nothing worthwhile. She hesitated between the first and second options, unsure which would be better. After deliberating, Lin Yun ultimately chose the first option, opting for the 3 product slots in the point store. The items in the blind boxes would vanish upon use, yet those in the point store could be purchased repeatedly. 10 points have been deducted. The product slots in the point store are now open. Please check. Lin Yun opened her personal panel and directly accessed the point store. She noticed a new row of products appearing, and a glance at the conspicuously empty space on the left side of the first row suggested that this might be the system's benefit for her. This time, the additional items were not food but scrolls, plant nutrients, and nutritional supplements she had never seen before. She recognized the nutritional supplements, having encountered such items in interstellar novels, claiming that consuming one could stave off hunger for quite some time. But what about the other 2 items? Pondering this, she inquired further. The scroll? You'll see for yourself. The plant nutrient solution is something you undoubtedly need. The quantity is limited, and, at this moment, it is quite affordable. If you wish to purchase, do so swiftly, for when it refreshes next, the price will no longer be the same. Listening to the system's lengthy discourse, Lin Yun glanced again at the price beneath the item images. The scroll's price was rather enticing. 50 points for the scroll, 5 points for each plant nutrient solution. And the nutrient agent was even cheaper at 2 points per unit. The disparity between the prices of the scroll and the 2 nutrient solutions was akin to heaven and earth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun proceeded to examine the detailed descriptions of these 3 items. Stick Technique Scroll, upon use, grants the user a set of stick techniques, which must be practiced and learned by the survivor. Note, before learning the stick techniques, remember to warm up. Mastering them is arduous, so please put in the effort. Plant Nutrient Solution allows plants to absorb a substantial amount of energy, leading to remarkable transformations post-digestion. Note, a mutated plant may only utilize 1 unit. Excessive energy may lead to its demise. Nutrient Agent. 1 unit can sustain hunger for 24 hours. The flavor is chosen randomly by the system upon purchase, and personal selection is not an option. Note, some nutrient agents may not be palatable. They're consumable, though quite unappetizing. Chapter 40. Plant Nutrient Solution. Lin Yun scrutinized the product grid once more, noting that the lower right corner of the item images indicated the quantity available. Once sold out, repurchase would be impossible. There was only one scroll, 6 units of plant nutrient solution, and the nutrient agent had no specified quantity, suggesting it could be purchased indefinitely. System, how exorbitant. I cannot afford this. Those with over 800 points should refrain from commenting, alright? If you cannot buy it, how could other survivors possibly afford it? Let me tell you, these items are not easily refreshed. Had it not been for the welfare provided to you, you would not be able to access them now. Do not be ungrateful. Lin Yun suddenly sat up from her sickbed in shock. What? The items in the product grid aren't fixed? There is a refresh probability. Do not overreact. This is quite normal. After all, every survivor enters a unique survival world, and the offerings in the points shop naturally vary. Oh, but food remains consistent. Some items may refresh similarly within the same world. So the product grid isn't tailored for you? It simply activates these 3 slots on the 3rd refresh. What else could it be? I lack the authority to adjust anything. I retract my earlier statement proclaiming you the ruler of the system realm. Oh, it matters not. Lin Yun languidly reclined on her bed, silently resolving never to praise the system again. It was a cold and unfeeling entity that persistently sought to siphon her points. Earning points was no easy feat. Had it not been for the recent increase in the acquisition cap, her points would have plummeted by over half after purchasing these 2 items. Other survivors would fare far worse. After deducting the points for these 2 items and expanding the shelter, their points would dwindle considerably. Not to mention the necessity to purchase food from the shop when supplies ran low. Oh, the points cap for each world is still random. Should it be set low? What misfortune that would be. Wait a moment, didn't I inform you? The novice world has a uniform cap of 800 points, and thereafter, it becomes random. You never mentioned it. It seems I forgot. This endless survival is a trap. I wish I could just die and abandon it. Lying there, Lin Yun soon drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, the first thing she did was spend 80 points to acquire both items. As for the nutrient agent, it was unnecessary for now, as her food supplies were ample. Uncertain of what might transpire after administering the plant nutrient solution, she felt it prudent to consult the plant's opinions first. Little vines, Ivy, I procured several units of plant nutrient solution. Would you care to try? The system claims it can provide you with abundant energy. The ghost vine, perplexed by Lin Yun's words, hastily inquired, what? Is it something edible? It can be considered edible, yet it also provides significant energy. However, the details are scant, only stating it grants energy and nutrition, with its full effects remaining a mystery to me. Rest assured, items produced by the system are guaranteed to be of quality. The energy provided can also be stored by them, allowing for consumption when hungry. The satiation is quite robust. Such a feature exists? Of course. This is the plant nutrient solution. It will be beneficial for them, so feel free to administer it. Very well. Lin Yun fondly patted the ghost vine and smiled. Would you like a try? Yes. The ghost vine was quite fond of edible items. Seeing the ghost vine's eagerness, Lin Yun fetched a bowl, pouring the plant nutrient solution from a vial for the ghost vine to consume. Ivy remained quietly on the side, eagerly awaiting its turn. After the ghost vine consumed the plant nutrient solution, it suddenly felt a bit lightheaded. Burp. I've eaten too much. This nutrient solution is brimming with energy. This provided the previously perpetually hungry ghost vine with an immense sense of satisfaction, feeling fuller than ever before. Not in a physical sense, but rather a psychological one. The ghost vine sprawled languidly within the bowl, resembling a vine pancake. System. Is this normal? Why is it silent? Lin Yun stared in disbelief at the ghost vine's current state, growing somewhat anxious. Do not worry. It merely overindulged and has yet to process the experience. It will recover in due time. After all, the ghost vine is a mutated plant and is not so feeble. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun reached out to gently tug at the ghost vine's tendril, which then eagerly coiled around her finger. It seemed to be truly all right. After a while, the sprawled ghost vine began to recover, its tendrils resuming an upright position. I'm full. Can I have another unit? Although the plant nutrient solution had provided the ghost vine with abundant energy, it had yet to fully digest it, but this did not deter it from requesting more. Lin Yun shook her head, resolutely declining the ghost vine's request. No, you may not. A single plant can only consume 1 unit. Exceeding that could lead to dire consequences. What if something were to go awry? Behave yourself. The ghost vine immediately wilted, lamenting the missed opportunity, believing it might have secured another unit. On the side, Ivy promptly chimed in, am I not entitled to a unit as well? Indeed. Would you like to consume it now, or wait a while? Lin Yun produced another unit, waving it in front of Ivy. Now, Ivy perked up instantly. Lin Yun nodded, pouring the plant nutrient solution into the previously used bowl, then retrieving the ghost vine, which had attempted to sneak a taste. What are you doing? Hee. The ghost vine coiled around Lin Yun's finger, now behaving itself. I'll pour it directly into your pot for easier absorption through the roots. She had not considered this earlier, instinctively treating Ivy and the ghost vine as equals. All right. Not long after the plant nutrient solution was poured, Ivy's state transformed in a manner akin to the ghost vine's earlier reaction, even appearing more dazed. Being merely an ordinary mutated plant, Ivy differed from the ghost vine. Thus, while absorbing energy, it became overwhelmed almost instantly. With an excess of energy, Ivy's cognitive functions seemed to falter, akin to having consumed spurious spirits. Lin Yun then pulled a chair over, sitting beside the ghost vine as they tended to Ivy. The duration Ivy required was considerably longer. Nearly an hour passed before its tendrils began to show signs of recovery. Moreover, it is evident to the naked eye that the tendrils of the ivy have grown increasingly verdant, with numerous leaves sprouting forth. It seems as if I've imbibed some counterfeit liquor, the ivy murmured in a daze. Awaken. Do not succumb to slumber. The ghost vine shrieked, brandishing its tendrils and lunging towards the ivy, attempting to tug at its vines with playful ferocity. The ivy promptly roused, exclaiming, medicinal herbs, Lin Yun. Do manage this ruffian. Fear not, fear not. The little vine is quite amiable. It wouldn't truly strip you bare. Lin Yun waved dismissively, then rose to fetch some garments for a bath. But it is tugging at my leaves. Are my leaves not leaves anymore? Woe is me. The medicinal herbs have plucked my leaves. I'm bereft. I have become unsightly. The ivy lamented, bursting into tears. The ghost vine chuckled mischievously. Oh, dear. As a mere vine, how could you possibly be ugly? Let me pluck a few more. Begone. I shall draw a circle and curse you. The ivy retorted. What is this circle of curses you speak of? Teach me. The ghost vine teased, frolicking with the ivy. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Lin Yun observed their antics and decided to take water outside to tend to the vegetables. Due to the strange transformations occurring in this world, plants were growing at an accelerated rate. Those that had yet to sprout were now budding, and the seedlings had shot up considerably. After returning the bucket, Lin Yun did not rush back to the shelter. She wandered through the ghost vine's territory, finding it somewhat tedious to remain cooped up in the shelter. Although the two little rascals were quite entertaining, they had a tendency to act as judges. They were far too prone to squabbling. What are you up to, ghost vine? The ghost vine, having satisfactorily pulled several leaves from the ivy, finally emerged from the shelter, leaving the ivy sobbing in a corner like a bullied little wife. Where's the ivy? Lin Yun continued her stride. It is sulking in a corner, ignoring me. Will you pull its leaf again next time? Indeed. The tendril that had previously reached out froze and retreated once more, hiding away to weep. It vowed never to idolize the ghost vine again. It was nothing but a little tyrant, a demon, born of the same root. Why the haste to harm one another? Lin Yun cast a sidelong glance at the retreating tendril, shaking her head in resignation. Well, the two little friends were merely having a spat. Why should she interfere? After meandering outside for a while, she finally returned to the shelter to rest. She had arranged to visit the monkey today, so Lin Yun washed her face and then went to check on the sulking ivy in the corner. All right, don't be so morose. You are still quite beautiful. I shall go out for a bit and see if I can bring back some mutated plant fragment for you later. How does that sound? Lin Yun gently tousled the ivy's curled tendrils. The ivy relaxed its vines and asked, Really? Indeed. Then I would also like a portion of that sweet drink you had. The ivy made a small request. Lin Yun paused. Sweet drink? What sweet drink? The ghost vine leaned in. It's referring to that dark liquid you drank a couple of days ago. That was cola, Lin Yun thought, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. Oh, very well. Lin Yun stood up. All right, I'll pour you some this evening. You can keep an eye on the vegetables outside while Ghost Vine and I head out. Go ahead. I will watch over the vegetables. The ivy was instantly appeased, no longer resentful about having its leaves plucked by the ghost vine. For with the mutated plant fragments, it could grow as many leaves as it desired. In high spirits, it ventured outside to continue its daily tasks. Lin Yun soon departed with the ghost vine, heading towards the location where she had encountered the monkey earlier. Eek, eek, eek. Before Lin Yun could draw near, she heard an excited call from Monkey. The monkey had sensed her presence even before she arrived. The previous day, it had waited for a long time, unaware that Lin Yun would not show up. Today, it was finally rewarded for its patience. Upon detecting Lin Yun's aura, it immediately bounded over to her. The monkey descended from the tree, chattering excitedly as it circled around Lin Yun. What is it saying? Asked the ivy. It says we've finally arrived. It waited a long time yesterday, but we never showed up, the ivy dutifully translated. Lin Yun offered an apologetic glance to the monkey. I'm sorry. I went to town yesterday, so I couldn't come. However, the monkey was unbothered by the delay. It roamed about daily, so it hardly mattered where it wandered. It was just as happy to see Lin Yun today. Eek eek. The monkey inquired if they should set off immediately. Lin Yun nodded, yes, let us go. Show me what delicious finds you can lead me to today. Here, I brought you a tomato. Chapter 41. The Mutated Cactus. The monkey joyfully accepted the tomato, stashing it away in a nearby spot before scampering ahead with excitement. Every so often, it would pause to wait for Lin Yun, as it was familiar with human pace, knowing that they did not move as swiftly through the forest. Each time Lin Yun caught up, the monkey would leap forward, treating it as a game. Before long, distant monkey calls echoed in the air. The front monkey responded with a series of excited calls, eek, eek, eek. Seeing this, Lin Yun surmised it must be its kin. Soon, several monkeys approached, engaging in animated chatter amongst themselves. The cacophony of their voices rendered the ghost vine unable to keep up with translations, prompting it to abandon the effort altogether. Once their discussion concluded, the monkey dismissed them and gently tugged at Lin Yun's clothing. Eek, eek. It says that its group has discovered a particularly fierce, mutated plant, which has ensnared and devoured several of its kin, and it is asking if we can assist. A mutated plant, you say? The monkey nodded vigorously. It had not returned to its group yesterday, and was unaware of this development. Had its companions not come to inform it, it would have remained oblivious to the situation. Random task. Please eliminate and submit one mutated cactus. Task level B. Random food reward. 3. A B-level task yields only 3 random food items? Is that fair? Would you like to negotiate? Increase it, please. 4 portions, no more. Agreed. Random task accepted. Survivors must complete the task within 5 hours. Completing the task 2 hours early will trigger a random reward. Lin Yun sighed, already well acquainted with the system's quirks. The time constraints no longer fazed her. She felt utterly powerless against the system. The task rewards seemed meager as well. The ghost vine was only at A level. Yet this random task's difficulty was set at B level. She could only imagine how challenging this mutated cactus would be to defeat. As for the random reward, she would merely wait and see. Following the monkey, Lin Yun arrived at the designated location indicated by the monkeys. It was a flat expanse, sparsely populated with yellowing weeds that appeared far less robust than the lush greenery they had encountered on their journey. Instead, the surroundings appeared parched and malnourished. There were no trees for cover, nor any water source. Just a towering cactus standing ominously in the center. This cactus had grown larger due to mutation and had begun to consciously absorb energy from its surroundings. Originally, the area was rich with vegetation, but its excessive energy absorption had led to the gradual demise of the neighboring plants, leaving only the yellowing, sparse weeds. Mutated plant, cactus level, B-class mutant plant characteristics. After its mutation, this cactus seems to possess some abilities when a living creature approaches. The flowers blooming on the cactus emit a sweet fragrance, enticing nearby beings to draw closer. Upon proximity, it launches its fine spines to pierce its prey, and be warned. These spines are venomous. Status: hungry. It appears somewhat altered. Lin Yun furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the detailed information. The earlier details were relatively manageable. But what did the last sentence imply? What exactly had changed? What abilities had this mutated cactus acquired? The vague description left her somewhat perplexed. A troop of monkeys lingered nearby, yet they dared not venture too close, fearing that they might be ensnared by the cactus's alluring scent and subsequently meet their demise. The monkey that had accompanied Lin Yun suddenly let out an angry screech upon spotting one of its kin beneath the mutated cactus. This aberrant plant was far too overbearing. They had never bullied it, so why was it allowed to harm its kind? Lin Yun hastily restrained the enraged monkey, hoping to calm it down and prevent it from recklessly charging at the cactus in a fit of fury. The cactus stood nearly 10 meters tall, though Lin Yun could not ascertain its exact height. However, she had observed that the uppermost part remained motionless, while only the smaller cactus pads shifted. You should lead your kin away for now. I fear they may be harmed here shortly, Lin Yun suggested. Recognizing that the monkey appeared to be the leader of the group, it would be most effective for it to convey her message to the others. As anticipated, once the Monkey King relayed her words, the nearby monkeys began to disperse. The king instructed them to gather some fruits to bring back, intending to present them to humans later. Lin Yun retrieved a stinky egg sunflower seed and placed it in the Monkey King's hand, urging it to throw it toward the area where the cactus bloomed most profusely. She had only a few of these seeds, which she had never used before due to the warning about their potent odor. Thus, she had been cautious. However, since the cactus was said to emit a sweet fragrance to lure prey, she decided to give it a try. As for why the weeping red layers had failed previously, it was simply because she had forgotten to bring them, but today, she was prepared. After explaining to the Monkey King, it immediately grasped her intent. Clenching the stinky egg sunflower seed in its palm and flinging it toward the cactus's flowering region. With a resounding thud, the seed exploded upon impact. Yet the cactus remained indifferent, unaware of the nature of the object hurled by the deceased monkey, deeming it harmless. Suddenly, a foul stench pervaded the air, reaching even Lin Yun, who was at a considerable distance. Ugh! She could not suppress a retch, exclaiming, "How putrid!" Truly, the stinky egg sunflower seed warranted its cautionary label. The Monkey King, too, reacted to the odor, and both Lin Yun and the Monkey King retched and hurried to the edge of the trees. Ugh! Lin Yun could no longer contain herself. Her intention had merely been to overpower the cactus's sweet aroma. But who could have anticipated that the stinky egg would cause such distress, affecting both enemies and allies alike? Oh no! This substance should not have been used on a mutated plant. It was meant for mutated animals instead. Meow. Ugh. The tabby cat had originally accompanied its mother up the mountain to thank Lin Yun, but found her absent in the territory of the ghost vine. The ivy informed them that she had gone out, prompting the tabby cat to wander over, reasoning that Lin Yun could not have gone far. Following the scent, they soon located her, only to be assaulted by the unpleasant odor. The mother cat retched and fled, along with her still recovering kittens. The tabby cat stared in dismay at Lin Yun, who was leaning against a tree, retching, unable to comprehend her actions. The foul smell made it wonder if Lin Yun was playing with excrement. It could not fathom why such a lovely girl would engage in such a thing. A primal instinct within it was on the verge of breaking free. Lin Yun, you must listen to my defense. It is not as you think. At that moment, Lin Yun noticed the tabby cat watching her with a perplexed expression not far away. Her intuition told her that the tabby had undoubtedly misunderstood something. Ugh! Yet, she felt utterly miserable. She regretted ever using the stinky egg sunflower seed. Ah, is business not booming? A scent blocker for 5 points. Do you want it? Lin Yun exclaimed urgently, yes. Quickly. 5 points deducted. Scent blocker activated. Lin Yun, I'll only turn away for a moment. And you've caused such a ruckus? Get lost. I didn't expect the stinky egg to be that vile. I thought it would only be as bad as canned herring. Lin Yun shuddered, unwilling to revisit the recent experience. The information clearly stated to use with caution, did it not? I was honest. Can the scent blocker be used on them? I feel like they might perish from the stench. Absolutely. It's deducted from your points. Please apply it to the tabby cat and the Monkey King. It was my blunder that subjected them to this ordeal. 10 points deducted. Scent blocker activated. The tabby cat, which had been retching and hesitant to approach, paused in disbelief and cautiously twitched its nose. Huh? Hadn't it just been overwhelmed by that foul odor? Why had it suddenly vanished? How peculiar. The Monkey King shared the same confusion, failing to grasp the reason as it had not paid attention to Lin Yun's conversation with the system. However, once their sense of smell was blocked, both creatures seemed to recover, no longer displaying the expressions of distress they had earlier. Meow. The tabby cat stood still and called out. It was reluctant to approach, fearing that it might actually witness Lin Yun engaging in something unspeakable. Lin Yun? The tabby cat says, what are you doing here? I told you not to play with excrement. Humans must behave. I did not play with excrement. Lin Yun's face fell. She had sensed something was off about the way the tabby cat had looked at her. To her astonishment, it thought she was playing with excrement. Meow. It does not believe you. It smells something foul from your direction. Surely you must be secretly playing with excrement. Or why would you come all the way out here? Lin Yun no longer wished to explain, knowing that the tabby would perceive her explanations as mere excuses. She approached, reaching for the tabby cat's fur. But it deftly evaded her grasp. Lin Yun? The tabby cat. You seem a bit dirty. Let's keep our distance, for cats are creatures of cleanliness. Lin Yun felt utterly defeated and dashed forward, seizing the tabby cat and dragging it toward the Monkey King. You little rascal. I did not play with excrement. We are battling a mutated plant. Meow. I do not believe you. Do not drag the cat. It will get dirty. It will stink. Listening to the ghost vine's translation, Lin Yun regretted ever using that stinky egg sunflower seed. She resolved that the remaining seeds would be banished to the depths of her inventory. Ha ha! Playing with excrement, ha! Lin Yun, you played with excrement, ha ha! The system mercilessly mocked her. Lin Yun's mind was filled with the system's laughter. Lin Yun, I was honest. The Monkey King, however, understood the situation and displayed no particular reaction. It had caught a whiff of the cactus's fragrance, though it was not overpowering. Had it been any stronger, perhaps it too would have been lured closer. Chapter 42, What the Hell? Division. Lin Yun forcefully turned the head of the tabby cat, directing its gaze towards the cactus, and enunciated with deliberate clarity. I am indeed battling a mutated cactus. I am not playing with dung. The tabby cat nodded dismissively, mewing in a way that seemed to placate Lin Yun. Very well, if you say so, then I shall take your word for it. If you refuse to admit it, there is nothing the cat can do. Having explained yourself so thoroughly, I shall feign belief in your words. Since we are engaging with dung, let us proceed. It matters not. Even if humans smell foul, the cat still loves you. After hearing the translation, Lin Yun completely surrendered, turning her ire towards the mutated cactus. It was all its fault. Had it not existed, would she have had to bring out the foul-smelling sunflower seeds? No. Little vine, deal with it. The ghost vine, having observed the unfolding drama for quite some time, finally enlarged itself and extended its tendrils towards the cactus in a swift strike. The vine's whips cracked against the mutated cactus, stirring up a cloud of dust. Numerous spikes on the cactus were snapped off with a cacophony of cracking sounds. However, the mutated cactus was not to be underestimated. It suddenly shook its body, launching myriad spikes like hidden weapons towards the ghost vine. The ghost vine deftly twisted its tendrils, evading most of the spikes, yet a few still struck true, causing it pain as it retaliated with another lash. Seeing this, Lin Yun hastily retrieved several ice sunflower seeds from her backpack and hurled them towards the mutated cactus. The size of the mutated cactus made it an excellent target. The seed struck the cactus's spikes and detonated instantly, freezing the area they touched, which quickly spread outward. The mutated cactus proved to be even more ruthless than anticipated. Without hesitation, it discarded the frozen segment, raising a thick spike to sever that portion away. Lin Yun was taken aback, shocked by the cactus's brutality. Before she could react, the mutated cactus seized the opportunity during the ghost vine's attack and launched a thick spike directly at her. Instinctively, Lin Yun sidestepped, the spike grazing her shoulder and drawing blood. The tabby cat, witnessing this, let out a furious yowl, its fur standing on end as it arched its back and emitted a deep growl, charging at the mutated cactus. Lin Yun gasped in horror and shouted, "Cat, come back!" How could this foolish cat charge at a creature bristling with spikes when she herself dared not approach? Yet, the tabby cat would not heed her. It leapt onto the mutated cactus and sank its teeth into it. Enraged, the mutated cactus thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge the cat. In a state of desperation, Lin Yun urged the ghost vine to rescue the tabby cat. The ghost vine swiftly extended its tendrils, wrapping around the cat and pulling it back. "Mew, why are you pulling me back? Let me kill it. I'm not afraid." But Lin Yun was unaware that the mutated tabby cat's paws were cushioned with thick pads, rendering the cactus's spikes ineffective against it. Once released, the tabby cat seized the opportunity to charge back in. "Mew, tell that vine to let me go. I'm not afraid. I must shred this cactus." The ghost vine paused, conveying to Lin Yun that the cat's pads and dense fur would protect it from harm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun glanced at the charging tabby cat and reluctantly acquiesced, resolving to thoroughly examine the cat's condition later. She no longer stood idle, drawing out a staff to strike at the cactus's now spikeless areas. Her strength had increased significantly. With each blow, she dented the thick cactus leaf. The mutated cactus emitted a piercing shriek, causing a headache for all present. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Lin Yun continued to strike the mutated cactus with fervor, inciting it to neglect the cat and the ghost vine. In retaliation, it hurled a massive cactus ball towards her. The ghost vine's tendrils moved faster, swiftly wrapping around Lin Yun and pulling her aside, then striking back at the mutated cactus. The tabby cat's bite strength was formidable. With each tug, it tore off thick leaves. It avoided biting the spiky areas and focused on the higher, spike-free sections. The Monkey King also climbed onto the mutated cactus, yanking off spikes and tossing them to the ground to hinder its ability to attack. Infuriated, the mutated cactus could hardly believe such shamelessness. How dare they pluck its spikes? It desperately released a sweet fragrance, hoping to confuse its assailants, oblivious to the fact that the stench of the foul-smelling seeds had long since overpowered its scent. With each strike, as the final blow landed, the massive cactus leaf finally collapsed. Lin Yun evaded the mutated cactus's attacks, aiming for its roots, having previously identified that area as the most tender and easiest to sever. Just then, the mutated cactus shook violently, and from the severed area, green sap splattered out. Following the trajectory of the sap, The mutated cactus suddenly split into several smaller cacti, each roughly the size of Lin Yun, converging from various directions to assault her and the ghost vine. What the hell? Lin Yun cursed, realizing that this was not merely a slight variation. It was a significant transformation. Moreover, the most alarming revelation was that these newly formed cacti could move freely. Was this right? Shouldn't they be rooted to the ground, immobile targets? Lin Yun felt darkness encroaching on her vision, her movements becoming mechanical as she swung at the small cacti. The tabby cat and the monkey king, having fallen from the mutated cactus, were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. They had never witnessed anything like this. The ghost vine, however, remained unfazed, having encountered similar split plants in its territory before. Yet, those plants had been too weak, and it had simply devoured them without leaving a trace. The swarm of small cacti advanced rapidly, and Lin Yun inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. She shouted, "These cacti are even more difficult to deal with than before. Everyone, be extremely careful." Mew, roar. The two beasts responded in unison. The ghost vine's tendrils coiled like a serpent, shielding Lin Yun, the tabby cat, and the monkey king in the center, blocking the oncoming small cacti. The tabby cat and the monkey king did not remain idle. The tabby cat leaped towards the nearest small cactus, biting down and tearing its leaves off, while the monkey king used all fours to swiftly yank off the spikes from the small cacti, ripping off leaves as well. Lin Yun seized the moment, swinging her staff and targeting the connecting points of a small cactus with a powerful strike. One blow shattered a small cactus, green sap splattering across her face. But she paid it no mind, continuing her assault. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Yun suddenly noticed a tendency among the small cacti to congregate, as if they were about to merge once again. Realizing she could not allow this to happen, she shouted, "They seem to be on the verge of merging again. Don't let them return to a larger cactus." Upon hearing her, the beasts intensified their attacks. The small cacti, now agitated, retaliated by launching their spikes once more. The ghost vine's tendrils swiftly enveloped the trio in a protective embrace. Lin Yun once again retrieved an explosive sunflower seed from her backpack. The supply was dwindling, and she had intended to conserve them. However, it became evident that frugality was no longer an option. As the vines unfurled before her, Lin Yun swiftly hurled the explosive seeds towards the direction they were converging upon. A resounding explosion erupted, and as the smoke dissipated, numerous small cacti were blown to pieces. With so many cacti perished, the mutated cacti could no longer coalesce, and the remaining ones, fearful of engaging with their foes, hastily turned to flee. Yet, Lin Yun was acutely aware of the principle of eradicating threats at their roots, particularly since these small cacti possessed the peculiar ability to move autonomously. She planned to linger in this world for an extended period, and the thought of a cactus launching a surprise attack during her explorations on the mountains was unsettling. Given their formidable spikes, to prevent any unnecessary complications, none of the small cacti could be spared. Ultimately, under their relentless pursuit, the fleeing cacti were systematically eliminated, leaving behind only a field of debris and green sap. Lin Yun exhaled a deep sigh, collapsing onto the ground. This battle had proven to be quite exhausting. She had been wielding her staff so vigorously that her grip was beginning to ache. The calico cat slumped beside her, equally fatigued. The small cacti had fled with surprising speed, and it had chased after several, nearly straining itself. The monkey king also sat down, worn out from experiencing such a scale of combat for the first time. The ghost vine, however, appeared relatively untroubled, casually removing the remaining thorns from its body. Chapter 43. Seizing an Opportunity. Lin Yun took another breath and beckoned the ghost vine to extend its tendrils towards her, offering to assist in removing the thorns. The majority of the spikes that the mutated cacti had launched had been deflected by the ghost vine, but several still remained embedded in its form, along with some broken tendrils. The monkey king promptly rose to assist, busily pawing at the scattered tendrils of the ghost vine. "Does it hurt, little vine?" Lin Yun inquired, her heart aching at the sight of so many thorns lodged in it. Other mutated plants would emit agonizing cries when injured, but having fought alongside the ghost vine multiple times, she had yet to hear it utter a sound of distress. It doesn't hurt. When prey used a tear at my tendrils, it was painful, but not anymore," the ghost vine replied, puzzled by the change, but relieved nonetheless. After all, they were merely broken tendrils, and it could endlessly sprout new ones. Used to? Lin Yun suddenly grasped the implication. Perhaps its transformation into the companion vine of the sanctuary had brought about this change. She was too lazy to inquire with the system, suspecting it would remain tight-lipped. "System? Do you think submitting a single leaf from one of the mutated cacti counts as completing the task? The ground was strewn with cactus leaves, and submitting one would be a waste. It would be far more beneficial to use them as fertilizer for the vegetables she intended to grow. Seizing an opportunity, the system fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Although the main system had never specified that completing such a task required the submission of an entire mutated plant, merely a portion would suffice. However, it genuinely did not wish to witness Lin Yun prospering so effortlessly. It finally conceded. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun scanned her surroundings and, in a miserly fashion, picked the smallest piece. System, submit this one. The system, in a fit of exasperation, submitted a larger piece instead. Random task completed. Rewards have been dispatched to your mail. Please check. Survivor. Lin Yun glared at the cactus fragment still in her hand. System, you wretched creature. Where's my reward for completing the task? In the mail. Check it yourself. At that moment, Lin Yun genuinely wished to drag the system out and give it a good thrashing. She sighed and continued to assist the ghost vine in removing its thorns. As she worked, she noticed a calico cat peering curiously from a distance but reluctant to approach. She turned to the calico cat, playfully gnawing on the thorns of the vine. Is that your companion? Meow. Yes, the cat brought it to find you. But upon discovering you were playing with poop, it found the stench too overpowering and hid away. Lin Yun closed her eyes in exasperation. The playing with poop joke was truly unbearable. She had no choice but to seriously explain to the calico cat, I was not playing with poop. Meow. All right. You weren't. The ghost vine cast a worried glance at Lin Yun, appearing quite agitated. Did it need to continue translating? Would it be punished? Lin Yun replied, if it dies, so be it. After finishing with the thorns, Lin Yun retrieved several woven bags and began to gather the cactus fragments. In this world, she needed to stockpile as much mutated plant fertilizer as possible. Her future vegetables would depend on it. While collecting, she noticed the numerous cactus thorns scattered around and decided to fill her woven bags with them as well, reasoning that they would surely come in handy at some point. Since she was already here, she might as well collect them all. Anything in the woven bags would be recognized by the system as a single item, occupying only one slot. No need to worry. The system was quite exasperated by her exploitative behavior, but chose to turn a blind eye. The mother cat still did not approach, unable to endure the pungent odor that lingered. Both it and the kittens were affected. However, as they emerged from that area, the mother cat continued to keep its distance, as they too had become tainted by the scent. It was a torturous day, one Lin Yun wished never to relive. Unfortunately, she had no means to eliminate the foul odor. Thankfully, the scent-blocking device she had exchanged with the system was still operational. It was a pity for the mother cat and her kittens, who could only follow from afar. The calico cat had intended to approach and converse with the mother cat, but the latter, clutching its kitten, leapt several meters away. The calico cat lamented, it's all that human's fault for secretly playing with poop. Had I known she was up to such mischief, I wouldn't have come today. Food gathering was paused as Lin Yun decided to return home for some body wash to clean up by the stream. However, upon arriving at the sanctuary, she did not enter. Instead, she sent the ivy inside to retrieve 2 bottles of body wash. Don't ask. I just fear the odor will linger in the sanctuary. Using a good portion of the body wash by the previously discovered stream, the mother cat finally deemed it acceptable to approach with her kittens. They turned off their scent-blocking devices, and the calico cat sniffed the air, confirming that the foul aroma had dissipated, replaced by the pleasant fragrance of body wash. The mother cat approached Lin Yun, eager to rub against her. Had she not come up, it would have likely pushed her back into the water. Although the mother cat was not as large as the calico cat, she was still of considerable size. All right. No more rubbing. You're a big cat now. Lin Yun patted the mother cat's head, only to find the kittens rushing over to nuzzle against her legs. The kittens were faring much better than the previous day, able to run and jump, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Now that you're all here, let's get to work. Monkey King, let us continue gathering food. Howl! The Monkey King sprang into action, eager to go. However, the paths through the forest were quite treacherous, densely populated with plants. Without the guidance of the Monkey King and the Calico Cat, navigating would have been exceedingly difficult for Lin Yun. The Monkey King did not lead them deep into mountains, but kept them on the outskirts, wary of the large animals that roamed within. After gathering a substantial amount of wild fruits, they finally made their way back toward the sanctuary. The Monkey King returned them to the base of the tree, where Lin Yun presented it with the large tomato she had given it earlier. It had to return to check on its kin, having been away for several days. The Calico Cat and the mother cat lingered. The kittens clung to Lin Yun, weaving around her feet, ignoring the mother cat's calls. The evening is drawing near. Are you all preparing to return? The kitten's size resembles that of an adult cat, before any mutations occurred. Lin Yun scooped it up once more, its soft purring resonating. Meow. Tomorrow, you must refrain from descending the mountain and stay in a safe place. Listening to the words conveyed by the ghost vine, Lin Yun furrowed her brow again. The tabby seemed to possess some knowledge of the situation. Could you elaborate? Are you referring to those entities in the city? The tabby nodded, continuing to meow. It stated that all the surrounding animals had congregated towards the beings in the zoo, having eliminated the weaker ones, leaving only the robust. Their intention was to eradicate the humans in this city, transforming it into their sanctuary. Chapter 44. The Zoo's Conspiracy. At that time, the tabby cat too had been summoned by the zoo, initially resistant to that compelling force. Yet curiosity piqued its interest, prompting it to ponder why it suddenly felt an urge to head towards a specific location. Its feline companions shared this peculiar inclination, and driven by curiosity, it led them there. However, upon arrival, discovering their intent to exterminate the city's humans, it chose to depart, disliking violence. Initially a stray, it had later been taken in by a kind human who treated it well. The neighbors also showed kindness, offering it treats of fish whenever they encountered it, thus fostering a favorable impression of humanity, despite its tendency to abandon them. Before leaving, it gathered its feline companions, forbidding them from participating, discerning that those who summoned them were not of benevolent intent. Humans advocate for peace, yet here was a call for violence. Surely, they were not to be trusted, destined to meet their demise at the hands of humans. Fortunately, the creatures within the zoo exhibited no reaction to their withdrawal, as they had no need for animals that bore no malice towards humans. Perhaps they perceived them as a potential threat. Nevertheless, the tabby harbored the suspicion that their ambitions extended beyond the city. When it overheard the conspirators, their tone exuded arrogance, as if they possessed some hidden advantage. Yet, the cat was but a small creature, yearning to live its life without entanglement in such chaotic affairs. Lin Yun's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that the gathering of animals was due to this. Did you see what those beings were? The tabby scratched its ear, meowing. It seemed like a monkey, I believe. There are many animals there, and I couldn't see clearly. At that moment, Lin Yun suddenly pondered a crucial question. Were all the summoned creatures mutated animals, or did ordinary ones join them as well? Contemplating this, she posed her query. Meow. No, only mutated animals. Surprisingly, there are quite a few. Meow. Most are cats and dogs, alongside some snakes and spiders previously kept by humans, though they are not numerous. Meow. Ah, that zoo had many animals I hadn't seen before. Some were fierce, while others had gentle temperaments. However, some I had previously encountered are now missing. I wonder if they perished. From this lengthy discourse, Lin Yun deduced that the tabby was indicating that during its recent visit to the city, it had noticed the absence of some familiar animals. Did any of the mountain's creatures venture down? The mountain animals are fierce. If they join forces, the official base in S City would face dire challenges. The tabby shook its head. Meow. I haven't seen any. Lin Yun sighed in relief. If it was merely a few cats and dogs, the official base should manage them relatively easily. However, the beings in the zoo were formidable, particularly that entity capable of summoning animals. Yet, she was curious. If that being could call upon animals, why hadn't the mountain creatures come down to the city? The mountain animals thought, why would we be foolish enough to venture into the human realm to compete for territory? We are not imbeciles. Competing for territory? They politely declined. They merely wished to live freely in the mountains, as long as humans did not provoke them. You all will return to the town shortly. Yes? The sun has yet to set. Could you assist me in delivering this note? Lin Yun set the kitten down and entered the shelter to retrieve paper and a pen. The tabby and the mother cat looked on, bewildered. Huh? Is that not merely a vine network? How did the human vanish so suddenly? Astonished, the tabby circled the vine network several times, unable to fathom the situation. Upon emerging, Lin Yun wondered what the cat was doing, but she refrained from explaining the shelter's matters. The kitten's mind could hardly grasp such absurdity. Lin Yun penned 2 notes, one for Chun Anna and another for Yao Anan. Uncertain of how the situation with the zoo would unfold, she could only provide them with a warning. What they chose to do thereafter was beyond her purview. She could merely offer a gentle caution. As for Lu Jingyan, Lin Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to inform him about the zoo. Even if she did, would he believe her? Should she involve herself in this matter? Meow. The tabby pawed at Lin Yun. Meow. Are you considering informing those humans? The tabby gazed at her with wide, round eyes. Lin Yun paused for a moment, but her hand continued to move the pen. Whatever. I shall merely offer a warning. What Lu Jingyan chooses to do is his own affair. After completing the notes, Lin Yun described the appearances of Chun Anna and Yao Anan. Meow. The mother cat nudged the tabby, indicating that she recognized those two humans. Upon learning that they were acquainted with Chun Anna, Lin Yun handed the last note to the tabby. Before she could describe Lu Jingnian's appearance, the tabby interrupted her with a meow. Meow. The cat knows. The human in camouflage. I saw a family with a member in camouflage when I was adopted. Satisfied with the tabby's cleverness, Lin Yun felt reassured. Very well. You must hurry back. I fear that Chin Anna and the others will return to the shelter soon, and you may not find them. Lin Yun embraced the clingy kitten once more before bidding them farewell. The tabby understood that action was imminent in the city, thus they hastened their pace. The mother cat recalled the scent of those two individuals, swiftly locating Chin Anna, who was heading towards the shelter. Startled by their approach, Chin Anna immediately drew her weapon and shouted, "Don't come any closer." The tabby felt somewhat exasperated. This human was rather timid. It took a few steps forward, dropped the note on the ground, and with the mother cat and kittens, turned to leave. Its mission was not yet complete, and time was of the essence. The same startled reaction befell Yaonin, prompting the tabby to instruct the mother cat to return with the kittens while it ventured alone into the city in search of Lu Jingnian. The tabby dashed swiftly, soon entering the city. Lin Yun had mentioned that the human might be near the zoo today, so it headed in that direction. Sensing the scents in the air, the tabby quickly determined its course. However, it did not approach recklessly, as Lu Jingnian and his companions were currently on high alert against animals. If it charged in suddenly, the humans would not merely be startled as before, they might act immediately. Chapter 45. The situation escalates. A cat arrives to deliver a message. Meow. The tabby called out to test the waters. If they showed no unusual reaction, it would move closer. Xiao Fei glanced toward the sound of the cat's meow, becoming vigilant. They were situated some distance from the area where the animals had gathered. How could a cat have wandered over? Could it be that the creatures had already discovered them? Sending a cat to scout the situation? He exchanged a glance with his teammate, both gripping their weapons as they cautiously advanced toward the source of the cat's cries. Should that feline harbor any ill intentions, they could hardly be blamed. Such a scenario was not their desire. Upon arrival, they discovered a large tabby cat perched there, its tail flicking back and forth. When it noticed their approach, it remained motionless. Xiao Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. This creature seemed unlikely to be like the other mutated beasts, yet vigilance was still prudent, for some mutated animals were adept at masquerading. Let us move quickly. It's unsafe here. We mean you no harm, he urged, aware that many mutated creatures possessed a surprising intelligence, capable of understanding snippets of human speech. The tabby cast a glance at them, thinking, foolish humans. How can I not be aware? I wouldn't have come if it weren't to assist Lin Yun with a message. It lifted one paw, revealing the note Lin Yun had instructed it to deliver. With a gentle push, it nudged the paper toward Xiao Fei and his companion. Xiao Fei, taken aback, hesitated before finally finding his voice. Is this for us? His comrades stared at him in disbelief, seemingly baffled by the question. The tabby rolled its eyes at them. The message had been delivered, and it had no interest in their reactions. It turned and bounded away, disappearing in a few leaps. What do we do now? Xiao Fei's companion was at a loss, his mind struggling to process the bizarre encounter. Xiao Fei glanced around cautiously, then stepped forward to gently kick the note, ensuring it was undamaged before picking it up. However, upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. What is wrong? Why that face? His comrade was startled by Xiao Fei's grim demeanor and rushed to snatch the note from his hands. After a quick perusal, his face too changed. Let us go. Regardless of its authenticity, we must find Captain Lu. They hurried to locate Lu Jingnian, who was still engaged in strategizing, pulling him aside to present the note delivered by the tabby. What's going on? Why the sudden urgency? Lu Jingnian queried, perplexed as he unfolded the note, his expression darkening with each word. Finally, his tone became icy as he demanded, who sent this note? Xiao Fei hesitated, unsure how to explain. Should he admit it was delivered by a cat? Surely, Captain Lu would think him deranged. A tabby cat delivered it, he eventually confessed. Lu Jingnian regarded him, as though questioning their collective sanity. What nonsense is this? Can a cat write letters? He retorted incredulously. His companion quickly interjected, Captain, it's true. I also witnessed the tabby bringing it. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jingnian peered down at the note again, his voice low and serious. Regardless of the sender, we cannot overlook the situation it describes. We must prepare for any eventuality. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the matter, Lu Jingnian wasted no time in issuing orders, promptly returning to the base to place the note on the commander's desk. The base leaders, upon examining the note, wore grim expressions, shocked that the gathering of animals could be linked to such a scenario. Is this information credible? one leader inquired, directing his gaze at Lu Jingyan, whom he valued highly. Lu Jingyan recounted the origins of the note, concluding, though its delivery is peculiar, we must remain vigilant. Very well. You return to your post. I will manage things here. The creature in the zoo must be eliminated. Yes. Lu Jingyan saluted before swiftly making his way back to the vicinity of the zoo. After the tabby departed, Lin Yun returned to the shelter. She had not yet examined her rewards from the day spent outside. Once she had tidied herself, she retrieved the 4 portions of food and a special reward. Wow, spicy hot pot. The system has surprised me, Lin Yun exclaimed, thrilled to find such a delightful dish among her random rewards. The other 3 portions comprised a bucket of fried chicken, a box meal, and ramen. She stowed the latter 3 in her backpack, deciding against corn for dinner in favor of the hot pot, which she had longed for. Noticing Lin Yun preparing to eat, the ivy plant remembered the promise she had made before leaving and eagerly nudged her for a taste of sweet water. All right, I haven't forgotten. Just wait a moment, Lin Yun replied. She retrieved a small bottle of cola from the shelf and poured a little into the ivy's pot, careful not to overdo it. Though it had mutated into a new form, she was uncertain whether it would behave like the ghost vine, indulging in whatever it could find. The ivy reacted with astonished vigor. So this is the life humans lead. What hardships had I endured before? It reflected on its prior existence, realizing how compliant it had been, never daring to explore the delivery station for such treats. Is this a gateway to a new world? The ghost vine mused as it absorbed the morsels Lin Yun had allocated, amused by the ivy's reaction, reminiscent of its own initial encounters with human food. Indeed, Lin Yun, could I have a bit more? Sweet water truly is delightful. The ivy had developed a taste for it. Lin Yun smirked, realizing she had underestimated the mutated plant. Even in its new form, it had retained its appetites. It seemed that, like the ghost vine, the ivy had no qualms about its diet, eagerly consuming whatever was offered. How easy to care for. Unlike the tulips I once tended, which would wither at the first hint of warmth, she lamented, recalling the 10 bulbs she had planted, all of which had perished in a fit of rage. With a generous pour for the ivy, she settled down to continue her meal, eager to unveil the special reward once she had satisfied her hunger. Having observed the tabby's departure, Chun Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping forward to collect the item the tabby had cast aside, her expression shifted abruptly as she scanned its contents, and without finishing her reading, she dashed toward the shelter. This letter had been sent by Lin Yun, though how she had acquired such information remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Chun Anna trusted Lin Yun implicitly. With renewed urgency, she quickened her pace. Chapter 46, Crimson Feather Crossbow. Upon returning to the shelter, Chun Anna finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that she would need to exercise additional caution in the days to come. Checking her personal panel, she noted that if she refrained from venturing outside, the vegetables she and Lin Yun had harvested previously would sustain her for quite some time. A similar scenario unfolded for Yao Anan. Hastening back to the shelter, she finally felt secure. Since the encounter with the mutated gray wolf, Yao Anan had been on edge during her outings, always ensuring the area was absolutely safe before daring to step outside, fearful that the wolf might return. However, her cautiousness ultimately paid off, enabling her to evade danger on a subsequent day. After her meal, Lin Yun retrieved her special reward, discovering it was a blind box. She reached inside, feeling around until she located a single item nestled in the far corner, requiring some effort to extract. Random task. Assist the authorities in eliminating the anomaly at the zoo. Task level. A. Task reward. Bound contract clue 1. So the special reward is a random task? Wouldn't it be simpler to just send the task directly? Why go through the trouble of treating it as a reward? Lin Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation, declining the offer. Not accepting the random task? I left no name on the note. Isn't that enough to inform them of my presence? Was I merely pretending before? It's not imperative that I confront them directly. Would you agree? You speak so lightly. Are you unaware that within the human forces, there exists a soldier class known as scouts? As a mere rookie in combat, wouldn't I simply be serving as fodder? The system fell silent, begrudgingly acknowledging the validity of Lin Yun's reasoning. To be honest, Lin Yun was genuinely disinterested in entangling herself in this matter. It was troublesome and exhausting, potentially inviting unnecessary complications, especially since she had to remain in this world for another 20 days. Take your time to ponder. This mission will extend until tomorrow. The system, however, was keen for Lin Yun to accept the task. If she declined, the official base in City S could very well fall to those creatures. Furthermore, the surrounding cities might also succumb to the animals from City S, becoming their territory. At that point, the human living space would be severely constricted, ultimately reduced to a mere isolated vessel. Nonetheless, it refrained from forcibly altering Lin Yun's perspective. It was not a system that coerced its host. Lin Yun examined the contents of the blind box in her palm. Item: Crimson Feather Crossbow. Level A. Durability 100/100. Function: comes equipped with 7 heavenly fire arrows. Compatible with self-provided arrow feathers with no special requirements. Boasts an incredibly rapid firing speed. And please explore other functionalities of the Crimson Feather Crossbow on your own. Note: exercise caution when using the 7 heavenly fire arrows. Utilize them one at a time, and do not attempt to repair them through the turn waste in a treasure method. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a delightful surprise, a crossbow. She had sensed something unusual when she first touched it. Now, she possessed not only a melee weapon, but also a ranged crossbow. The ends of the Crimson Feather Crossbow shimmered like fiery plumage, while the body was adorned with enigmatic crimson patterns reminiscent of ancient totems, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yun discovered that this crossbow differed from any she had encountered online. Concealed beneath the bow's arm was a small compartment containing the 7 heavenly fire arrows mentioned in the details. Moreover, this crossbow appeared to have a self-cocking mechanism, reloading automatically after firing, thereby conserving the user's stamina and time. Lin Yun fiddled with the crossbow, pleasantly surprised by the reward. She was quite fond of it. However, recalling the recent random task and glancing at the crossbow, she began to understand why this special reward had materialized. It seemed designed to encourage her to accept the random task. Lin Yun curled her lips in disdain. The system truly placed its trust in her, a novice, expecting her to undertake such a substantial mission without fear of meeting an untimely demise. System: yes, just as you surmise. I hadn't even inquired yet. What other purpose would I have in sending you this? Why me? You are not alone. Other survivors have similar tasks. Yet they do not comprehend the significance of the binding contract and have all refused, unwilling to risk their lives for something unknown. But you understand. Lin Yun remained silent, continuing to examine the crossbow in her hands. She set aside the 7 heavenly fire arrows to explore what else could serve as ammunition. Perhaps she could search for bamboo in the grove tomorrow and carve some into arrows? Could sunflower seeds work? Lin Yun gingerly retrieved a sunflower seed and placed it in the arrow quiver before securing it back in place. I see sunflower seed equipped. You may prepare for shooting. Remarkable. What an extraordinary weapon. Recalling the spine she had collected from the mutated cactus, Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with inspiration, and she hurriedly stuffed a few into the arrow quiver. I see sunflower seed removed. Mutated cactus spine equipped. You may prepare for shooting. She still had a whole bag of spines left. She had suspected that gathering the spines would prove useful one day. Lin Yun felt exhilarated, suddenly realizing that life in this strange world wasn't so arduous after all. After organizing her items, Lin Yun commenced her training for the day. She stretched her body, intending to jog a few laps. Time had been squandered earlier. She needed to seize the upcoming hours. Once her body was warmed up, she briefed the ghost vine and ivy before stepping out to jog around the ghost vine's territory. After several laps, Lin Yun paused. She understood that physical training required a gradual approach. Patience was essential. Relaxing momentarily, she retrieved her staff and began practicing the techniques she had memorized. After over an hour, Lin Yun finally made her way back to the shelter. Entering the bathroom for a refreshing shower, she then returned to her bed. Yo-Yo, have you finished your training? The ghost vine climbed onto the bed and playfully poked Lin Yun's face with a tendril. Lin Yun grasped the mischievous tendril, smiling, but inquired, "Who taught you to be so pokey?" Hee. The ghost vine giggled, evading her grip and scampering up to play on the star tea tree beside the table. Oh, Yo-Yo, it seems to be bearing fruit. While playing, the ghost vine suddenly spotted a tiny green that nestled among the branches of the star tea tree. Wasn't that the fruit of the star tea tree? Chapter 47. Not just a cat, but cats are incredibly fast. Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, quickly flipping off the bed and rushing barefoot toward the star tea tree. She brushed aside the leaves and indeed spotted the little green that the ghost vine had mentioned. The detailed information that popped up also indicated a change in status. Unbeknownst to them, the star tea tree had entered its maturation phase and begun to bear fruit. This revelation was astonishing, especially since she had been oblivious to it. It seemed they would soon be able to enjoy the fruits of the star tea tree. How wonderful! Lin Yun hurried to the bathroom to fetch some water to nourish it, but the ivy had already thoughtfully brought 2 cups of water and set them aside. Ivy was truly amazing. She had just thought about getting water. Hee. That is called being perceptive. After tending to the star tea tree with care, Lin Yun returned to her bed, feeling elated, and soon fell asleep. Usually, it took her over half an hour to drift off, but she succumbed to slumber shortly after resting her head on the pillow. The following day, Lin Yun awoke early, organized her belongings for the journey, and shouldered her backpack. She had even packed 2 sets of clothes to fully equip herself. She instructed the ivy to take good care of the vegetables and star tea tree over the next few days, ensuring that the larger vegetables were harvested and stored in the shelter to prevent spoilage. She also reminded the ivy to keep an eye on the star tea tree's fruit and note how long it would take to ripen. If anyone came looking for her, she instructed them to say she was not available and that any mutated plant blocks were already placed in the shelter for collection. After thoroughly briefing the ivy, Lin Yun set off toward the town, munching on a large tomato as she walked. Remarkably, her descent down the mountain was considerably swifter. This was indeed a remarkable acceleration. Unable to finish the remaining half of the enormous tomato, she passed it to the gluttonous ghost vine, who devoured it with gusto and claimed it could consume 17 or 18 more. Lin Yun thought, that's a lot of food for several days. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she retrieved her bicycle and pedaled toward the city. While on her way, she didn't forget to inform the system that she was accepting the mission. I knew you would accept this task. Spare me the flattery, you rascal. You're just trying to set me up, Lin Yun grumbled through clenched teeth. The system fell silent, retreating into quietude. As the patrolling feline, little brother, suddenly spotted the human mentioned by the leader, he hurriedly dashed towards their den. Leader, this is bad. The human is running towards the city. She is heading for trouble. You must hurry and stop her. The tabby cat furrowed its brow in confusion. What on earth is this human doing? Sneaking off to play in the mountains was one thing, but now she's headed to the city? Didn't I warn her how dangerous it is there? Oh dear. This troublesome human is really testing a cat's patience. With a long sigh, the tabby cat felt as if it were dealing with an incorrigible little rascal, causing all this worry. After briefing its subordinates to stay clear of the city, keeping a safe distance from any humans, the tabby cat rushed towards the urban area. It was determined to see what this disobedient human was up to. Not long after, the tabby cat spotted Lin Yun pedaling her bicycle in the distance, still making her way to the city. After cycling for quite some time, she realized that the city was still far off, contrary to her earlier impression from the highest point in town. Meow. It's that big cat. Gue Tong exclaimed in delight as he turned around to see the tabby cat catching up. Big cat, what brings you here? He greeted enthusiastically. The tabby cat cast a sidelong glance at Gue Tong before focusing on Lin Yun, uttering a few meows. Something fell off. Lin Yun had already halted her bike and turned to face the tabby cat, noticing its exasperated expression. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Is something the matter? Meow. It's because of you, human. I've told you how dangerous the city is, and yet you still come here. How can I not check on you? Listening to Gue Tong's translation, Lin Yun blinked. Then why don't you come with me? That way you can protect me. The tabby cat had never encountered such an audacious human. Yet, with a resigned sigh, it accepted this shameless proposal. After all, who could resist a human they cared for? Seeing the tabby cat's resigned demeanor, Lin Yun knew it had acquiesced. Though she was puzzled by the cat's perpetual exasperation towards her, she shrugged it off. As long as the little cat was willing, so was she. Lin Yun continued pedaling her bicycle towards the city. Halfway there, the tabby cat glanced back at her in disbelief, clearly disapproving of the slowness of her bike, which was so slow that even a cat could outpace it. However, it said nothing, merely shooting her a disdainful look. Lin Yun was perplexed, not understanding what the tabby cat was complaining about. Seeing her confusion, the tabby cat sighed again and meowed. It thinks you are too slow. Lin Yun's expression transformed into that of a dead fish. So what? If it weren't for cars needing fuel or electricity, I would have gotten one already. Meow. Human. Hop on. I'll take you. Not to brag, but I'm incredibly fast. The tabby cat lay down by the roadside, inviting Lin Yun to climb onto its back. Lin Yun was taken aback. She hadn't expected the tabby cat to offer such a thing, making her feel somewhat bashful. Yet, knowing that refusing would only provoke the cat's ire, she obediently put her bicycle aside and climbed onto the tabby cat's back. Meow. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. Before Lin Yun could fully process this, the tabby cat bolted forward. Lin Yun was astounded by the cat's incredible speed. She quickly grasped onto the thick fur, bending down to brace herself against the rushing wind that whipped her hair into her face. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived near the city zoo. After stopping in a small alley, Lin Yun dazedly spat out the hair that had blown into her mouth, brushing it aside, feeling overwhelmed by the exhilarating experience. The tabby cat, with a proud tilt of its head, proclaimed, "See, I told you, I'm incredibly fast. Big cat, You're amazing. Meow. Of course. The place the tabby cat brought her to was not very close to the zoo, but fortunately, there were no official personnel nearby. After retrieving her gear from her backpack and ensuring her appearance was unrecognizable, Lin Yun you smeared some cactus that had been tainted with the stench of foul-smelling sunflower seeds on herself. The tabby cat recoiled in shock, quickly retreating 10 meters. What are you doing with that mess? Lin Yun you met its astonished gaze, understanding its unspoken question. This isn't a mess. Meow. It stinks. That is definitely a mess. Lin Yun you found herself too exhausted to explain, feeling weary. Meow. I don't want to carry you unless you clean up. The tabby cat lamented. Humans are dirty. I can't have that. In stark contrast to the tabby cat's shock and dismay, Gui tongue remained calm. Free couldn't tea smell anything. Oh dear, big cat, here, take these leaves I plucked from the star tea tree. Just shove them up your nose. And you won't tea smell a thing. Gui tongue produced 2 leaves and offered them to the tabby cat. After sniffing them, the tabby cat's eyes lit up, eagerly requesting Gui tongue to help stuff them into its nose, as its paws were too clumsy for the task. The coolness in its nostrils was a relief, effectively masking the foul odor. Well, with these leaves, it begrudgingly decided to tolerate Lin Yun Yu's presence for now. Once they returned, it would certainly keep a close watch over her, ensuring she cleaned herself up and discarded that unpleasant mess, forbidding any further mischief. Ah, little cubs are indeed mischievous. Always playing around. Sighing, Lin Yun Yu felt the weight of her predicament. Knowing the precise direction to the zoo, she cautiously approached, careful to avoid detection by the animals, who, due to her scent, were oblivious, merely thinking a filthy creature had gone without a bath. Not daring to get too close to the animals for fear of being discovered, Lin Yun Yu maneuvered around them. The animals congregated at the entrance of the zoo. Not venturing inside, finding a tall tree nearby to hide in, she asked a tongue to assist her up to a branch where she could observe from a distance. After a while of watching, Lin Yun, you noticed the animals seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a massive mutated tiger let out a furious roar, and the other animals parted to create a path. From behind the tiger emerged a surprisingly tiny monkey, and oddly enough, the other animals bowed before it as it passed. In stark contrast to the surrounding giants, this monkey appeared almost absurdly small, even smaller than a kitten. Then, to Lin Yun Yu's astonishment, it turned its gaze in her direction. Her heart raced as she quickly hid, feeling the adrenaline surge through her veins. Yet, the monkey made no move, and the mutated animals around it began to notice its unusual behavior, glancing curiously in her direction. Lin Yun had once again retreated into her hiding place, and the creatures had failed to discern her presence. Though curiosity tugged at them, the monkeys had emerged, and without a command, they were forbidden to act independently. The monkeys harbored a distinct disdain for any initiative beyond their directives. Just a few days prior, a wildcat had dared to challenge one of the diminutive monkeys, attempting an attack, only to be swiftly overpowered in return. With a mere call from a monkey, the wildcat's mouth, nostrils, and ears had bled profusely as it collapsed, clutching its head and emitting a harrowing cry of agony, soon succumbing to its wounds. The remaining mutated creatures, having witnessed this display of power, quickly subdued their previously restless thoughts, no longer daring to act recklessly. The monkey raised its head and sniffed the air. Is that feces? Moving feces? Oh, never mind then. Once assured, the monkey climbed onto the back of the mutated tiger, ascending to its head, its tiny claws gripping tightly into the fur. Its eyes were shrouded in whiteness, rendering it reliant on scent for perception. The monkey recognized both human and animal scents, emitting a series of subtle sounds. It instructed the mutated tiger to advance. Their objective was to hunt down the nearby humans, to cleanse their vicinity of human presence. They aimed to seize control of this city. This world belonged to them, the animals. What right did the humans have to encroach upon their territory? They had yielded for far too long, allowing humans to occupy their land, and it was high time to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief only when the monkey diverted its gaze. It had terrified her. However, observing the little monkey's movements reminded her of something else. The plaster monkey. Could it possibly be that creature? Although she was uncertain, the reactions of the mutated animals hinted that this plaster monkey was likely their current leader. Despite not understanding why the mutated animals had noticed her but refrained from attacking, Lin Yun dared not let her guard down again and followed at a distance. The mutated creatures moved with a cacophony, their massive forms rampaging through the city, seemingly unafraid of the nearby troops. Captain Liu, what shall we do now? Li Ping inquired, his worry evident as he observed their brazen approach. The mutated plants in the area had been systematically cleared under the plaster monkey's direction, leaving no obstacles to impede their advance. Engage, Captain Liu ordered. In an instant, the surrounding personnel sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and firing upon the rampaging creatures in the streets. The plaster monkey glanced upward, sniffing the air to locate its targets. It emitted a sound that directed the mutated animals toward the concealed humans. Swiftly, the mutated creatures surged toward the human's position. Lin Yun, trailing behind, was startled by the plaster monkey's sudden actions. It dawned upon her that the creature had heightened sensitivity to scent following its mutation, hence its ability to detect her presence. In a flurry, she retrieved paper and pen from her pocket, hastily scribbling a message, and handed the foul-smelling cactus piece to the tabby cat, urging it to deliver the warning. While uncertain if the delivery would be timely, it was imperative to alert them to anticipate such circumstances in their forthcoming maneuvers. The tabby cat, recognizing the urgency, disregarded the repugnant cactus and bolted in the direction it had come from. As it ran, it mused that once this ordeal was over, Lin Yun had better clean its mouth. It felt unclean. For this disobedient little rascal, it had truly sacrificed too much. Chapter 49. More arrows are of no use. The tabby cat arrived just in time, as several oversized mutated snakes lunged toward Xiao Fei and the others. The tabby cat narrowed its slit pupils and swiftly struck the snake, aiming for Li Ping's neck. Huh! It tossed the object aside, glaring fiercely at the mutated snakes. The snakes momentarily froze, unnerved, retreating slightly, but soon charged forward once more. The tabby cat refused to relent. It arched its back, fur bristling, and dashed into the throng of snakes. It dodged and lunged, its sharp claws slicing through the air, each attack leaving gashes upon the serpents. Blood splattered as several smaller mutated snakes were knocked unconscious. However, the sheer number of snakes began to overwhelm the tabby cat. Just as a robust, mutated snake attempted to ensnare Xiao Fei, Captain Liu quickly raised his gun and fired at the serpent. With a crack, the bullet struck, creating a gaping wound in the snake's head, yet it did not perish. It merely weakened its assault. Meanwhile, Li Ping and the others joined the fray, targeting the approaching snakes, as the cat had drawn the majority of their attention. Under the combined onslaught of the humans and the tabby cat, the mutated snakes gradually weakened, their assault faltering, and their kin suffered considerable casualties. Ultimately, realizing they could not gain the upper hand, the snakes writhed, attempting to escape. However, Captain Liu would not permit their escape. With overwhelming force, the pursuing snakes were all subdued. Captain, it was the tabby cat that delivered the earlier message, Xiao Fei said, hastening to Captain Liu's side and whispering in his ear. The tabby cat retrieved the paper that had drifted some distance away, promptly stuffing it into the human leader's embrace before turning to flee. Ugh, the taste was unbearable. The cat felt nauseous. Captain, are we just going to let it go? One soldier asked, still processing the situation. Captain Liu shot him a glare, cursing under his breath as he examined the paper. What else can we do? Did you not see how it assisted us? It would be excessive to shout threats at it now. Our mission is merely... At that moment, Captain Liu's expression shifted. He glanced around and spotted the cactus piece that had fallen when the tabby cat had nudged it. Quick, divide that cactus and apply it to the other comrades. Huh? Oh, a soldier hastily picked up the cactus, recoiling from its pungent odor, nearly dropping it, but remembering the order, he steeled himself and sliced it into sections, quickly applying it alongside his comrades. Captain Liu remained busy, contacting the leaders of various squads via radio, relaying the situation regarding the plaster monkey, and dispatching the comrades who had applied the foul-smelling cactus to seek out the others. The plaster monkey, resting upon the mutated tiger, again detected an unpleasant odor. So much feces. Why is there so much? Is this the scent of dead humans? Oh, so this is the scent of death. Humans are truly peculiar. The plaster monkey returned to its position atop the mutated tiger. Lin Yun remained concealed, refraining from revealing herself. There were too many mutated creatures, and advancing would spell certain doom. She continued to hide among the trees, lying against the trunk, preparing her crossbow loaded with numerous cactus spines. When an opportunity arose, she would unleash her shot. Initially, her aim was somewhat erratic, but with practice, her precision gradually improved. Once more, her crossbow released a cactus spine, and Lin Yun noted that the impact of this shot felt significantly more potent than her previous attempts. That is because you are gradually mastering the crossbow. Without accuracy, even the most arrows are wasted. Thank you, she whispered. Lin Yun crouched atop the tree. A sharp thorn shot forth toward the mutated creature below. As she concentrated on her aim, a colossal mutated bear detected her hiding spot. The beast charged violently into the tree, causing the sturdy trunk to shudder violently, nearly dislodging Lin Yun from her perch. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her, prompting her to swiftly recalibrate her stance. She unleashed a barrage of cactus thorns, striking the bear in its eyes and snout. The creature, howling in agony, thrashed in a frenzy, its vision impaired. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyan arrived with warriors coated in cactus residue, confronting the perplexing sight of the bear assaulting a roadside tree. Though initially bewildered, they quickly banded together to combat the formidable beast. Its immense size instilled a sense of trepidation, compelling them to adopt a ranged offensive strategy. Reports from the base indicated that reinforcements were en route, and if they could endure, perhaps the base would remain unscathed. As they drew nearer, Lin Yun ceased her fire. The mutated bear, upon spotting the throng of humans, abandoned its pursuit of the tree and turned its ire toward Lu Jingyan and his comrades. Yet, any attempt to advance was thwarted by their relentless firepower, leaving the bear bleeding and enraged. After a brief respite atop the tree, observing the bear's fatigue, Lin Yun seized the moment, raising her crossbow to launch an explosive sunflower seed. The projectile struck the bear, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent it crashing to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the source of the blast. However, the pressing situation demanded their immediate attention, as numerous mutated creatures lurked nearby, and many of their warriors had already fallen. With no time to ponder, they resumed their assault against the remaining threats. At that moment, several shells arced through the air, detonating near a mutated tiger. The tiger, however, had already evaded the blast, unharmed alongside its companion, the plaster monkey. Lu Jingyan turned to see the base's personnel arriving to provide support, igniting a surge of enthusiasm among the warriors. "Charge! Annihilate them!" they cried. The plaster monkey, observing the arrival of reinforcements, bore an expression devoid of emotion, harboring a flicker of disappointment. Indeed, humans were formidable. Their weaponry was impressive. Had the tables been turned, and the monkeys wielded such arms, the outcome might have been drastically different. It seemed today's mission was destined for failure. They had underestimated the humans, mistakenly believing their weapons to be mediocre. With a gentle pat on the mutated tiger's head, the plaster monkey signaled for it to retreat toward the zoo. Without hesitation, the tiger complied, while a host of mutated creatures gathered behind it, obstructing the humans' pursuit. "Want to chase the leader? You must first contend with us." Chapter 50. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Lin Yun was taken aback to see the plaster monkey retreating, prompting her to hastily navigate the vine bridge crafted from ghost vines and follow in its wake. The other mutated creatures remained, but only the plaster monkey and its accompanying tiger departed. Lin Yun was uncertain of the ongoing battle's outcome. However, with the plaster monkey's withdrawal, she surmised that subduing the remaining creatures would merely be a matter of time, leaving her relatively untroubled. The tabby cat, noticing Lin Yun's pursuit, contemplated following but was halted by Lin Yun's distant gesture, instructing it to keep an eye on the remaining humans, assuring it she would return promptly. The tabby cat scoffed at the notion, feeling slighted for being excluded from the venture. Did Lin Yun perceive it as a fool? Aware of the weaponry wielded by the humans, the cat huffed, pondering why they had not employed such arms earlier to prevent unnecessary casualties. The mutated tiger's pace was unhurried, seemingly cautious of the plaster monkey atop its head, allowing Lin Yun to keep pace effortlessly. Yet, the plaster monkey found the lingering scent of excrement perplexing. How could it still be detected? Perhaps it had grown accustomed to it over time. The mutated tiger led the plaster monkey through the zoo's entrance, venturing deeper within, and Lin Yun followed closely behind. Upon entering the zoo, she noted the eerie silence. Aside from the sound of the tiger's movements, there was no other noise. The surrounding animals had all fled with the plaster monkey, leaving no companions behind upon its return. At an intersection, the mutated tiger veered left, and Lin Yun glanced at the long-abandoned signpost indicating the direction of the staff quarters. Could it be that the plaster monkey's actions were orchestrated by unseen hands? She hastily followed, careful to conceal her presence. The mutated tiger halted before a small building, obediently lying down, while the plaster monkey descended from its head, standing nearby. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, Lin Yun concealed herself and replaced the arrowheads in her crossbow, swapping the thorns and sunflower seeds for fire-tipped arrows. "Now that you're here, why not reveal yourself?" A raspy voice emanated from within the building. Lin Yun froze, yet remained still. "To the one hiding behind the tree, aside from you. There are no other uninvited guests here," the voice continued, followed by a figure emerging from the structure. "You wouldn't want my tiger to summon you, would you? Who are you?" Lin Yun's inquiry remained unvoiced as she took in the figure, a being that defied categorization as either human or monster. Little monkey, disperse them, the figure commanded. The plaster monkey emitted a soft call, followed by a buzzing sound. The mutated creatures engaged in battle with the humans momentarily paused, then swiftly fled. Surprised by my appearance? Lin Yun bit her lip, pondering her response. The figure resembled a grotesque creation of a mad scientist, something neither human nor beast. With a human-like head, but limbs resembling that of a large feline, while its body was unrecognizable, capped with a serpent-like tail. This person. The system realized it had spoken aloud and quickly fell silent. Lin Yun furrowed her brow, knowing that the immediate situation required resolution before addressing the system's earlier thoughts. Are you not curious as to why I have transformed into this? The figure inquired. You will reveal in due time, but what is your true intention? Lin Yun recognized her own vulnerabilities. She was ill-suited for this covert pursuit. Fan Xian smiled, suddenly making a startling revelation. I have awaited your arrival for an extended period. I am glad to have finally found you, Lin Yun replied, her eyes widening. What did this mean? How could he possibly know her identity? Truth be told, I consider myself quite unfortunate. I was once a normal human, a keeper at this very zoo. However, during the evacuation, I inexplicably lost consciousness, and in order to avoid being a burden, they abandoned me. When I awoke, I had transformed into this abominable form. Initially, I was bewildered, believing I had mutated like those other creatures, but eventually, I could discern that something else had taken root within me. Gradually, I came to understand why I had become this way. I have awaited your arrival, for only you can alleviate my suffering. I gathered the animals, hoping to draw your attention, yet none of you came. I've grown weary of waiting and only managed to attract the officials instead. What are you trying to say? Lin Yun was utterly perplexed and interrupted him. Please, let me finish. I am merely an unfortunate soul. The system informed me that it was not intentional. It merely released something while I happened to be in that location, and the incident occurred when I was accidentally struck. Thus, the system revealed the matters concerning you outsiders, stating that if I could somehow lure you here and have you kill me, you would obtain what you desire. What do I desire? I have nothing I wish for. That is of no concern to you. Just kill me. I should not exist in this state within this world. It is imperative that I be slain. My consciousness as a human is gradually fading. Moreover, you have seen my condition. If I do not perish, I will be completely assimilated into a mutant beast. I refuse to accept that. I am human. I was born on this land. I cannot engage in actions that are not befitting. Your words are quite eloquent. Yet how do you reconcile that with the fact that the mutant monkey leads numerous mutated creatures to attack humans and attempts to seize the official base in City S? Lin Yun scoffed, wondering if she could trust his claims. She had witnessed the actions of the mutant monkey. If he wasn't orchestrating them, then how could that be explained? Surely it couldn't be solely the monkey's idea? Sigh. As I mentioned earlier, my consciousness as a human is gradually dissipating. So it is only natural that the mutant monkey occasionally does not heed my commands. It is merely a small monkey I found at the zoo after my transformation. Although I have cared for it, it has its own thoughts, and I can only do my best to manage it. The last time I saw the mutant monkey, it had already left with a mutated tiger. When I called out to them, they fled in an instant. I couldn't stop them. Fan Xian felt helpless. How could this girl not believe him? Everything he said was indeed true, albeit quite absurd. Chapter 51. Thank you. Then go ahead and kill us. We will not resist. Would that convince you? Lin Yun remained skeptical of Fan Xian's words, as the situation was far too bizarre. She raised her crimson feather crossbow, aiming it at Fan Xian. The mutated tiger, sensing the weapon, instantly assumed an aggressive stance, prepared to pounce and tear her apart at the slightest movement. The ghost vine rapidly enlarged, its size significantly surpassing that of the mutated tiger, glaring menacingly at it. If it managed to catch the tiger, it could provide sustenance for 3 days. As for that monkey, it was hardly worth the effort. Duan, stun. Fan Xian commanded, and though the mutated tiger hesitated, it ultimately obeyed. I truly am the caretaker here. This transformation is a consequence of unforeseen events. Please kill me, I beg you. You certainly deserve to be killed. Inciting the mutant monkey to rally mutated creatures and attempt to overrun the human base is a grave offense. Lin Yun tightened her grip on the crossbow, the fiery arrow already knocked. Tuan has committed no wrongdoing, nor has it engaged in indiscriminate killing. After you slay me, could you spare its life? Did you not just insist I kill all of you? Fan Xian sighed, realizing he was contradicting himself. He glanced at Tuan, the creature he had nurtured since it was small. Lin Yun remained perplexed by his intentions. His erratic behavior was quite exasperating. Cough, host. She furrowed her brow. Unsure of why the system was contacting her now, I just consulted the main system, and it confirmed the events were indeed as stated. Lin Yun was somewhat taken aback. She had thought the error during the release was a mistake, which led to Fan Xion's predicament. The system had indeed instructed him to wait at the zoo for survivors to arrive and have them kill him, so he would no longer have to live in this inhuman state. Otherwise, he would eventually transform into a beast devoid of rationality, acting solely on animal instincts. He was unwilling to become a mindless creature, thus he agreed to the main system's terms. Then why didn't he end his own life? Or have another mutated creature kill him? Why wait for us? Oh dear, do you truly not understand what it means to have been mistakenly released by the main system? By killing him, you would obtain what you seek. This serves as a test for the survivors. According to Fan Xion's actions, he would certainly attract survivors to find him. The sooner he died, the sooner he would find relief. However, neither he nor the main system anticipated that those survivors merely wished to survive in the town until the 30th day. So, did the system not provide any compensation for his plight? The system remained silent. Lin Yun closed her eyes, having not expected the situation to unfold in such a manner. What was she to do now? Cough, cough. However, the matter with the mutant monkey was indeed not at his behest. His true intention was merely to attract the survivors. Otherwise, he would not have remained inactive for such an extended period. Would you not agree? It is just that the mutant monkey is somewhat uncontrollable. It has been mistreated by humans and abandoned in the past. Although Fan Xion rescued it, it still harbors animosity towards humanity. The system side, initially believing him to be a nefarious villain, only to discover he was merely a pitiable victim. Truly, what a predicament. Well, it is entirely the main system's fault for failing to synchronize the data. Lin Yun fell silent, feeling somewhat disoriented by the situation, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Fan Xion shifted to the side, emitting a sound unique to beasts as he communicated with the mutated tiger and the mutant monkey. After a while, the mutated tiger retreated, albeit reluctantly, at Fan Xion's request. All right, I have communicated with them. Now, please kill us. As for Tuan Tuan, I kindly ask that you spare its life. Lin Yun scrutinized Fan Xion for a long time before finally raising her crimson feather crossbow and releasing the fiery arrow, which struck the mutant monkey squarely in the forehead. The mutant monkey did not flinch from the approaching arrow, obediently remaining in place as Lin Yun shot it down. Roar! The mutated tiger emitted a mournful cry, grieving for the loss of the mutant monkey. The arrow on the crimson feather crossbow swiftly reloaded, now aimed at Fan Xion. Thank you. Fan Xion smiled faintly, closing his eyes. Lin Yun pressed her lips together, but ultimately pulled the trigger. The fiery arrow shot forth, striking Fan Xion in the forehead, and flames erupted, quickly reducing him to ashes. Howl! The mutated tiger lunged forward, desperately pawing at the pile of black powder, uncovering a small object, but it paid no heed to it, fixated solely on the ashes. This was its caretaker, the one who had nurtured it. Whimper! The mutated tiger's nose pressed against the ground, searching through the powder. Lin Yun lowered her crimson feather crossbow, letting out a sigh, and was about to turn to leave when the system hastily called out, Hey, are you not going to bind a contract? Lin Yun paused, having forgotten about that matter. Before she could react, the mutated tiger charged at her, blocking her path. Startled, Lin Yun took several steps back. She was uncertain of the tiger's intentions. It had not attacked her after she killed its caretaker, so why was it now obstructing her escape? Was it regretting not stopping her earlier? If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. Lin Yun sighed. Who had given her the audacity to commit murder in front of a mutated tiger, especially when the victim was its caretaker? However, Tuan Tuan bore no intention of attacking Lin Yun. Tears lingered in the corners of its eyes as it approached her silently. Then, as if resolute, it surged forward and gently nudged her towards a heap of black powder. Even the ghost vine was taken aback, its tendrils poised to strike, only to realize that this creature did not intend to assault it. Lin Yun was taken aback. Tuan Tuan then pushed the substance closer to her feet. She gazed at Tuan Tuan, astonished that it had brought the object over, perhaps fearing that she would not take it with her. In truth, the main system did not wish for this. However, this situation was unprecedented. The main system was unable to forcibly extract the binding contract from his body. If forcibly removed, he might become a mindless beast, or worse, he could perish. The main system understood that this was unfair to him, and thus left the choice to him. He chose to allow you survivors to end his life, thereby prolonging his existence a little longer to care for that mutated tiger and the plaster monkey. Moreover, he had stated that he required no compensation, merely a proper arrangement for the tiger and the plaster monkey. However, the plaster monkey was excluded due to its previous misdeeds. Shall we return to the mountain? The cat will guide you. The main system had previously mentioned that whoever killed Fan Xin would have the tiger follow them. Fan Xin had thoroughly explained the situation to the mutated tiger and reiterated it just moments ago, so it comprehended. Yet, I did not anticipate that matters would unfold in this manner. Upon realizing something was amiss, I urgently consulted the main system and learned the circumstances. The system provided a brief explanation. It had indeed been unaware of this situation prior. Had it not discovered the binding contract on Fan Xin, it would have likely regarded this as a mere ordinary task. Lin Yun sighed. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? She bent down to retrieve the binding contract from the ground and casually placed it in her backpack before turning to leave. However, she had no intention of taking the mutated tiger with her. It possessed a certain survival capability and could thrive in this world without her assistance. Furthermore, she had already promised her binding quota to Ivy. On another front, the system was silently cursing the main system for failing to synchronize data with it, especially for assigning such a random task, with the reward being a clue to the binding contract. The background of that random task was truly a headache. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the plaster monkey had obediently stood still for Lin Yun to dispatch it, but that was only because Fan Xin was present. Had Fan Xin transformed into a beast, the plaster monkey's ambition would have spiraled out of control, and in the future, as it grew stronger, no one would have been able to stop it. It would continue to plot, just like the background of this task, seeking ways to eliminate humanity and obliterate the entire base. As Lin Yun walked, she suddenly halted. Don't you despise me? I killed your caretaker. Tuan. Seeing Lin Yun walk away without calling it, pranced after her. The caretaker had mentioned that the thing must be given to the one who killed him, and it must accompany her. It could not harbor hatred for that person because that individual was aiding its caretaker in finding peace. It understood what humans should be like and recognized the suffering its caretaker endured after transforming. It knew he wished for death. Yet he remained for its sake and that of the plaster monkey. Initially, it had been quite angry, but upon reflecting on the moments when its caretaker secretly wept and his pained expression, Tuan suddenly felt a sense of understanding. Tuan did not comprehend what a binding contract was or what a system entailed, but it knew it could not assist its caretaker, yet others could. Fan Xin had offered it a choice long ago, even asking again just before dying whether it wished to leave or stay. It chose to remain. Hence it harbored no animosity towards Lin Yun. When Lin Yun did not call it, it still followed her. It obeyed its caretaker's words. If the caretaker said to follow, then it would follow. When Lin Yun inquired about it, Tuan promptly emitted a couple of sounds. It said it was initially filled with hatred, but later it understood your actions. Lin Yun regarded it for quite a while before exhaling a sigh and retracing her steps. Upon reaching the pile of ashes, Lin Yun rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a small bottle, gathering the ashes together and placing them inside. Tuan remained closely by, observing Lin Yun's actions as if it understood something, patiently sitting beside her. Little vine, prepare some finer vines to weave around the bottle. The small bottle was a round plastic one, and with some vine wrapped around it, it could be hung around Tuan's neck. Lin Yun washed her hands with water and then hung the small bottle around Tuan's neck. Throughout these actions, Tuan offered no resistance and cooperated fully, initially believing its caretaker had left it nothing. To its surprise, it could still hold onto something from its caretaker. With this item, it could look back on memories of him in the future. Tuan was elated and followed Lin Yun as she departed. You should go. You can thrive well on your own as a tiger. There is no need to follow me, and besides, I cannot afford to care for you. Lin Yun found herself at a loss for words. This mutated tiger seemed somewhat oblivious, following her despite her having killed its caretaker. Oh woo. The caretaker said to follow you. I don't care. The outside world is vast. Do you not wish to see it? Lin Yun urged. But Tuan stubbornly insisted on following her. She eventually ceased her attempts to dissuade it, realizing she could only bind one creature. She did not plan to return to the shelter in the next few days, having come to the city. She intended to see if there were any treasures to be found. At the entrance of the zoo, she encountered the tabby cat that had come looking for her. The tabby cat rushed towards her excitedly, but upon noticing the mutated tiger trailing behind Lin Yun, it leaped behind her, hissing at the tiger. Tuan was startled and retreated a couple of steps, its ears flaring in fear. This cat was quite fierce. It looked up at Lin Yun with a pitiful whimper, hoping she would reassure the cat that it was not a bad tiger. Lin Yun felt somewhat exasperated. This creature was so large yet frightened of a mere cat. The tabby cat scrutinized Tuan for a lengthy moment, upon witnessing its timid demeanor. It began to question whether this was indeed the same mutated tiger it had encountered before. Averting its gaze, the tabby cat swiftly turned to Lin Yun. Meow. Human. Shall we return to the mountain? The cat will guide you. Lin Yun was immediately alarmed and hastily declined. No, no, no. We won't be going back now. We are searching for treasures in the city. This world presented an opportune moment for zero-cost acquisitions. She certainly wanted to stockpile as much as possible. After all, what if the next world was even worse than this one? Meow. Oh, we aren't going back. No worries. The cat can still take you. Big cat. I appreciate your kind intentions, but we must take things slowly. Meow. Oh, the cat understands. Let us proceed slowly. Ultimately, she could not evade the cat's fervent invitation and climbed onto the tabby cat's back, taking a ride on its feline transport. The tabby indeed adhered to its promise, slowing its pace significantly. Tuan lagged behind, refraining from drawing too close, fearful of the cat that occasionally cast menacing glances in its direction. Lin Yun disregarded it. If it wished to follow, it could do so, as it did not impede her. The animals in the city had already dispersed, leaving only officials to manage those that had been slain by them. Although the meat was not particularly desirable, it was still meat nonetheless. In these times, the distinction between endangered species had become irrelevant. In a world where one could scarcely obtain sustenance, who still cared about such matters? Lin Yun did not venture too close, merely casting a distant glance before seeking another path to avoid them. Ah, yet another splendid day for scavenging. Many places have been thoroughly combed through over the past few months. She could only hope to find a few overlooked treasures. The first convenience store she visited was nearly barren, with only a few melted candies carelessly discarded in a corner of the shelf, easily overlooked if one weren't paying attention. Chapter 53, Metasequoia. Lin Yun, undeterred, grabbed a plastic bag from the counter to collect the remnants, stuffing it into her backpack. She searched the storage area behind the convenience store, but alas, it was utterly empty. On to the next one. Oh, it seemed there was a shop selling electric bicycles ahead. A few of those would be quite a catch. Lin Yun hurried over, while Gui Tong chimed in to say he would frolic around nearby, eager to explore. The tabby cat shook its head in disapproval at the naive country vine. Upon examining several fallen electric bicycles, Lin Yun found them in decent condition, merely scratched in places which did not hinder their usability. Delighted, she stuffed 4 or 5 in her backpack, occupying a compartment. She then made her way toward their office, hoping to uncover items that hadn't been taken. As it turned out, Lin Yun's decision proved astute, as she unearthed some intact instant noodles and snacks, which greatly lifted her spirits. She resolved to search through an office building, as such places might harbor even more valuable finds, especially those associated with e-commerce. Calling out to Gui Tong, she noticed the tabby cat peek its head out with a soft meow. Lin Yun suddenly slapped her forehead, having forgotten that Gui Tong mentioned wanting to roam around. Did she see where it went? Lin Yun exited the office and petted the tabby cat. With a meow, it led her in a particular direction, and soon they spotted Gui Tong, now enlarged, bullying a tree. Lin Yun exclaimed, "What a nuisance! That was clearly my catch. Give it back." The Metasequoia paid no mind, gobbling down the food and feigning death, ignoring all around it. Once the food was in its mouth, there was no chance of it regurgitating. Absolutely not. Little vine. Lin Yun did not approach, but halted at a distance to shout. Mutated plant. Metasequoia level. E-class mutant plant characteristics. Docile. Such a meek mutated plant is rare. After mutation, it has a penchant for flowering and fruiting, with seeds that are easy to germinate, posing no threat, except when it comes to snatching food. Status. Satiated, feigning death. Note, due to its love for flowering and fruiting, it is quite troubled by the seeds that fall beneath its feet, hoping someone will assist in clearing them away. Such an obedient mutant plant, yet it resorts to thievery? What an obscure juxtaposition. Upon seeing Lin Yun's return, Gui Tong rushed over to report the incident. But the Metasequoia spoke, "First, that human over there, quick, run. This vine is ferocious. It just lashed at me for ages. If that vine strikes you, you might end up weeping for days. Run." Gui Tong turned around and retaliated with a lash of its vine. "This is my master. It's bullying me. As I passed by, it snatched my prey." Gui Tong immediately complained. For a moment, Lin Yun was at a loss as to how to mediate this dispute. While it could be argued that the Metasequoia was in the wrong, it had just warned them to flee and claimed innocence. Yet it had also stolen Gui Tong's food. Perhaps the best course was for Gui Tong to retrieve it. It devoured it. QEQ Gui Tong cried in frustration, feeling wronged by the shameless Metasequoia. The Metasequoia remained silent, fearful of speaking up at such a moment. Lately, there had been no animals or insects roaming nearby, nearly starving it. After all this time, when someone passed by with food, it couldn't resist the temptation to snatch a bite. It hadn't meant any harm. It had thought that by playing dead and ignoring the vine, it would soon be left alone, never anticipating that it would become entangled with a human. What if this human wielded a saw and decided to cut it down for a trivial dispute? Had it known there was someone behind that vine, it would have acted so recklessly. Metasequoia, QEQ, I am docile. Alas, it was in a predicament, although it had stolen food. It had not attacked and had allowed itself to be struck. Lin Yun let out a sigh. But that was my food. Gui tongue whimpered, feeling utterly wronged. Blaming the Metasequoia. The Metasequoia, meek and apologetic, did not dare to show itself. How about we catch some mice when we return to town? We can gather a good stockpile for you? Fine. The Metasequoia ventured cautiously, only to be met with another lash from Gui tongue, causing the fruits hanging from its branches to fall one by one. Lin Yun approached a little closer, prompting Gui tongue to shrink down and climb onto her shoulder. Speak. You can understand me. How wonderful. Oh my. I've finally met a human who can comprehend my words. How exhilarating. The Metasequoia was beside itself with joy. None of the humans it had encountered before could understand it. After countless attempts to shout for attention, it had resigned itself to the conclusion that humans were deaf to its calls. It was quite distressing. There was another Metasequoia nearby, but they were too far apart. When it had first noticed the other tree, it had shouted for ages before receiving a response. Coincidentally, the other tree was just as chatty, yet their distance rendered their conversations a tiresome endeavor. Now that it had encountered a human who could hear it, naturally, it was thrilled. The previous incident of stealing food weighed on its conscience, making it hesitant to converse, fearing retaliation. Why do you call me? Do you feel guilty for stealing from my little vine and wish to make amends? Lin Yun crossed her arms, poised to hear what the Metasequoia had to say. Hee. It wasn't intentional. It's just that there have been so few creatures passing by lately. I was on the brink of starvation, and when it happened I could hold back. The Metasequoia's voice dwindled under the flailing vines of Gui tongue. However, it's all right. I know of a place where you humans can find food. I'll share the location, but will you play with me for a while? You can strike me if you wish. Lin Yun, Gui tongue, tabikat. Mother help. Iva encountered a vayerdo. Lin Yun hesitated. The Metasequoia appeared rather dubious. Could its words be trusted? Oh, come on, can't you trust me? I was nurtured with care by you humans. Of course. I remember your kindness. That place I mentioned was where I overheard a group hiding supplies not long ago. They said they would wait for a larger crew to come and then move them. A larger crew? For some reason. Lin Yun suddenly recalled the scoundrels who had captured the kitten earlier. Could it be that they were the ones hiding the supplies? What do they look like? Were there 13 of them? All men with several sporting scars? Although her description was somewhat vague, as long as the Metasequoia remembered, it could confirm whether they were indeed the culprits. Indeed, there were 13. I can't recall their exact appearances, but they were all men. Chapter 54, a trivial chat. Lin Yun felt a wave of amusement wash over her. She hadn't anticipated that assisting the tabby cat in reclaiming the kitten would lead to such a revelation. She would gladly accept their food. However, one question lingered. If they had hidden supplies in the city, why venture into town? Shouldn't they remain in the city to guard the food until the others arrived? Why leave the supplies unattended in the city, unafraid of being discovered and taken by the survivors? She shook her head, dismissing it. The thought processes of those individuals were beyond her comprehension. Where is it? Come chat with me for a moment, I insist. Little vine. Perhaps you should just whip it. After all, it has consented to be thrashed. Lin Yun rubbed her temples in exasperation. The ghost vine heeded Lin Yun's words. As soon as they left her lips, it leapt to the ground, enlarging in size, its tendrils poised to strike. Hey, healing herbs. Are you truly going to hit me? Meow. It certainly seemed to exhibit traits of a masochist. Perhaps it would be better if the cat sought out those individuals. The cat could remember their scents and should be nearby. A wise decision. The tabby cat turned, carrying Lin Yun on its back, ready to depart. Wait. Is it really necessary? Why must you humans be so heartless? All I wanted was a little conversation. Is such a modest desire too much to ask? How about this? If you help me fetch another bald cypress, I'll cease my incessant chattering. Lin Yun hurriedly patted the tabby cat to halt its progress. Turning to inquire, were there indeed mutated bald cypresses nearby? Yes, just follow this path. There's another one further along. However, we are too far apart, making it difficult for us to converse. Farewell. Lin Yun turned away, wondering if this mutated bald cypress thought her exceedingly gullible, given its considerable size. Asking her to fetch a companion seemed rather presumptuous. If it was unwilling to disclose its location, They might as well say so outright. She could search with the tabby cat instead. Oh dear, just a little chat. I'm truly bored. Sigh. Very well. A trivial conversation shall be. 10 minutes later, Lin Yun languished hopelessly atop the tabby cat. This was hardly a conversation. It was nothing more than a monologue from a mutated bald cypress. She and the ghost vine had no opportunity to interject. The mutated bald cypress could ramble on endlessly, growing increasingly animated, indifferent to their lack of response. As long as someone listened, it was content. Lin Yun, blah 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 blah. She sighed heavily. Could such a chatterbox even uplift someone with autism? After what felt like an eternity, the mutated bald cypress finally paused, still eager to share. I haven't had such a lengthy conversation in ages. It brings me such joy. If you proceed down the alleyway, you'll find an establishment known as a tavern. I've heard there are 2 individuals guarding it. Though I've never seen them emerge, I cannot say if they're still inside. Very well, duly noted. The mutated bald cypress shook its branches in delight. Ripe fruits tumbling down and landing atop Lin Yun's head. Honestly, I think it would be rather beneficial to chop you down. Wouldn't you agree? I was mistaken. I did not mean to. The mutated bald cypress collapsed in a panic. Lin Yun shot at a disapproving glance, instructing the tabby cat and ghost vine to assist in gathering the fallen fruits into a plastic bag. Otherwise, when they eventually sprouted, would the mutated bald cypress not be suffocated by its own seeds? Oh dear, thank you so much for helping me clean up the seeds. You humans are quite kind. Tuan, who had been lying in wait, nearly dozing off, rushed over to assist upon seeing them busy beneath the tree. Lin Yun regarded it silently, her thoughts lingering on the tiger's persistence. Once all the fallen fruits were collected in the plastic bag, Lin Yun opted not to discard them just yet. Per tradition, one never knows when they may come in handy. After all, if they weren't planted in the soil, they wouldn't grow into a massive tree. All right, I'm off to work now. Until next time. Great. Until next time, let us have another chat. The mutated bald cypress was particularly fond of the phrase, until next time, promptly making plans with Lin Yun. Lin Yun was exasperated. She had no desire for another trivial conversation. This mutated bald cypress was indeed a talkative one. Following the direction indicated by the mutated bald cypress, they entered an alley. To be cautious, the tabby cat suggested it would investigate the situation first, while the ghost vine would guard Lin Yun. The ghost vine, however, was insistent on joining, claiming it was small and would not be noticed, whereas the tabby cat, being large, would attract attention. The tabby cat, Lin Yun sighed, permitting both to proceed while she clutched several explosive sunflower seeds, concealing herself in the shadows to observe. Tuan followed closely, not too far behind, and upon seeing both leave, edged closer. While they waited, the system returned. Ahem, Yin. Lin Yun became alert. Why did the system suddenly adopt this tone? Well, I just had another discussion with the main system. It was indeed at fault for not synchronizing the data with me promptly, leading to this misunderstanding. Thus, the main system is willing to offer you some compensation. What do you think? The main system has stated that, regardless of the point limit moving forward, it will increase by 100 for you. As for the binding contract, due to an unexpected incident during its implementation, there have been some alterations. The main system has revised the data, allowing you not only to bind contracts, but also to collect any mutated plants you desire for easier access. Truly? Indeed. More genuine than gold. Lin Yun pondered. She felt the compensation should not be directed towards her. As this incident was not significantly related to her, she merely resolved Fan Xian's issue. Do not overthink it, after all. The main system also failed to synchronize its data in a timely manner. Fortunately, it has been resolved perfectly. Soon enough, the ghost vine returned, dragging a mutated mouse behind it, the origin of which remained a mystery. I'm gonna eat first. I'll talk later. After having food snatched from it before, it was determined to consume its meal without delay, lest it be robbed again. The tabby cat returned as well, similarly carrying a mutated mouse in its mouth. Well, it seemed that not only were there many mice in the town, but also in the city. After showcasing their respective catches, the tabby cat finally spoke. Meow. The 2 humans should have left. They didn't see you enter the tavern. Meow. However, there are indeed quite a few items inside, including canned goods, and plenty of instant noodles, among other things. The rest of the items appear inedible. Lin Yun contemplated. Inedible? Wait, could they be alcohol or cigarettes? These 2 items were highly coveted in the apocalypse. Chapter 55. Humiliation. Let's go take a look. Although the 2 men were not present in the tavern, Lin Yun remained cautious, carefully approaching to ensure no danger lurked within before stepping inside. Upon reaching the room where they stored their goods, Lin Yun unceremoniously collected everything. That group of individuals were hardly virtuous. The origins of these items were undoubtedly dubious, so she graciously accepted them. Suddenly, an alarming scream pierced the air, a man's voice filled with terror. Lin Yun furrowed her brow. It must be the two men guarding the place returning. Meow. The cat scurried outside to investigate, while Lin Yun remained behind. Outside the tavern, Tuan Tuan was intently watching the two lecherous men ahead, while nearby lay an unconscious woman. Just as Lin Yun entered the tavern, these two men intended to follow her, which was unacceptable. The men clearly exuded an unpleasant aura, and Tuan Tuan was determined not to let them enter. What do we do, Shunzi? Shunzi's calf trembled. How was he to know? They had just returned from a delightful escapade with the woman when they collided head-on with a mutated tiger. That mutated tiger was as formidable as a small mountain. It could easily obliterate them with a single swipe. They wished to flee, but could they outrun it? Had it been a non-mutated tiger, they might have relied on their weapons to take it down, but now they faced a plus-sized version. The weapon in their hands seemed utterly ineffective. Wang Meizi swallowed hard as he and his companion, both armed, gazed intently at the mutated tiger before them, their minds racing with thoughts of the likelihood of their escape. Meow. Suddenly, a tabby cat burst forth from the tavern. Shunzi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a cat emerge from the tavern? Wait a moment. He recalled hearing that mutated animals sometimes clashed with one another. If these two were to engage in a fight, it might afford them the opportunity to flee. However, the subsequent scene filled him with despair. The mutated tiger retreated slightly, seemingly inviting the tabby to approach. The tabby merely shot a disdainful glance, meowed once, and then turned back inside. Roar. The tiger let out a fearsome growl and charged towards the two men. Run for your lives. Shunzi, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Initially, the tiger allowed them to create some distance before deciding it was safe to pounce, swiping them away with its powerful claws. After that, it paid them no further heed. Desperately, the tiger dashed back, needing to stay close to Lin Yun again. Losing track of her would spell disaster. Shunzi and Wang Meizi were flung against different surfaces, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths as they lay sprawled like corpses. They were utterly incapacitated. The impact of the tiger's blows, leaving them with broken ribs and internal injuries. Blood continued to seep from their lips. Both men were engulfed in regret, lamenting their inability to control their baser instincts, which had led them to venture out and indulge in reckless behavior. They should have remained in the tavern, keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Now, if they were to survive this ordeal, they knew that once Song Tianfu returned, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, survival seemed a distant hope. Without the control of the Gao Yao Ho, the mutated animals had long since returned to their territories, drawn by the scent of blood. Once the sounds of chaos outside ceased, Lin Yun emerged from the tavern, surveying her surroundings. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon a disheveled woman lying on the ground. Big cat, what transpired just now? The tabby, noticing her attention on the woman, meowed in response. It had no knowledge of the events, having merely witnessed the woman lying there, seemingly brought by the two men. The tiger returned, and upon seeing Lin Yun examining the woman, it quickly divulged a ruse. She was brought here by those two humans. They wreaked and abandoned her in haste. Lin Yun crouched down to inspect the woman, and upon seeing the marks on her body, she instantly understood the ordeal the woman had recently endured. Sighing, she gently lifted her and carried her back to the tavern. Inside, she grabbed a tablecloth to cover the woman, whose clothing had been torn to shreds, barely affording any modesty. Lin Yun left some food scavenged from the tavern beside her, along with a note. Having completed her tasks, she departed. The two men should have met their demise. Facing the wrath of the mutated tiger, survival would be a near impossibility. Not long after Lin Yun's departure, the unconscious woman finally regained consciousness. At first, she struggled to comprehend her surroundings, but suddenly, a scream escaped her lips as memories flooded back. She had ventured from the base in search of food, only to be targeted by two men who had dragged her into an alley. In her struggle, one had seized her by the hair and slammed her against the wall, rendering her unconscious. In a panic, the woman clutched the tablecloth around her, her eyes wide with fear as she scanned the area. Realizing she was alone, her tense body gradually relaxed. She had to escape. She needed to return to the base. The outside world was far too perilous, though life at the base was equally harsh. It was an official establishment where no one would force her into unwelcome acts against her will. As she rose from the sofa, her eyes fell upon the table nearby. Food! Her eyes brightened, and she reached out eagerly, only to notice a note atop the items. The scoundrels are dead. Leave swiftly and take what you can. Lin Yun had written nothing more, Just these few words. The woman paused, stunned. So, she had been saved? Yes. She had been unconscious and could not possibly know what had transpired afterward. Moreover, the fact that she was here covered by something indicated that someone had indeed rescued her. The Savior had not only spared her, but had also left her provisions. Overwhelmed with emotion, she clasped her mouth with her hand and sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, she did not weep for long. Quickly wiping her tears away, she began to search the tavern. After donning a work uniform left behind by the tavern staff and disguising the food, she prepared to make her escape, determined not to let anyone steal what had been given to her by her Savior. However, as she passed a certain spot, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the very man who had tormented her. Hatred surged within her, and disregarding any potential danger, she charged forward, seizing any objects within reach to hurl at him. She loathed him with every fiber of her being, with the last remnants of his strength. Shunzi finally gasped his final breath under her assault, succumbing to his fate. Chapter 56, The E-Commerce Office Building. The sun had set, and Lin Yun had no intention of returning to the town. Instead, she sought out the loquacious water fir tree once more. "Oh, you're back." The mutated water fir was elated to see Lin Yun again, eager to engage in conversation. "Stop right there. It's nearly dark. I need to find a place to stay and cannot chat with you now, but I promise to return for that conversation." Lin Yun quickly interrupted the garrulous tree, fearful it would continue without end. The chatty water fir let out a resigned sigh, conceding, "Very well. I came to ask if you know where the e-commerce office building is located." "I know about the e-commerce. Come back tomorrow, and if you chat with me, I'll tell you." The water fir was being quite demanding. Without hesitation, Lin Yun turned to leave. "Goodbye." Hey. You're going the wrong way. Head towards my friend. There are several e-commerce office buildings over there." The loquacious water fir sighed in exasperation, lamenting the stubbornness of humans. Lin Yun shot it an irritated glance, producing the water she had prepared earlier, pouring it at the base of the talkative water fir. This had been set aside since her encounter with the camphor tree, just in case it would come in handy one day. Although it took up space in her backpack, it was a minor inconvenience. She had brought along numerous plastic and woven bags, swiftly filling them with her supplies. The system automatically recognized identical items. She had found a bug in the system. "Oh dear, how did you know that I Haven Tea had water in ages?" The chatty water fir was thrilled. "If I pass by here when I leave, I'll water you again." Thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. You can even ask my good buddy. I've told it about you, and it knows a lot too. Just give it some water." "Understood. I'll take my leave now." Lin Yun climbed onto the tabby cat's back and sprinted in the direction indicated by the loquacious water fir. Upon passing the friend mentioned by the tree, she paused to give it some water, immediately receiving detailed information about the e-commerce district. Having successfully located her destination, she entered the lobby of one of the office buildings, only to discover numerous footprints on the floor. Could this office building be completely vacated? Meow. The cat ventured forth to assess any potential dangers. With that, the tabby dashed up the stairs. Several potted plants surrounded the front desk, all having grown quite large, but none were mutated and posed no threat. To the left of the reception area lay a corridor lined with numerous rooms. With nothing better to do, Lin Yun wandered down that path. The ghost vine slithered onto her head, brandishing its tendrils and surveying the vicinity, while Tuan trailed closely behind her. The rooms were adorned with frosted glass doors, obscuring their interiors from view. Consequently, she retrieved a leg bone of a diamond ant from her backpack and used it to pry open the locks outside. In the first room, she found shoe boxes, randomly selecting 2, only to discover them empty. She exited swiftly to explore the next room. After inspecting several rooms without uncovering anything of value, she amassed a collection of oversized cardboard boxes, which she promptly stuffed into her backpack, recognizing their potential utility for exploiting game mechanics. The tabby cat, having descended from a leisurely exploration upstairs, reported that there was little danger above. There was a mutated plant, but it appeared half dead and posed no threat. When it initially spotted the plant, it intended to eliminate it, but the creature had already begged for mercy before it could act. Given this, the tabby cat lost interest. Having listened to the tabby cat's account, Lin Yun felt disinclined to ascend again, for her observations indicated that the office building primarily dealt with garments. She had already procured a considerable amount of clothing in town. Nonetheless, since she had come this far, she might as well ascend to see if any treasures awaited her. Upon reaching the second floor, she discovered it housed an e-commerce company specializing in footwear. After snagging a small cart to stow away, she continued her ascent. On the 4th floor, she stumbled upon a new find, bedding sets. Selecting several, she placed them into a plastic bag. allowing the ghost vine to carry them as she proceeded upward. The 5th floor also catered to shoes, extinguishing her desire to climb further. Thus, Lin Yun sought refuge in an office to rest. Fortuitously, this appeared to be the boss's office, with a rather comfortable sofa. She retrieved a boxed meal to satiate her hunger and shared 2 portions of diamond ant meat with the tabby cat and the ghost vine. Although she had initially promised the ghost vine a share, it had never requested its portion, and since the tabby cat was laboring for her, she felt it was only fair not to let it go hungry. Fortunately, the ghost vine was unconcerned. It had grown accustomed to mingling with the tabby cat and often playfully leaped onto its back. Tuan, being too large to enter, lay down at the doorway, planning a hunt for food once Lin Yun fell asleep. Noticing it at the entrance, Lin Yun contemplated and decided to offer a meal. Though it wouldn't suffice to fill its belly, it was better than nothing. After finishing her meal, she felt no inclination to sleep, and with the absence of light, she leaned against the sofa, illuminating the space with her flashlight. A sudden clang startled Tuan, who perked up, sensing a noise emanating from the staircase. The tabby cat and Lin Yun also heard it, prompting her to rise and investigate. Oh, whoa! It sounded like a cry from the staircase. Meow! It was the mutated plant. In unison, the cat and the tiger vocalized their observations. The mutated plant, having tumbled down the stairs, realized it had been discovered but felt helpless. It needed to appeal to humans for assistance. Otherwise, it would soon perish from hunger. Initially unaware of human presence below, it nearly panicked upon encountering the mutated cat. However, it soon pondered the oddity of a mutated cat appearing in such a desolate place. Thus, it cautiously began its slow and arduous descent, striving to reach the 6th floor. Ultimately spotting the humans below, its excitement nearly overwhelmed it. In the past, humans had nourished it with water and fertilizer, and now, devoid of their presence, it felt on the brink of demise. Why hadn't it descended by itself? Fear gripped it. Had it not been for the dire situation, it would not have struggled so laboriously to move, resulting in a shattered flower pot. Lin Yun approached, observing the shattered pot belonging to the mutated plant. A mutated pothose. She mused. The leaves were yellowing and appeared withered, indicating a lack of water. The mutated pothose did not anticipate Lin Yun's immediate approach, startling it, especially upon noticing the 2 companions by her side. It was the mutated cat from earlier, and a formidable mutated vine and a mutated tiger. Help! What manner of human is this? It thought, having assumed the mutated cat was merely wandering. Who could have guessed it was allied with humans? Chapter 57. The Mutated Pothose. At that moment, the mutated pothose was in a state of shock. Should it not have sought the aid of a human? Oh no! Will this human tear me apart? Yet, she was accompanied by a ghost vine, which seemed to have a bond with her. Perhaps if it pleaded, she might assist it. The mutated pothose decided to take a chance, thinking, if I'm to perish, I may as well try. After all, without water, I am doomed regardless. While the mutated pothose hesitated, Lin Yun examined its detailed information. Mutated plant, pothose level, D-class mutated plant characteristics. This pothose appears to have acquired some abilities following mutation. When a creature approaches, it can emit a white mist within a 5-meter radius, impairing the visual, auditory, and olfactory senses of those within a mist. Status, dehydrated. In the growth stage. Remarks, help, help, I'm going to die of thirst. Lin Yun remarked, so this mutated pothose is on the brink of dying from thirst. Could you perhaps water me? I'm about to die of thirst. The mutated pothose timidly implored, fearful of rejection, even more so of being torn apart. Little vine, go fetch that tea jar from the table inside. Right away. The ghost vine swiftly descended from Lin Yun's head and dashed into the office to retrieve the transparent tea jar, presenting it to her. I can provide you with water, but behave. Otherwise, you may end up as fertilizer. Lin Yun crouched down, clearing away the broken flower pot and transferring the nutrient soil into the tea jar. She then replanted the mutated pothose. The mutated pothose retained its original size, showing no physical changes. Thank you. Thank you. You're a good person. I was nearly done for up there. The mutated pothose was overwhelmed with gratitude. Although it couldn't comprehend how this human understood it, it didn't matter. Survival was all that mattered, and it wisely refrained from questioning further. Seeing no immediate danger, Tuan returned to its resting place. Lin Yun glanced around the office, finding a half-full bottle of mineral water, which she poured into the jar for the mutated pothose. Thank you, kind soul. I finally have water. The roots felt the moisture, and the mutated pothose relaxed considerably. How wonderful. It could survive another 10 days or so. Lin Yun positioned it by the door, then flopped onto the sofa, preparing to sleep. intending to rise early to explore a different office building focused on food sales. Observing that the human was asleep, the mutated pothose quickly closed its mouth, hesitant to disturb her. The ghost vine, feeling bored, sought to chat with the tabby cat, but it lay with its eyes shut, though its tail flicked occasionally. The ghost vine could not ascertain whether it was asleep, so it refrained from interrupting and turned its attention to the mutated pothose. Initially, the mutated pothose was reluctant to speak, but once it confirmed that its whispers wouldn't disturb the human, it began to converse quietly with the ghost vine. The tabby cat opened its eyes briefly before closing them again, muttering softly. It was not too loud, allowing it to continue resting. Tuan returned from its hunt just before dawn, having feasted well, thus relieving it of the need to forage today. As Lin Yun awoke, the ghost vine pressed against her face. Ghost vine, you'd better be clean, otherwise I'll pluck every last one of your leaves. With a swift rustle, the ghost vine darted away. Help! How frightening! Lin Yun rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a bucket of water to wash up a bit before pulling out 2 flavors of sunflower seeds to snack on. After satiating her hunger to some extent, she called out to the ghost vine and prepared to leave the office building for the adjacent one. Yo-yo, shall we venture up to the upper floors? Last night, the green vine mentioned there was gold up there. Gold? Lin Yun paused, glancing at the pot of green vine by the door. On which floor? Although gold held little value in the apocalypse, since they were already here, why not? On the 10th floor. The mutated green vine readily responded. Very well. She picked up the green vine's teacup and made her way to the 10th floor. The mutated green vine obediently curled its leaves to minimize the burden on Lin Yun. Casting a sideways glance at it, she contemplated bringing this pot of green vine along. It had the ability to generate white mist, which could prove useful in critical situations. However, that could wait for later. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the mutated green vine promptly pointed the way, and Lin Yun soon discovered safe. After securing it, she swiftly descended the stairs, carrying the mutated green vine with such speed that it barely had time to react. By the time the green vine realized what had happened, it found itself brought into the adjacent building by Lin Yun. Wait, had it been taken by a human? Did this mean the human intended to keep it? That would be fine as long as it received water. Lin Yun set it down casually and immediately began searching the warehouse. This office building appeared to be a snack store, and she wanted to rummage through it. Meow. Human, come quickly. A tabby cat dashed out from a room, meowing loudly. Lin Yun rushed over, eager to see what was happening. Let me see. What a delightful sight. An entire room filled with snacks. Although they were merely snacks and not very filling, it didn't matter. Food was food, and that was sufficient. She promptly took out a woven bag and began her treasure hunt. No, her stockpiling endeavor. Joyfully, she stuffed snacks into the bag, reveling in the thrill of hoarding. The thought of having a room brimming with supplies made her exceedingly happy. The ghost vine was also busy, using its tendrils to deftly carry a woven bag in search of food. Anything spoiled was tossed into a designated bag, and Lin Yun planned to devise a method to exploit a skill bug when she returned. Having scavenged the 2nd floor, she continued her ascent to the 3rd. Oh my, so much food. I'm ecstatic. Yo-yo, please share some when we get back. I'll go hunting for you. The ghost vine eagerly requested. Meow. The cat wants some too. I'll hunt as well. All right, everyone can have some. There's more than enough to satisfy the cravings of 2 hungry mouths. Just as she was about to leave, the round cat dragged out a box from the corner. Seeing her about to depart, it hastily paused and let out a cry. Ow, wait, this hasn't been taken yet. Lin Yun pondered briefly, then went to take a look. It was a self-heating hot pot. Glancing at the smudged delivery note, it appeared to belong to the employees of this office, likely purchased for meals during breaks or overtime. She tossed the self-heating hot pot into her woven bag, leaving the delivery box behind. Seeing Lin Yun accept the hot pot, the round cat perked up, eager to explore any place that wasn't too cramped for its size. Collecting anything it could find, although it wasn't sure if Lin Yun needed the items, it figured it was worth picking them up. Perhaps there was something she desired. Chapter 58. Returning to the town. Half an hour later, Lin Yun stared at a towering heap of items, lost in contemplation. What could she say about this? Yet, she truly couldn't take it all. After selecting a few useful items to stuff in her bag, she continued her ascent to the upper floors. After spending 2 days exploring several nearby e-commerce office buildings, Lin Yun sauntered towards the direction of the town. Before leaving the city, she made a special detour to water the 2 loquacious mutated bald cypresses, then hurried away, fearing she might be caught and have to engage in a tedious conversation. With Lin Yun's polite refusal, the tabby cat slowed its pace and ceased its frantic dash. As they approached the town, Lin Yun suddenly sensed a gaze upon them. quickly crouching on the tabby cat's back, urging it to move in another direction. Li Ping, catching sight of the fleeting tabby cat, felt a surge of excitement. Isn't that the same tabby cat that delivered notes to us twice and saved us once? It turned out this tabby cat resided in the town. Team Leader Lu, that tabby cat just headed our way, but it seems to have noticed us and is now going another route. Lu Jingyan was startled and took the binoculars. Which direction did it go? Li Ping pointed, but the tabby cat was swift, disappearing in an instant. He sighed, "Oh well, since it's avoiding us, we shouldn't deliberately seek it out to avoid causing any trouble. Didn't we bring cat food? We can leave some in the town later. Cats have excellent noses and should come for a meal." Indeed, Lu Jingyan had come to the town to wait for Lin Yun, but after 2 or 3 days without any sign of her, he grew concerned that she might have encountered trouble after the mutated animals had escaped. After the ghost vine scouted the area, Lin Yun learned that it was Lu Jingyan and his team. Had the situation with the zoo's gathered animals been resolved? Were they here to discuss matters with her? Contemplating this, Lin Yun instructed the ghost vine to wait for her while she approached Lu Jingyan. This time, Lu Jingyan had brought only Xiao Fei and Li Ping along. Xiao Fei was the first to spot Lin Yun. "Xiao Lin," Lu Jingyan looked over, visibly relieved. "You haven't been wandering around these past few days, have you?" Lin Yun shook her head, unable to reveal that she had ventured into the city and stealthily followed the animals. If she did, they would surely persuade her to go to the base. That's good. Have the issues at the zoo been resolved? Lin Yun feigned ignorance and asked with concern. Li Ping chimed in, "Yes, it's resolved. It's quite strange, though. The animals suddenly scattered while we were fighting, leaving us dumbfounded. It felt as if they had suddenly regained their senses. It was as if they had awakened," Xiao Fei added. "Awakened?" Lu Jingyan nodded. "Yes. Those animals initially attacked us ferociously, but in the midst of it all, they abruptly stopped, looking startled, and fled." Lin Yun blinked, her curiosity piqued. "So, did you manage to kill them all, or did you let them go? The ones that escaped, we naturally wouldn't chase after them. However, those that had caused harm to humans, out of necessity, we had to eliminate them completely. Animals possess wild instincts, and once they harmed humans, the likelihood of them attacking again increases. As for the ones that fled, Blue Star is their home too. We cannot deny them any space to survive." Lin Yun refrained from continuing the conversation on that note, instead inquiring about other matters. "What is the situation at your base? The base has agreed to trade, but the offer is a bit meager. Would you mind showing us that peach tree? If possible, we'd like to transplant it back to the base. And you can set the terms. With the peach tree, they could finally have fresh fruit." "No," Lin Yun promptly refused. Setting aside the fact that her previous claims were about the peach tree in her small courtyard, the truth was that her peaches came from the mountains. How could she bring people to dig it up? Moreover, the peach tree didn't belong solely to her. It was the Monkey King who took her there. How could she bring others to excavate the peach tree? Even if they dug it up, if it died or mutated on the way back, who would she hold accountable? It was simply unfeasible. "Could you at least give us some peach branches? Within our base, there are scholars dedicated to agriculture who might attempt to cultivate the peach trees." Lu Jingyan tentatively suggested once more. However, Lin Yun remained resolute in her refusal. She was disinclined to agree regarding the peach trees. For the future of such trees was uncertain. What if they were to mutate? What if the branches, once nurtured into trees, underwent transformation as well? Should the mutated peach trees turn peculiar or even aggressive, she would surely face the ire of others. Although she would no longer be in this world after 30 days. She did not wish to leave behind any dangerous remnants. Nevertheless, she could inform Lu Jingyan about the abandoned orchard on the mountain before her departure, but only after obtaining the Monkey King's consent. Otherwise, she would remain silent. "Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further inquiries, as I fear it may displease you," Lu Jingyan said, instructing Xiao Fei to retrieve a large bundle from the corner. "These are the provisions the base can spare for trade. Do take a look." Lin Yun did not hesitate to inspect the items. The variety was considerable, comprising various sustenance options. There were many compressed biscuits, a small portion of which remained, alongside a plethora of other items such as instant noodles, self-heating pots, and canned bread. Fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats were conspicuously absent. "How does it fare?" Lu Jingyan inquired. Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that the provisions were satisfactory and could be preserved for a considerable duration, thus making the trade worthwhile. She rose and asked, "I did not bring my peaches. Should I return to fetch them? Do you require assistance? There should be quite a few peaches. We are not here to investigate your whereabouts. We merely worry that you may struggle alone." Lu Jingyan expressed his genuine concern for Lin Yun's well-being. Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively. "It's not a problem. I will return shortly. Please leave the items here." The three companions had no objections and waited in place. Didn't you both mention wanting to trade with her? Why did you not bring it up earlier? Are you not concerned about missing out on your share? Lu Jingyan patted Li Ping on the shoulder. Although Li Ping longed for the succulent peaches, he understood the weight of such fruits. He had already negotiated a trade with the base. If he brought it up now, it would only add to Lin Yun's burden. We can discuss it later. She has not asked for our help, and we are merely concerned for her. Indeed, Lin Yun had not brought the peaches with her on this outing, so she needed to request the tabby cat to hurry back to the mountain for a quick retrieval. Chapter 59. Are they new friends? And once again, her hair was tousled. The cat transport was efficient, albeit a bit messy. Upon returning to the town, Lin Yun entered a courtyard and emerged moments later with a bicycle, securing one of the burlap sacks onto it. The other would be retrieved later, as they were unaware of how she managed to transport them. Confirming that everyone remained inside, she placed the items at the door and knocked for them to come out and assist. Xiao Fei and Li Ping rushed outside to carry the two hefty sacks inside. Xiao Lin, you are truly impressive. You transported those heavy sacks using just a bicycle? Li Ping exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the peaches. His words a mere expression of wonder, rather than an attempt to pry into Lin Yun's capabilities. Lin Yun, taking a clean chair nearby while still holding another bag, remarked, Aren't you both also here to trade? Hurry, as I plan to leave soon. Li Ping felt a surge of joy, surprised that Lin Yun remembered, and quickly retrieved the food he had brought in his backpack. He felt a bit embarrassed, as most of his provisions were compressed biscuits, which were filling but not particularly appetizing, and they rarely had time to prepare proper meals. Lin Yun made no comment. Compressed biscuits were still provisions. Though their taste left much to be desired, they were useful in critical moments. Xiao Fei's situation was similar, but knowing that Li Ping had a greater quantity of biscuits, he took slightly fewer. Each took a peach in exchange, both visibly pleased. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave, Lin Yun announced, preparing to lift her belongings when a thought struck her. By the way, Lu Jingyan, do you have time later? Lu Jingyan helped her with the items, inquiring, What is it? Could you teach me some self-defense techniques? I am willing to offer compensation. Lin Yun articulated her request. Lu Jingyan nodded, Certainly. Will you come to the base? Li Ping quickly chimed in. Why doesn't Xiao Lin come to our base to learn? It's quite nice there. Although you may not wish to stay, visiting wouldn't hurt. Lin Yun pondered for a moment, considering it might not be a bad idea, yet decided to defer the discussion for now. After agreeing on a time with Lu Jingyan, Lin Yun mounted her bicycle and prepared to depart. Let us head back to the base. We shall return tomorrow. During times without missions, they were free to roam, searching for food or exploring their surroundings. The tabby cat had been waiting at the base of the mountain and raced over upon seeing Lin Yun approach. Meow, you're back. The cat will take you up. Your bicycle cannot ascend. Then take it slow, Lin Yun replied. Meow, I promise to go slowly. The tabby cat successfully hoisted Lin Yun onto its back and sprinted up the mountain, fully familiar with the path. Weren't we supposed to go slowly? Lin Yun remarked, brushing her hair out of her face. The tabby cat let out a meow, reducing its speed slightly, though not by much. Lin Yun felt exasperated. Sometimes, she truly could not trust this large cat. Perhaps she was being overly naive. Upon her return, Ivy greeted her immediately, having been anxiously awaiting Lin Yun's return after her hasty departure earlier. You're finally back. I thought you had abandoned me. How could I? My vegetables are still here. The hard-earned harvest must be preserved. Lin Yun dismounted from the tabby cat and promptly checked on the vegetables. The two mature, mutated plants were thriving, thanks to Ivy's diligent care with regular watering and shading. All the seeds sown had successfully entered the seedling stage. You've done splendidly, little Chongchun. Later, I shall reward you with some snacks. Lin Yun instructed Ghost Vine to fetch them. Ivy, knowing that Lin Yun would not disturb their belongings in their absence, was elated at the prospect of a reward. May I have some sweet water? Ivy asked eagerly. Lin Yun waved her hand, of course. I'll arrange it for you tonight. Yay. Meow. Sweet water? Is that cola? The tabby cat interjected, recalling its previous experience of sneaking sips when the caretaker was distracted. Indeed, everyone shall have some. Ivy reveled in the energy absorbed from the cactus blocks, noticing the mutated tiger outside and gently nudging Lin Yun with a vine. Is that tiger a new friend? And what about that pot of pothos inside? Both are new. The pothos will accompany you. When Ghost Vine and I venture out, you will have company beneath the tree. Wow, that's wonderful. Although previously a solitary plant, having a companion to converse with was far preferable. Being alone was indeed rather dull. Later, you two should get acquainted. The tabby cat nuzzled against Lin Yun and meowed softly. It mentioned needing to return to check on its little siblings after being away from the town for a few days, promising to return tomorrow. Are you foregoing the sweet water? Lin Yun teased the tabby cat. The cat proudly lifted its head, meow. Tomorrow, the cat will have some. You promised no backing out. All right, off you go. I shall await your return tomorrow. Meow. The tabby cat let out a soft meow, swiftly turning its head and dashing down the mountain, eager to ascertain whether the little ones had caused any mischief in its absence. If they had, it would relish the opportunity to deal with them. Lin Yun remained rooted in place, hesitating to enter the shelter as she pondered the details of the binding contract. After retrieving the contract, she examined its intricate information. Binding contract. Detailed information will be available upon use. Would you like to proceed? Upon confirming, the small, palm-sized binding contract in her hand suddenly transformed into a petite booklet. On its cover were inscribed 4 elegant characters, Contract Directory. Was it not supposed to bind only one entity? Why had it suddenly morphed into a directory? The main system has modified the data. It was a compensation. Did you forget? Lin Yun recalled that the system had indeed mentioned this a couple of days prior, a detail she had inadvertently overlooked. Contract Directory, capable of cataloging the mutated flora and fauna requiring binding. Once cataloged, the bound mutated entities will be included in the Contract Directory. Each page of the directory possesses a dedicated binding space, providing an appropriate resting area for the mutated entities without requiring special attention. The number of mutated plant species is unlimited, while the cap for mutated animals is 3. Oh, the binding contract, after the main system's alterations, turned out to be impressively powerful. Previously, it allowed the binding of only one entity. Quite remarkable, indeed, to be able to catalog mutated species as well. Chapter 60, Contract Directory. However, the directory did not elucidate the method for cataloging, but that was of little concern. She could investigate at her leisure. She intended to revisit the flower market, ensuring no mutated species would evade her grasp, although it might not be immediately useful. Since she was already there and the directory imposed no limits on mutated species, naturally, she would seize them all. Lin Yun raised her gaze to the sky. The sun had yet to set, so she decided to study for a while. Having not changed her clothes for several days, she opted to sit on the ground, beginning her examination of the ivy and 2 mutated species. Both the ivy and ghost vine, being illiterate, could not comprehend what the directory entailed. The mutated flora and fauna on the directory pages appeared unclassified, arranged solely by the order of binding. The first to be bound occupied the foremost page. The top of the page featured various details: name, species, characteristics, and level, which upon inspection were quite similar to the detailed information that had appeared earlier. After Lin Yun had been studying for quite some time, the system could no longer contain itself and interjected, host. Simply pluck a leaf from them and rub it on the directory. The entry will be automatically cataloged. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, wishing the system had mentioned this sooner, yet her hands instinctively reached for a leaf of ivy. As she rubbed the leaf against the contract directory, a thought struck her. She had already expended temporary binding points. If she bound the ivy now, would her 28 points have been wasted? Furthermore, judging by the system's frugality, it did not appear likely that they would be refunded. Oh well, it could wait until the final day. I can hear you. In a moment, the ivy's plaintive voice chimed in. Lin Yun, if you don't wish to give me sweet water, you could just say so. Why must you pluck my leaves like the ghost vine? I worked so hard to grow them. Lin Yun quickly tucked the leaf into her pocket, promising, I'll get you 2 cups of sweet water. All right, pluck away. Take as many as you like, just don't leave me bald, though they will grow back. It takes a bit of time. The ivy's expression shifted instantly. The ghost vine immediately extended its tendrils, eager to pluck. I'll do it. Get lost. You foul vine. The ivy screamed in terror. Lin Yun might not have intended to strip it bare, but the ghost vine was genuinely intent on doing so. Hee hee. Just kidding. I want to pluck your leaves. The ghost vine playfully teased the ivy, knowing full well that the ivy could neither fight back nor argue. Lin Yun, look at it. The ivy turned to complain. Lin Yun silently turned around. These 2 vines always ended up in a tussle whenever they met, leaving her to act as the judge. After plucking a leaf from a mutated tomato and corn, she rubbed them on the directory, and their relevant information instantly appeared. Seeing that the directory had not changed significantly, she quickly flipped back to the 9th page. The 9th page recorded the mutated tomato, while the 10th depicted the mutated corn. The top of the directory page displayed their detailed information, while the bottom showcased illustrations of the plants, accompanied by 3 small boxes labeled income, placement, storage. Storage? Now that was intriguing. What would be stored? The fruits they produced? Lin Yun felt she had stumbled upon something remarkable. It seemed she needed to acquire more mutated species, as this essentially equated to a form of space. Income and placement likely refer to transferring the mutated species into the directory space and from the space back into the external world. After plucking a leaf from a variant pepper and cataloging it, Lin Yun confirmed the information before closing the directory. The mutated species remained outside for the time being. Plants needed sunlight and exposure to the outside world. Star tea tree? She stood up, brushing off her clothes, preparing to enter and thoroughly cleanse herself. Having not washed while in the city was quite inconvenient, and she felt rather grimy. Nearby, Tuan suddenly felt a jolt. Where had Lin Yun gone? Was she not just here? How could she vanish so suddenly? In a state of alarm, Tuan wondered how a person could simply disappear. The ivy glanced over. Kindly explaining, Lin Yun lives here. She hasn't gone anywhere. If you haven't bound with her, naturally, you wouldn't see where she went. Oh, she was still here? Yes, she is here. She can't be lost. Her home is right here. The ivy waved its tendril, then entered the shelter. As it was time to water the plants. After watering, it was yet another splendid day as end. Tuan then witnessed the ivy's tendril stretch toward a certain spot, only to seem to vanish halfway, as if severed. Tuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? A magic trick? Was Lin Yun's disappearance similar? After emerging from the bathroom, Lin Yun stretched, feeling utterly refreshed. She hung her clothes on a vine and returned to the shelter. Unsure if the star tea tree was a mutated species or if it could be cataloged, she decided to give it a try. The star tea tree had many leaves, and none would go to waste. She could brew them into tea later. The tea brewed from the star tea tree leaves had a subtle sweetness, complemented by a refreshing minty aroma, invigorating her senses. The mint flavor was more pronounced, yet perfectly balanced, and she found it quite delightful. After plucking a leaf, she rubbed it on the directory. A green light flashed, and just like the mutated tomato, the leaf vanished. This indicated a successful cataloging. Lin Yun turned to the page for the star tea tree, and lo and behold, information and illustrations regarding the star tea tree appeared. Yay, what about me? The ghost vine climbed onto the table where the contract directory lay, having just inquired about its purpose. With the mutated species cataloged, it too yearned for inclusion, believing it would strengthen its bond with Lin Yun. Ordinarily, as the companion vine of the shelter, it shouldn't have any relation to the binding entities. Whether its information would appear in the directory remained uncertain, but why not give it a try? Let us do it. The ghost vine had already plucked a leaf from itself, fully aware of the requirement. Rubbing its leaf against the directory, it too vanished. Lin Yun, it works. It's effective. The ghost vine exclaimed joyfully. The ivy's voice echoed from outside. What? Ghost vine, what is effective? Tell me. I mentioned that I have included it. Lin Yun flipped through the contract directory once more, noting that the information regarding Gaifeng was on the first page. However, upon turning the pages further, she discovered that Gaifeng occupied an entire page on its own, not counting towards the binding quota. The subsequent blank pages for the mutated species still numbered 9. Truly a testament to sincerity. Lin Yun sighed again, then exited the sanctuary. She needed to provide a thorough explanation to Ivy as to why it had yet to be registered. She couldn't allow a minor misunderstanding to cause it distress. Chapter 61. Instruction and Continued Exploration. After her explanation, Ivy expressed indifference, as long as Lin Yun was willing to take it along. It didn't matter when it would be registered. Ivy was not in a hurry. With water, nutrients, and companions to converse with, it was already quite content. Lin Yun relocated Ivy back to the sanctuary, believing that such matters should be addressed openly. She had promised to take Ivy along, so fairness must be upheld. After tidying up, Lin Yun lay down and fell asleep immediately. Although she had rested these past 2 days, it was not in an environment she was accustomed to, and her sleep had been restless. Now that she was back in familiar surroundings, she drifted off within mere minutes. By dawn, Lin Yun slowly opened her eyes groggy. Glancing at the time displayed on her panel, she turned over, realizing it was not yet the hour she had agreed upon with Lu Jingyan, allowing herself to indulge in a little more sleep. An hour later, she awakened again and leisurely got out of bed to prepare herself before descending the mountain. Good morning. Lu Jingyan looked up to see Lin Yun approaching on her bicycle. One hand on the handlebars, she munched on an ear of corn. Good morning. Let me finish this first, then we can begin. All right. Lin Yun took a few more bites, then casually slid a plastic bag into her backpack. Lu Jingyan first taught her some basic movements to help her acclimate before progressing to more complex techniques. In the ensuing days, Lin Yun descended the mountain each day to the designated meeting spot to train with Lu Jingyan. She could feel her strength solidifying considerably. The techniques Lu Jingyan imparted were practical, swift, precise, and ruthless, for this world was no longer peaceful. countless dangers lurked outside. Lin Yun was not choosy. She learned whatever Lu Jingyan taught, which was far more effective than her aimless pondering. With only 5 days remaining, Lin Yun decided to cease her training with Lu Jingyan, as she still had the floral market to explore. This corn, Lu Jingyan mused, I hadn't intended for you to take anything of mine. But this corn and the tomatoes are quite large and irresistibly fragrant. I'm curious where you acquired them. Take them. I feel guilty for having you work so hard for me these past few days. You come and teach me daily while delegating tasks to Xiao Fei and Li Ping when you can't make it yourself. I prepared their share. You can take it back without worry. Lin Yun pointed to the items on the table, 2 small bags set aside for Xiao Fei and Li Ping. Today, the 2 of them were absent, leaving Lu Jingyan in a dilemma on how to refuse her. He could refuse her, but not on their behalf. Then I shall accept them. Thank you. No need. Consider my tuition fee. Lin Yun waved her hand. That concludes our lessons for now. Thank you, Brother Lu. I shall take my leave. Lu Jingyan nodded, watching as Lin Yun departed. After leaving that place, she rode her bicycle directly to the floral market. Mutated species. I have come for you. The mutated plants, still basking in the sunlight, were blissfully unaware of her arrival, swaying their leaves contentedly. I, Gaifeng, have returned. As soon as the bicycle stopped, Gaifeng leapt from the handlebars, charging ahead, eager to announce its presence to the other plants. The effect was immediate. The plants became docile. Due to her training with Lu Jingyan, Lin Yun had communicated with Tuan, instructing it to remain on the mountain or entertain itself, fearing that the townsfolk might discover its presence. With Gaifeng providing cover, Lin Yun directed her efforts, clearing out all the prior mutated plants before moving on to the area behind the weeping red layers, which she had yet to explore. Meow. Human. Wait, cat. A tabby cat rushed in from outside. This human seemed to be running amok everywhere, nearly depleting the town of its resources. The big cat is here. Lin Yun petted the tabby cat that came to a sudden halt before her. Meow. I'm here. So anxious, nearly lost my mind. Calm down. Lin Yun continued walking forward, the tabby cat trailing behind her. Gaifeng had already dashed off as soon as the tabby cat rushed over, eager to frolic and turn the floral market upside down. Lin Yun paid it no mind, knowing Gaifeng understood its limits and would return once it was done with its excitement. Thus, she ventured from one stall to another, capturing any mutated species she encountered in her contract directory, regardless of their immediate utility. Better to collect them now than to regret it later should they prove useful in the future. Yu, hurry over. There's a mutated plant over there. It's so fierce. Come help me deal with it. Gaifeng returned, its tendrils in disarray, looking quite aggrieved. That mutated plant was too much. It pulled my hair. The words Gaifeng knew were all learned from Lin Yun. Let us go take a look and pull its hair as well. All right. Meow. Let's see which reckless one dared to pull your hair. How outrageous. After a short distance, Gaifeng, now perched on Lin Yun's shoulder, pointed with a tendril. There it is. The mutated plant, a rose vine that had overrun the wall, was covered in many blossoms, and upon closer inspection, each flower had a unique shape. It seemed to be similar to the ever-changing pepper, producing roses of various forms. Mutated plant, rose level, B-class mutant traits, lord of laziness, loves to slack off. Either slacking or on the path to slacking. No one can stop it from slacking off. If someone attempts, it's just a sign of its insanity. Each flower seems to possess a different effect. Can it be eaten? Status: hungry, lacking water. After reading the detailed information, Lin Yun fell into silence, somewhat perplexed. Was this accurate? Why did you pull my little Gaifeng's tendrils? Lin Yun directly inquired. The rose appeared surprised. This human was speaking to it? Alas! What good did that do? Humans were incapable of understanding. Thus, the rose chose to ignore her. I'm asking you a question. Why did you pull me? Gaifeng, emboldened by Lin Yun's support, became exceedingly arrogant. Lin Yun cast a helpless glance at Gaifeng. Its level was clearly higher than that of the mutated rose. Yet it had still been subjected to having its tendrils pulled. Wasn't he that rather humorous to recount? Why are you shouting? I was merely curious, since I had never seen such a thing, and pulled a little. You were the one who struggled. You can't blame me. The rose offered a reluctant explanation. It had genuinely never encountered a plant that roamed freely. It was simply curious to bring Gaifeng closer for a look. However, it lost control and accidentally broke a few tendrils. Who would have known that it would suddenly bolt away? Chapter 62, Mutated Rose, the End Approaches. It was outrageous that Gaifeng had run back to complain and summon help. By the way, why can you wander around freely? Shouldn't plants stay in one place? Lin Yun's lips twitched. So it had pulled Gaifeng due to its ability to roam freely? The moment the conversation was diverted, Guy Feng exclaimed, of course. It's because my family has the yo. It's yo that allows me to run about like an animal. How about that? Aren't you envious? I'm not envious. Isn't it wonderful to lie in one place, doing nothing? What's so fun outside? Better to just lie down. The mutated rose merely expressed curiosity. To say it felt envy would be an exaggeration. Guy Feng was taken aback. Could there really be a plant that felt no envy? But don't you want to explore other places? No, I don't wish to move. I just want to lie here, the rose replied languidly. Lin Yunyu's fist clenched. She couldn't tolerate such a carefree creature. Yo, quickly catalog it. Take it away. It mustn't lie down. Guy Feng shrieked, urging Lin Yun to capture it, even lunging to tug at the mutated rose's leaves. A splendid idea. Lin Yun chuckled as she produced the contract registry, an item that existed independently and did not occupy space in her backpack. Catalog? What is that? Little Vine, you should take a human to play elsewhere. I wish to sleep, the mutated rose declared, disinterested, intent on remaining idle. Lin Yun stepped back, sensing the heavy aura of lethargy. However, they were merely jesting and had no real intention of capturing it. She casually tucked a leaf of the mutated rose into her pocket, and they continued their search for other mutated plants. Mutated kumquat, edible, though unpalatable, seemingly possessing some unique abilities. Lin Yun, undeterred, plucked two and popped them in her mouth, only to spew fire moments later. Meow. The tabby cat behind her was astonished. Quickly gulping down some water, Lin Yun settled down. Fire-breathing kumquat. After consumption, one can exhale flames. Just a couple sips of water will suffice. Little green kumquat. After consumption, one's body turns green, lasting 4 hours. Little red kumquat. After consumption, one's body turns red, lasting 4 hours. What splendid finds! Lin Yun realized that fruit-bearing plants often yielded delightful surprises. It seemed she would need to traverse the mountains more in the coming days. After exploring the flower market, Lin Yun had gathered several seed-bearing mutated plants, each with peculiar effects. After resting a night on the mountain, she rose early, accompanied by Guy Feng. And soon the tabby cat caught up, drawn by the scent. Although Lin Yun still had some sunflower seeds, she felt it inadequate and desired to seek more sunflowers. Wasn't he that the explosive grapes from her previous task? Unfortunately, she had already maxed out her task points. Nevertheless, this didn't hinder her from stockpiling. She collected them all. With an abundance of explosive grapes, Lin Yun made a significant move to catalog them for mass production. She pondered whether survivors could engage in trade. Perhaps opening a shop to sell goods directly, allowing customers to pay with points, thus avoiding the intermediary markup from the system. How splendid that would be. Lin Yun sighed. But the likelihood seemed slim. The system likely wouldn't allow survivors such autonomy, lest it undermine its own point generation. August explosive appears delectable, yet has mutated and is inedible. Consuming it would result in bodily explosion. Lin Yun widened her eyes. Could it be true? If it was inedible, that was one thing, but to explode upon consumption? It truly lived up to its name. Lin Yun remained silent, resolutely cataloging it. It was a pity she lacked knowledge of herbs. Otherwise, she could have sought some, in case they would be useful later. After 3 days of roaming the mountain, Lin Yun finally ceased her wanderings. She had specifically inquired with the Monkey King, who had given her the freedom to take whatever she wished, as they had no shortage of food in that area. Thus, she appropriated the mutated peach tree. Yet, her coveted sunflowers remained elusive. Lin Yun contemplated trying her hand at cultivation to see if she could grow sunflower seeds, especially since the explosive sunflower seeds proved exceptionally useful. On the penultimate day of survival, she halted Tuan, who was eager to venture out hunting. Recently, Tuan had often returned with prey, consuming half and leaving the other half for her. Hey Wu, I'm not going. I want to follow you. I've said I don't dislike you, so you can't leave me behind. The places I want to go are dangerous, and I might suddenly die someday. Hey Wu, it's alright, I'm not scared. Just take me with you. Put me in your registry, and I'll follow you. Tuan's determination was unwavering. It insisted on accompanying Lin Yun. In this world, aside from its caregiver, it knew only Lin Yun and her companions. Without them, it felt lost. Having grown up in a zoo, it was accustomed to human company, and the thought of being alone in the wild terrified it. Tuan, think carefully. The place I intend to go is to leave this world for others. If you choose to accompany me, you shall not return here. This is your home. You must consider this seriously. Lin Yun sighed, having observed Tuan's recent behavior. With the registry in hand, taking Tuan along was indeed feasible. Tuan was momentarily stunned. Leaving for another world and not returning? Lin Yun allowed it to ponder in silence. With little on her agenda for the day, Lin Yun planned to descend to the town for a leisurely stroll, hoping to encounter Lu Jingyan for a chat. If not, then so be it. Fortune smiled upon her as she arrived in town, only to stumble upon a skirmish. Lin Yun quickly concealed herself behind a building, cautiously observing the unfolding events. It was Lu Jingyan and his group, while the opposing side remained unidentified. However, it soon became apparent that the other party was swiftly retreating in defeat. Lu Jingyan refrained from sending anyone after them, wary of potential ambushes. Lu, are you busy? Once the commotion subsided, Lin Yun leisurely emerged from behind the building. Lu Jingyan glanced back. What are you doing here? With such a ruckus, you dare to show yourself? Aren't you afraid of getting caught in the crossfire? Lin Yun rubbed her nose. How about a trade? About the peaches? Lu Jingyan was at a loss for other topics. Lin Yun nodded. Lu Jingyan instructed Xiao Fei and led Lin Yun to a secluded corner. Are you willing to disclose the tree's location in exchange for some common medicines? I'll tell you where to find the peaches. Chapter 63, Catalog. Lu Jingyan fell silent for a moment, primarily because the items Lin Yun sought were medicines, which the base might not agree to. Lin Yun was not keen on using this as leverage with Lu Jingyan. She had searched the town and city for medicines, but they had all been cleared away, and hospitals were even more hopeless. Months had passed since the mutations began, and everything was long gone. This left her, an avid scavenger, feeling quite despondent, as she felt perpetually lacking. Lin Yun resolved that in the next world, she would diligently scavenge. I need to consult with others about this. Lu Jingyan sighed, then inquired, be honest with me. Is there more than one peach tree? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you think? I'll do my best. I'll come back to the town at this time tomorrow. Lu Jingyan made no guarantees. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. It didn't matter if the base disagreed. She was indifferent. If necessary, she could always scavenge in the next world. Then I'll take my leave. You all continue with your business. She waved her hand, preparing to depart, having come down the mountain for this very matter. Li Ping, noticing their discussion seemed concluded, approached cautiously. Little Lin, how much for the exchange? Li Ping grinned, two the same. All right, it suffices for you to join the team led by Lu tomorrow. This time, Lin Yun has truly departed. She hasn't encountered Chun Anna and Yao during this period and is uncertain about their whereabouts. Although it is presumed they are likely foraging for sustenance. After returning to the mountain, Lin Yun was surprised to find the tabby cat lounging next to Tuan Tuan, seemingly lost in thought. The large cat was also present. Meow. The tabby responded with a soft meow, then fixed its gaze on Lin Yun once more. Noticing the tabby's stare, Lin Yun approached and gently petted its head, inquiring, what are you looking at? Meow. Nothing at all, the tabby murmured, feeling a twinge of guilt, as it harbored thoughts it could not let Lin Yun in on. Meow. I'll head back now, but I shall return to find you tomorrow. With that, the tabby sprang up and darted down the mountain. Lin Yun patted the tabby's head, pondering. What's with this large cat today? It's acting rather oddly. Perhaps it's grown up and is yearning for a mate? She found herself perplexed. Just as she turned to leave, Tuan Tuan's claws snagged her clothing, tearing a hole with a rip. Tuan Tuan! Lin Yun, if you don't wish to leave, then why tear my clothes? Lin Yun sighed in exasperation, wondering if she ought to be thankful for having raided a clothing store and the e-commerce building. Tuan Tuan was startled. It hadn't meant to do so, having momentarily lost control over its strength. All right then, say what you wish. Lin Yun sat down before it, knowing she was the smaller of the two. Oh, well, I want to follow you. It's fine if I don't return here, as there are no family members left anyway. If you abandon me, I will truly be an orphan. All right, we'll gather with Ivy and the others shortly. Lin Yun consented, and since Tuan Tuan was willing, she decided to take it along. Whether one or two, it made little difference. Oh, well, great. Upon hearing her agreement, Tuan Tuan's voice brimmed with joy, its tail wagging exuberantly. After Green Vine and Ivy became familiar with each other, the two plants often gathered together, chattering incessantly, their conversations a mystery to Lin Yun. After bringing the three together, Lin Yun recorded them in the contract registry in the order she had met them. The registration of mutated animals was somewhat complicated, requiring the animal's own paw print to be pressed onto the registry for completion. Yay! Ivy have finally become a formal employee. Ivy perked up, feeling invigorated for battles against Ghostvine. Ghostvine exclaimed, call me boss. From now on, I shall be your leader. On what grounds? I want to be the leader too. Ivy relished the banter with Ghostvine, even though it often ended with Ghostvine pulling its leaves. Yet, Ivy grew more courageous with each encounter. Lin Yun could only face Balm. These two were always at odds, but thankfully they understood their limits, or they would have demolished the sanctuary. Green Vine, being more subdued, chose to remain silent during their quarrels, watching them with detached amusement. playing dead if the conflict drew in its direction, offering no assistance. Its motto was to lend no aid, which made it quite worry-free. Tuan Tuan, can you shrink? You are too large. My sanctuary cannot accommodate you. Lin Yun glanced at Tuan Tuan's eyes and pondered how it could fit. After all, it could remain in the registry indefinitely. I should be able to. Let me try. After recording, she dropped the onomatopoeia and spoke directly. Tuan Tuan, aware of its own size, found it inconvenient but had never thought about it before, so it decided to give it a shot. Tuan Tuan scratched its head, pondering how to shrink. Lin Yun gently stroked Tuan Tuan's large paw, allowing it to experiment at its own pace. If it proved impossible, it could remain in the registry for the time being. You, let me see the registry. Ghost Vine suddenly dashed before Lin Yun, demanding to see the contract registry. Lin Yun, trusting, handed the registry to Ghost Vine, confident it wouldn't be lost at this moment. Before returning to the sanctuary for rest, Tuan Tuan finally mastered the ability to shrink, astonishingly transforming into a cub resembling a small tiger. The now diminutive Tuan Tuan was utterly adorable, with a round face, a stark contrast to its former majestic form. Being a tiger of her own, Lin Yun seized the opportunity to pet the little tiger. Having petted cats before, she had never had the chance to pet a tiger. Tuan Tuan felt bashful, surprised by Lin Yun's affection. Had it known sooner, it would have learned to shrink much earlier. Upon entering the sanctuary, Tuan Tuan was astounded, exclaiming, "Where did you go every day? So, this place actually has a house. But I can't see it." Lin Yun was heading to take a bath, delegating the task of explanation to Ghost Vine and the others. By the time she emerged from a bathroom, Tuan Tuan was already dazed, as if the entire tiger enclosure had been dismantled and reassembled. While it was aware Lin Yun was different from other humans, it had not anticipated the true meaning behind her earlier words. "All right, come over for a bath, Ghost Vine." "You too." Lin Yun ushered Tuan Tuan into the bathroom. The larger Tuan Tuan couldn't wash itself, and the smaller version needed a scrub, as it had lingered outside for too long. Tuan Tuan dared not refuse, obediently allowing her to scrub it from head to toe. Ghost Vine was more self-sufficient and had already learned how to bathe. Once it entered, it commenced washing itself without needing Lin Yun's assistance. Lin Yun was quite content. As Ghost Vine was easy to clean, a mere rub with her hands left it spotless. "All right, now you're a clean little one. In the future, when you roam outside and return, you can wash yourself or help each other out." Lin Yun handed Tuan Tuan a towel to dry off, utilizing a blow dryer for the remaining moisture. Chapter 64. Until next time, latching on. Although Tuan Tuan was somewhat unaccustomed to the blow dryer, it obediently lay still while Lin Yun dried its fur, fearing that if it misbehaved, it might be kicked out. Ghost Vine was unfazed, shaking itself dry, the water evaporating swiftly from its tendrils. It dashed out of the bathroom and climbed atop the star tea tree. The star tea tree was nearly becoming Ghost Vine's exclusive climbing frame. Ivy also loved to drape its vines over the star tea tree. Fortunate that the star tea tree was not a mutated plant. Otherwise, a conflict might have ensued. After tidying up, Lin Yun looked up to see the contract registry left on the table by Ghost Vine and casually stowed it in her backpack. Ghost Vine glanced over while climbing up and down the star tea tree. During this period, most of the packages had been unboxed. After removing the packaging, the basement shelves could accommodate more items. The basement had been filled to the brim by Lin Yun, leaving almost no space to maneuver. Primarily, Lin Yun had been so focused on stockpiling supplies that she forgot her sanctuary's limited capacity. However, a sanctuary brimming with supplies provided her with a profound sense of security. Once everything was organized, Lin Yun finally lay down to rest. As for Ghost Vine and the others, they were self-aware enough not to trouble her. Before sleeping, Lin Yun placed a cushion in the corner for Tuan Tuan, allowing the little one to rest upon it. Once Lin Yun drifted off, Ghost Vine grew restless, desiring to venture out to hunt, hoping to catch more prey. Ghost Vine recalled her mentioning they would leave this place soon, uncertain of their future destination. It needed to gather more food. Noticing Ghost Vine stealthily preparing to leave, Tuan Tuan immediately followed, asking, "Where are you going?" "Hunting. Do you want to come?" Ghost Vine paused, realizing that having Tuan Tuan join would likely yield more prey. "Let us go." Of course, Tuan Tuan wanted to go. It was quite concerned that Lin Yun might not be able to provide for it, so it needed to hunt for its meals. The two ventured out, frolicking through the night. And when Lin Yun opened the door once more, a strong scent of blood assaulted her senses. "Did you two go on a robbery last night?" It was clear who was responsible. This is our food supply," Ghost Vine chirped cheerfully, climbing onto Lin Yun's shoulder, remembering they had to go out again today. Lin Yun gathered the pile of meat, issuing a brief command before descending the mountain. She also watered the camphor tree, informing it she would not return, for she was leaving. The camphor tree was greatly distressed, yet it bore understanding. There was nothing left in this town, and without departure, survival was impossible. Leaving sooner rather than later had its merits. Once Lu Jingyan arrived, the two parties swiftly reached an agreement. However, the supplies offered by the base were rather meager. With only a box of commonly used medicines available, beyond that, there was nothing more. Lin Yun was aware that this was already the result of Lu Jingyan's efforts on her behalf, and she did not raise any objections. If necessary, she could later inquire whether the system's point shop could offer her additional supplies. Before parting ways, Lu Jingyan paused, a premonition stirring within him. Lin, are you about to leave? What? Lin Yun turned back to him. After a moment's thought, she nodded. Yes, I am leaving S-City, Brother Lu. Farewell. Lu Jingyan sighed, realizing that he could not dissuade Lin Yun, and replied, I understand. Please take care of yourself. I hope that when this world recovers, we can meet again. Lin Yun pursed her lips, pondering that after leaving this place, a reunion might be unlikely. All right, you must also take good care of yourself, and you too as well. Xiao Fei and Li Ping. Stay safe, and I look forward to our next encounter. With a smile, Lin Yun mounted her bicycle and rode away without looking back. Until we meet again. They were all aware that this next time might never come. Xiao Fei and Li Ping had accompanied Lu Jingyan, and upon hearing him address Lin Yun, they exchanged glances of surprise. Just as they were about to speak, Lu Jingyan silenced them. Captain Lu, how could you let her leave? She is just a young girl. It's dangerous. Li Ping gazed in the direction Lin Yun had departed, bewildered as to why she would choose to leave when she seemed to be doing well here. Xiao Fei patted Li Ping on the shoulder. People naturally seek higher ground. She must have her reasons. Don't worry. Xiao Fei is right. Let us head back to the base. Lu Jingyan glanced once more at the direction Lin Yun had taken before turning with resolve, leading the two back towards the city. Back on the mountain, Lin Yun observed the scene before her, falling into silence. A standoff ensued between her and a tabby cat. The cat held in its mouth a piece of fabric, presumably a curtain, which seemed to conceal something. Lin Yun eyed the tabby with caution, uncertain of its intentions. Was it here to deliver something? Or was it seeking to attach itself to her? It was not her vanity that prompted such thoughts. The tabby had never approached her like this before, carrying what appeared to be a bundle. Its sudden appearance and the object in its mouth were enough to stir her curiosity. The tabby dropped the fabric, mewing, I heard everything yesterday. I want to follow you. Is that really appropriate? Lin Yun's expression turned peculiar. Although she was fond of the tabby, this was no trivial matter. Meow. Regardless. I brought my belongings. You must take me with you. Meow. Besides, I've already settled my little brothers. I told them I'm going out to explore the world with a human. You can't let me go back and be mocked, can you? The tabby had pondered long after hearing her converse with a mutated tiger, finally deciding to make arrangements for its departure. Its reluctance to leave previously stemmed from its former owner residing here, and its desire for vengeance against those who had wronged its kin. Now, unburdened, it was eager to experience the world beyond. Lin Yun was at a loss for words. All right, I see you truly wish to accompany me. Yet, since the tabby was willing, she thought it harmless to let it come along. After all, it wouldn't hurt to have an extra companion. Come here. Lin Yun produced a contract registry and approached the tabby. The tabby's eyes sparkled. It was certain Lin Yun would not deny such a splendid cat. Now, raise your paw and press it on this registry. She held the document before the tabby. The tabby complied eagerly. Is that all? Once Lin Yun confirmed her understanding of the tabby's words, she knew the process had been successful, with its information now recorded. She carelessly tucked the registry into her backpack. Ask Tuan how it shrank. You'll need to learn that, or you won't fit in my shelter. All right, we also need to give you a name. I can't just keep calling you Big Cat. Chapter 65, The Way Station in the World of Survival. Big Cat, did your previous owner give you a name? Lin Yun settled down in a spot abundant with vines, chatting while contemplating how to tend her vegetables. The plants had entered their growth phase. She had initially believed the seeds would remain unchanged, but reality had proven otherwise. The plants had indeed undergone transformations, making it unreasonable to assume the seeds had not. The tabby lay beside her, nudging the fabric bundle towards Lin Yun. Please give me a name. What's wrong? Was your previous owner's choice of name unseemly? Lin Yun teased, sensing the tabby's discomfort. The tabby shot her an annoyed glance, clearly unamused. Lin Yun grinned widely. What did your former owner call you? Mimi? Big Mimi? Little Mimi? You're not allowed to speak. The tabby bristled in indignation. It was a fierce creature, after all. How could it be reduced to such a name? Oh, so you were really called Mimi before? Then how about we call you Mimi from now on? Lin Yun chuckled, negotiating playfully with the tabby. No, absolutely not. Cats should not be named Mimi. The tabby vehemently opposed this, asserting that it was now a grand cat, not to be called something so trivial. All right, how about this? When we're out, I'll call you Fierce One, and at home, you'll be Mimi. That won't do. The tabby's protests were futile. Lin Yun promptly stood and entered the shelter, denying the tabby any chance to argue further. The tabby meowed incessantly, but ultimately relented. Mimi it is, but only amongst ourselves. Fierce One scanned the surroundings until it spotted Tuan returning with prey, and it immediately pounced, seeking advice on how to shrink. Once it learned the technique, Fierce One successfully diminished in size and finally entered Lin Yun's shelter. Cats are naturally curious creatures, and Fierce One was no exception. It did not pester Lin Yun, but instead explored the shelter multiple times, marveling at the experience. Lin Yun collected the mutated plants back into the registry, but she felt a headache coming on as she looked at the ordinary vegetables. System, can the temporary space be utilized when leaving this world? Yes. This time, a 1T deduct points. Consider it a beginner's benefit. Lin Yun exclaimed in delight. Wow, system, you're feeling generous today? Please help me store these. Oomph. I've always been generous, all right? In truth, the shelter could accommodate the items, but it simply could not hold that many at once. After completing this task, she called for her companions still outside to enter the shelter. Lin Yun glanced at her personal panel. The survival mission was now in the countdown phase, with just over 3 hours remaining before departure from this world. With nothing pressing to attend to, she decided to prepare rice in a rice cooker. She prepared some simple dishes, portioning them into disposable containers, so that when she felt exhausted or disinclined to cook, she could simply retrieve a meal. However, she did not prepare too much, roughly about 10 portions. After a brief period of bustling activity, the system's notification chime finally sounded. Survival mission time has concluded, and final calculations are being processed. Congratulations, survivor Lin Yun, on successfully completing the survival mission in the world of mutated flora and fauna. Survival mission points have been awarded. Please check promptly. Personal information has been updated. Survivor, please review shortly. As the transition to the survival world transfer station approached, a message echoed. Survivors are advised not to leave the shelter during the teleportation process to prevent any unforeseen incidents. 5 minutes later, the system voice reappeared. You have now entered the survival world transfer station. Your current location is the temporary docking area of a shelter. Would you like to use your points to enter the main city? Is there any distinction? Indeed, there is. The main city offers greater convenience, housing various NPCs from the survival transfer station who sell items for points. If you require anything, you may purchase it with your points. Moreover, the main city is patrolled by NPCs. Brawls or any form of petty thievery are strictly prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the city and placed on a blacklist. The main city is more populated and thus safer. Should you choose to forego entry into the main city, your shelter will be randomly assigned a location outside the city by the system, which is rather chaotic and prone to perilous situations. As a novice survivor like yourself, you're more susceptible to being targeted, so I strongly recommend you spend points to enter the main city. Although there may be some unscrupulous individuals within, it is certainly preferable to remaining outside. Lin Yun rubbed her forehead, bemused by the complications of the survival world. How many points? It's tiered. 10 points is the lowest tier, situated near the boundary between the main city and the outside, essentially by the city wall. The highest tier is 50 points, located at the city center. There are also tiers at 40 points, surrounding the 50-point zone. Excluding the city center, the remaining tiers are 40, 30, 20, and 10. Lin Yun sighed, feeling exasperated at the necessity of points for everything. My fists are clenched. The last compensation the main system mentioned hasn't changed, right? No. I have already taken care of it. The point cap will be effective in the next world. All right then, I'll spend 10 points to enter the main city. 10 points have been deducted. You have entered the outer ring area. The survival mission awarded 100 points. After deducting the 10 points for the city entry, 90 remained. Lin Yun opened her personal panel to review her information and noted her total of 1,047 points, quite a fortune. Next, she examined her personal information. Name, Lin Yun. ID number, 770-0616. Special skills, none. Ordinary skills, shield, shelter level. Level 1, upgradable, shelter deployment countdown, 235959. The shelter level now featured an upgrade option, and there was an added countdown for deployment. She could only stay at the transfer station for 1 day. Had she known, she wouldn't have spent points to enter the main city. I believe it's safer for you to enter the main city, as even if you remain in the shelter, individuals outside can see your shelter. What does that mean? My shelter, still like the one on the mountain? Correct. Upon entering the transfer station, Your shelters will manifest as small squares within the station. If parked outside the city, it won't be long before someone notices the additional square. However, in the main city, this issue is alleviated as the city features buildings, making the shelters less conspicuous upon entry. What about the outer ring area? Although the outer ring area has lower buildings, they're still not overtly visible, so you need not worry. Very well. It seems prudent to spend some point for safety. Chapter 66, Panel Update. Lin Yun did not rush to explore outside, as there were still aspects she had yet to comprehend. She clicked on the upgrade option, and a small box appeared in the panel. Upgrading the shelter requires 50 points. Would you like to upgrade the shelter? Another point expenditure. The 100 points she just acquired had not yet warmed in her hands before they were about to be spent. Host, I recommend upgrading. As if you do not upgrade this time, you will still only be able to upgrade to level 2 on your next visit to the transfer station. Level 3 will require an additional visit. Lin Yun closed her eyes in resignation. You truly are a scam. Was it not said that upgrading is a reward? Why does it require points? The system dared not respond. This was dictated by the main system, and it had no involvement. Fine, let us proceed with the upgrade. 50 points have been deducted. The shelter is now upgrading. Shelter upgrade successful. The shelter area has increased by 3 square meters. Lin Yun's eyes brightened. 3 square meters. Though not substantial, it was still a welcome addition. Typically, such an upgrade would cost 150 points. By the way, system, is the deployment time for the next world fixed at 24 hours? No, it is determined by the number of times you have entered the survival world. As a novice survivor, your first visit allows only a 1-day stay at the transfer station. On the second visit, you can stay for 3 days, and 5 days on the third. Each subsequent visit increases your stay duration. If any of the initial batch of survivors are still alive, they should now be able to remain permanently, although they may also choose to enter the survival world for enjoyment. Lin Yun nodded, grasping some understanding. So, is the next survival world random? Indeed. However, if you possess certain items, you can select your survival world. How does one obtain those items? The novice world does not offer items, but afterward, you will have opportunities. NPCs in the main city sell items, albeit at steep prices. The point shop also features items at lower prices than NPCs, and task rewards may randomly drop items, though the probability is low. Very well. Lin Yun sat cross-legged on her bed, contemplating what further inquiries she might have. By the way, what kinds of worlds exist in the survival world? What are they related to? There are disaster worlds, as well as various special worlds. You will learn the specifics in due course. Lin Yun sighed again and continued to scrutinize the panel. She wanted to check the point shop and task center for any changes. And indeed, there were changes. The point shop had expanded from 6 to 9 slots. However, the 3 new slots were currently empty, devoid of items. After inquiring with the system, she learned that the items would only appear and be available for sale after entering the next world. Nevertheless, Lin Yun was not in a hurry. It was merely a day, and she could wait. The tasks related to the mutated flora and fauna world had also vanished from the task center, leaving it bare. They would likely reappear once she entered the next world. After reviewing her panel, Lin Yun closed it and prepared to rise and explore outside. Personal panel updating. Update successful. Excellent. The sudden prompt caused Lin Yun to pause. She was curious about what updates had been made to her personal panel. She noticed a new feature below the backpack and mail sections, the chat area. Upon entering, she discovered a transfer station chat channel and a friends list, though she had yet to add any friends, leaving it empty. There was also a social circle visible to all survivors, which could be configured to be visible only to friends. That was all there was. Lin Yun carefully examined this feature, setting her social circle to be visible only to herself. Though she might not post anything, it was prudent to adjust the settings to avoid forgetting. Subsequently, she entered the chat channel, where conversations were already taking place. Wang Chong. I sent it about time for new arrivals. Have any of you encountered them? Lu Hui. I haven't encountered any. Are this year's newcomers particularly cautious? I haven't noticed any signs of their presence. This chat channel resembled a large group chat, complete with avatars and IDs. The upper left corner featured a return option, while the upper right corner held 3 dots, allowing access to view all participants' avatars and IDs and to adjust various settings. Lin Yun glanced at the number of participants. Over 70,000. Is it only 70,000? She recalled that in recent years, the number of humans selected by the game should exceed 70,000. She randomly clicked on one participant's avatar, and their personal information immediately popped up. Oh no, it should be the personal information concealed thereafter, except for a name that is exposed. Everything else has been marked with asterisks. Randomly clicking on a few, Lin Yun quickly discovered that this feature could be manually concealed. She hurriedly studied it further and successfully turned off her personal information in the chat channel, leaving only her name and original avatar visible. She glanced at her avatar, having no intention of changing it. The original avatar was quite pleasing. The chat continued within the channel, and Lin Yun decided to linger a while longer to observe. Bai Li Sheng. I'm a newcomer. I would like to inquire about the nature of this chat channel. Is it just us here? Yang Juan Mi. What else did you expect? How many more do you want? People die in the survival world, you know? Bai Li Sheng. No, what I mean is, are we the only ones from our country? I recall that people from other nations can also be selected, right? George, oh. They're not in the same chat channel as us. This is the Huoguo chat channel. Each country has its exclusive channel. There's also a world channel. But as a newbie, you haven't unlocked it yet. Level up gradually, young lad. Bai Li Sheng scratched his head, surprised by this situation, and continued typing. What level do I need to reach to unlock the world channel? George, level 3. Shui Xiao you what? Are the items sold by NPCs really that expensive? A bun cost me 5 points. The point shop only costs 2 points. Guo Yizhen. NPC items have always been pricey. Unless you catch their fancy, it's usually like this. If you want to buy something, it's best to find a point shop or other players. Shui Xiao you. Players can trade privately? George, they can, but only at the transit station. After entering the next world, trading functions will be disabled, and channel functions will also cease. Only survivors who are friends in the same survival world can send messages to each other. Bai Xiao Xiao, huh? That's a ripoff. After entering the next world, we lose all contact. George, you could say that. Oh, by the way, friends in the same survival world cannot trade either. Most functions will be disabled, and only messaging is allowed. Bai Xiao Xiao. Goodness, this system is truly a scam. It's outrageous. Guo Yizhen. Newbies want to trade. Make haste. Your time at the transit station is limited. Chapter 67. Outer Ring District. Song Zhenzhen. Selling buns. 3 points each. Anyone interested? Pure meat feeling. George. Song Zhenzhen. I must ask, could you refrain from misleading newcomers in the chat channel? You always come out to deceive when there are new faces. Song Zhenzhen, what? Mislead? I'm seriously selling buns here. 3 points, you know. Much cheaper than what NPCs sell. Xiongqi. Here's a tip for the newbies. Don't buy Song Zhenzhen S buns. Bai Li Sheng. Ooh, why not? Xiongqi. Just don't buy them. Alright? But if you're really curious, you could buy one. Song Zhenzhen. Get lost, you bunch of bastards. Can't you refrain from ruining my business? If we end up in the same world next time, watch out for me. Xiongqi and George immediately fell silent. They had been in the survival world for over a year and knew well what kind of person Song Zhenzhen was. When she threatened them, she meant it. Better not to provoke her. Yet, every time newcomers arrived, they loved to warn them against buying Song Zhenzhen's buns. For the ingredients in her buns were better left unsaid. Lin Yun stroked her chin, pondering what was wrong with the buns. However, it was evident that the survivors here were not particularly trustworthy, with some being quite the deceivers. With time still on her hands, Lin Yun stood up, intending to explore the main city. She did not bring Sang Baiao and Tuan Tuan along, fearing they would attract attention. Bringing Gui Tong was safer, as she could simply tuck him into her pocket. Why not take the cat? The cat wants to go out too. Sang Baiao clung to Lin Yun's leg. Lin Yun ruthlessly pried him off, stating, "No, the survivors with bound items are too few. Taking you out would draw attention. Stay put in the shelter for now, and I'll take you out later." Sang Baiao let out a wail, still unable to leave. "Be good, I'll be back soon." Lin Yun opened the door and stepped out, realizing she seemed to be on the second floor. She looked around. To the right of her shelter was a staircase leading up and down, and beyond that was a row of rooms. To the left were also rooms. She peeked out into the corridor and saw that there were 2 more floors above, making a total of 4 floors, and she was on the second. There were numerous rooms extending outward on both sides, so many that even Lin Yun couldn't count them all. After assessing the position of the shelter, she descended the stairs. Before her lay an open area, and ahead was another building, but the first floor had a space through which people could pass. System. Is there a map? Lin Yun scratched her head, feeling that this place might be challenging to navigate, as many areas looked similar. Without a map, she feared she might get lost soon. Yes, I've sent it to your panel. Lin Yun opened the map and followed the indicated route to the market in the Outer Ring District. Along the way, she encountered several survivors, most of whom seemed hurried and wary. Upon reaching the market, such tension dissipated significantly. The market was bustling with numerous small vendors. The system indicated that vendors with stalls were mostly NPCs, with only a few being survivors. The items sold were quite diverse, ranging from food to weapons, and a hodgepodge of other goods. Lin Yun examined each stall, silently cursing under her breath. Everything was exorbitantly priced. A dagger cost 50 points. Was tea her fruit knife more appealing? A bottle of cola for 10 points, priced higher than in the point shop. It was unaffordable. She simply couldn't buy anything. The market was a circular area surrounded by many places to sit and rest, where familiar survivors often gathered to chat. Lin Yun glanced at the crowd, but quickly averted her gaze. Lingering too long could attract trouble. As she walked, Lin Yun noticed a vendor sitting on the ground with a cloth spread before him, displaying an assortment of items. She surmised that this person was likely another survivor. The vendor had an eclectic mix of goods: dirty clothes, drinks, miscellaneous items, and some food. "Hey, pretty lady, care to take a look? My items are quite cheap." The young man waved a bottle of drink at Lin Yun. "Only 5 points, a great deal, same price as in the point shop." Lin Yun glanced at him and shook her head, preparing to leave. Just as she was about to exit the market, 2 men in blue uniforms blocked her path. "Newcomer?" The tall man scrutinized her, seemingly unfamiliar with her presence in the outer ring district. Lin Yun opened her mouth to respond. "No, I'm from the third ring. I've never been to the outer ring, just visiting to experience the surroundings." She had read enough novels to recognize their attire. It was clear they belonged to some kind of faction, and they were likely trying to recruit her. The two exchanged glances. "You really came from inside? Why else?" Lin Yun replied confidently, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned survivor. "Then why aren't you wearing your clothes?" The shorter man scrutinized Lin Yun, attempting to gauge her expression. Lin Yun rolled her eyes. "Come on, wearing the same thing every day is tiring. I assent it. Don't girls like to look good?" The two considered this and agreed. She indeed did not appear to be a novice. "All right, you can go." They stepped aside, and Lin Yun walked confidently between them without a hint of hesitation. After Lin Yun left, the tall man remained puzzled, wondering if all the newcomers had perished in the novice world, as he hadn't seen many around. It is also possible that others have intercepted the opportunity. However, would anyone truly reside in the outer ring? Who can say? Those capable of affording a place within are likely to possess points. Perhaps they have squandered their points and are merely seeking temporary refuge in the outer ring. Regardless, we shall remain vigilant, as our performance metrics have yet to be met. There is a public restroom near the market, and Lin Yun stepped inside to relieve herself before emerging with a mask affixed to her face. Around the market, a handful of wandering survivors caught her attention, and she randomly selected one to follow. A newcomer? She held a cigarette in her hand, a remnant she had salvaged through resourcefulness. The man's eyes sparkled as he glanced around, signaling to Lin Yun with a subtle gesture. She trailed behind him into a more concealed area. "What do you wish to inquire about, boss?" "I assure you, I shall speak candidly." The man halted and flashed a sycophantic smile at Lin Yun. "The ones in blue uniforms from the outer ring? Those lot are merely a disorganized rabble. People like you newcomers should pay them no mind. They are not to be trusted, especially when it comes to exploiting your points." Chapter 68. Seeking information in the zombie world. In truth, it is not only in the outer ring, but also in the inner rings where such occurrences are noted, albeit less frequently. Most individuals are too apathetic to engage with them. They exist solely to deceive newcomers like yourselves, giving the illusion of being a formidable faction capable of offering assistance, when in reality, they are not. Regarding those in blue uniforms, they belong to the Blue Sky Group, a name that sounds grandiose, does it not? In truth, they are merely a band of thugs clad in a facade. They specialize in preying upon newcomers, so if you encounter them, it is wise to flee. There's also a group known as White Cloud, which is relatively reputable. They provide various information to newcomers and have access to supply channels from the NPCs, offering goods at reasonable prices, comparable to the points marketplace. White Cloud tends to keep a low profile and does not actively seek out newcomers, primarily congregating around the second ring, with some presence in the third. As for the others, it is best to ignore them. None are worthy of trust, and newcomers are guaranteed to be exploited if they venture into their territory. This man had previously fallen victim to such schemes and harbored no fondness for those individuals. Even in a survival world, such trivialities persist. One never knows when they might meet their demise, engaging in such nonsense at a transit station. Yet, they fail to comprehend the significance of the so-called factions that exist. Lin Yun nodded and inquired further. "What else do you know? Please share whatever information you possess." Most individuals are free agents. With no necessity to commit to any fixed group, it is superfluous. Everyone is overwhelmed in the survival world, and engaging in trivial matters at a transit station is pointless. If conditions permit, one should reside within. There is little of value in the outer ring. Avoid venturing outside the city. For someone like you, a female, it is perilous. One might be devoured without a trace. Moreover, the outside is devoid of restrictions, rife with brawls and chaos, a veritable den of vice. The fourth ring is somewhat better than the outer ring, The inner ring is undoubtedly the best, possessing the finest resources, though they come at a steep price, commensurate with their value. If you have points, endeavor to remain within the third ring. As he spoke, the man cast a cryptic glance at her, his words laden with implication. Should you wish to sell something, it is imperative to first locate the NPC in charge of the market to complete the necessary forms. Otherwise, they will not guarantee your safety. Although combat is prohibited in the main city, human nature is complex and all manner of tactics may arise. Within the third ring, one finds shops which are considerably safer, albeit requiring rent. Half an hour later, Lin Yun departed from that location, navigating according to the map towards the shelter. The information imparted by the man was quite substantial. There was indeed much to uncover within the main city. Throughout her journey, numerous survivors watched her with unabashed intensity, their gazes predatory, as if they had marked her as prey. Lin Yun paid them no mind, skillfully maneuvering based on the map, evading their stares, and returning to the sanctuary. Thereafter, she refrained from venturing out again. She resolved to experiment with various culinary delights, unwilling to deprive her palate. As she squandered the remaining time, the system's notification tone chimed once more. The world selection is about to commence. Before you are 3 golden cards, each corresponding to a different world. Survivors are requested to make their selection. 3 golden cards materialized before Lin Yun. Another selection option? Indeed. What do you think? Isn't it quite user-friendly? After all, the system's random choices often attract criticism, so it has been modified to allow you to make your own selection. When you choose, the system is beyond reproach. Lin Yun chose the card on the far right. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Yun. You have selected the zombie world. Selection complete. Please refrain from leaving the shelter during the transition. As the system's notification faded, Lin Yun felt her surroundings blur. She understood that the system was transporting her to another world. Upon regaining consciousness, she surveyed her surroundings and cursed under her breath. They had indeed been deposited amidst a horde of zombies. The surrounding undead meandered aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to the sudden appearance of these survivors. Fortunately, they had not yet detected them, granting them a brief reprieve. Some survivors had already encountered various worlds, maintaining a semblance of calm. They slowed their breathing, gradually shifting their positions, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Lin Yun cautiously sat up, surveying her environment while seeking an optimal escape route. Zombies were not to be trifled with. A single grasp could spell doom. They appeared to be in a bustling square, surrounded by a multitude of zombies, with remnants of corpses littering the ground, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Some zombies, upon colliding with one another, erupted into a fracas, gnawing at each other. This commotion attracted even more zombies, converging upon the scene, drawn to the scent of fresh flesh. Lin Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Despite having anticipated the grim circumstances of the zombie world upon making her selection, she had not expected such a catastrophic onset. Was she truly meant to witness such grotesque imagery? Numerous survivors were already gearing up to flee, while a few others were just beginning to stir from their stupor. Lin Yun gingerly moved, only to discover her hand pressed against something indescribable. She grimaced and shook her hand, the sticky substance impossible to ignore. Simultaneously, she remained vigilant of her surroundings, silently searching for the best escape route. She knew that once the survivors awakened, some would inevitably scream, drawing the zombies' attention, especially in such a gruesome setting. Survival tasks have been issued. Survivors, please check your notifications. Survival Task 1. Locate a safe shelter within 1 hour and bind it. Task reward, 10 points. Survival Task 2. Successfully survive for 40 days in a zombie world. Task difficulty, C grade. Point reward, 100. A piercing scream echoed. Lin Yun turned her gaze towards the source, having predicted that someone would indeed scream. In the next instant, the mass of zombies engaged in their gruesome feast abruptly redirected their attention towards the sound, abandoning their meal to rush toward the noise. Lin Yun froze, acutely aware that the scream had drawn their focus, thereby clarifying her escape route. However, that very scream had also exposed their location to the ravenous eyes of the undead. Lin Yun once again extracted the leg bone of the diamond ant from her backpack, holding it in her hand. The leg bone was smaller than the stock club, making it less likely to attract the attention of the nearby survivors. But what about her little companions? Chapter 69. Successful Binding of a Shelter. The ghost vine is hiding in your pocket. The others are in the contract directory, perfectly safe. With the system's reassuring response, Lin Yun felt a sense of relief. The survivor who had screamed was already surrounded by zombies, and the creatures lunged at him, their roars echoing in the air. That individual was doomed. Although the zombies had noticed their presence, most were drawn towards the source of the sound. Lin Yun tightened her grip on the diamond ant leg bone, glanced at the scene, and, confirming that no zombies were paying attention to them, dashed forward. The zombies blocking her path were struck by the leg bone she wielded, collapsing as it hit their skulls. The viscous brain matter splattered onto Lin Yun, and though she attempted to dodge, she was not entirely successful. Uncertain whether the zombies here behaved as depicted in novels, where destroying their heads leads to death, she observed the fallen zombie and concluded that the depiction was likely accurate. Next to the surrounded survivor were a few others, no exceptions, also trapped by the encroaching zombies. However, they still possessed weapons and began to retaliate against the undead. The scent of blood and the sounds of fierce combat attracted even more zombies to that location. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were distracted, the other survivors hastily fled, unwilling to confront the overwhelming number of zombies. As they escaped, several survivors noticed the commotion near Lin Yun. The novices, lacking suitable weapons, could only cast envious glances before hastening away. The seasoned survivors, however, showed no reaction. They simply drew weapons from their bags and fought back against the zombies, buying themselves precious time. The zombies, having finished their gruesome feast, began to disperse, their attention shifting to the fleeing survivors. Lin Yun noted the shift and, wishing to avoid entanglement with the zombies, quickly retrieved the contract directory and summoned the pothos. Concealing her actions with a strategic posture, she ensured no one noticed her. "Pothos, activate the mist," she whispered softly, audible only to the plant. A dense fog enveloped her surroundings, instantly obscuring her figure. The other survivors paused, the timely arrival of the mist enhancing their chances of escape, even if their visibility was diminished. The zombies were momentarily bewildered, unable to discern the survivors' locations. Once Lin Yun emerged from the mist, she sprinted away. Outside the square lay a major road, behind which stood a shopping mall, undoubtedly teeming with zombies. Venturing inside would likely lead to peril. Lin Yun had to swiftly find a suitable spot to establish her shelter. Surrounding the mall were small shops and residential buildings. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she dashed into a flower shop. Placing her hand on the door of the shop's staff lounge, she received a notification. Detected survivor Lin Yun has chosen this lounge as her shelter. Would you like to bind it? Congratulations, survivor Lin Yun. You have successfully bound this lounge as your shelter. Lin Yun burst through the door, entering the sanctuary. Once inside, she immediately headed for the bathroom. She needed to change out of her soiled clothes. Having just awakened, she found herself lying in a pool of blood, leaving her filthy. As she ran, her shoes squelched against the ground, an unsettling sound that made her skin crawl. Lin Yun retrieved the ghost vine from her pocket and washed it under the faucet. "Little vine, fetch me a clean outfit." "Understood." The ghost vine slipped out of the bathroom to retrieve clothes for Lin Yun. Emerging from the bathroom, she was now a cleaner Lin Yun. System. If someone opens the door from outside, it shouldn't lead to my shelter, right? Lin Yun recalled that the shelter was an independent space. Would you like to disguise it? The ghost vine, as a companion plant, can perform camouflage. How does that work? This world has more than just novice survivors. If someone notices the lounge's door, there's a risk of them using items to open it. I recommend you spend points to create a door nearby. Perfect, it's a flower shop. So having artificial vines as decoration is quite normal, right? Lin Yun grasped the system's intention. She instructed the ghost vine to manipulate the entrance door, creating a wall of withered vines, and used her points to fabricate a door leading back into the original lounge. Thus, even if someone saw her enter the flower shop, they would not suspect anything amiss. You could deduct the points. 10 points have been deducted, and the shelter door is now concealed. Guided by the system, the ghost vine swiftly crafted a wall of withered vines. This task posed no challenge for the ghost vine, and it was completed in no time. Lin Yun peered through the peephole to ensure no one was outside before stepping out to inspect the surroundings. The disguise is impeccable. Who would suspect that the wall of vines beside the lounge door is actually the true entrance to my shelter? The flowers in the shop had long since wilted, exuding a scent of decaying vegetation. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. It was likely the previous survivors. Lin Yun hastily retreated into the shelter, observing the commotion through the peephole. The flower shop was not particularly large, limiting her field of vision. A group of survivors dashed from left to right, pursued by a throng of zombies. The creatures emitted guttural growls, relentlessly chasing their prey. Lin Yun clicked her tongue in dismay, realizing she had chosen a poor location for her shelter. In her haste, she had entered here without considering whether the flower shop had any other exits. As the noise outside faded, Lin Yun, accompanied by the ghost vine, ventured out again. The flower shop was in disarray, and the glass windows were devoid of decoration, allowing a clear view of the interior from the outside. After some contemplation, she cautiously approached and pulled down the decorative curtains on the glass windows, instructing the ghost vine to entwine some vines around them to obscure visibility. However, she had to be careful not to overdo it, as it might attract the attention of the more observant survivors. The shop's wooden door bore signs of blood, with footprints leading into the entrance. Lin Yun frowned and quickly returned to the shelter to change her still dirty shoes before rushing outside to maintain appearances. It was essential to assess the surrounding environment. Random task: eliminate and submit 3 zombies. Task difficulty: degrade. Task reward: expansion of 1 square meter. Accept. Lin Yun's eyes brightened at the timely mission. As she stepped outside, she noticed that the nearby zombies seemed to have been drawn away by the survivors, and thus she encountered no immediate threats. The flower shop was situated on a corner to the left of the square, a relatively advantageous location. Chapter 70, Task Center. Lin Yun glanced towards the square, where a few zombies had appeared, but she had no intention of approaching them. Engaging on the square would present too large a target, making her vulnerable to scrutiny. Although she had not paid much attention to the other survivors when she first arrived, she had gleaned enough to suspect they were not to be underestimated. Steering away from the square, Lin Yun ventured into an adjacent alley. The ghost vine peeked from her pocket, and once it confirmed the area was clear, it climbed onto Lin Yun's shoulder. Yo-yo, are we going on adventure? Yes. Let us see if there is anything worthwhile nearby. Lin Yun, wielding the stock club, walked carefully while observing her surroundings attentively. This is not a world of mutated flora and fauna. It is a realm of the undead. In the previous world, death was absolute, but in this one, those who perish may rise as zombies. One must tread carefully outside, as the manner of demise could be utterly unforeseen. Nevertheless, Lin Yun has no immediate intention of venturing too far. Though she possesses her ghostly vines, who can say if the zombies here exhibit any peculiarities? She cannot risk her ghostly companions in such uncertainties. At that moment, a sound emanated from a nearby shop, prompting Lin Yun to swiftly realize it could be the stirrings of a zombie. Little vine, there may be a zombie inside. We cannot ascertain what threat it poses to you. Please refrain from charging ahead. The ghostly vine, upon hearing the noise, became somewhat agitated, but Lin Yun quickly called it back, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Ah, I see. Well then, could I perhaps have a go at it later? First, let's deal with the one inside. Lin Yun cautiously approached the source of the sound, and, upon confirming the presence of only one zombie, struck with her staff. The sound of shattering bone echoed conspicuously in the stillness, accompanied by a splatter of crimson and viscous matter. She hastily retreated. It was a close call, one that almost necessitated a change of attire. Yet, reflecting on the current state of the world, her clothing had already endured much. The zombie, now face down on the ground, had been dealt with. Once the task was completed, Lin Yun departed, seeking her next target. Despite the earlier commotion having drawn away numerous zombies, a few continued to wander in, filling the void. With her staff in hand, she dispatched the zombies with decisive blows to their heads. Soon enough, Lin Yun had fulfilled her task. Random task completed, rewards dispensed. Survivors are advised to return to the shelter for review. Lin Yun surveyed her surroundings. The vicinity was filled with towering buildings, undoubtedly housing a multitude of zombies above. For the moment, she had no desire to explore. Returning to the shelter seemed the prudent choice. Upon her return, Lin Yun noted the additional space, opting not to relocate the entrance to the basement, thus retaining the current arrangement. Next, she needed to contemplate the issue concerning her vegetables. The basement was brimming to capacity. There was no room left to store anything. Even if there were, placing her vegetables there would hinder their growth. Yet, the shelter could not accommodate an excessive quantity either, which left Lin Yun momentarily perplexed. Cough. Actually, there is no need for despair. She promptly silenced the system's attempts to coax her into discussing points. I had not finished speaking. Do not be hasty. Do I seem like one who fixates solely on points? I presumed you had some self-awareness. You constantly pester me about expanding, and I'm not oblivious to that. You might want to check the task center. No need to rush out. Prompted by the system, she recalled that she had yet to examine the changes on her panel. She bypassed the chat area. Having never added friends during her time at the transfer station, there was no one to converse with. Upon entering the task center, the foremost task remained a survival mission. This time, the survival duration had extended by 10 days compared to the previous world, though it posed little concern. Following this was the re-emergence of daily tasks. Daily task: kill and submit 10 zombie corpses. Task level: D. Task reward: 1 point. Note: until task point limit is reached. System, what is my task point limit? The task point limit in this world is 400, with a total of 600, including compensations. The acquisition point limit is 500, totaling 700 with compensations. Very well. Lin Yun accepted this daily task and continued to scroll. Daily task, submit 1 zombie crystal core. Task level, C. Task reward, random food item or random points. Note, level 2 zombies possess zombie crystal cores. Rewards are based on core level. Upon reading this task, Lin Yun's expression shifted. Crystal cores. Could this zombie world possibly feature abilities akin to those described in novels? Moreover, zombies apparently possess levels, and if crystal cores do too, it would imply that higher-level zombies are increasingly formidable to defeat. Rubbing her temples, Lin Yun could only hope that level 2 zombies had yet to emerge. Otherwise, her troubles would multiply. She decided against accepting this task for now, uncertain of the current evolutionary status of the zombies and whether they would be manageable. Daily task, locate and eliminate the zombie cat hidden within the shopping mall. Task difficulty, B. Task reward, 10 points. Indeed, this world harbors not only zombies but also zombie cats, a most troublesome addition. Lin Yun found it hard to fathom what other animals might have succumbed to zombification. What the plants? Surely, they could not also be among the undead? No, but plants will wither. In numerous areas, the soil has been contaminated, leading to the death of the vegetation, rendering it impossible to cultivate anything. Lin Yun hissed in dismay. At least in the last world, the soil was still viable for planting. Regardless, the zombies in this world are still evolving, and so too will other species. Daily task. Kill and submit 1 zombie king of Z City. Task level, A. Task reward, 1 backyard for the shelter. Is there truly no alternative? Lin Yun regarded this task, directly inquiring of the system. Indeed, so remember to frequently check the task center. The rewards there are quite plentiful. Yet, Lin Yun couldn't deny her interest in the shelter's backyard. This would alleviate her concerns regarding the storage of her vegetables in the future. However, this task appeared daunting. A zombie king is not easily vanquished. Furthermore, where is Z City? Where might the zombie king be located? And the zombie king may not even have manifested yet. If it does not appear before she departs, what good would it do to accept this task? Chapter 71. Where did the mutated roses come from? Closing the task center, Lin Yun glanced at the time displayed on her panel. Zombie World Day 1, 1446. Weather, clear. Temperature, 30. Location, Z City. Goodness, a new location has been added? When was this updated? She had not noticed this new feature during her time at the transfer station. However, it is indeed beneficial to have knowledge of her current location. How fortuitous, for she happens to be in Z City. Yet, as for the zombie levels, further observation is warranted. For the sake of her little garden, she cannot afford to slack in this survival world. After tidying up the shelter and clearing some space, Lin Yun enlisted the system to release her vegetables. She even instructed the ghostly vines to divide the shelter, except for the areas she frequented, into upper and lower sections for the purpose of arranging her vegetables. Observing her suddenly cramped shelter, Lin Yun sighed. Her shelter is quite diminutive. However, spending points to store vegetables in a temporary space seems impractical. At 5 points per day, that amounts to 200 points over 40 days. How many zombies must she slay to afford that? After adjusting the items within the shelter, Lin Yun resolved to sell some of her possessions to the system, aiming to earn some points and free up a portion of the shelter space. Aside from food items she currently could not acquire, such as vegetables and fruits, she sold the majority of her belongings to the system. Consequently, her acquisition points were halved. Yet, Lin Yun had grown weary of inquiring about the acquisition point limit. She knew it was unlikely to be raised, and it was better not to ask. Upon discovering the contract ledger nestled within her backpack, Lin Yun once again perused its contents, eager to ascertain whether the fruits of several mutated vegetables were ripe for harvest. She had already familiarized herself with the intricate details concerning the ivy and pothoes, but had yet to delve into the specifics of the zombie cat and the round one. It was then that she realized the eerie tranquility enveloping the sanctuary. She had forgotten to release them. The realization struck her. How dreadfully dull it must be within the confines of the ledger space. The zombie cat, still resembling a diminutive kitten, remained immobile, likely sensing the modest dimensions of the sanctuary. The pot hose, not particularly large, was placed atop the table, while the ivy was casually tucked into a pot of vegetables. The round one, not causing any chaos, squatted by Lin Yun's feet, observing the crowded sanctuary. At that moment, the silence felt almost deafening. To her astonishment, Lin Yun noted an unfamiliar addition to the contract ledger. A mutated rose? When had it found its way into her ledger? Hadn't she departed without binding it? Bewildered, Lin Yun questioned, System? What is the meaning of this? Why are you asking me? It was the ghost vine that did it. Lin Yun shot a sharp glance at the ghost vine, which was busily traversing the star tea tree. Suddenly still, the ghost vine cautiously maneuvered its tendrils to conceal itself behind the tree. It was unnerved by the intensity of her gaze. It seemed to have committed no error. After all, little vine, explain the situation regarding the mutated rose. Be forthright. Lin Yun's tone betrayed no hint of anger. After a moment of hesitation, the ghost vine replied, It was during the few days ago when I sought the contract ledger from you. Lin Yun fell into silence once more and inquired, But we have neither leaves nor petals from the mutated rose, correct? After leaving the flower market, we Haven Tea returned. Where did you procure the leaves? I hid them, it confessed. Lin Yun was taken aback. When had the ghost vine grown so astute as to hoard leaves? Well, it's not exactly hiding. When we tussled with it, I salvaged a few tendrils that I didn't discard, and they ended up absorbed into my body. It just so happened that I remembered, so I made use of them. Lin Yun sighed, exasperated. This creature never thought to inform her in advance. It was utterly nonsensical to have brought a mutated rose into another realm without any consideration for its feelings. Rising, she exited the sanctuary through the adjacent door leading to the staff lounge, determined to release the mutated rose for a closer inspection. To her surprise, upon its release, the rose showed little interest in her presence. Are you not upset? You were brought here without warning. The mutated rose lazily shifted, its voice lacking vigor. It matters not. After all, it is merely a change of scenery for my slumber. Having a master is rather pleasant. At least you tend to my watering and fertilization needs. I suppose I have come out ahead. By the way, could you provide me with a new pot? The previous one has been ruined, and I had to plant my roots in the ground. I ended up being uprooted and thrust into that murky place. Though I survived, it was rather uncomfortable. I shall find you a pot immediately. Lin Yun hurried back to the sanctuary and rummaged through the basement for a suitable pot to accommodate the mutated rose. I would also appreciate some water. The rose was not one to be shy about its demands. Lin Yun, unfazed, not only watered it, but also added a few chunks of mutated plant matter into the pot for it to absorb. Humans are truly wonderful, even providing mutated plant matter. The mutated rose stretched, shedding the vexation of its abrupt relocation. You may pluck my flowers at will. Should they deplete, simply inform me, and I shall regrow them. Should you desire something and I do not possess it, let me know, and I shall attempt to cultivate it. But do not blame me if it fails. A question mark hovered over Lin Yun's head. Plucking the mutated rose's flowers? She recalled that during her earlier examination of the rose's details, it was indicated that it was edible, but she had no intention of consuming its blossoms. Pondering, Lin Yun reached out and delicately plucked a flower, taking the opportunity to review its details. Cold cure rose, a rose that treats colds. One flower suffices. And should it not suffice, two will do. Its efficacy is comparable to that of cold medicine, and may even act more swiftly. Lin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. This mutated rose was a veritable treasure, swiftly addressing her dearth of medicinal supplies. She was utterly astonished. The mutated rose bore several other colored flowers, and Lin Yun meticulously examined each one. The rose remained unperturbed, for Lin Yun was now its master, and it was assured that its existence was safe. Whether she chose to admire or pluck them, it mattered little. Burn relief rose, a rose that heals all burns. Simply apply the petals. Its efficacy is equivalent to that of burn ointment, yet superior. Allergy relief rose, a rose that remedies all allergies. Consuming one yields immediate results. Its effects are akin to allergy medication, encompassing various allergic reactions. Having perused the selection, Lin Yun was thoroughly astounded. Indeed, her ghost vine had procured a remarkable treasure. Yet, this treasure was of considerable size, and her sanctuary could scarcely accommodate it. She found herself fervently wishing for the Zombie King to make an appearance post-haste. Chapter 72. The Cat Obeys. The Tiger Obeys. How she longed to swiftly claim the yard. Speaking of which, a question arose. How large would the yard be? Would expansion require points? Indeed, host, expansion necessitates points. However, fortunate news awaits. When completing tasks and receiving rewards, the size of your sanctuary will determine the yard's dimensions. Therefore, shall we proceed with the expansion? Ultimately, it still boiled down to points. Could the area of the basement be counted? What are you saying? The wind is too strong. I cannot hear you. Lin Yun gritted her teeth in frustration. This system was infuriatingly evasive. How could the basement not count as part of her sanctuary? Of course, the underlying reason was that the basement had been a reward from the main system. Originally, There had been no basement in the sanctuary. Naturally, the system dared not voice this in Lin Yun's presence for fear of reprimand. Will the expansion of the sanctuary synchronize with the yard? No, the yard must be expanded independently. Lin Yun closed her eyes, having hoped for a glitch to exploit. From now on, I shall simply refer to you as Rose. My sanctuary is somewhat cramped at present, so for now, you shall have to endure residing in the ledger space. I will ensure to periodically release you for watering. It matters not. Sleeping in any place is acceptable to me. The Rose was genuinely indifferent. It merely wished to exist quietly without conflict, aspiring to be a peaceful, unassuming beauty. Such tranquility was commendable. Resting in comfort was delightful. Simply lying down to sleep was exquisite. Lin Yun smirked as she returned the Rose to the ledger. Truly, it was the epitome of laziness, showing no inclination to move. Upon her return to the sanctuary, Lin Yun shot a disapproving glance at the ghost vine. The ghost vine chuckled nervously. Seeing Lin Yun in good spirits relieved its anxiety. It had only wished to retaliate against the mutated Rose for pulling its tendrils during their tussle. However, it quickly regretted the decision, as there was no space to accommodate the Rose in the sanctuary, and it had not yet dared to inform Lin Yun for fear of provoking her ire. With time still on her side, Lin Yun decided to venture outside for a while to slay some zombies and accumulate task points. She left her backpack behind, intending not to stray too far. The cat is coming too. Upon witnessing Lin Yun's intention to leave, the zombie cat lunged forward, clinging to her leg as if to declare it would not allow her to depart without it. Lin Yun glanced down to find the round one trailing closely behind, fixated upon her with an unmistakable desire to accompany her. Very well, but both of you must heed my commands. The zombies outside are no trifling matter. If they catch you, you will become zombie cats and zombie tigers. The cat will listen. The zombie cat promptly assured her, with a spirit of imitation. Tuan Tuan followed suit, and the tiger obediently trailed behind. Let us proceed. Sang Biao promptly released Lin Yunyu and scampered after her. Due to the presence of two quadrupeds, which made for a conspicuous target, Lin Yunyu decided to explore the rear of the flower shop, where she fortuitously discovered a staircase leading upwards. The elevator, long devoid of power, lay dormant. Uncertain whether the upper levels harbored any zombies, she treaded lightly, advancing with caution. Sang Biao and Tuan Tuan, being nimble felines, were untroubled by stealth. Their padded paws served them well. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Yunyu found the safety door ajar, obscuring whatever lay beyond. She instructed Sang Biao to keep watch over the staircase, while she took a couple of steps forward to assess the situation behind the door. Rather than grasping the handle with her hand, she utilized the stick she held to gently pry open the door through the narrow gap. Fortunately, the safety door was not decrepit, emitting only a faint sound as it creaked open to a width sufficient for her to enter. Uncertain whether anyone resided within the rooms, Lin Yunyu refrained from making any noise, her footsteps eerily quiet. Sang Biao and Tuan Tuan, emboldened by their diminutive size, ventured ahead. Each time they reached a closed door, they paused to sniff the air seeping through the cracks. The second floor boasted several open rooms, and Lin Yunyu chose the one closest to the safety door. Inside, chaos reigned, and bloodstains marred the floor, indicating that this household had indeed succumbed to the zombie apocalypse. She peered through a half-open door, only to recoil immediately. Inside lay a corpse, gruesomely gnawed upon, with dried blood forming a dark pool beneath it. My eyes are going to be blinded. How thrilling. Lin Yunyu inhaled deeply, then approached to close the door, intent on scavenging for useful items within the dwelling. Although she was not in dire need, one must still gather what they could. Vegetables, fruits, and meats had long since rotted, and she bypassed them without a second thought. The kitchen was littered with debris, yet a few items remained untouched. However, as she had no use for them, she left them be. After surveying her surroundings, she exited the room. Upon leaving, she proceeded to the adjacent unit, which had been thoroughly ransacked. Clearly, the previous occupants had fled in haste, likely due to an encounter with zombies. At that moment, Sang Biao suddenly returned, exclaiming, "Yo-yo, there's movement in one of the rooms. Is it a human or a zombie?" Lin Yunyu inquired. Sang Biao pondered for a moment, uncertain, yet remarked, "It smells terrible. Cats dislike that odor. Let us investigate," Lin Yunyu replied, promptly following Sang Biao. If all went as expected, what Sang Biao had discovered was indeed a zombie. Tuan Tuan had stationed itself outside the door, and upon their arrival, it sprinted over, reporting that the other rooms were vacant, save for the one in question. The duo had explored the entirety of the second floor, probing the doors that were not accessible. "You two have done splendidly," Rewards await you upon our return. Perhaps alerted by the commotion outside, the wandering zombie within suddenly lunged toward the door, emitting a guttural growl. It has heard the noise outside, but cannot escape. Previously, it sensed disturbances, yet this door has perpetually barred its exit, inciting its fury without a means to act. Lin Yun furrowed her brow. Apprehensive that the zombie's clamor might attract others from above, it was evident that swift action was imperative. Silence enveloped the area, and after a brief interval, the zombie, having heard no further sounds, resumed its aimless wandering within the confines of the room, biding its time. Lin Yun cautiously advanced 2 steps, grasping the doorknob. Although uncertain if it would yield, she pondered the possibility. If it proved unyielding, she would have to resort to using the ghostly vines to break through. With a slow and deliberate motion, she pressed down on the doorknob, eliciting not a whisper of sound. The door creaked open. Chapter 73. It was incomprehensible, utterly unfathomable. The zombie within remained blissfully unaware of the door's opening, its attention drawn instead to the sounds emanating from the window ahead. Lin Yun, peeking through the crack, seized the opportunity to push the door wide and charge forward, striking the zombie upon its head with her stick. A viscous, crimson substance erupted from the zombie, splattering onto Lin Yun's attire. She grimaced at the sight of her soiled clothing, thankful that her initial foray had been into a realm of mutated flora and fauna. Otherwise, she might have been utterly dismayed. Just as she prepared to dispatch the zombie, a previously shut door unexpectedly swung open. Sang Baiyao, ever perceptive, sensed the change and immediately enlarged itself. Yet knowing that noise could attract more zombies, it clamped its mouth shut, positioning itself protectively before Lin Yun. Suddenly, a zombie surged forth from the now open room with alarming speed, and Lin Yun observed as Sang Baiyao hesitated, then redirected its focus onto her. No, the zombie's singular target had always been Lin Yun. A delectable morsel. Lin Yun's eyes widened in shock at the creature's swiftness. Fearing an impending disaster, she swiftly dealt with the previous zombie, gripping the stick tightly and remaining vigilant. However, the zombie's velocity was astonishing. It darted past Sang Baiyao, extending its claws toward Lin Yun. Startled, she narrowly evaded the dark, grasping talons, knowing that a single scratch could spell her doom. The zombie lunged once more, its sole desire fixated on consuming its prey. Devouring Lin Yun would grant it newfound strength. As she dodged the creature's relentless assaults, Lin Yun sought its weaknesses. She dared not summon Sang Baiyao for assistance, fearing that the zombie might ensnare her companion. Sang Baiyao was in a frenzy, perplexed by its sudden ineffectiveness in this new world. The ghostly vines, unperturbed by the situation, lashed out with stealth, ensnaring the zombie with deft precision. Initially, it had intended to bind the creature. However, the zombie's quick reflexes and sharp claws allowed it to evade capture multiple times. Frustrated, the vines ensnared it from all sides. Seizing the moment, Lin Yun swung her stick, aiming for a decisive blow, but the zombie evaded, only to have its arm fractured instead. Once bound, the zombie thrashed wildly, its milky white eyes filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh. Lin Yun scrutinized the zombie's details, though the information was scant. Level 2 speed zombie, high velocity. Such limited data, yet it confirmed the emergence of level 2 zombies. Without hesitation, Lin Yun brought her stick down with force, shattering the zombie's skull. As she prepared to submit her findings, the ghostly vines lunged forward, extracting an object from the creature's viscous remains. Yo-yo, look at this shiny thing. The vines presented the item, ensnared within their grasp. Lin Yun regarded the sticky tendril with trepidation, its surface sullied by remnants of the zombie. With a resigned sigh, she grabbed a cloth from a nearby table, wiping the object clean. She also cleaned the messy vines, tossing the item back to them. If you fancy it, keep it for yourself. All right. The vines were delighted by the shiny object, its purpose unknown, yet it captivated them nonetheless. Stowing the small stone away, the group continued their exploration of the upper floors. After 3 hours of diligent searching, Lin Yun had cleared the building sheltering their refuge, defeating a total of 17 zombies and accumulating 17 points. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she hastened downwards while daylight still lingered, her keen eyes catching sight of several doors adjacent to the staircase. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with realization. This must be the door connecting to the shops ahead. She pondered which establishment it led to, secretly hoping it would be the flower shop. Upon entering, she discovered a passageway filled with an array of goods, alongside several doors leading to the front shops. The items were merely stockpiles from the adjacent storefronts. Having closed the door behind her, Tuan stood guard at her side. Lin Yun began to inspect the items, soon identifying the supplies intended for the flower shop. Nothing more than materials for wrapping bouquets. Next to the flower shop was a snack store, but its stock had long been depleted, leaving the backroom's goods untouched and to Lin Yun's advantage. However, her shelter was already brimming, so she decided against taking anything back, opting to wait until she could expand her space. She entered the flower shop through the back door and noted that this entrance was discreetly located next to the employee lounge, likely designed to maintain the shop's aesthetic. After changing out of her work clothes, Lin Yun allowed herself a moment of relaxation before lying down on her bed. Staring up at the ceiling, she found herself perplexed by the purpose of this survival game that had thrust them into these harsh realities. If the intention was simply to eliminate them, why not unleash disasters directly upon Blue Star? Why select them and cast them into these worlds? It seemed a far swifter demise could be orchestrated by merely allowing calamities to occur on Blue Star itself. Yet, if the goal was their extinction, what then was the role of the system and the shelter? It appeared to convey a desire for their demise, while simultaneously preventing it. Lin Yun tossed and turned, unable to comprehend the reasoning. Surely, it couldn't be mere torment, to induce a belief that entering the survival world meant certain death, only to reveal a shelter, a guiding system, and a chance at survival, albeit without the ability to return to Blue Star, seemed cruelly torturous. Humanity's plight was indeed tragic, thrust into a nonsensical survival game that inexplicably beckoned them toward death. Everything felt so bewilderingly arbitrary. Lin Yun rolled over, her mind buzzing with confusion. Then she recalled the transit station she had entered, seemingly populated solely by her fellow compatriots. Were individuals from other nations absent due to her insufficient level? Or perhaps each nation possessed its own transit station. Upon further reflection, it seemed likely that other transit stations existed. As Sang Biao nestled beside her, Lin Yun extended her hand to scoop him up into her embrace. She remained uncertain about the system's purpose and its relationship with the survival game. But all she could do was focus on surviving in this world. Chapter 74, Night Exploration. As long as she could eventually choose to remain in the transit station, even if she could never return to Blue Star, it was far better than death. Perhaps after experiencing a few more survival worlds, the purpose behind the game's existence would become clearer. Yet for now, those thoughts felt distant. Suddenly, Lin Yun chuckled to herself, pondering what folly had overtaken her. Surviving was already a blessing. Why dwell on such trivial matters? With a rumble, she patted her belly, releasing Sang Biao before rising to fetch a box of takeout. Regardless of the circumstances, dining was paramount, and thus she indulged. Gui Tang approached, gazing up at her with eager eyes. Lin Yun paused while opening her meal, realizing that, given the appetites of her little companions, their supplies of meat were likely insufficient. She would need to devise a plan to locate a farm or factory to procure more, for she could not sustain them otherwise. In this world, where a zombie virus had erupted, as long as the animals remained uninfected, considering the speed of Sang Biao and Tuan Tuan, they should be relatively easy to catch. After finishing her meal, Lin Yun collapsed back on her bed, intending to rise later to investigate the outside world and discern the differences between the zombies' behavior during the day and night. If there were indeed variations, that would be ideal. If not, it mattered little. The little ones were quiet, each settled in their own nook, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Turning off the bedside alarm clock, Lin Yun flicked on a light. Sang Biao and Gui Tang would accompany her, while Tuan Tuan would remain in the shelter. She crouched down to pat Tuan Tuan, seeking its approval. With no objections, Tuan Tuan acquiesced to whatever Lin Yun decided. Gui Tang swiftly climbed onto Lin Yun's shoulder, while Sang Biao, after glancing around, hopped up as well. Feeling a weight on her back, Lin Yun discreetly instructed Gui Tang to unzip her backpack, allowing Sang Biao to nestle inside before stepping out. It was already 1 or 2 in the morning. Sang Biao peeked out from the backpack, resting its paws on Lin Yun's other shoulder to gaze outside. Lin Yun tread softly out of the flower shop, inching toward the square. There were indeed a few zombies wandering about the plaza. She lifted her gaze to the moonlight, which provided enough illumination to navigate the path ahead. Not far along, Lin Yun spotted a solitary zombie standing still. Its head hung low, resembling a wooden post. A short distance away, several other zombies mirrored the same motion, standing motionless with their heads drooped. Lin Yun could only cautiously observe, uncertain of why they were so still. The surrounding silence was unnervingly profound. Sang Biao stealthily emerged from the backpack, creeping closer to the zombies. Lin Yun wished to intervene, but feared that any sound might alert them, so she could only watch anxiously. As Sang Biao approached one of the zombies, it lifted its gaze to meet the vacant stare of the creature, which remained unresponsive with its eyes closed. Saying "Biao," then cautiously retreated. Lin Yun contemplated her next move, glancing around before picking up an object and tossing it into the distance. The moment it struck the ground, it emitted a pronounced thud, echoing ominously in the stillness. The previously motionless zombies, upon hearing the sound, abruptly opened their eyes and lifted their heads, rushing toward the source of the noise. However, after a few aimless steps, they returned to their original positions, frozen once more. Lin Yun's expression darkened. It appeared that at night, these zombies had heightened sensitivity to sound, reacting immediately to any disturbance. But what a scent! This was something Lin Yun had yet to ascertain, both day and night. Could it be that these zombies relied solely on auditory cues to locate their prey? Recalling the second-tier zombie she encountered during the day, she reflected on its details. Aside from its swiftness, it exhibited no abnormal reactions. Casting a glance at the unmoving zombies in the distance, Lin Yun quietly retreated. With their heightened sensitivity to sound at night, she could not afford to act recklessly. It was best to return to the shelter. Once back at the flower shop's entrance, Lin Yun exhaled in relief, having distanced herself from the plaza. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a shadow darted near the recently stirred zombies. With narrowed eyes, it fixated on the direction from which the human had departed, leisurely licking its claws, a sanguine glimmer flickering in its gaze. Food. Lowering its paws, it meandered nearby, detecting the pervasive scent of humanity that lingered in the vicinity. Evidently, a considerable number of humans had frequented this square, enough to sustain its hunger for a while. It lifted its paws and trod towards the direction from which Lin Yun had just retreated, settling down near the flower shop. It waited, biding its time for the humans to succumb to slumber. Once they were asleep, it would pounce, sink its teeth into their throats, and feast upon their flesh. After 2 hours, it rose, striding with feline grace towards the flower shop. How careless these humans were, choosing such an exposed spot as their refuge. It was a stroke of fortune for it. However, upon entering the flower shop, the zombie cat was met with dismay. There was no trace of human scent. The earlier human had vanished. The zombie cat widened its eyes and scoured the shop, but indeed, there was no sign of humanity. Yet it had distinctly seen the human enter. How could this be? At this moment, the zombie cat stumbled upon a concealed back door. So this was how she had exited? Truly, these humans were cunning. Fearing that opening the door might alert the humans, the zombie cat opted to take a roundabout route, hastily retreating to investigate further. Yet it still failed to locate that human. Frustration simmered within the zombie cat. It had not anticipated that its imminent meal would elude it so easily. Infuriating. Casting a glance back at the flower shop, the zombie cat was reluctant to abandon this meal so readily. Thus it returned to the shop to lie in wait. Since the human had managed to exit from here, she would undoubtedly return. It would remain vigilant, observing if she would come back. However, the ghostly vines adorning the wall were remarkably adept at camouflaging themselves. The zombie cat failed to notice the peculiarities of the vines on that wall. Upon Lin Yun's return, she tidied up and lay back down to continue her slumber, unwilling to let her recent discovery disrupt her rest. Yet, it was not long before the ghostly vines roused her from her sleep. Yo-yo, yo-yo. A strange cat has come outside. Chop der shop is it change, zombie cat. Startled, Lin Yun promptly turned over, disregarding her slippers, and rushed barefoot to the door, peering through the peephole. There, she saw a peculiar cat entering, scanning the flower shop as if searching for something, only to exit upon finding nothing. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the cat returned, settling down in a hidden corner of the shop. Furrowing her brow, Lin Yun deduced its intentions almost instinctively after observing its movements. Earlier, when she had ventured out to survey the zombies in the square, she had unwittingly exposed herself to this very cat. Yet, she was baffled as to why it had not immediately attacked her at that moment. Instead, it had followed her back, now lurking within the flower shop. But she was certain this cat was undoubtedly the zombie cat mentioned by the task center. Lin Yun clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing she'd been overly complacent, never anticipating that this zombie cat would emerge from the mall. However, given the proximity between the square and the mall, it was not surprising. She felt a tinge of regret for her carelessness, inadvertently inviting a zombie cat into her vicinity. Yet now, she hesitated to act rashly. Uncertain of the zombie cat's capabilities, she feared that any sudden movement might attract the attention of the zombies outside. Just as she contemplated checking the detailed information on the zombie cat, it exited. Upon its return, it nestled back into the shadows, becoming invisible. The area was shrouded in darkness. The black-furred zombie cat concealed itself so effectively that it eluded her sight. It seemed she would have to wait for dawn to discern more. Little Vine, please keep an eye on that zombie cat outside tonight. But be cautious not to let it spot you. I got it. Ghostly Vine exclaimed, thrilled to finally have something to occupy its time during the otherwise dull night. Tuan Tuan and the other zombie companions also forsook sleep, realizing that guarding was of utmost importance. With Ghostly Vine's assistance, the two directly perched at the door, peering through the peephole to observe the outside world. Before retiring for the night, Lin Yun accepted the task regarding the zombie cat, planning to assess the situation come morning and devise a strategy to eliminate it. She had an unsettling feeling that this zombie cat was not like the others in the square. It appeared to possess a certain level of intelligence. Lin Yun enjoyed a restful night, closing her eyes and drifting into slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, Ghostly Vine hurried over, saying, "Yo-yo, it hasn't left. It's still outside." Lin Yun approached the peephole, spotting the zombie cat nestled among a cluster of withered plants. The zombie cat lay there nonchalantly, its tail flicking lazily, its half-closed eyes occasionally surveying the flower shop. Detailed information popped up. Level 3 zombie cat, smarter than level 2 zombies, faster, and with greater attack power. Lin Yun let out a sigh. This was troublesome, still a level 3 entity. Although she had Ghostly Vine and the others, she worried that the cat might harm Tuan Tuan or the others, which would be perilous. Yet, if it chose to remain there, so be it. She had no shortage of food and could endure a couple of days in shelter. Lin Yun turned and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After emerging, she suddenly pondered, has this world truly progressed to the point of level 3 zombies? Or is it merely because it is a zombie cat that it has reached this level so swiftly? Yet, Lin Yun's musings went unanswered. She wished to inquire with the system, but this was no longer a novice world, and given the nature of such matters, the system might not divulge any information. Thus, she opted to refrain from asking. Yo-yo, aren't we going out today? Ghostly Vine clambered onto the table, stealthily reaching for candy. Lin Yun paid little mind. There was an abundance of candy, all from deliveries, and there were no restrictions on consumption. Not going out. That cat clearly has its sights set on me. And, being a level 3, it's likely much swifter than the zombie from yesterday. I'm uncertain whether we can contend with it. If it wishes to stay out there, let it. It can guard for a month, if it desires. After satisfying her hunger, Lin Yun began tending to the vegetables, which were nearing maturity, quite promising. She glanced at the contract ledger for the mutated species, gathered some fruits, and stored them in the designated space, leaving it at that. She proceeded to exercise within the confines of the shelter. Although the space was limited, minor workouts were still feasible. The zombie cat lingered outside for the entire morning. Yet there was still no sign of movement. It began to grow perplexed. Was a human merely surveying the square? However, the scents it had detected were undeniably present here. Now vanished. The zombie cat felt a surge of irritation. Its anticipated meal had truly slipped away. Its tail thumped against the table, a clear indication of its discontent. Just then, it heard a commotion outside. The zombie cat turned its head, ears perked up. Months. It licked its lips. Food was approaching. The zombie cat glanced around the flower shop, leaping down from the table, first opting to consume something else. As for the fleeing human, it would return to lie in wait once more. No food would escape its clutches. The zombie cat burst from the flower shop, witnessing several zombies rushing towards a particular direction, drawn by the sounds. Without hesitation, it diminished its presence and advanced stealthily. As the zombie cat departed the flower shop, Tuan Tuan immediately informed Lin Yun. After some contemplation, Lin Yun was on the verge of exiting the shelter with the 3 companions, only to retreat once more. She retrieved a stinky flower and adorned her collar with it. Wrinkling her nose, she acknowledged that while the flower emitted an unpleasant odor, it at least masked her scent. This was acquired in the previous survival world, and thanks to the last few days spent leaping about in the mountains, Lin Yun discovered numerous peculiar plants. After leaving the shelter, she did not exit the flower shop but instead peered through the glass window to assess the situation outside. Bang! 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 Lin Yun widened her eyes. Was that gunfire? Were these the official personnel of this world? However, several trees obstructed her view beyond the flower shop, making it impossible for her to see further. Reluctantly, she slipped out of the flower shop and cautiously approached the square. Yet, she dare not get too close, always mindful of the presence of that mutated cat. The gunfire persisted. Lin Yun noticed a multitude of zombies drawn by the sound, relentlessly rushing towards the source. This was untenable. Did these people not realize how sensitive zombies were to noise? Constantly firing their weapons was tantamount to revealing their location to the undead. Su Qi exclaimed in frustration that they had no choice. The sudden appearance of that zombie cat, which charged at them with astonishing speed, was overwhelming. They were acutely aware that to defeat a zombie, one must aim for the head, but the cat's swiftness left them no option but to fire in desperation. Chapter 76, Slaying the Zombie Cat. Suchi observed the relentless tide of zombies surging towards them, his mind racing. These zombies had already been attracted. Their only chance was to shake them off. But the zombie cat was a different story. Its speed was extraordinary, and it possessed a certain level of intelligence. They had previously observed that intelligent zombies could command lesser ones. Consequently, the experts at the base had classified zombies into several tiers. Those who were merely attracted by sound were considered primary zombies, or level 1 zombies. The one Lin Yun encountered on the second floor, which was slightly faster, was a level 2 zombie. It not only moved quickly, but also had a keen sense of smell, targeting its prey based on scent. However, the intelligence of these two categories was limited, primarily acting on instinct, attacking the source of noise and feeding on their prey. Level 3 zombies, like the one before them, the zombie cat, exhibited a degree of intelligence and remarkable speed. Upon noticing their firearms, the zombie cat retreated into the horde, occasionally darting out unexpectedly to strike when they least expected it. Fortunately, Suchi and his team maintained vigilance over the cat's movements, fearing its sudden attack. Once a zombie's claws or teeth breached human skin, the virus would infiltrate the body. Those unfortunate enough to be devoured by the zombies would become one of them, a mere shell of their former self. Thus, each encounter with zombies was approached with utmost caution, wary of an unexpected scratch from the undead. The zombie cat concealed among the horde sniffed the tantalizing aroma of humanity, drooling in anticipation. How delectable they must be! It was determined to claim them all. It emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds, causing the surrounding zombies to momentarily pause, after which their attacks became coordinated. Suchi was taken aback, promptly realizing it was the zombie cat's doing. Retreat. Now, they had initially intended to enter the mall to scavenge for food and clear out the zombies. But they had not anticipated the presence of this zombie cat. Perhaps it had been lurking there for quite some time. With the zombie cat on the prowl, remaining any longer could spell their doom. But how could the zombie cat allow them to escape so easily? Having tasted human flesh, it found its kind to be unappetizing. The thrill of fresh prey was irresistible. Suchi led his team in a fight as they retreated, but the horde pursued relentlessly, with the zombie cat weaving in and out, biding its time. Just as they were nearing a dead end, an armored vehicle suddenly charged in from the adjacent road, positioning itself between them and the horde. The doors swung open, revealing the base's support troops. They had detected an anomaly in the signal from their previous contact and dispatched assistance immediately. The soldiers fired upon the zombie horde, causing many to collapse. The zombie cat, witnessing this, glinted with fury and abruptly leapt from the throng towards Suchi's direction. A soldier, quick on the uptake, fired a small rocket, striking the zombie cat directly. With a resounding explosion, Suchi and his group breathed a sigh of relief, believing the cat had been vanquished, only for it to reappear from another angle. Claws aimed at a nearby soldier. Lin Yun, arriving just in time, hurled a vine from her shoulder. The vine, understanding her intent, expanded itself and struck fiercely at the zombie cat. This unexpected turn of events forced the zombie cat to alter its course. However, the vine was not singular. Having evaded one tendril, could it escape a second or third? The zombie cat was struck squarely, sent hurtling backward and toppling several zombies in its wake. Concealed in the shadows, Zombie Ao and Tuan Tuan wished to assist the vine, but Lin Yun forbade it, having already exposed the vine to protect the soldier. She could not risk Zombie Ao and Tuan Tuan being revealed as well. The vine charged towards the zombie cat, engaging in combat. Lin Yun swung her weapon, fending off an attacking zombie, and shouted to the dazed Suchi, "Why are you hesitating? Fight!" Suchi snapped back to reality, urging his comrades to raise their weapons and engage the zombies. The sounds of firearms echoed as they fired towards the horde. Lin Yun edged closer to the vine. The zombie cat could not be allowed to escape, or her mission would surely fail. Yet the cat was cunning, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that drew the surrounding zombies to its defense, shielding its retreat. But Lin Yun remained steadfast, determined not to allow it to flee. Should it escape, the next encounter would undoubtedly be even more perilous. Suddenly, she recalled the crossbow she had obtained from the blind box and swiftly retrieved it from her backpack. Strapping it on her arm, she sought the opportune moment to strike down the zombie cat in one fell swoop. The vine was exasperated by the relentless onslaught of zombies. Although the severed vines did not inflict pain, they were a nuisance, and their filth was abhorrent. Having been alongside Lin Yun for some time, it had developed a penchant for cleanliness, and this scenario was infuriating. Suchi, Noticing Lin Yun's unwavering focus on the zombie cat, attempted to assist. But the sheer number of zombies before them was overwhelming, as if all the undead in the mall had emerged. Aren't they all out now? Lin Yun retorted. The sound of their firearms was deafening. The zombies, with their acute hearing, swarmed forth in droves. At last, Lin Yun seized her opportunity. As the zombie cat was momentarily jostled by a few of its kind, she swiftly launched the heavenly fire arrow. Meow. The zombie cat emitted a horrific wail. It collapsed to the ground, thrashing and howling in agony, desperately seeking relief from its suffering. But there was no escape, only lament. Lin Yun was aware of the devastating power of the heavenly fire arrow, and after a brief glance, she switched to her staff and approached, delivering several strikes to hasten its demise. Daily mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Survivors, please check your inventory. As the system notified the completion of the task, the zombie cat on the ground disintegrated into ashes. The frenzied zombies surrounding the ghost vine momentarily halted their attacks, seemingly perplexed as to why they were assaulting a mere plant. At that moment, Lin Yun also noticed a crystal amidst the pile of ashes. Chapter 77, Zombie Crystal Core. With a glimmer in her eyes, Lin Yun promptly crouched down to retrieve the crystal from the ashes, stowing it away in her backpack before resuming her assault on the small zombies with her staff. Drawing from her previous experiences, she now knew precisely how much force to employ with each strike. However, she did not linger for long, as the multitude of zombies and the loud sounds of gunfire from the group drew more of them to their location. If this continued, they would soon find themselves trapped once the ammunition ran out. Thus, Lin Yun resolved to make her escape first. She exchanged glances with the two hidden in the shadows and signaled to the ghost vine, planning their retreat. As for Su Qi and his companions, they had a vehicle, so there should not be too much trouble. If the situation became dire, they could simply drive away, leaving Lin Yun relatively unconcerned for their safety. Ni Babi, Su Qi, noticing Lin Yun's departure, breathed a sigh of relief and decided to retreat as well. Their predicament had arisen entirely from their own blunders, which had forced that girl to assist them. Had it not been for her, his comrades might have already succumbed to becoming zombies. Wait, where did that zombie cat go? And what about that suddenly enormous vine? With numerous zombies relentlessly advancing, Su Qi could not spare any attention for Lin Yun's situation, oblivious to the fact that she had already dealt with the zombie cat. Su Qi clicked his tongue retreat. Upon hearing Su Qi's command, his comrades quickly and orderly withdrew. Once they reached a safe location, Su Qi's frustration could no longer be contained. Who was the genius that claimed there were no hidden dangers in the mall? Hadn't they sent someone to scout the area? How had they not discovered that zombie cat? The team leader from the second squad had reported that there weren't many level 2 zombies inside, and that most were merely level 1. However, it was also possible that the zombie cat was simply too well hidden for them to detect. A young soldier cautiously offered an explanation. The captain of the supporting third squad, Ling, patted Su Qi on the shoulder. It's all right. If that zombie cat is still alive, at least we are now aware of its existence. Next time we come here, we will be better prepared. Su Qi removed his hat, raking his fingers through his short hair. By the way, did any of you see what that girl looked like? No, she was wearing a mask, so we couldn't see her clearly. Captain, what about that suddenly enormous vine? Before he could finish, Su Qi silenced him with a sharp gesture. Keep your mouth shut. Don't let this information leak out. Do you understand? She was helping us. Otherwise, you would have all been caught by that zombie cat and turned into zombies by now. We will discuss this matter with the higher-ups later. With Su Qi's assertion, the others dared not speak further, as they trusted his leadership. He was their squad captain, after all, and would not lead them astray. Ling also went to reign in his own squad. Once it was confirmed that the group had not followed them, Lin Yun stealthily circled back to the building, entering the flower shop through the back door and returning to the sanctuary. She could hardly contain her excitement to see how many points she had accumulated from the recent encounter. Excluding the daily mission points from a zombie cat, she had garnered an additional 53 points. Oh, 53. Lin Yun's previously lifted spirits plummeted. Adding yesterday's total, she now had a mere 7 points. She felt utterly despondent. It was disheartening to realize that it took 10 zombies to earn just 1 point. How long would she have to grind for points? Wait, the crystal core? Lin Yun retrieved the crystal from her backpack, which was still dusted with ashes, and reluctantly went to the bathroom to rinse it off. Level 3 crystal core from a level 3 zombie cat. Function. Why is the function just a string of asterisks, system? Is it because my level is too low to view it? Yes, your level is too low to access this information. Lin Yun's lips twitched. Fine. Since it was currently of no use to her, she would exchange it for points. However, she decided against using the crystal core for points immediately. She intended to hold onto it for now, in case the native inhabitants of this world discovered its function later. She recalled that in novels, these crystal cores could grant powers or enhance the abilities of those who possess them. Although she was unsure if this survival world operated similarly, she thought it prudent to wait. After all, it was only her second day here. Remembering the zombie from the second floor, Lin Yun requested the core from the ghost vine for comparison. It was yellow, smaller than the white one from the zombie cat, likely due to its level. Lin Yun casually grabbed a paper box and tossed the crystal inside. The ghost vine peered into the box for a moment but paid it little mind. It merely enjoyed shiny objects and wished to collect them, regardless of where they were placed in their home. Turning around, Lin Yun saw the discontented expressions on both Zombie and Tuan Tuan as they stared at her, realizing she had erred. Cats can fight. Zombie took the initiative. Tigers can fight too. Tuan Tuan was equally defiant. I was just worried they might scratch you. That zombie virus is not to be trifled with. What would I do if anything happened to you? Lin Yun sighed, recognizing that suppressing their eagerness to engage was not the best approach, but her fear was genuine. Zombie rolled his eyes and remarked, "Let the cat have a go. If it doesn't grow in size, it should be fine dealing with those zombies. Cats are incredibly fast. I assure you, they won't get caught. Tigers are too. Tigers are too." Lin Yun furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before finally conceding. "All right then. But you both must be extremely careful. If you get scratched, be sure to inform me immediately." Zombie's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Tuan Tuan followed suit, clearly looking up to Zombie as a leader. She then turned to the ghost vine, expressing her concern. "Little vine, are you really okay after having so many tendrils ripped off? I remember that zombie cat clawed you several times." I'm fine. The places where they scratched me, I severed myself, so there's no virus. As long as my main vine is unharmed, I can grow as many tendrils as I desire. I'm super capable, so you don't need to worry about me." The ghost vine nonchalantly replied, slipping into the bathroom to deftly turn on the faucet and dispense a couple pumps of shower gel for a wash. Lin Yun glanced at the dirt on her own clothes and sighed. She had never been so unkempt in her previous world. After the ghost vine emerged, it rushed toward its beloved star tea tree. Lin Yun hurried into the bathroom to clean herself up. As dusk began to settle, Lin Yun decided against venturing out, opting instead to retrieve a boxed meal and eat while perusing the tasks available in the mission center. Currently, she had only accepted a task to submit zombie corpses. Chapter 78, Midnight Corpse Collection. Lin Yun scrolled down further. Daily task. Please prevent Zhao Xiaoqing from damaging the power supply facilities of Base 3. Task difficulty, a grade. Task reward, expansion of 6 square meters. Seeing this task, Lin Yun furrowed her brow. Could this also be a survivor's task? But where exactly is Base 3? What does Zhao Xiaoqing even look like? She had no idea. What if Base 3 isn't located in the city? Would that mean she would have to leave City Z in search of it? Lin Yun was uncertain whether the geography of this survival world mirrored that of Blue Star. Daily task. Prevent the formation of a zombie tide has been completed. Task difficulty, B grade. Task reward, random food X3. System, what does completed mean? Upon inspection, it was determined that the zombie cat was the pivotal element in the emergence of this zombie outbreak. The daily tasks assigned to the zombie cat are intrinsically linked to this mission. Hence, upon successfully completing the task of eliminating the zombie cat, the mission center automatically reflected its completion. Lin Yun felt a lump in her throat. Could it truly be so? What about the rewards? Upon accepting the task, you may directly claim your reward, came the response. If that were the case, Lin Yun was elated. The idea of accepting a task and having it instantly completed thrilled her immensely. The 3 random food items included snail rice noodles, steak, and beef noodles. Just then, a retching sound emanated from behind her. Turning her head, she beheld the source of the noise, Zhang Baiao, who wore an expression of profound dismay. Recognizing the familiar look in his eyes, Lin Yun realized he had misunderstood once more. "Are you playing with?" Zhang Baiao exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. Lin Yun sighed and stowed the food in her backpack. It was clear that no explanation would suffice for Zhang Baiao. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan sat nearby, glancing around in confusion, oblivious to their conversation. The daily task read, eliminate zombies within the shopping mall. Task difficulty, A level. Task reward, random skill 1. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Random skill. This task was promising. Earlier in the day, the warriors had dispatched numerous zombies with their firearms, while some remained in the mall. They were likely few in number now. "I accept," she declared. Another task appeared. Submit 10 zombie corpses. Task difficulty, F level. Task reward, 1 point. Lin Yun scrolled up and realized she had already accepted a similar task. Upon closer inspection, She noted that the previous task required her to kill and then submit the corpses, whereas this one allowed her to submit any zombie corpses, regardless of whether she was the one who had dispatched them. Without hesitation, she accepted this task as well. She would head to the square shortly to gather the corpses. Seizing the opportunity while the survivors were nowhere to be found, she resolved to collect the zombie bodies first, finishing her last bites of food in haste. Lin Yun took her 3 companions and set out to gather corpses. What she did not anticipate was the presence of fellow scavengers. As she stealthily approached the square, she found it deserted, save for a few zombies standing with their heads bowed. As she walked, she submitted the zombie corpses she found on the ground. The ghost vine stealthily extended its tendrils to drag distant zombie corpses closer to Lin Yun, halting immediately if it sensed any movement from the zombies, resuming only once they became still. Zhang Baiao and Tuan Tuan were working together seamlessly, one cat and one tiger coordinating their efforts to take down the zombies. To avoid any noise from the falling corpses, one would act while the other carefully eased the zombie down. Having just finished collecting a batch of corpses, Lin Yun was about to move aside when her gaze met a pair of bright eyes lurking in the darkness. The ghost vine remained concealed in the shadows, its tendrils inching closer to the human figure. A survivor? The individual spoke first, their voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. In that instant, Lin Yun comprehended their identity, but refrained from making any sudden movements, uncertain of their intentions. Seeing that Lin Yun remained still, the survivor sighed in relief. Gesturing to indicate a division between them, his side and hers, Lin Yun had no objections, as long as the individual harbored no ill intent. The ghost vine, sensing the lack of hostility, withdrew its tendrils. Song Zijin had not anticipated encountering a fellow scavenger in the dead of night, especially not a girl. Was she not afraid of these creatures? But upon reflection, it made sense. After enduring the survival game for so long, even timid girls would grow bolder, wouldn't they? Thankfully, the girl had not acted rashly. Otherwise, attracting the zombies would have been disastrous. Now aware of another scavenger, Lin Yun's pace in submitting corpses quickened. After all, these were points. Though each zombie yielded only 0.1 points, every little bit counted. The ghost vine seemed to sense her thoughts, accelerating its pace as well. On the other hand, Song Zijin, as he continued collecting, suddenly sensed something amiss. Huh, why do I feel like there are fewer zombies standing in the square? Was it merely an illusion? He stood up, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, there were noticeably fewer. What could this mean? Was there a hidden high-level zombie nearby? Yet he hadn't heard any commotion. Swallowing hard, he cautiously surveyed the vicinity, feeling a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he recalled a comment he had seen online, in the style of Chinese horror. One fears not the presence or absence of people on a late-night walk, but rather the sudden appearance or disappearance of someone. Oh no, what if he encountered something sinister? And wait, the girl was still over there. He needed to check on her to ensure she was safe. With that thought, Song Zijin hurried in the direction Lin Yun had gone. As Lin Yun continued her collection, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. A fruit knife appeared in her hand, and before Song Zijin could react, it was pressed against his throat. What are you doing? Do we not agree to stay on our respective sides? Lin Yun's voice was low and menacing. Song Zijin glanced around, noting the lack of zombies in the area, and quickly replied, I just noticed that the zombies nearby had suddenly vanished, so I came over to check on you. I meant no harm. Lin Yun's lips twitched. She had almost forgotten about Zhang Baiao's earlier antics. However, she did not lower the knife. This is a robbery. Song Zijin's face turned pale. What? I was only trying to be concerned for you, and now you're robbing me? Is that even human? Lin Yun paid no heed to his protests. After all, he had approached her first. Since he had practically offered himself up, it would be remiss of her not to take advantage of the situation. 10 minutes later, Song Zijin huddled in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably, while Lin Yun happily collected corpses, a chicken leg clutched in her mouth. Don't ask. She had acquired the chicken leg from him. As for how she managed to eat while scavenging, it was merely packaged. She was only holding it, not actually consuming it. Song Zijin was left speechless. That chicken leg had been his prize from a nearby store. He had intended to savor it after finishing his work for the night. But who would have thought a thief would appear? This audacious girl had the nerve to turn his goodwill into a robbery. Fuming, he shot Lin Yun a glare, regretting his decision to approach her in the first place. Shifting his feet, he returned to collecting corpses and submitting them. He could not allow her to snatch up all the zombie bodies as well. Lin Yun cast a glance at the retreating Song Zijin. Was it really that serious over just a chicken leg? After all, he had practically handed it to her. Who told him to be so careless and stuff it into his pocket without securing it properly? Stuffing the chicken leg into her backpack, Lin Yun resumed her task. After a while, she noticed that the corpses in the square were nearly all collected, prompting her to pause. She glanced around, wondering where Zhang Baiao and Tuan Tuan had gone. Surely they hadn't ventured into the mall to scavenge? Lin Yun gazed at the dark entrance of the mall in the distance, devoid of light, with the moonlight failing to illuminate its interior. Truth be told, she had no desire to enter the mall at this hour. It was too dark and fraught with peril. What was it? Did she want to go in? Song Zijin had somehow crept over, peering curiously alongside Lin Yunyu at the bustling scene within a shopping mall. Lin Yunyu turned her head to appraise him, her mind beginning to doubt. Was this person truly a survivor of several worlds? With a visage reminiscent of a sunny youth, he possessed an endearing naivete, akin to an exuberant puppy. Were it not for the recent incident involving the theft of his chicken leg, Lin Yunyu might have been tempted to eliminate him upon his approach once more. Although the number of zombies within was substantial, it was still the dead of night. Perhaps it was best to return home for some rest, don't you think? Withdrawing his head, Song Zijin felt an eerie chill within the mall, deciding it would be prudent not to venture inside at such an hour. I had no intention of going in, Lin Yun replied. By the way, what's your name? I'm Song Zijin. Shall we be friends? The cheerful little dog, Song Zijin, promptly initiated the friendship proposal. Lin Yunyu disregarded him and turned to leave. Opting to return to the vicinity of the flower shop, she figured the two younger ones would find their way back to the shop if they couldn't locate her. Seeing Lin Yunyu ignore him, Song Zijin scratched his head in frustration. Alas, this wretched survival game had thwarted his social aspirations. However, his intentions were sincere. He wished to befriend Lin Yunyu, not only because she had pilfered his chicken leg, but also because, having calmed down after looting the corpses, he recognized she was not a malevolent person. Stuck in this zombie-infested world for 40 days, he feared he would lose his sanity without companionship. Yet, after some contemplation, he decided against following her, wary that Lin Yunyu might indeed dispose of him. However, the mere presence of others in the square suggested that the shelter must be nearby, presenting future opportunities for encounters. Thus, Song Zijin resolved to inquire about her name another time. Lin Yunyu glanced back and, relieved to see he and T followed her, took a deep breath. Nevertheless, she chose a roundabout route, entering the staff lounge through the back door of the flower shop. After a brief wait, two furtive figures stealthily slipped in from the front, seemingly clutching something in their mouths. What mischief have you two been up to? Lin Yunyu exclaimed, startling them both. Particularly, Sang Baiao jumped in surprise, his fur bristling in alarm. Why do you startle me like that? Sang Baiao dropped the object in his mouth and began to chatter excitedly. I just caught a whiff of cat food and took Tuan Tuan to search for it. Sang Baiao nudged the item toward Lin Yun, revealing a stash of cat food and treats, carefully procured but in limited quantity to avoid making too much noise. Lin Yunyu inspected the items, noting they were wrapped in a piece of fabric stolen from a shop, which they had carried back by its corners. Let us head back to the shelter, she instructed, gathering the items before returning to the safety of their refuge. Once inside, Sang Baiao quickly dashed to the bathroom, eagerly burrowing himself beneath the faucet. Lin Yunyu casually set the items down and entered the bathroom to wash the two of them. Are we running low on cat food? She inquired, scrubbing Sang Baiao's fur while allowing Tuan Tuan to get wet beneath the faucet. It seems we still have quite a bit left. Shall we procure more tomorrow? It had been a while since the cats had eaten. In the previous world, they had managed to acquire some cat food, but the younger kittens had been given priority. Lin Yunyu had no objections. They had already dispatched numerous zombies that day, and it was likely that the mall's stock had diminished as well. With caution, she considered entering again tomorrow. Let us check it out, and I'll open a can of cat food for you two shortly. Yes, I want some too. Let me have a taste. Gue Tong slipped in through the door, his fur also dirted. Having observed Sang Baiao and Tuan Tuan enter earlier, he had been waiting outside to see what they had brought back. Upon hearing about the cat food, he rushed in eagerly. Lin Yunyu scooped him up and ruffled his fur affectionately. Hee. The two cats were not particularly dirty. They had been careful outside, needing only a simple wash. Gue Ting only required a bit of shower gel to become clean. After opening the can of cat food for them, Lin Yunyu stifled a yawn and prepared to lie down for some much-needed rest. You all behave now. Finish eating and go to sleep. No sneaking out, understand? Got it. However, before Lin Yunyu could rise and venture out, rain began to fall outside. Gue Tong climbed onto the windowsill, gazing at the downpour with a delighted exclamation. What should we do now that it's raining? Sang Baiao leaped lightly onto the table, eager to assess the situation outside. When Lin Yunyu finally got out of bed, she found Asagi Sang Baiao crouched by the door. What are you doing? She asked, quickly getting up to fetch a towel to dry him off. It's raining outside. Are we going out today? Sang Baiao raised a paw, pointing toward the window. Lin Yunyu turned to look clearly taken aback by the unexpected rain. She returned to dry off Sang Biao, asking, "What did you see outside? Are there zombies in the square again?" Sang Biao shook his fur and stretched, "Yes. But not many. Chop der obzich, got cafe." Lin Yun observed that the zombies had seemingly emerged from mall. She remained silent, contemplating that the sound of the rain might mask their movements. "Let's go out later." After having breakfast, Lin Yun stood by the window, listening to the heavy rain. "There are no suitable raincoats for you two at home. Stay quietly in the backpack. Don't move around, understood?" She placed the backpack on the bed, allowing the two to climb inside. Fortunately, while the backpack appeared small, it was quite spacious, and they fit without feeling cramped. After noting the pot hose in her inventory, she set out with Gui Tong. Due to the rain, the usual shuffling zombies moved even more sluggishly. Lin Yun observed that some zombies had noticed the commotion, but, upon moving closer, realized they were merely fellow corpses. Angered, they began to attack one another, gnawing at each other until boredom set in, prompting them to disperse. Lin Yun's eyes glinted with mischief. Tuan, let us eliminate all the zombies in the square." "All right." With the rain serving as an advantageous cover, they charged forth. As for the two in the backpack, they would have to wait. Getting drenched outside would only complicate matters. After dispatching several wandering zombies in the square, Lin Yun finally made her way toward the mall. The mall's entrance had long been damaged, with shards of glass scattered nearby. Lin Yun navigated carefully, remaining vigilant for any sounds from within as she entered. The interior of the mall was chaotic, with products strewn across the floor, left unattended. Scanning her surroundings, she noted that KFC and a bubble tea shop were near the entrance, neither offering anything of interest. So, she continued deeper inside. As she walked, she heard commotion from her backpack. Sang Biao and Tuan were eager to exit and walk on their own. "Be careful, don't get caught." Lin Yun released them, glad to lighten her load. Once on the ground, Sang Biao tugged at Lin Yun's pants, urging her to follow. "Come on, the cat cafe is this way." Lin Yun hurried after him, glancing at the shops they passed. There was a certain store that piqued her interest. She could explore it later, as it appeared to have plenty of items despite the disorder. Upon entering the cat cafe, a strong odor assailed her senses. When the people fled, they had neglected the feline staff inside. The cafe's entrance featured heavy glass doors, which the little cats could not push open, effectively keeping the wandering zombies at bay. Outside, the transparent glass pane resonated with the hissing sounds of the cats, startled by the horrifying visages of the zombies that had drawn near. The undead clung to the glass, their ferocious gazes fixed on the cats within, yearning to devour them, yet the barrier held firm. The frightened felines, terrified by this grim spectacle, scurried away to hide. Left to fend for themselves in this confined space, the cats faced a grim fate until death ensued. Upon regaining her composure, Lin Yun sighed, pondering the existence of any living kittens in this desolate place. Alas, there were none. Zombiao leapt onto a relatively clean table, announcing, "The glass on the second floor has been shattered. Zombies have infiltrated, and the surviving cats have escaped." When they had entered the previous night, they discovered the zombies on the second floor, and Zong had swiftly dealt with them. At these words, Lin Yun suddenly recalled the zombie cat from the previous day. It was plausible that the glass had been broken by that very creature. She had to admit, Lin Yun had uncovered a stark truth. The second floor glass had indeed been shattered by the zombie cat. This creature, a stray, had been harmed by humans, nurturing a profound animosity towards them, and harbored disdain for the domesticated kittens. Upon entering the mall, it had stumbled upon this cat cafe, witnessing the trapped felines, and thus had shattered the glass to facilitate their escape. The surviving cats, upon discovering this exit, rushed towards it, eager to flee their prison, only to find the outside world even darker. They, gentle souls by nature, had been employees of the cafe, although food was available within. Some had been placed beyond their reach, forcing them to resort to consuming the remains of their kind or scavenging the food left outside. Under such harrowing circumstances, they had long been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. After escaping the cafe, the zombie cat commenced its hunt, treating the slaughter of the other cats as a game, tormenting them until none remained. Meanwhile, those unable to escape fell victim to the zombies that poured through the breach. Returning to the present, Lin Yun inquired, "Where did you find the cat food?" She glanced down at Zombiao, who shot her a look that seemed to say, "You and Tino." Leading her further inside, they carefully navigated the filth that had accumulated in the absence of human maintenance. The cafe's environment had deteriorated significantly. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yun retrieved 2 used plastic bags from her backpack, fashioning them as makeshift shoe covers, grateful that she had brought a mask, lest the stench overwhelm her senses. Upon reaching a room at the back, Zombie Ao crouched before an open cabinet filled with numerous cans of cat food and other items. Lin Yun surveyed the contents, but remained silent as she pulled out a cardboard box, securing it with tape, and began to fill it with provisions. You start packing. I'll go have a look with Zong Zong to see what else we can find. Zombie Ao enthusiastically agreed, as this was for themselves and Zong Zong. Gui Tong, feeling a bit bored, waved its tendrils. I want to go explore too. Go ahead, just shout if you encounter danger. We can hear you. Being a mutated plant, Gui Tong was unlike animals or humans. Under normal circumstances, its voice went unheard. All right. With that, Gui Tong vanished without a trace. Lin Yun continued to gather the cans of food, cat treats, and freeze-dried items from the room, noting that the bad cat food on the floor had already been ripped open by the hungry felines. Exiting the room, Lin Yun wandered around, collecting suitable items for Zombie Ao and Zong Zong, before setting out to find the two small creatures. There is still a zombie upstairs. Gui Tong, could you take care of that? Zong Zong slid down from upstairs, a slightly dirty toy clutched in its mouth. Lin Yun took the toy, frowning. There is a store next door? We'll grab something from there instead. This one is too dirty. Zong Zong gazed at the toy with a hint of regret. Fine then. After dealing with the upstairs zombie, Lin Yun descended, leading them next door to a zero-cost shop. Zombies had wandered in here as well, but since there were no humans, the noise they made was minimal, and the items remained largely untouched. Chapter 81. Exploring them all. Allowing them to select some toys, Lin Yun also picked out a few useful items. There was even a snack section in this store. After inquiring about the timeline in this world, Lin Yun shook the box, packing it all away. Who could ever have too much food? Snacks are still food. Such a mall must also have a supermarket. She just wondered what remained inside. Extracting the pot hose from her inventory, she instructed it to call back the wandering Gui Tong and let it choose any items it desired, ensuring to bring something back for the ivy as well. As for the rose, that lazy creature, she had no idea how to manage it. Gui Tong returned, dragging a few zombies along with its tendrils. Little Tongue, you're quite capable, Lin Yun remarked with a mix of admiration and amusement as she submitted the zombies. The previous night, she had checked her points, totaling 127. After spending some time in the zero-cost shop, Lin Yun continued deeper into the mall. However, she had not ventured far when a zombie emerged from a nearby store, colliding directly with her. Lin Yun gasped, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, her hands had instinctively grasped the stem rod and swung it fiercely. Before the zombie could hit the ground with a thud, Lin Yun swiftly submitted its corpse. Phew, that scared me to death, she murmured, patting her chest, still recovering from the shock. Hey, Song Zijin slipped out from a store, greeting Lin Yun in a low voice. Just as Lin Yun was regaining her composure, she was startled again, swinging her stick towards him without a moment's thought. Hey, it's me. The one you robbed of chicken legs last night. Song Zijin dodged hastily, gritting his teeth in frustration. Lin Yun, now aware, shot him a fierce glare, thinking, "Serves you right." Song Zijin glanced at the spot where the stick had nearly struck, swallowing hard. Wow, where did this woman get such a weapon? That swing could have shattered glass. Indeed, the stem rod was a fine weapon, but the current situation seemed rather precarious. Before either could utter another word, the glass shattered with a loud crash. Lin Yun exclaimed, "What the hell?" Song Zijin echoed, "What the hell?" Both turned and fled, well aware that the commotion would undoubtedly attract the zombies. True to their fears, as they reached the safety of the KFC, they observed zombies from both the first and second floors rushing towards the source of the noise. Lin Yun and Song Zijin exchanged glances, muttering, "This is all your fault." Feeling guilty, Song Zijin rubbed his nose, not daring to speak, lest Lin Yun decide to rob him again. After the zombies settled down, Lin Yun picked up her stick, ready to venture out for a surprise attack. She had counted roughly 7 or 8 zombies and figured if she acted quickly, she could take them down. Realizing her intentions, Song Zijin followed suit. Lin Yun turned back, shooting him a warning glare. Song Zijin halted, adopting a subservient posture and making a gesture for her to proceed. He then turned away, shedding exaggerated tears. "What heartless woman," he lamented. "I was just trying to help her, but she warns me away. Those zombies are hers alone." Sobbing dramatically, he squatted down, drawing circles on the ground, but he had no intention of competing with Lin Yun over the zombies. In a world teeming with the undead, he would not fall out with Lin Yun over a mere handful. Lin Yun, indifferent to Song Zijin's antics, simply carried on, unconcerned by his lack of decorum. Taking advantage of Song Zijin's diverted attention, Lin Yun signaled to the 2 small creatures hiding nearby. When Song Zijin first appeared, the 2 little ones had swiftly concealed themselves, avoiding detection. As Song Zijin glanced over, intending to check on Lin Yun. He was taken aback to find the zombies had vanished. Was it truly over? Had it ended so swiftly? He fell silent, suddenly relieved that he had not provoked Lin Yun. Otherwise, he pondered, with a single blow from her, could he have survived? After dispatching the few zombies, Lin Yun continued forward, approaching an escalator, hoping to find a directional sign beside it. Song Zijin, momentarily stunned, quickly rose to follow her. Do your own thing, don't trail behind me. Lin Yun shot him a glare. Rubbing his head, Song Zijin replied, I know where the supermarket is. Let us stick together. Lacking significant skills, he had merely survived in previous worlds, and given the chance, he certainly preferred a temporary ally. After some contemplation, Lin Yun deemed Song Zijin decent enough, not the scheming type, and thought cooperation might not be a bad idea. All right, you lead the way. However, she still glanced at the directional sign, wanting to memorize what items were available in the mall for future use, even though the shelter couldn't accommodate much. After noting the first floor map, Lin Yun followed Song Zijin towards the supermarket. To alleviate any distrust Lin Yun might harbor, Song Zijin walked ahead, exposing his back to her. The supermarket spanned 2 floors, with the entrance on the second basement level and the ground floor featuring separate sections. The first basement also housed numerous shops, with a modest number of zombies present. Through their cooperation, Lin Yun and Song Zijin managed to eliminate many zombies on this lower level. Yet, they remained focused on their goal, clearing the area near the escalator before proceeding to the second basement level, intent on minimizing unnecessary confrontations with zombies. Host, there's a random acquisition task. Will you accept? Lin Yun's eyes sparkled as she inquired internally. What does that entail? An acquisition with a random task? Indeed. Although this supermarket has been pillaged by others, there remains a considerable amount left. Given that the two of you cannot possibly carry it all, the system can acquire it. After a moment's thought, Lin Yun queried, what about damaged items? We accept expired ones and those with minor damage. I accept. Random acquisition task. Acquire supermarket items until reaching the maximum limit of acquisition points. Task difficulty, F grade. Task reward, random points based on item pricing. Once they descended the escalator, several zombies, alerted by the noise, charged toward them. Lin Yun swung her bat, delivering a fatal blow to one, leaving Song Zijin agape in astonishment. Such brutality, how delightful. The thought of having her as a bodyguard was tantalizing. Should Lin Yun ever learn of this sentiment, he would undoubtedly find himself on the receiving end of her ire. As Lin Yun glanced back, she noticed the 2 little creatures stealthily descending the escalator, expertly concealing themselves. She raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, following Song Zijin into the supermarket. Chapter 82, Exploring the Mall 2. The supermarket was in disarray, having been ransacked in numerous areas, likely due to the high foot traffic typical of such establishments. When a zombie virus outbreak occurred, many people were present, resulting in a significant number of zombies within the mall. As the zombies multiplied, so did the chaos. One would bite another, one would grab another, and thus the zombie population swelled. Initially, some might have bravely ventured into the mall, hoping to evade zombies and snag some items. Yet, as time passed and the zombie presence grew, fewer dared to enter, for the sheer number of zombies meant that the odds were stacked against them, and falling victim to the undead became a grim reality. Unless a group worked together or possessed considerable strength, like the authorities, lone wolves faced formidable challenges in scavenging the mall. However, this bore little relevance to Lin Yun. Upon entering the supermarket, she casually pulled over a shopping cart, secretly maneuvered by the tendrils of her ghostly vine, unnoticed by Song Zijin as he walked ahead. Although several zombies roamed within the supermarket, those near the entrance had already been dealt with by Lin Yun and Song Zijin. Song Zijin cautiously retrieved a baseball bat from his backpack, proceeding with care to ensure the area was free of zombies before he could relax and select the items he wished to take. Lin Yun did likewise, setting aside her cart to investigate. The escalator led directly to the supermarket entrance, opposite which stood a glass wall facing the underground parking lot. This layout was intended for convenience for future residents, with ground-level entrances also available. Unfortunately, during the outbreak, as people fled in panic, the glass doors became an obstacle. Often smashed, though cracked, the glass remained intact, a testament to the quality of Z Country's manufacturing. Impressed, Lin Yun marveled at how effectively it prevented any lurking zombies in the parking lot from rushing in at the slightest noise, signaling to her small companions. They understood and took their positions near the escalator. Together, Lin Yun and Song Zijin began to clear the remaining zombies in the supermarket. Lin Yun dispatched nearly one zombie with each swing, while her ghostly vine struck with precision when Song Zijin was oblivious, their teamwork seamless. The little creature, uninterested in the filthy zombies, exchanged a furtive nod with Lin Yun before scampering off to search for the storeroom. After some distance, Song Zijin gestured in that direction, indicating they should split up. Lin Yun had no objections. Song Zijin's absence would facilitate her actions. Not long after Song Zijin departed, the little creature suddenly appeared, lunging at Lin Yun's pant leg, tugging her towards a specific location. Have you found the storeroom? Lin Yun was astonished by its speed. The little creature nodded, urging her to follow quickly, lest the foolish big fellow discover the spoils it had uncovered. Indeed, in the little creature's eyes, Song Zijin was merely a bumbling giant, blissfully unaware. Little did Song Zijin know, there may be a few zombies inside, but I knew you'd worry about us getting hurt, so I came to fetch you. The little creature raised its head proudly, eager for praise. Amused, Lin Yun patted its head. You're such a good kitty. I'll treat you to some cat food later. This delighted the little creature, leading her closer to the storeroom. As this supermarket was a large establishment, it housed an abundance of goods in its storeroom. Upon entering, Lin Yun noted bloodstains on the floor, likely remnants from staff members who had been inventorying items that day. Now, they had all become zombies, and those who perished were presumably devoured. Sighing, Lin Yun steeled herself, gripping her bat tightly as she cautiously ventured into the storeroom. A zombie wandered in from around the corner, prompting Lin Yun to swiftly raise her bat and strike. Before it could collapse, she submitted the encounter to the system. After several encounters, the zombies within the storeroom were finally cleared out. The storeroom was well stocked. Apart from the staff, few knew how to access it, ensuring that the remaining items were in good condition, save for the perishables like fruits and vegetables. Lin Yun, disregarding the acquisition task, decided to take everything she could carry. The items within the warehouse were meticulously arranged upon the shelves, facilitating Lin Yun's thoughts. As she recalled the organization of goods in the supermarket outside, an idea began to take shape in her mind. Once she had tidied the shelves in the warehouse to a satisfactory extent, she ventured into the other rooms. The bloodstains on the floor led her to an adjacent room. Upon entering, she was met with a sight that made her shut her eyes. This room appeared to be a data storage area, presumably intended for managing the warehouse. Lying on the ground was a decayed corpse, likely that of a woman, her body ravaged by the undead, leaving only scraps of flesh on her limbs and head. Lin Yun sighed, glancing around before picking up a coat from the floor to drape over the body. Then she exited the warehouse. Shortly after her departure, Song Zijin arrived, remarking, "There are hardly any zombies left on the first floor of the supermarket. I haven't checked the second floor yet. Should we head up, or gather what we can from the first floor first?" Lin Yun swiftly made a decision. Let us collect what we can first. After all, we are unaware of what awaits us at the entrance on the first floor. Song Zijin agreed without hesitation. How should we divide the spoils? One shelf each? He was straightforward. As long as it was food, he wanted it. After all, no one could predict how the world would unfold henceforth, nor could they ascertain the availability of sustenance. Therefore, preparing in abundance was prudent. Lin Yun nodded in agreement, and together they began to scour the first floor of the supermarket. The first floor primarily featured food items: rice, flour, oil, candies, biscuits, dried goods, and nuts. However, Lin Yun made a point to discard any damaged packaging before loading her backpack. She wished to avoid the hassle of sorting through it later, preferring to resolve it all at once. Initially, Song Zijin was confused by her actions, but upon reflection, he found her reasoning sound and decided to follow suit. As for the bulk rice, dried goods, and peanuts, Lin Yun declined them altogether. After all, who could tell if rodents had scurried over them? Furthermore, with the outbreak of the zombie virus, one could only speculate whether the undead had tampered with these items. Observing Lin Yun's decision regarding the bulk rice, Song Zijin opted to follow her lead, trusting her judgment without overthinking the matter. He suddenly mused, "Indeed, it is essential to have a familiar friend by your side. Just look, when there is a task at hand, one can simply follow along without fear of erring." His parents had always chided him for not using his brain enough. Had it not been for his decent academic performance, he might have been cast out long ago. Song Zijin absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, lamenting that he did not wish to be this way. But thinking was indeed exhausting and burdensome. He preferred to follow others' lead. This little quirk had accompanied him into the survival world. Fortunately, he was clever enough to discern right from wrong, having encountered several decent individuals in this new reality, which swelled his pride. As for the fruits and vegetables, most had succumbed to rot given the passage of time and the destruction of the power system, which left no means of preservation. Lin Yun didn't even spare them a glance, steering her shopping cart away, and the seafood section was no different. "Let us wrap up the first floor," she declared. Agreed. Song Zijin quickly followed, cautiously ascending the escalator. Lin Yun signaled to the nearby zombie hound, urging it to retrieve its companion, ensuring they did not lose the pup. The second floor of the supermarket housed daily necessities. As per their usual practice, they divided their labor to eliminate the wandering zombies on this level. The number of zombies on the second floor exceeded that of the first, aimlessly meandering about. At the moment Lin Yun dispatched one zombie with a swift strike, Song Zijin encountered a predicament. He had stumbled upon a particularly strong zombie, and its speed was alarming. Initially positioned behind the creature, he had intended to execute a surprise attack, but to his astonishment, it evaded his baseball bat. Reacting swiftly, he attempted a second swing, only for the zombie to seize his bat with surprising strength, refusing to relinquish its grip. Despite being a novice, Song Zijin's bat was no ordinary tool. It required a measure of strength to wield effectively. As the standoff between him and the zombie ensued, the latter suddenly let out a deafening roar. This caught Song Zijin off guard. He anticipated such a breach of etiquette. Not only did it refuse to relinquish his bat, but it also called for reinforcements. Panic surged within him as he heard the shuffling of additional zombies approaching from elsewhere, fearing that the zombies on the ground floor might also come rushing down. Would he be endangering Lin Yun in the process? While Song Zijin grappled with the formidable zombie, the nearby ghost vine reported the situation to Lin Yun, who immediately rushed over, her expression shifting to alarm. Just as she arrived, she spotted a zombie poised to pounce on Song Zijin from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled her staff at the creature while simultaneously retrieving another from her backpack, racing forward to ensure she struck it before it could harm him. The zombie was struck on the shoulder and collapsed to the ground. Lin Yun swiftly followed up with a finishing blow, sending it to its demise. "Sister, you're truly my sister," Song Zijin exclaimed, turning with tears in his eyes. However, Lin Yun had no time to respond, as a horde of zombies descended upon them, creating chaos and toppling nearby shelves. Unfortunately, these shelves housed kitchenware, which shattered upon impact, creating a cacophonous noise. Lin Yun's expression darkened. The commotion was likely to attract the attention of the zombies on the ground floor. With her staff poised between her and the zombie, she swung again at the stronger one, which managed to block her strike. It glanced at its arm, sensing a slight numbness. More zombies began to converge, their claws outstretched, eager to devour them. The two had no time to ponder their next moves. They simply raised their weapons and fought back. Seeing Lin Yun besieged, the zombie hound could no longer conceal itself. How dare they bully the two-legged creature under its protection? "I'll take care of you." With a fierce growl, the hound transformed, launching itself at one zombie and sending it flying. To alleviate Lin Yun's worry, it carefully maintained its distance, ensuring no zombie could reach or bite it. Song Zijin stood in stunned silence, questioning the origin of this cat. How had he not noticed it before? Wait, where did a cat that big come from? Was it even right to call it cat? It certainly didn't resemble any zombie cat he had ever imagined. It looked quite magnificent, but he had little time to ponder these thoughts, for the formidable zombie lunged toward him. Lin Yun found herself once again grappling with the stronger zombie, unable to retract her staff. Frustrated, she cursed the creature's strength. Did she need to resort to explosive sunflower seeds? But she hesitated, fearing the noise would attract even more zombies. Despite being inexperienced, Song Zijin proved useful in a crisis. Seeing Lin Yun struggle, he swung his baseball bat to aid her. "Zombie hound, give a couple of slaps," Lin Yun called out. Hearing this, the hound immediately abandoned the weaker zombies and charged toward the stronger one. The second-tier zombie teetered on the brink of evolving into a third-tier one, exhibiting a flicker of intelligence. It recognized that both humans before it were potential prey. With a bit more time, it was confident that it could overpower them. However, the presence of the enormous feline companion rendered it somewhat apprehensive. The thought of confronting such a formidable creature made it wary, having come so close to achieving its evolution. It could not afford to falter now. Upon hearing the humans command the cat to attack, the second-tier zombie hesitated, ultimately deciding to retreat. Once it attained the status of a third-tier zombie, it was certain it would devour these humans. But Lin Yun and Song Zijin would not permit it to escape. Allowing a powerful second-tier zombie to flee would pose a potential threat should it choose to roam this vicinity again. Such an unnecessary danger had to be eradicated while the opportunity presented itself. The first-tier zombies were swiftly forgotten as the two humans and the cat pursued the second-tier zombie with deadly intent. The ghost vine that had descended from Lin Yun contemplated the situation, since she insisted on keeping its presence hidden from Song Zijin. It decided to assist Tuan Tuan in eliminating the remaining first-tier zombies. The ghost vine gleefully sought Tuan Tuan to join forces and dispatch the zombies, dragging them to a corner to await Lin Yun's retrieval. Chapter 84. Exploration of them all four. However, the commotion on the second floor was rather excessive, and the second-tier zombie inadvertently attracted more of its kind from the supermarket entrance on the ground floor. Lin Yun cursed under her breath. The second-tier zombie above the flower shop had not caused as much trouble as this one. By all that is holy, she would soon twist its head off and use it as a ball. Finding a secure spot, Lin Yun retrieved her crossbow from her backpack, loading it with several frost sunflower seeds, determined to put an end to this nuisance. Song Zijin, she called out. Knowing that the zombies had already been drawn in by the second-tier creature, her voice would not go unnoticed. Upon hearing her, Song Zijin glanced back and comprehended her intent, quickly coordinating with the cat to drive the second-tier zombie towards Lin Yun. By the time the second-tier zombie realized what was happening, Lin Yun had already launched a frost sunflower seed from her crossbow, striking it squarely in the head. Why aren't you running now, you wretched creature? The frost sunflower seed took effect rapidly, encasing the second-tier zombie in ice. Lin Yun struck it with her staff, shattering the icy figure into countless fragments. Song Zijin stood in stunned silence. With the second-tier zombie no longer causing havoc, the first-tier zombies charging down were swiftly dealt with. Lin Yun proceeded to collect her spoils, fully aware of each kill, while the cat diligently kept track as well. Song Zijin, still dazed, followed suit until he noticed Lin Yun retrieving the staff she had initially thrown, snapping him back to reality. Is this cat yours? Lin Yun glanced at him and, putting one of the staffs in her backpack, remarked, "Isn't it obvious? Where else could it have come from? I didn't see it earlier." Song Zijin's eyes kept darting toward the tabby cat, filled with envy. What a magnificent cat. I absolutely adore it. I want one. He pondered how such a large cat managed to follow them without him noticing. Suddenly, the cat transformed before his eyes, shrinking down to the size of an ordinary tabby. The cat, clever as it was, flashed its claws at Song Zijin in a menacing manner, as if to warn him. If he dared to speak of its existence, it would not hesitate to silence him. Startled by the cat's fierce demeanor, Song Zijin quickly grasped its warning. You can rest assured, I'm the most discreet person you'll ever meet. I'll never reveal anything about you two. I saw nothing today. I was merely here to scavenge. The second-tier zombie? Never heard of it. Seeing his compliance, the cat was satisfied, retracting its claws and scampering over to nuzzle against Lin Yun's pant leg, meowing delightedly. Yo. Look, isn't the cat incredibly cool? It takes out one zombie with each swipe. Lin Yun shot a glance. Just wait until you get scratched by a zombie. The cat froze, settling down at that remark, turning her attention to the frozen head of the zombie. Lin Yun tapped it with her staff. The crystal core remained intact within. Once extracted, she observed that the crystal was rather large, unlike that of a typical second-tier zombie. This is a core approaching that of a third-tier zombie. It was nearly at that level. The system suddenly chimed in, clarifying the situation for Lin Yun. Now made sense. Having dispatched the second-tier zombie, she felt justified in claiming the core. Beside her, Song Zijin let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, Lin Yun is truly impressive. I'd love to cling to such a strong ally. Not only was the tabby cat remarkable, but the weapon in Lin Yun's grasp, the one capable of freezing zombies, was equally awe-inspiring. Yet, Song Zijin did not covet Lin Yun's possessions. He had a clear understanding of his own abilities. What was rightfully his he would claim, and what was not, he would not pursue. Ahem, sister, dear sister, after all we've been through, may I ask your name? Although unsure if he could truly rely on her, he wanted to make an effort. After all, having a strong ally brought comfort. Lin Yun, bemused, replied, My surname is Lin. All right then, Sister Lin, Song Zijin exclaimed cheerfully. What if she didn't provide her full name? Lin Yun was right to be cautious. As a young woman, it was wise to keep her identity under wraps to avoid unwanted attention. As long as he remained sincere, he would eventually learn her full name. Not knowing it was fine. Addressing her as Sister Lin sufficed. Soon, Song Zijin composed himself, adept at self-soothing. The two continued to scour the second floor for supplies. However, due to the recent skirmish, many items have been damaged by the zombies, causing them some dismay. Those were points lost. Near the escalator, they found various sanitary products. Song Zijin scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I don't need these. You can take them all. Just share half with me. Lin Yun nodded, not hesitating, and cleared the entire shelf of sanitary products. Although she was too fond of some brands, she knew that given the circumstances, any supplies were better than none. The cat, emboldened by Song Zijin's presence, no longer concealed itself, dashing around the supermarket and bringing back items it fancied, discreetly signaling to Tuan and the ghost vine. As Song Zijin watched the cat scurry about, he said nothing simply filled with envy. A cat that could assist in combat within this survival world was invaluable. He fantasized about how he would care for such a companion. After thoroughly scavenging the supermarket, the two ascended to the ground floor. The closer they got, the louder the sound of rain became, which explained the absence of zombies rushing toward them. The distant zombies, masked by the noise of the rain, remained oblivious to the commotion coming from the underground supermarket. Upon exiting the supermarket on the ground floor, they found that the rain had intensified. Thunder rumbled ominously. Startled by the sudden sound, Song Zijin jumped. Lin Yun, taking advantage of the heavy rain that obscured visibility, stepped outside to survey the weather. The sky loomed dark, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, seemingly heralding an impending storm. It appeared that the winds and rain would only grow stronger. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun raised her hand to check her personal panel. Day 3 in the Zombie World, Chapter 85, Torrential Rain, 11:26 Weather. A torrential downpour is expected to commence in half an hour, accompanied by strong winds. Temperature, 18°C. Upon witnessing Lin Yun's movements, Song Zijin hastily activated his personal panel. A torrential downpour, he exclaimed, glancing outside at the ominous sky. Should we perhaps cut our exploration short today? After all, with such a storm approaching, it is highly unlikely anyone will venture into the mall. We should head back. If the torrential rain persists for too long, we may not be able to return to the shelter, Lin Yun replied. Most of their belongings were secured within the sanctuary, and while the mall did offer a plethora of useful items, it lacked the safety that the shelter provided. Consequently, Lin Yun preferred to remain in the sanctuary. Song Zijin retrieved a raincoat from his backpack and donned it, hesitantly looking at Lin Yun. Do you need me to escort you? No, it's all right. I can manage on my own, Lin Yun assured him, aware that he was not probing for the shelter's location, but felt confident in her ability to traverse alone. Feeling slightly bashful, Song Zijin scratched his head. They'll take my leave. Make sure to return quickly. This weather could bring unforeseen dangers. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yun watched as he departed, reassured by his concern. Their shelters were situated in opposite directions. After being transported to this world, Song Zijin had sprinted away the moment the protective barrier vanished in the square. He did not haphazardly choose a location for his shelter. Rather, he meticulously selected a site that he deemed sufficiently secure before binding it. Subsequently, he had not idled, thoroughly clearing out the zombies and sealing off all entrances to his floor, leaving only his own entryway. Once he was out of sight, Lin Yun beckoned to Tuan, who joyfully dashed over from his hiding spot. Placing the two small creatures into her backpack and donning her raincoat, she made her way toward the shelter. The rain was torrential, with large drops pelting her skin painfully. Despite wearing a raincoat, the intensity of the downpour soon soaked through, leaving her feeling quite helpless. She had not anticipated such a sudden deluge. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, circling the area a couple of times before heading to the back entrance of the flower shop. Along the way, she encountered a few zombies, which she swiftly dispatched with a stick in her hand. Entering through the back door, she instructed the two small creatures to keep watch while she hid in a corner of the corridor to change out of her dripping, wet clothes and erase any traces of rainwater from the floor before cautiously returning to the shelter. Although she knew that in such weather, it was improbable anyone would be around, exercising caution was prudent. The two little ones were also drenched, so Lin Yun quickly entered the bathroom for a hot shower before tending to them. The zombie cat, feeling despondent, lay sprawled on the bed, its fur being dried, as it lamented the loss of hope in its feline existence. It had never endured so many baths during its days as a stray. Lin Yun rolled her eyes. The little cat was simply being proud, oblivious to the fact that it had purred contentedly while being bathed. After attending to the two small creatures, Lin Yun conceived a new idea. With the rain pouring outside, it presented an excellent opportunity to collect water. She had plenty of containers, and, utilizing the backpack bug, a single compartment could hold them. It didn't matter if the rainwater couldn't be used directly. She could spend 5 points to have the system purified. Without hesitation, Lin Yun was set to work. She went to the basement to gather larger containers and climbed the stairs of the building housing the flower shop. She had considered collecting rainwater from the shelter's windows, but the process was too slow and impractical, so she opted for the rooftop instead. As for the entrance to the stairs, she had already secured the door, ensuring that zombies could not enter unless they were human. Every safety door on each floor had also been closed, with some vines from the ghost vine tightly entwined to further fortify the entrances. Reaching the rooftop stairs, Lin Yun patted her calves, relieved to finally arrive. The storm outside was fierce, and she had no intention of going back out, especially after just having showered. Thus, she began to command the ghost vine. The ghost vine placed the containers outside to collect rainwater, filling them before bringing them back in. Lin Yun, ever resourceful, requested some unwanted vines from the ghost vine, binding them together with the containers before stashing them in her backpack. Backpack? Damn it, whose kind soul is so bugged? Lin Yun paid no heed. If she could exploit the bug, she would certainly do so. After successfully gathering the last batch of water, Lin Yun dusted off her hands and descended the stairs, accompanied by the sprightly ghost vine. The ghost vine relished rainy days, and, with little on the rooftop, it frolicked joyfully while collecting rainwater. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yun commenced organizing her backpack. She had brought back numerous shelves from the supermarket. However, this meant her usable space had diminished significantly, causing her some frustration. System, is there truly no other way to unlock the small courtyard? Yes. Upon completing the survival tasks in this world and returning to the transit station, you will be rewarded with access to the small courtyard. Lin Yun felt disheartened upon hearing this. Great, both options involve waiting. Since waiting was inevitable, she decided to disregard it for now, spending 5 points to have the system temporarily store her vegetable pots, intending to sort through the spoils she had scavenged from the supermarket. She sold nearly all the appliances, kitchenware, and assorted items that she deemed unnecessary to the system, but the prices were not particularly high. Currently, people preferred food that could be consumed directly, and few were willing to spend points on items that were of little use. Only a handful of stronger survivors with points would consider purchasing such appliances. Lin Yun was unconcerned. She kept the items she thought would be useful, packaging them up and placing 2 on the shelves. She bound 3 or 4 shelves with the cheating vines, labeled them, and then stowed them in her backpack, fully aware of the bug that allowed her to do so. After her venture to the supermarket, Lin Yun's acquisition points were maximized, with plenty of items stored in her backpack. System. I'm serious. Can't you raise my acquisition point limit? Not really. With a sigh, Lin Yun accepted this limitation, understanding that the system was merely a subsidiary of the main system, and thus lacked significant authority. After spending the afternoon organizing, Lin Yun finally relaxed, only to be reminded by her stomach that she had forgotten to eat lunch. She realized she hadn't had a meal since morning, which explained the loud protests from her belly. She retrieved a bowl of snails and began to indulge in her meal. Chapter 86. Working on the personal panel, the zombie cat disdainfully retreated, perplexed as to why humans would consume such a foul-smelling dish, which it certainly detested. Tuan did not express his aversion as overtly, but instinctively covered his nose, finding the scent rather peculiar and unappealing. The mutated plants were free from such concerns, possessing either a minimal sense of smell or none at all, completely oblivious to the troubles of the 2 small creatures. The ghost vine even approached, hoping Lin Yun would share taste. Knowing the tendencies of her 2 vines, Lin Yun divided a small portion for each, ensuring there would be no disputes over the bowl. The ghost vine was satisfied, relishing the morsel before continuing its ascent on the star tea tree. Speaking of the star tea tree, Lin Yun had checked on its status earlier that afternoon and learned from the detailed information that it was on the verge of maturity. Lin Yun was utterly exhilarated once again. In the afternoon, she had taken several pieces of mutated plant fragments and stuffed them into its roots, allowing it to absorb the nutrients within. She reminded Ivy to water it regularly, instructing that once the mutated plant fragments had been depleted, they should retrieve more from the nearby bag to replenish it. After finishing her bowl of snail rice noodles, Lin Yun settled by the window, gazing at the rain outside. It wasn't merely a picturesque rain scene. The window overlooked a quaint little street. However, due to the unique nature of the shelter, the rain outside would not affect it, nor would it blow through the window. At that moment, the rain outside was indeed more torrential than when she had left the mall at noon. Lin Yun could even hear the rumble of thunder echoing through the window. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over her, though she could not articulate why. After observing the downpour for a while, she turned her attention to her personal panel. Upon opening the task center, she glanced at the task she had accepted. To her surprise, the task concerning the clearing of zombies in the mall now displayed a progress bar. This bar was a gray strip, already more than half filled with green, leaving approximately a quarter to be completed. Lin Yun stroked her chin, deducing that the rapid progress was likely due to the use of firearms by those individuals yesterday. It seemed that once the rain ceased, she would need to hasten her efforts to eradicate the zombies within the mall. Subsequently, she accessed the points shop where the previously empty slots had now been filled. Among the 3 slots in the second row, apart from a nutritional potion, the other 2 were marked as sold out and could not be purchased again. The new items in the 3 slots included 500 G of potatoes, of random bread, and grilled cold noodles. The points required were 2, 3, and 5 respectively. Random bread? What could that possibly be? Lin Yun clicked on the icon for random bread. Random bread. Upon payment, a bread of a random flavor will be dispensed. Options include pineapple buns, European-style bread, toast, meat floss cakes, and other bread items. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. She hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. What about the instant noodles from before? Instant noodles. Upon payment, one bag of instant noodles will be provided, flavor random. She scratched her head. This was somewhat different from the detailed information on random bread, making it a bit challenging to judge. However, it wasn't a significant issue, as both had noted that the flavor was random. Moreover, she had plenty of fast food in her backpack and the basement, rendering the items in the points shop of little consequence to her. System, please expand the shelter by 4 square meters, increasing its space to 54. 200 points have been deducted. Shelter expansion in progress. Please wait. A thin veil of white mist appeared on the wall near the door, enveloping it. This indicated that the shelter was undergoing expansion. Lin Yun had become quite accustomed to this process and paid little mind to the commotion. However, Tuan Tuan and Sang Baiao were both intrigued, as both were feline creatures with a strong curiosity. Sang Baiao approached the edge of the mist, reaching out with a paw to poke it. "Oh!" Sang Baiao exclaimed softly, then placed another paw on the mist, prodding at it. Its pupils widened in wonder, as though it had discovered a novel toy. "Lin Yun, you should prevent Sang Baiao and Tuan Tuan from playing with that. If they get lost in the mist, you'll have a hard time." Lin Yun was startled and hurried over to scoop up the still-playing Sang Baiao and Tuan Tuan in her arms. "You two need to behave. This is not a game for you." Sang Baiao looked up at her, puzzled. "Why?" Tuan Tuan followed suit, gazing up at her as well. "I don't know. Just don't play with it. If you get lost in the mist, you'll regret it." Then, Lin Yun turned her attention to the ghost vine, which was climbing up and down the star tea tree. "You two, ghost vine and ivy, are also prohibited from playing with the mist from now on. Do you understand?" Ivy, being obedient and not prone to independent movement, reassured Lin Yun. "Understood," Ghost Vine replied, extending a vine out the window to absorb the rainwater. After setting the two down, the expansion was completed. Shelter expansion has been completed. Lin Yun glanced at the wall connecting to the door, which had shifted back by a meter, transforming the bathroom from 1 square meter to 2, a considerable increase. Moreover, it appeared that some changes had occurred within the bathroom. A wash basin had appeared, causing Lin Yun to wear a peculiar expression. "I didn't request this wash basin. You can't deduct my points. Look at you being so stingy. This is a complimentary addition from the expansion, and no points have been deducted." The system seemed exasperated, as if it were the type to surreptitiously deduct points. Lin Yun retorted, "It's not surreptitious, it's explicit." Nevertheless, the addition of a wash basin was indeed beneficial. It was quite spacious and would accommodate Ghost Vine's vines for a shelf, allowing for various items to be placed upon it. With a bit more expansion later on, she could even fit a washing machine in there. Technically, she could place it there now, but it would make the bathroom quite cramped, which was why she hadn't considered it. Lin Yun settled back down to continue tinkering with her personal panel. She opened the chat area, confirming that the situation was indeed as those in the previous chat channel had stated. Once one entered the survival world, the chat channel became inaccessible, rendering communication impossible, as if it were locked away. The same applied to the friend circle. While at the transit station, she could view posts from survivors. But now there was not a single one. However, since Lin Yun had not added any friends, the chat area had essentially lost its function upon entering the survival world. But that bore little significance to her. It was a non-issue. Chapter 87. Continuous heavy rain. To Lin Yun's astonishment, this torrential downpour would last several days. The next day, when she awoke, she expected the rain outside to have lessened somewhat, only to find it was just as relentless, if not more so, than the previous day. Lin Yun furrowed her brows, her unease deepening. Surely this downpour wouldn't last for several days? Back in Blue Star, there are cities that suffered flooding due to poor underground drainage during heavy rains. If the cities in the survival world were similarly afflicted, it would be catastrophic. Furthermore, such heavy rain could easily trigger other natural disasters, especially in the midst of a zombie virus outbreak. Lin Yun watched the rain outside through the window, her expression shifting repeatedly. Yet, in the end, she chose not to voice her concerns. She was merely a selected survivor in this survival game and lacked the ability to effect any changes in such a short span of days. Outside the window, water had indeed begun to accumulate on the ground. Would this rainwater flood into the shelter? Lin Yun frowned, her thoughts becoming disordered. After a long moment, she rubbed her temples, forcing herself not to dwell on such matters. She would deal with whatever came her way. After spending a day in shelter with nothing to do, Lin Yun continued to prepare food, packing it into her backpack for preservation. To pass the time, she also made dumplings and buns. At night, Lin Yun took out her flashlight and quietly shone it on the ground outside. The water level had risen significantly. Her expression changed as she withdrew the flashlight and turned to check the situation outside the shelter. Upon opening the door, Lin Yun discovered that the flower shop had also been flooded, with a layer of water accumulating inside. Strangely, however, when Lin Yun opened the door, it seemed as though the water had been somehow repelled, not rushing in despite the shelter's entrance being ajar. Could this be the shelter's protective mechanism? Lin Yun cautiously peered outside once more, only to discover that the vines, which had been sprawled across the ground, had inexplicably retreated back up the wall. What could this mean? The water is filthy. I detest it, came the voice of the ghost vine from behind her. It swiftly climbed onto her shoulder and added, Yo-yo, I wish to bring the main vine inside. The water outside is too dirty, and I dislike it. Hearing this, Lin Yun cast her gaze upon the stagnant water again. Indeed, the water was quite polluted, filled not only with decaying vegetation, but also with refuse surging up from the sewers. There were even remnants of corpses and bacteria. Let us bring it inside. We can leave a couple of vines outside as sentinels. At this hour, there shouldn't be many people around to pose a threat. Just as Lin Yun was about to shift her attention, a detailed notification suddenly appeared before her eyes, concerning the stagnant water. Stagnant water, highly contaminated, containing bacteria and viruses. Please avoid direct contact. There is a risk of infection upon contact. Lin Yun took a couple of steps back, realizing the gravity of the situation. The viruses mentioned in the details couldn't possibly be the zombie virus, could they? Before she could ponder further, several unusually large rats swam through the murky water ahead. Their size was abnormal, distinctly unlike ordinary southern rats, and their eyes glowed with an eerie red hue. As the rats were about to notice her, Lin Yun hastily shut the shelter door. She had just seen the detailed information about those rats. Mutated rats, having consumed water contaminated by torrential rain. They appear to have undergone some transformation, growing larger in size. Their adaptability has significantly increased, allowing them to consume anything. They seem to have become more intelligent than before. Heavens, if other animals were to drink the water containing the zombie virus, would they not also become like those rats? The thought of the cockroaches in the city suddenly sent a shiver down her spine. System, those cockroaches shouldn't be able to crawl into my shelter, right? No. The shelter is equipped with a defense system that prevents harmful or malicious species from entering. The shelter is absolutely secure. With the system's assurance, Lin Yun felt a sense of relief wash over her. Southern cockroaches, after all, had a tendency to fly directly into one's face. Outside, the rats glanced curiously towards the shelter, having noticed a flicker of light. Was it merely a trick of their vision? Unable to resolve their confusion, the rats decided to abandon the area, realizing they could no longer linger and needed to find higher ground to hide. In the ensuing days, Lin Yun remained within the confines of the shelter, occupied with cooking or exercising, unable to venture out. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, continuing to pour relentlessly. During this time, Lin Yun opened the shelter door occasionally, noting that the water level had risen to waist height. While observing from the window, she frequently spotted insects, rats, and snakes swimming past, sending chills down her spine. One afternoon, after finishing her workout and preparing to relax, she caught sight of a corpse floating on the water surface outside, startling her greatly. Although she was tempted to investigate, the filthy water deterred her. She feared becoming infected. Moreover, she had not taken the initiative to gather diving equipment, as none were available at the supermarket. That morning, Lin Yun planned to cook some noodles, and, while gazing at the large bowl in her hands, a thought struck her. She recalled that her backpack contained a children's inflatable pool she had acquired for free from a supermarket. Surely, it would float on the water's surface. If necessary, she could enlist the help of the ghost vine to keep it afloat. She just needed to consider whether she could navigate through the back area. After tidying up the table, Lin Yun began rummaging through her backpack to locate the inflatable pool. After a prolonged search, she finally unearthed it. Upon inflating it, she joyfully noted that the pool was not overly large, just enough to accommodate her and fit through the back door. Lin Yun opened the shelter door, allowing the main vine of the ghost vine to assist in securing the inflatable pool, preventing it from drifting away before carefully placing the two smaller ones inside. The water outside had risen considerably, yet it posed little concern. With the ghost vine as her trusty ally, she effortlessly entered the inflatable pool. Be careful, you two. Remember to return promptly, Ivy exclaimed, nearly frightened to death by Lin Yun's actions. It was well aware of the filthiness of the water outside. Lin Yun waved goodbye to Ivy, closed the shelter door, and used a stick she had collected to maneuver the pool toward the back door of the flower shop. Chapter 88, Zombie World, Day 16. As the inflatable pool floated on the water's surface, Lin Yun observed tiny insects skimming the surface, sending a wave of unease through her. Fortunately, the ghost vine was vigilant. Whenever an insect attempted to crawl up, its tendrils swiftly struck out. The rain was torrential, and Lin Yun could only speculate when it might inundate the entire first floor, prompting her to hasten her pace towards the staircase. Upon nearing the stairs, she carefully disembarked from the inflatable pool, stuffing the two smaller ones in her backpack before stowing the pool itself. She had to put it away, otherwise, the insects and rats swarming the water surface would inevitably invade, and that would spell disaster. She hastily ascended to the second floor, tearing down the tendrils from the safety door before stepping into the corridor. Upon opening a window in the corridor, rainwater immediately splashed inside, forcing Lin Yun to close it again while peering outside through the glass. The rain was relentless, flooding many areas, with various objects bobbing on the water surface. From her window, she could see the situation in the square. Although she and Song Zijin had collected many zombies from the square, numerous corpses remained untouched or had been partially devoured by the undead. With the water rising, wouldn't these bodies float to the surface? As she surveyed the scene, she noted a significant number of corpses and debris now floating on the water. Lin Yun frowned, relieved that she and Song Zijin had previously salvaged items from the underground supermarket, lamenting only the spoiled food she had forgotten to collect. However, upon reflection, it hardly mattered. She was not lacking in provisions at present. Switching to another window to continue her observations, she noted that the vehicles stranded on the road had long been submerged, and the floating debris mirrored that of the square, albeit to a lesser extent. Just then, Lin Yun heard a rustling noise. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see a horde of rats that had somehow climbed up from the first floor. Lin Yun's expression darkened as she immediately tossed a frost sunflower seed onto the ground. The seed activated instantly, freezing the rats that were charging towards her in their tracks. The leader of the mutated rats, hidden behind, was taken aback by the spectacle. In recent days, they had not failed to notice the humans hiding nearby. Yet none had exhibited such capabilities as this one. What on earth was that? The leader of the mutated rats was filled with suspicion, its small eyes brimming with trepidation. How infuriating! If they could mutate, then surely humans could as well. Those cursed humans would eventually find a way to eliminate them. Though not all of its intelligent rats were present, it could not afford to lose them here. With that thought, the leader hastily signaled for the remaining rats to flee. Lin Yun did not pursue. If the rats truly wished to escape, she knew she could not catch them. They were far more adept at hiding in their territory than she could ever be. After the mice retreated, she gazed out of the window. Lin Yun could only hope that the water would not rise any further. If it did, calamity would surely ensue. After assessing the situation, she turned back towards the shelter. As for the inflatable pool, she had no use for it and simply punctured it, letting it sink into the water. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the first floor would be submerged, and then she would be unable to step outside. Lin Yun's intuition proved correct. The torrential rain continued unabated. The first floor was already inundated, and there was a discernible trend of water gradually creeping up to the second floor. However, Lin Yun could not venture out to ascertain the exact level of the water outside. She had already closed the windows, primarily to avoid the bizarre objects that occasionally drifted by. She did not wish to be startled every time she inadvertently glanced outside. During these moments, Lin Yun often pondered the fate of the zombies in this flooded ground. Would they drown as well? Be swept away? There was an unsettling feeling within her, an inexplicable sense that something was amiss. This deluge persisted for a total of 12 days. Lin Yun had grown accustomed to awakening each day to the sound of rain and water, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. Sitting up in bed, she yawned and opened her personal panel to check the weather. This had become a recent habit, for she genuinely hoped the rain would cease soon. If it continued, she feared she would start a mold. Zombie World, Day 16, 7/13, weather, heavy rain, expected to diminish in 5 hours. Temperature, 16°C. As Lin Yun's still sleepy eyes caught sight of the message regarding the rain, they instantly sparkled with hope. At long last, the downpour was set to lessen. She turned her head to glance at the window, wondering when the water would finally recede. This thought darkened her expression momentarily. After every calamity, disease inevitably follows. In the wake of the outbreak of the zombie virus, so many lives have been lost outside, and no one had dared to collect the bodies. The problems that would emerge once the rainwater receded were too harrowing to contemplate. Lin Yun sighed, reminding herself that these matters were beyond her control. Her priority was to take care of herself. After freshening up, she retrieved a box of dumplings for breakfast. When will I finally be able to go out and have some fun? Staying in the shelter is dreadfully dull. The zombie cat stretched lazily. Having grown weary of the monotony of shelter life, its every fur protesting for a chance to play outside. Tuan, on the other hand, was content to remain in one place. Although a bit bored, it had companionship and toys to play with, so its desire to venture out was not as strong. Lin Yun gently patted the cat's head. Be good. Let's wait for the water to recede. Once it does, there will surely be a plague. You must behave and not run about recklessly. If you get infected, it would be disastrous. The zombie cat shrank back, fully aware of the implications of infection. It recalled a time when, during its days with the litter box, a neighbor's kitten had succumbed to some illness. If it were to become infected, would it not end up like that neighbor, wailing in despair? Shaking its head, it dismissed the thought. The image was too terrifying. It could not fathom dying from some disease. It wanted to stay alive to accompany Lin Yun. Lin Yun then stroked the obedient Tuan resting by her feet. You too. No running around. Do you hear me? Tuan let out a soft yowl in response. With some time still left before the rain would lessen, Lin Yun decided to continue her physical training. After exercising, she began attending to her sunflower plants. She had planted the raw sunflower seeds 2 weeks prior, and they had sprouted, entering the seedling stage, though they were growing rather slowly compared to vegetables. Chapter 89. Water Levels Decline. Lin Yun did not understand why the sunflowers were growing at such a languid pace, so she tended to them with water and fertilizer. Fortunately, they had sprouted, offering hope that they might one day flourish like her previous sunflowers. The remaining seeds from before had mostly gone untouched, as she planned to save them for future planting once this batch matured. In the afternoon, Lin Yun sat by the window and could distinctly perceive that the sound of rain outside seemed to be diminishing. It appeared that the torrential downpour was nearing its end. Several days passed, and the water outside gradually receded. Each time Lin Yun opened the window, she could sense the water level dropping. Zombie World, Day 22. Indeed, the water level had lowered. Through the shelter's window, Lin Yun could see the uppermost edge of the water outside. 2 days later, the water continued to decline. Zombie World, Day 25. The water level outside finally sank to her calves. Cough. Lin Yun quickly checked the points mall. There's a surprise. A surprise? What sort of surprise? Hopefully not a scare. Though she grumbled at the system, Lin Yun dutifully opened her personal panel and entered the points mall. She noticed that the 2 previously sold-out items had changed. They were now a protective suit and a gas mask. What is this? That depends on your interpretation. There's a promotion. 1 protective suit at 20 off, 2 at 30 off. Bulk discount available. Lin Yun's gaze shifted to the numbers below. 50 points for 1? You really dare to charge that much. But she decided to hold off for now. The water outside had not fully receded, and the rain had not completely stopped either. Although it was not as torrential as before, it was still pouring, and she was reluctant to venture outside. However, Lin Yun was caught off guard when, after taking a brief nap, the zombie cat rushed in excitedly. Yo. The water outside is gone. The zombie cat leaped onto Lin Yun, exclaiming, Yo, the water is gone. Can we go out now? Its eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Yun turned to Tuan, who mirrored the enthusiasm of the zombie cat. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. It seemed Tuan had been transformed into a cat by the zombie cat's antics. Although tigers too belonged to the feline family, something felt off, yet she couldn't quite articulate it. Never mind, don't get too excited. Let me first assess the situation. Lin Yun rolled out of bed and opened the window to inspect the outside world. When the water levels had been rising, she had inquired about the system, which assured her that the windows were equipped with an air filtration system, preventing the foul odors from permeating through the windows and doors of the shelter. As she looked outside, she was met with a scene of devastation. The ground was littered with debris, mud left in the wake of the flooding, decaying refuse, and bodies. Lin Yun could almost imagine the stench wafting from outside the shelter. Her nose twitched as if catching a whiff of something, and she suddenly sneezed. She almost forgot that she had previously suffered from rhinitis. It seemed essential to procure a protective suit and gas mask if she intended to venture out. 1 protective suit cost 50 points, and a gas mask was 20 points. Lin Yun grit her teeth and made the tough decision to purchase a set. Thanks to the discount, she spent a total of 56 points. As she held the protective suit, her gaze shifted to the 2 companions at her feet, and she paused. What would she do with them? Surely she couldn't stuff them in her backpack and leave them there. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Points are so easily spent. Yo, where's the backpack? The zombie cat urged as Lin Yun retrieved the protective suit. Both it and Tuan had grown accustomed to the shelter and understood that the outside world was perilous. However, Lin Yun knew there was no protective gear available for her pets. Squatting down, Lin Yun gently patted the heads of her 2 companions. You'll have to endure being in the backpack for now. If the outside seems safe later, I'll let you both run around. All right. Before donning her protective suit, Lin Yun deliberately released the mutated rose. The mutated rose opened its eyes and glanced around, realizing it had been relocated. Upon seeing Lin Yun beside it, it lazily inquired, "What do you need from me?" Its voice was languorous, as if it had just awakened from slumber. Lin Yun pondered briefly before responding. "Do you possess any roses capable of curing various plagues? Or perhaps those that can heal infectious diseases?" She felt it prudent to inquire with the mutated rose, lest she inadvertently contract something upon her return from the outside. The system suddenly found itself under scrutiny. "What do you mean by that? What are you worried about?" "The system guarantees absolute safety. As long as your protective suit and gas mask remain intact, the likelihood of any infection is non-existent." "All right, I understand, system. I am merely preparing for the worst. Kindly refrain from causing mischief." "Plagues and infectious diseases," Lin Yun reiterated. Oh, the mutated rose shifted its body, seeming to realize it had yet to acquire such capabilities and would require additional time. "Why not wait a bit longer? I shall make an effort," it suggested. Lin Yu sighed, but then rallied her spirits. If the rose was willing to try, she would have faith in its abilities. "Very well. I shall leave you be for now, but the shelter does contain a plethora of plants, so please refrain from sprawling everywhere." The mutated rose shrugged off her concern, noting that were it not for its need to grow, it would hardly bother to expand in size. Understood, understood. You go about your business. I shall contemplate this further and expedite the process." With that, the mutated rose fell silent once more. Lin Yun scratched her head, uncertain if it had dozed off again. She secured her backpack in front of her, stowed away the two smaller creatures within, and commenced donning her protective suit. Perhaps aware that Lin Yun intended to bring along the two little ones, the system provided a protective suit with a transparent section at the front, allowing the creatures inside to observe the external environment. The ghost vine was also tucked inside, silenced in its protests. At this moment, they were merely to scout the surroundings. Their assistance in combat was unnecessary. The ghost vine, resigned, sighed and ultimately acquiesced, flattening itself into a tangle of vines atop Lin Yun's head. As she opened the shelter door, a scene of disarray greeted her in the flower shop. The once wilted flora had been swept away by the receding waters, leaving behind only a few remnants of dead branches and leaves, along with some heavier debris that the water could not carry away. Lin Yun paid little mind to the mess and made her way directly toward the entrance. Leaning against the doorframe, she peered outside, although the rain continued to fall. Visibility had improved significantly compared to before. The surroundings were cluttered with debris, yet nothing particularly unusual caught her eye. Exiting the flower shop, she strolled towards the square.